Just back to the upside here to kick things off so far this morning. We're holding on to slight gains after quite the sell-off into the close yesterday, and that continued after the close on a whole bunch of earnings that came into the downside. We'll get into some of those coming up. Worth noting today, not a heck of a lot on the economic calendar coming up at 9:30. A little bit of Canadian composite PMI data for July. 10:30 then. It's Wednesday, so we get some energy information on the natural gas and oil side of things. We'll talk to Rahim Alani. He's going to join us here coming up in a few minutes. A little bit about the energy space and mining as well, following this latest round of tariff back and forth with the U.S. and Canada. That's the NASDAQ currently. A whole bunch of things affecting that so far this morning. AMD, obviously the biggest name to the downside in a pretty big way here so far this morning, trying to hold 164, 163, bit of a support level so far, but pretty ugly right across the board for AMD. SMCI, a lot of people talking about as well, getting absolutely crushed, along with Open. Not so open this morning. You see a theme developing here so far today. I mean, there's not much on the positive side of things so far.
When we were doing the market recap show yesterday, there were really only two of the names that we covered that were actually positive, Brendo. Yeah. So it felt like there was a lot of red on the board, and it continues that way this morning. As you mentioned, SMCI, AMD, some of the big names that were reported there, but also Disney reporting this morning. A lot of news there. It looks like ESPN rolling out finally that standalone app to focus less on cable and address the cost cutting, and WWE apparently is going to move from Netflix into ESPN, so that should be interesting as well. Tesla also in focus, Brendo, as Elon Musk teasing a new version of FSD that uses 10 times the parameters. It better be better. And then a bunch of other reporting names this morning. We got McDonald's, we got Uber, we got Rivian, a whole bunch to talk about.
Yeah, coming off the back of that court decision yesterday for Tesla that wasn't good on that FSD collision that went against them. Rivian, another one, the EV group to the downside here this morning. The forecast, bit of a mess for Rivian, pointing towards tighter economic conditions, uncertainty surrounding tariffs that is going to supply or negatively affect the supply chain for Rivian. So, I mean, this kind of sounds like what we were talking about for Rivian coming out of the pandemic.
Yeah.
They had a whole bunch of supply chain issues that they seem to start getting ironed out a little bit, but this is concerning for them.
It is, Brendo. I mean, there were some good things in the report. We'll talk about that on the rundown. But yeah, as you mentioned, we really need to see that R2. If they don't start selling more, that top line number grew up a little bit, but not enough that you would see with an R2.
Yeah, I mean, still struggling to make these things fast enough and get them out on the road. Happy Wednesday, guys. Good morning.
Oh, what's going on?
You know what? It's a happy Wednesday for the fact that all of these earnings names are down. Well, with like very few exceptions, but the market's not. Why? Because the Mag 7 lead the market, and Apple's up 1.4% because we heard this morning that we're likely to hear about a new factory from Apple today. This coming from Hassett. That saw Apple move up a couple of points. So look, I get it. Not great for AMD. Certainly not good for SMCI. Not good for Open Door. We can run through the list of names. But overall, the market is still looking, I'd say, pretty solid, despite the fact there were a lot of signs of turnaround. Like there was a really bearish tone to. I mean, we trended down all day yesterday, and obviously you had reactions to a lot of earnings where like just the slightest bit of weakness and you're going to the downside. Uber reported this morning and beat top and bottom and was initially down and then bounced on the buyback. Yeah. Right? So we're still getting this, we're taking profits and selling in a lot of these names regardless of what ends up happening. But it's good to see Apple get off the schneid with this piece of news. How much of a deal it matters. I mean, didn't we know there was going to be some investing in the U.S. from Apple? It seems like this shouldn't have been that big a surprise, but you'll take anything that moves the stock up at this point because it's been languishing a bit. Lots of day two plays to consider as well. There's a lot of earnings to look at. We know it's a busy week in earnings front, but don't forget Palantir day two. There's a host of other names day two, Palantir. Obviously, HIMS should be in play once again, but it should be exciting. Yeah, do love the fact that you're actually, it's crazy. Like we get so harped up on the gappers and you forget the fact the market barely did anything.
Yeah, the market's just floating around here. Well, I mean, AMD is not a huge part of the market anyways, but I like the fact that Disney right there acquiring the 10% exchange. They got Red Zone, they got some deal with the NFL here. ESPN stake now with the NFL. Direct-to-consumer launch August 21st. Hulu going to be fully integrated into Disney Plus. I'm actually surprised that Disney is down like this. They raised 585 up 18% year over year, their EPS guidance raise. So, I mean, I think Disney is something to look at, not even really sure why it's down. And, you know, getting this move down into 116, that would have been pretty sweet as well. But we're going to wait to see now where Disney goes today, because I actually like some of that talk. I think the NFL and some of these properties are huge. And then plus you mentioned, or Brendan mentioned WWE coming through. I didn't even look at that part of it yet. So bad for Netflix, I guess, but good here for Disney. And we'll wait to see what winds up happening with WWE and whatnot. But yeah, Disney is kind of one of those names that we don't trade too often. But
double-digit growth domestically in their parks. Like the everything else about them is doing well. And they're literally making money streaming now for like the second quarter in a row, which is pretty good. I mean, the whole idea was that every streamer sans Netflix didn't make any money, and Disney Plus is making money, and it's actually growing subscribers too. So say what you want about how badly they're ruining, or how badly they're treating certain franchises. Here, that's my nice way of saying it. No, it is a weird one, but this goes back to that phenomenon, Sean, of it's a good performing stock. That everything about it that you read is good, but we're just kind of taking a step back. 50% up from the bottoms, maybe that's just what it comes down to. Like if it's not ridiculously perfect and the growth isn't big enough, then we don't care that you beat our expectations. You're just going to have to go sideways for a little bit. The market just seems like we're at a point where we're struggling in some regards to break out those highs. It's like some people, some get to do it, and most of the others, despite all these beats, are disappointing us.
Yeah, so I was just looking it up. So it's August 27th is NVIDIA earnings.
That's Superman is in the building.
Yo, Super Randy, we have, you might...
Uh-oh, don't look now.
Well, I mean,
I already
you choose whatever one you want. Neil's got one in his hand there.
No, but here's the thing, though.
I prefer the short stack.
Can I eat it out of a spoon? Can I eat it with a spoon? I saw this thing. Joe was watching, I saw this thing. Joe was watching a video, I just happened to turn my head, where some dude, I don't know how he did it, but I guess he cut the top of the banana and was scooping it out with a spoon. I issue not, like he was the guy.
I mean, that's TikTok. I mean, that's what it is, right? It's
what is wrong with
guys are just trying to get views, I guess, at the end of the day. But
I don't know.
Rivian Randy, we have a problem here with Rivian.
Yeah.
Right now, vehicles produced 5,900 versus 9,600 last year.
I told you.
Deliveries down 22%, but they did reinforce that they should be able to get 40 to 46,000 units next year. Cost per vehicle rose.
Hello.
$118,000 it cost them to make a car?
Rare earth metals, supply chains, tariffs, the cost of...
It's about the rare earth.
The parts and pieces and the bits and goods that go into these vehicles has gone.
Yeah, through the roof, yeah.
So, you know, where do you source these rare earth metals, and where do they come from, and who's got them, and how much you're willing to pay for them? Because there's, you know, there's a limited supply, and prices are...
A bunch of rare earth metals in East Gwillimbury, so hopefully they can get those. I have no idea.
East Gwillimbury.
Anyways, yeah, that's the whole thing about China. That's why we're thinking about the EVs.
Need a deal, man.
Why BYD and why all these companies, NIO, keep on going upside. They have the goods over there. They don't have this sort of government pressures.
Right,
they can actually produce them.
And there's going to be no more EV rebates, right, or anything like that?
It's dwindling. Yeah. So if it's not federal, it's state and otherwise. So is it a darkening picture? Some of these companies have to learn how to be, again, more productive, more cost. Rivian's doing it. Are they there yet? No. But cost efficiency.
You need that R2T or whatever that next model is.
The
whatever,
R2,
yeah, they need that one going through, and I think
as long as you don't run out of money before that. But they got a decent war chest.
So I didn't look at the cash cash flow burn statement, but that's the key thing.
Isn't it almost better to not make any cars whatsoever than to lose on every one that you're producing?
You got to learn somehow.
You gotta. That's what I'm saying. You gotta fix the
yeah.
engineering issues. You've got you can't make them for cheaper unless you gotta fail before you can succeed.
Right.
That's
you got to walk
unfortunate
before you
problem.
run. So you get there. You write that playbook and fix the problems and get it done.
And don't run out of cash before you do. And if you do, then great. And then on top of that, you need people to then go out and buy them. It's like it's such a hard business.
Go ask Volkswagen for more money.
So the question remains: we are finally getting near that point. Are you still going to try to buy some or no?
Yeah.
Oh, you still like it? Okay. Hey, man.
What about Lucid? Any thought?
I didn't even see what that number was.
Same move.
I have a big floating
move.
question mark sitting over Lucid. I don't see the direction there. I don't see the gallop. I don't know. There's a bit of a meander there that I don't yet understand.
Yeah, they're both down 7%.
Anyway, coffee?
Sure, we'll take. Always. Thank you, Randy. Superman and EV Man is leaving the building, but yeah, like it's
they're
pretty
both
much
down 5 or
exactly the same
6%.
move. They're both down not exactly the same thing, but similar moves.
Deliveries
here for
dropped
Lucid. It's just
22%.
no, but for these guys, so Lucid, they came out and they cut their delivery, like it's their production. They can't even produce. They had to cut their production number projection by like 10%. It's like, what is going on here? Like that you're going in the wrong direction. Like you should be worried about, again, making them cheaper, not making them at all.
At least our investments in Mullen are.
Well, I mean,
bang.
Mullen hands down. Beanie,
what are we even doing
Binny?
now?
Bollinger, I should never forget the
Bollinger
name
Bands,
of it.
yeah.
Bollinger Innovations. We should always remember the new Mullen is Bollinger Innovations for no reason.
But I mean, to some of the points that we've been talking about, like here's NIO, right? I mean, here's a daily chart for NIO. You can see Rivian, Lucid, Tesla we can't include because Tesla has just so many more angles and so many more levers to pull. But you could see the sort of the reaction here to NIO, to BYD. We can call it BYD, which is right here, BYDFF. BYD, there it is. Oh, BYDDF. Okay, there it is. Right here. There's different companies here. This one's probably not the right one. BYDDY. Yeah, there it is. Let's see what this one is. Oh no, but it's still the same price. All right, I thought this was actually doing a little bit better than it was. This is BY. Oh, it's because they split. That's why. Yeah, okay. So our charts aren't showing that properly there. So, but anyways, the idea behind all of this was that we do have, here's BYD company. Yeah, we're going to have to figure that out afterwards. But most of these Chinese names starting to get going here versus, I mean, but Lucid Saudi, I guess. And then we do have some of that money coming in from there. And then Rivian, of course, that plant in Georgia. And then we have that big announcement from Donald Trump coming today, apparently at 4:30, some kind of an announcement. We were wondering if it got spoiled by Apple.
Never dull moment.
Armand,
he's in the house.
Oh, he's shy right away.
Oh.
That's okay.
There's a lot going on here.
Yeah, Raheem brought his little man over here, so that's going to be
Stock picking expert.
stock picking expert. I want to hear some.
We need
plays
him.
over
We
there.
need him today. Everything-
Roblox, right, Armand? Roblox. Yeah, he's fixing his hair over there. All right, well.
He's got the big smiles going.
Yeah, now I'm not going to stop smiling now because whenever we get the little ones around here, it's always a blessing. So we will, not to spoil it, but we will have Raheem Alani coming through in a couple seconds. Yeah, if you hadn't guessed there. Talking about, what is the topic today? Lithium.
Lithium.
Okay. Well, we're excited to hear everything that he has to say about lithium. So that should be exciting. But yeah, look, it's 8:43. We're super happy. Air quality is getting better.
I can breathe outside.
These places we can now breathe. We don't have blood dripping from our eyes and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool right now. But yeah, all right. Look, lots of stuff happening. And it's funny. We just talked about rare earth metals and cars and all of that stuff. And then there it goes. We do have Raheem coming through for all of that. So yeah, it's going to be a good one here. Get ready for that. Yeah, let's go back over to the desk and we'll get this all sorted.
Reason there's a fire season around here now and a smoky season around here now.
This didn't happen when we were young. No, this is a new thing.
It's been so bad this year again. You buying OpenAI, given the opportunity at $500 billion
He just
valuation?
raised Brendo in March for 300. How did he just almost 2x it?
Fine.
Within like
500 billion.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And he's been talking about this. He needs to build out more. Remember when they started, they launched that image generation feature inside chat, and he was like, our GPUs are melting because of the demand. So clearly the demand is there.
I guess he solved that problem a little bit. I mean, it's worth noting Microsoft, for what it's worth, downside a little bit, really the only thing we can look at outside of that ETF. But yeah, there it is. OpenAI eyeing a record 500 billion valuation in latest employee share sale. I guess they're pretty happy. Raheem, you buying OpenAI at 500 billion?
Get it, Raheem.
He's not listening to me.
It's okay.
I'll ask him when he comes over. I just think this is crazy, but
and they just got 8.3 billion like last week. Part of that $40 billion funding round that they had in March, they got a tranche, 8.3 billion. So he's been getting money in droves, Brendo, and he's building out that huge data center out in Texas as well. So
yeah, I mean, clearly they've resolved some of at least the power issue and processing for what they need. But crazy valuation, guys. If this thing ever comes public, you just close eyes and push buy, I guess.
OpenAI? Yeah, I mean, we're still talking to Raheem over here. But I think that's true. I mean, we just talked about eventually when will this IPO sort of train end. I mean, it's just getting started. We have, Joe went over the list. There's 6 or 7 names coming in the next couple of weeks, I believe, as far as IPO season's concerned. I mean, we wait for OpenAI, we wait for
That's
Discord.
at a different level.
They're coming out at 500, I guess is what they're talking about, 500 billion valuation right now. The big winner is Microsoft.
Big time, but like the big winner also is the fact that they don't need to. If they're still consistently able to raise money like this, they're like, what's the rush? And so, like, we all want it to happen. Don't get me wrong.
Why is Microsoft not going up?
I'm not holding my breath.
Microsoft has 49% of their for-profit.
Well, what more do you
business.
want Microsoft to do at this point? I don't know. Like,
No, I want them to go up. I mean, if they own this big part of OpenAI, their valuation should be going up with it. I'm a little bit surprised. I heard that story.
The trend is so good on Microsoft.
Oh, it's not. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the stock. I was just saying, like, today coming in here, it's only up 0.5% Microsoft.
Yeah.
They just added probably, I don't know, maybe it's 100 billion or so. I guess that's for how much this stock is worth.
You know what the problem
You're probably right. It's not that big of a deal.
It's still digesting in after earnings on Microsoft. Like, I think a lot of these names have done this. There was like Google did this yesterday, and at some point we got to look at that chart, because what happened, Google had an earnings level of like 168 post earnings, and it's tagged it now 3 times in reverse. It's like, it's so obvious. And Microsoft has one going on here at like 540. So like, it's just, I think we're digesting this round of earnings, and we don't care too much about these other little ancillary things. And unfortunately, when you have this good of a market rally, this is just what comes with it. Ultimately, I think, should Microsoft maybe be getting a bump on that in normal circumstances? Yes, but it's also up 0.5 to the market being flat. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. I also am not, like I said, I'm not holding my breath on OpenAI going public. I don't think it's
really. I think they're going to go.
I think it's going to happen. I just feel as if in the timeline that we would all hope that it happens, it won't.
Right.
And sometime next year, maybe we can get excited about it.
Trying to load up the news here in case something goes on. Disney conference call going on right now as well. Remember, some of these names, there goes Disney. So, darn, man.
See,
we were just talking about it at one, remember I was like at 116. There it is. If we come over, Andre's gone over there. That's okay. But Disney right now up to 119. We were just talking about it at 116. So there's $3 straight to the upside right now for Disney. So ESPN says it gains rights to stream the NFL draft. Starting with the 2025 season, the deal with the NFL will give ESPN 28 football games. Wow, that's pretty good. More than before. So 28. I guess 1.5 a week or something like that. They'll get that all figured out.
As long as it doesn't affect my DAZN.
Yeah, I don't know what it's. I don't know what it's going to do for all that.
Because we're international.
But what about Red Zone? Is
Canadian in Canada? We get DAZN. You get to watch NFL because Canada's international.
Right, but so, ESPN has some sort of a deal with TSN and stuff like that.
I don't know.
So I feel like
here.
Any game that will be on ESPN will be broadcasted somewhere here. I was watching.
I hope so.
Little League was yesterday on ESPN.
The League World Series has some of the most There was like a sign stealing scandal in the Little League.
There was? Sign stealing.
Yeah, there's actually, so this is weird. Most people don't know this. In baseball, if you're standing at second base and the pitcher's dumb enough to show you what's in his glove, you can relay all the signs you want. Like I could be like, this guy's throwing a fastball. If I can see it visually, what the Astros were doing was cheating with a camera and technology. But in Little League baseball, you are not allowed, even if the second base runner, you're not allowed to lead off, so you're standing on second base.
Yeah.
You can look in and you can see the sign, but you're not allowed to relay it. It's unsportsmanlike, and they warn you, and then they can eject the coach, they can eject the player, because they want kids learning like the right way, which is, I think it makes a heck of a lot of sense. But some team was doing it in the Little League World Series, and the kid was like, fastball, he's like doing this from second base. Obvious sign. And then dude hits a bomb after they get warned, the guy just hits a walk-off. He's like, yeah, whatever, I don't need to know, grand slam.
Yeah, no, it's the funny thing is that I see all of that. Oh, we're still on.
Oh, we're still on.
Yeah, we're still on, Neil. Oh, Andre's getting it all set
Oh yeah,
up,
so we don't have the two-shot.
Yeah, just keep talking, Neil.
It's all good. It's all good. We're just lining it up.
I was going to say the best part is I watch it with my daughter, and we look at the bats everybody's using.
Oh,
so one of the bat that she has, we showed it on the show. That Icon is one of the most used ones, so she's really happy about that. I just told her she's got to hit like those guys, 12 years old. But yeah, Little League, you can't steal until the ball crosses the plate. We have practice today. Shout out to the Red Sox of High Park. High Park Little League went to the Nationals. They represented Ontario for Little League. So that's what's happening right now on ESPN. It's not the Little League World Series.
It's they're
trying to qualify.
Yeah.
So yeah, I saw Hawaii yesterday playing. That was pretty cool.
Oh, it's a big, it's
Hawaii.
so competitive.
Anyways, we'll get Rivian going on. All right, we have Lithium Man ready to go, I think, over there at the desk. So let's go see what Raheem and Brendan are all up to.
Yeah, minor audio issue has been resolved. Raheem is here.
I'm here because you want to hear me, I think, right?
Yeah.
So that's why
I hope everyone can hear.
We're okay.
Anyway, if we can't, we'll fix it again. We're going to touch on a couple things. In the mining space in general, coming off what happened last week, if you missed it again, the Trump administration coming back at Canada once again with a 35% tariff on things outside of the current USMCA agreement, which expires next year, which I think is part of the reason why we haven't heard too much more on the back of tariff land from Trump towards Canada specifically. Some of these stocks, however, have started to pick up once again, not only in the rare earth space, but specifically in the lithium space for some reason.
Yeah, lithium's gone very active, back to almost kind of 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago kind of days, wherein they know there is a need for lithium for batteries, and it goes into pharmaceuticals and it goes into all these things. And lithium is exceptionally important. And the U.S., going back to the 90s, was a 27% producer of worldwide lithium. Today, they are producing 1%. And you look at Australia, that's 41%. You look at China, that's 18%. You look at Chile, that's 24% of world production. And the U.S. has 1%. So now you got to figure out what are they going to do and what's going to happen with lithium globally. One might surmise that there's going to need to be some more transactional activity happening in lithium. So you can get these mines online to supply what the U.S. is going to need.
All right, as always, we come prepared with, or Raheem comes prepared with a few ideas as far as how we can get maybe a little bit of exposure to a potential move, or if there's going to be some sort of rally in this entire space. Lithium Americas here is the first one you brought on a daily time frame. This thing has been bouncing along this 250 level for quite some time.
Yeah, and again, if you look at the lithium chart, you go back, to 22 when lithium was 80,000. You go to today where it's 10,000. So you take that 5-year view, it's definitely going to follow in line with that. It is one of the larger lithium players out there. And they did spin off their South American assets to focus singularly on the U.S., which is exactly what they've done. They have a partnership with GM. So on their big project, GM owns 38% of the asset, and they own 62% of it. And so you've got a good player like GM. You've got a U.S.-focused play. And again, the U.S. is going to try to make all things U.S. Mm-hmm. And so when that comes and when that occurs, all that spending, all that government grant money, whatever they can do to help subsidize or support U.S. growth of these materials, they're going to try and do.
So this, if we zoom out a little bit on this chart, you'll see a huge move down. That came on the back of them spinning off their South American assets. Completely different companies at this point, yes. And two different stocks, if anyone's looking at it.
Yeah, so Lithium Argentina is its own thing, and Lithium Chile.
Exactly.
Sorry, yeah. So yeah, they are their own complete plays, separate plays. But again, just to focus singularly on the U.S. is what their intention was. And I think it's probably going to work out well for them given what's happening with U.S. mandates to push things along.
All right, on the Canadian side of things, Standard Lithium is SLI here in Toronto. A little bit more healthy looking chart here.
Yeah, slightly more healthier. Again, you have the Canadian names don't have as much volatility, so it's a negative for the negative for the upside, a positive for the downside. So there isn't as much of that. They did also get DOE money, which is interesting. So they got $220 million of grants from the DOE because the DOE does need to again get more money out into some of these entities. Now, what's going to be interesting, I think, just as an aside, is when this money comes in, are they going to be allowed to make investments, companies allowed to make investments into places like Canada and Australia? But yeah, they have lithium sulfite. It's going to be a new technology that they're trying. And they are in Arkansas as well as Texas, and they just got something approved with a commission in Arkansas. So again, good to see government involvement at various levels.
This next one actually going to mirror some of the charts that we've been looking at over the past couple of days here in this space specifically. PMET is Patriot battery metals here. I mean, again, great looking chart.
Yeah, it's a good looking chart. If you go again, take out the long view, it's had an exceptional run. And then it came trail down because that's just the price of lithium, and that's what happened. So they recently, just to add some credence to what they're doing, they just got 9.9% of their company was just acquired by Volkswagen. They invested into it for access to this new to the lithium sulfide technology. So 9.9%, 69 million came in from Volkswagen. So you're going to see some of these car companies similar to Lithium Americas, where they had GM come in. Here we have got Volkswagen coming in.
CRE, tell me about that one. This is the wrong chart. I'll grab the right one here. But tell me about critical elements.
Yeah, I just picked a couple of names because just to take outside of just lithium, let's look at the critical mineral space. So CRE, it's got critical right in the name. So they are focused in Canada, in James Bay. Important in Canada for our American friends is that you should have good government relations and you should have good relationships with the First Nations if you are a project that's in that part of the world or in Canada. So they have that. And they do have some additional government money. They have potentially another $100 million coming in from a U.S. bank as well.
So it's one of those kind of like AI. There was that stretch where anything that had AI built in, it was just.
Imagine if you had critical AI.
Critical AI.
We'd be killing a critical AI lithium co.
Here's another one. Critical One Energy weekly chart here. A little penny stock.
Yeah, so it's had a good run as well. What they've done is they had a uranium asset, gold asset, antimony asset. They divested the uranium asset, focused on the gold and antimony. Antimony is going to be incredibly important in the new world of critical minerals. So they've had a nice run. They've had a couple of small capital raises that they've done as well to support their company as they go. And so we're seeing those small raises happening very actively. We haven't seen a summer this busy in a long time.
Just to touch on the high level again, I mean, outside of that current USMCA deal, a lot of these prices could potentially get affected once we get some sort of renegotiation of that or a final number, whatever that's going to be from the U.S.
Yeah, because it's August 1st, then it's August 8th, then it's August 15th. We don't know what any of these dates are. There's so many different agreements that are moving and have different moving pieces that come with all of them. So I think, again, Canada does have an opportunity because of all of its mineral exposure. And in addition, because Canadian stocks are the mining home, you're going to start to see opportunities for these listed companies, whether they are based in Canada or based in other parts of the world, where the U.S. may not be able to go outside and do these things. They're going to have to home grow a lot of these things, especially copper. Lithium will be important. So you might start to see big opportunities for some of these international companies.
More to come, as always. Rahim Alani is managing director over at OCI Group. It's good to see you. We're gonna bring little man Armand. Come say hi.
As we talk about Sean's Little League High Park team, that's going to make it to the ESPN.
He's coming. Hi, Armand. Does Armand have a critical minerals or a battery play?
What color? What do we like for stocks? We like green.
Green.
There we go.
I like green.
Like to make money. And what's your favorite stock? Oh, Cisco's his favorite stock.
Cisco.
Oh,
okay.
Cisco. Oh, Cisco.
Oh, Cisco.
Yeah, so shout out to OM, and that's his favorite stock. So you guys should put him on retainer.
I love the bow tie.
Hey, he's got to wear green. He's coming on TV to talk about stocks, right?
He's got the Dan Ives look going on this morning.
So tell everybody, go out and work hard and make
money.
There you go. My guy.
There you go. Lessons learned.
Yes.
Yeah,
I love the
thanks
bow tie too, man.
Yeah, thanks for sharing, Raheem.
You were on TV.
With that one, but yeah, right there. So there you go, man. Now he'll
send it to your modeling
Now he goes
agency to
running,
be like-
running back off there.
Oh,
All
you
right,
see
so
the
that's pretty
smile on
cool.
his
So
face right
Cisco.
now.
So we got to buy some Cisco coming through right now. But no, interesting to see that Lithium America down there at those key levels.
I didn't realize it was that far down.
Sometimes you don't even really need to worry about the macro side of it. It comes down to a technical level, and it's like, okay, I'm going to buy it and see if it holds, because you do get that nice upside play there. Interesting to hear that only 1% of that lithium there in the United States. So that means that, with all this tariff talk and things like that, this isn't going to be a sector that's well watched. So just forget about all. You talked about MP.
Well, MP, if we go to the other side, because rare earth metals, lithium, like MP is breaking out again today. So when we talk about, and I do fear, like, this is exactly the kind of stock where you get a China deal and we could wake up and this is 20%, 30% to the downside, just because there's more access to rare earth metals in China. So materials matter, and at the end of the day, like, those input costs, everyone wants to try to bring them down. Everyone wants to try to bring production home for lots of reasons, and these guys do have a lot going for them. But it's crazy how far MP has moved. Like, it just annoys me that I didn't buy this stock. But what are you supposed to do? I think it's flying a little bit high. I'm kind of looking for. I think there's going to be an opportunity to catch this after the China deal. I think it goes through a little bit downtrend after that, and that'll be an opportunity to get into it for the long term at a more reasonable rate, because it's it's only 1.6 today, but this is just flying way too far, in my opinion. So we'll see. I don't have any lithium plays. I was looking at the lit. It's lit. Like, if you look at, like, the lithium, like,
Yeah,
ETF,
the ETF is a safe play, right?
the ETF's always like a safe play if you want to get in there. It's just sort of like I don't really know the name that I want, but you want to play in the momentum of it. You can always go into an ETF, and I know for American viewers, LIT is the one that you want to look at over formerly the Amex and NYSE American market. But yeah, that's something worth looking at if you like it. And of course, rare earths, MP is unbelievable high flyer. It's just insane. The other thing that's crazy, before we go back, Apple's really looking strong. It was almost 2%, and I do think we have a chance for this to do some continuation. As far as the news, look, we're expecting a plant announcement sometime today. I don't think that's something, as I said before, we knew these investments were coming, so just the day that it's happening or potentially getting announced could just be the excuse for it to bounce after earnings. And I really don't care the reason it bounces after earnings. I just care the fact that it's held the low multiple days in a row. So you start looking long when after earnings the stock holds the same low for a couple of days. You start factoring in that you want to be in the long play, and that's what Apple's giving you.
Yeah, for sure. We like Apple. I just put Apple on the watch here today on the sticky note. That'll be on just a couple minutes. So yeah, we'll continue to watch everything, man. I mean, AMD is trying to battle back a little bit here as well. As I just looked at it, yeah, 165, trying to break through 166. It's low print here around 163. So we're up a couple bucks here off the bottom of AMD now, just down 5%. And then that Disney move as well. We're going to talk about all these names in just a couple seconds as we go back over to the desk. But there's that move up to 119 as they announced a 28 game. Mentioned there about NFL, and here comes right back down into 117 again. So we'll watch out for Disney. A couple big names on earnings tonight, yesterday and this morning. So we'll make sure to cover all of that right now. Go scan, scan that QR code, but go find the link in the description. Grab our watch list. We're going to do the rundown right now. It's a self-curated list, and so everything we'll be talking about in movers and shakers all over that right now. Why are people saying VFS right now? Is VinFast moving finally?
VinFast.
Well, we can look at that after. Up to 359 right now, VinFast. Again, not doing anything.
No.
I was going to say, because with Rivian yesterday and with Rivian and Lucid, and then the Tesla number on the cars, not a great space right now. So, okay, Rivian, we're going to find out about that, I'm sure, coming up. Let's go over to Sharif. Let's talk about the market. Then let's go over this rundown.
All right, guys, 63.26. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. We're above it right now. Not by much, though, 63.39. So about 10 points above with the overnight high, taking us up into that 63.58. So here's the deal. We're going to continue to use 6,300 since we're below 63.50 as our support. 63.50 will be resistance unless we can clear it. If we clear it decisively, Brando, we're looking at 6,400 as resistance.
Yeah, still in this area for the overall market. Let's get into individually what we need need to know so far this morning. If you haven't done so, make sure you grab the watch list. Absolutely free, comes right to your inbox every day. Jump down to the description of this video. There's a link, top link will get you to the sign up page. And then all you need is your email address to get that from us for free. A ton of analyst moves actually just coming through here on AMD. A lot of them in the red on this board. Typically means either a negative look or a price target cut for AMD. I mean, overall, a lot of cautious terms from a lot of these earnings reports last night. AMD definitely one of those.
Yeah, it was China and the data centers that really kept this one down. Everything else was okay, Brendo. So let's talk about it. EPS missed 48 pennies. The street wanted 49. Revenue did beat 7.69 billion. The street was looking for 7.42. That's a 32% year-over-year increase on that top line number, with Q3 guidance coming in 8.7 billion plus or minus 300 million. That's above the estimates that the street was looking for. They were looking basically for 8.3, so not a bad look there. Their AI revenue did decline, though, year over year. According to them, U.S. export restrictions, especially the loss of the MI308, which is kind of their equivalent of the H20. That's that China-specific GPU that they had made for export. That's still being approved at the moment. AMD expects no China-based revenue at all, Brendo, in Q3 as the export license for that MI308 continues its review. Adjusted gross earnings were about 43%. They would have been 54% if there hadn't been any export controls. They're also launching the MI400 series, which is going to ship next year. Altman and crew at OpenAI are backing the chip. And their new MI350, which is kind of that equivalent for the Blackwell, the GB or the B200, that's going to be coming out next year as well. That's really good both for training and inference, not just training. So we'll keep an eye out on that. This is where it all fell apart, though, Brendo. Their data segment revenue did rise 14% year over year, up to 3.2 billion, but their CapEx as well increasing, so that kind of offset things. We'll see how that ends up working out. And the last but not least, their gaming and client segments. Gaming revenue jumped 73%. Client revenue, which includes desktop and CPUs, that rose 53%, with the total gaming and client segment up 69% year over year. That didn't matter to analysts or the market. They want to see that data center AI revenue go.
And growth. AMD, I mean, I think it's key, guys, to zoom out here a little bit, get some context. Absolutely monstrous. If you go to a daily chart since April, I mean, we're here so far today, 165. I think it could have been a lot worse.
One thing that you got to hear from everything Sharif was saying, with those numbers, if they were able to export to China. So like, even in their guide, they're not including that revenue. So it's a China deal that allows them to get back in the game is going to be big. So I know we always talk, every single time there's negotiations or whatever deal, like the first place, we all think about NVIDIA first. Rightfully so. There's nothing wrong with that. But AMD, I don't wonder the day that happens might be the mover and shaker that we pay attention to. Now, obviously, we'd said last night, like you were getting into some levels, and the rally was so big on AMD that it's not like it's inevitable. But come on, if it wasn't perfect, they weren't going to break out. It would be struggle to break out the 185, let alone be up in general. It's been such a good momentum vehicle, and you haven't really even broken the trend on the daily chart. So yeah, like it's not worry too much. Like I'd almost look at it from this point. Like you can look at it from the absolute low, which works as well, and you'd be waiting for 150. But if you look at it from the hold of the 200 period moving average, and when it really broke out here, then the trend line, we're essentially bouncing off it now. I like AMD as a momentum play, but today it's hard not to look at that and look at this 168 area and say, well, that's a prior support level. And if we've topped out lower high catalyst 168, it just sort of sets itself up there. And it's not, the good news is it's not as bad as SMCI, because SMCI was, we'll talk about that one next. That was bad. That one's bad. But yeah, AMD, it's, if you take the context of if they're able to sell to China, then these earnings are completely different, which I guess we all know.
Look, I have it listed here, pretty simply put here. The sticky note's now out. I will put this into it should be out on Instagram soon as well, if not already. But I have AMD right here as pretty much the #1 trade. If we ever get near 170 short, I like it. It's not a great print for sure there. We just want to fade some pops. Now, the thing is like, it wasn't all bad in the report, but you know, you can't really look at things, just look at the numbers, the stock has reacted some kind of ways, right? And so right here, the 200 period moving average is at 168. I actually have an offer in and around 168.75 to see if we can pop up into this level right there. And then that's where we'll take our first short, and then we'll see if we can get back up here. But I'm thinking to myself, here's a 50 period moving average as well on a 5-minute chart. That's at 170. I just like trading off of key levels. We bounced off 170 right there a couple of days ago and then started to head to the upside. We also have held some of these levels around 168 in the past. So I think there's going to be some kind of a liquidity event or something up here near 168 where if it wants to rip, we could get up to that level, then fade back. Remember, if we close around 168, you're only going to be down about 3%, which isn't that bad if we can get going. Then I think the fade starts to happen. I mean, the problem is this. You know, we said that valuations don't matter until a print comes that Street doesn't like. Now, they didn't miss or anything. Actually, they did miss on EPS, right? But it wasn't overly that bad. Let me see. What did they miss by 1 penny, right? So, right, 41 cents per share, missing estimates. Oh, that's super micro, sorry, of 44. It was 48, missing of 49, right? So they missed by 1 cent. So their PE is 120. Their forward PE is 120. That's way too expensive. The market is 22. Nvidia's is 40. So yeah, AMD right there, missing, getting punished because of valuation. I think the stock goes lower. I'm looking for a little bit of a pop-up to short that first, and then we go to the south side after that. I don't want to break this low. I think breaking through 162 right now, back in another $3-4 is just a lot for right now. Let's see if AMD wants to get going, and then we'll fade any kind of a pop. That to me, when you miss and your PE is 3 times your competitors, it's going to be a problem. So for me, AMD is a short today and only a short. I will not go long. I'll just fade pops.
All right, let's go on to SMCI. Barely a bounce. Every bounce that we've had so far this morning has been sold right back into. It's below $50 here. It seems to be a bit of a pivot for it. Worse than expected report right across.
It was, Brendo. It was. Let's talk about it. EPS 41 pennies. Automatically miss a 45, and it's down from the 63 pennies earnings per share they printed last year on the quarter. Revenue did come in at $5.8 billion, below the $6 billion estimate. So you have a top line miss and a bottom line miss right off the bat. And we haven't even got into margins yet, which also dropped, Brendo, 9.6% gross margins. That's down from the 10% they had last year on the quarter. Let's talk about the guide now. They're guiding Q1 2026 guidance here, also missing expectations. However, some silver lining. The full year 2026 revenue guide was raised up to $33 billion, but expect the majority of that in the second half of 2026. They're looking to incur more costs in the earlier part. There are AI tailwinds riding the AI boom, obviously, but now they're facing pricing competition and commoditization. AI server prices, this was interesting to me, have actually fallen 110% year over year for full year 2025. They were up in full year 2025, 47%. So it looks like competition starting to creep its head into the server business. And there's 2 customers that account for 64% of their accounts receivable, which obviously shows a lot of concentration on a few names, which could pose a problem in the future.
I was just checking, short percent down significantly from where it once was. I see about 15.5%. That being said, we're back to big time levels here, guys, for SMCI.
Yeah, well, I guess, yeah, silver lining is you're maybe at a support level right here, I guess, but like the margins, it's just not, you know, this was a huge disappointment for SMCI. And I'm not going to rehash the numbers, and they don't look very good. And when you talk about things that are, the word people like to use is price to perfection, and you can say whatever you want about expectations in this cycle being a little bit lower. That's why everyone was beating, but you miss across the board. And declining margins is not where you want to be for them, especially in the face of others in the space, which are fantastic. Look, $46 is an obvious, I think, area to look for an SSR bounce. The pre-market low is at 47, and you go to the daily chart and you'll find 47. I guess SMCI is down 17%. I think if it does a reversion bounce play long, it's not going to be so simple as we're just going to go off the first even dollar level you find. So if it's over 46 still, then I look for some kind of a trend reverse in the first half an hour, and that's just because it's down to 10%. The level I liked for the short was 51, and there was a point at which it felt like, yeah, maybe we're going to trend into the 51 level. But if this gets up there, my suspicion is that AMD's gone up. If this gets to 51, like this goes from $47 to $51, there's a pretty good chance there's a pop and fade in a name that you'd be more comfortable playing a level on. Because with SMCI, if it gets up here, you got to be super patient with it. Like I'll remind myself about Coinbase yesterday. Like we got the turn on HIMS because we were patient. With Coinbase, I wasn't that patient with it, and then had it off the level. But by the time it confirmed, you're like, you just take the back end of the trade, the same side. I feel like if SMCI pops today and I want to short off that 51, that's the level of patience required. Sometimes you got to let it go through, allow it to reverse, and then you get that level on the way back down. So that's how I'll play any pop in SMCI, because for it to move $5, it might not take that much.
Yeah, we had their SMCI supposed to have, roughly 13 to 14, 15% move implied by options, and right now you're down 17%. So there's a recalibration here. They had expected, there was a whisper number of around 40 billion for the coming year, and they guided 33. So that's well down, and there's the move plus the huge miss on the EPS. I think this name extends itself lower here. I just paid for shorts. They're super cheap. They're basically free here. For 500 shares, it was like 25 cents or something to borrow those. So that's absolutely nothing. But breaking back down below this 47 mark right there, to me, would be a decent opportunity to trade. So I'm going to look short early on, 47 break on SMCI. It kind of looks, oh no, the chart's going to do something, isn't it? Hold on, I better zoom. Yeah, there it is. Okay, I better zoom in. But this level's held before, so let's just see if it does again. Those bottom wicks are what's concerning me a little bit, because that's 46.25. I didn't add it to the sticky note here today because of that. I don't know, like we could stop in and around that 46 marker, but if we break that, you know what, I should have probably added it. Like SMCI breaking through this 46, 47 mark right here, I think is a decent trade. So I'm gonna put this actually onto the note in just a couple seconds and as an addition. Down here today, I think the move continues. We've had Daniel Shea, we've had different people on saying that when we exceed this move, generally speaking, it can continue. I've known that to be somewhat true with some of the stocks that we've been watching. So I'm going to be shorting SMCI. I mean, I think today you have AMD downside, SMCI downside. It's not great. I think the market turns red at some point as well. We had that huge short yesterday, and thank you so much for all those super chats regarding that short yesterday as well. But let's just see what we can do. I like the trade on SMCI. We'll see if it can hold that 46 level. If not, smash City.
Let's continue along here with Shopify, a better part of $20 on the morning right now. They did, it was kind of interesting here on the conference call. They did make a lot of comments directed specifically towards the de minimis changes that happened over the past couple of weeks, essentially saying it's still in the very, very early stages. They haven't seen the final outcome of this, but overall, I mean, very, very positive here.
Very, but that could be an important headwind, Brendo, good bringing that up. Q2 revenue here, guys, did rise nicely year over year, 31% up to $2.68 billion, easily beating the $2.045 expected by the street, with gross profit also jumping here to $1.32 billion, up from the $1.04 that they printed on the year. So fantastic look. Operating income also climbed up $291 million. Again, year over year bump there. Free cash flow improved to $442 million. Operating expenses expected to stay kind of between that 38 to 39% of their Q3 revenue. So we'll have to see whether they're able to kind of control costs. Their guide now, let's talk about their guiding for Q3 of this year. They're forecasting mid to high 20% revenue growth year over year in Q3, with gross profit expected to grow in the low 20%. And stock-based compensation here going to be a bit of a headwind. About $130 million they expect to spend on stock-based compensations for their employees. And here's how they did regionally, Brendo. Strength across North America, Europe, and Asia, with Europe as a standout growth driver for them here. So looking to expand beyond North.
Yeah, a little bit thin. Not a heck of a lot of liquidity here, guys, for Shopify so far, but as we said, up big time.
It doesn't always have a ton of liquidity, let's be real, but you gotta like the upbeat outlook here for Shopify, especially considering, I mean, what did we just have? Like we just went through a negative print and some signs of weakness in the job market, and I'll tell you guys, it's not like things are exactly booming north of the border. in the economy either. So when you put that together, the fact that they're actually guiding positively is a really good sign, because you might suspect a little bit of weakness in this space. That said, as Brendan mentioned, it's not the most liquid name, and you get to choose a lot of different things to trade today. And we'll talk about open, obviously, and we just talked about the chips and day two plays like Palantir. There's a lot to look at, so there's a decent chance Shopify might go by the wayside. I would venture, usually when I see it hold pre-market at the volume weighted average price, when it is a gap up of this nature, it's not above the expected range, and you want to look for a continuation, I want to see the open hold that 145. It's a blue sky setup here for Shopify right now. Let me just look at it not split adjusted for you guys, because there we go. Show it over here. It's a blue sky setup because we've broken it. I wanted to be able to show you guys that we've broken out that high from earlier in the year, and you're essentially gapped out above it. So at the end of the day, you're looking for a place to join on trend with a trade setup, and usually I'm looking at VOP. I'm not trying to take breakouts on a stock this thin at that kind of a high when we've had some weakness in the overall market, and I could see profit takers come into this thing. So let's see if volume weighted average price holds for it. I doubt I trade it. To be honest with you guys, it's like the one name that's strong. I was choosing between this and a bunch of things that we trade on a regular basis, so that always makes it a lot easier. But this is the only thing that's double-digit strength to the upside. Now we have one that I think wouldn't surprise me if we saw double digits to the downside.
We were just looking at, we were talking about Rivian, but we were just looking at Scout.
Open door.
I think going to give Rivian a little bit of a run for its money. But here's just one of many conference call comments that came from Rivian's call last night, the CFO, straight up saying the lower production volume, so a significant drop off in the amount of units made, led to a $14,000 per unit charge or increase in loss per unit for the company. Overall, it's going to be a challenge, I hear.
Absolutely, Brendo, but you brought up Scout and you got my attention. So now, I mean, this is like a page out of Rivian's book. They have the R1S on the right, guys. Show screen, please. R1S on the right and the R1T on the left. Like, what is this? I mean, just basically copying the playbook 100%. Here. Thanks for pointing that out. Let's talk about how they did, guys. So Q2 revenue sorry, let me just pull this up here. Yes, Q2 loss per share of 8 pennies was better than the street's expectations of a loss of 65 pennies per share. They also narrowed their loss down nicely here to about $1.21 per share year over year, and they beat expectations by 88%. So even though they're losing money, they're beating expectations. It also marked a 23% earnings surprise. Consistent beats now for Rivian on that front for 4 straight quarters. Here's how they revenue post. They posted $1.3 billion in revenue, topping the $1.16 expected by the street. Revenue growing 19.3% year over year on the quarter. They beat revenue estimates now for 3 straight quarters. And here's the guide, Brendo. They're guiding consensus EPS for Q3 at minus 71 pennies on revenue of $1.39 billion, and full year EPS going to be $2.45, negative $2.45 on revenue of $5.23 billion. So still losing money. Yeah. And as you were telling me, a 14,000 hit per head there on the R1S.
Yeah, I think just in general across the board because of lower production. But the one thing I think Scout is going to challenge them with is the simple fact that this thing is going to come in 2 different models. One is a pure EV, the other is a gas-assisted EV, so plug-in edition. So, I mean, they're talking 500 miles plus on the gas-assisted version of that, which is pretty decent. Yeah, it's Volkswagen behind Scout.
Questions asked, but it's also losing a lot of money. But sticking with the EV space, everybody, VinFast, on the other hand, delivered over 35,800 EVs in Q2 of 2025, making a 172% jump from last year. That brings their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs, up over 220% year over year. With stronger sales usually in the second half, they're on pace to easily double 2024's 97,000 units. They're also crushing it on two-wheelers with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up 432% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by 2026, the growth potential looks huge. You can find them on the NASDAQ under symbol VFS, and you can see the QR code in front of you for more information if you would like it. And jumping back to Rivian, Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if we could see double digits, if not today, in the next couple of days. Rivian is going to be, it's going to be a popular bounce play off of the $10 area, if and when we get there. I don't want to make it seem like it's a certainty, but certainly after the quarter, I can see that possibility. I think you worry about that when we get there, or any SSR bounce if we get there. If it gets to $11 even, bless you, if it gets to $11 even, it still wouldn't even be 10% to the downside. Now, usually the first place to look is the aftermarket resistance at $11.75. That's the first place I will look on Rivian, outside of just one of the even dollar bounces on Rivian. And I would say the same thing about Lucid if it gets to $2. Like, I know we're talking Rivian, not Lucid. Lucid's level at $2 might even be, it's attainable, maybe not today, but it might be even more clean as terms of a big support level that we could see in the next couple of days or weeks. 2 has held multiple times. It's been a good bounce zone. Whether you're taking it as a swing trade or as a day trade, it's been worth the shot. So both these names are coming into some pretty key levels. Maybe not today because they'd really have to extend into double digits, but certainly later on this week.
Everybody in the chat is like, link to the sticky note, link to the sticky note. It's Trader TV Sean on X, but I drop it there anyways, right here. So I'm just saying short below 11.25 if we can get below there, or fade it up to 11.75. Well, guess what? We're pretty close to the ladder right now, so we'll wait to see if we can get back through that 11.75 marker, which is right up here right now. So this little key level right in and around this area is what we're going to be looking to fade through. We had some consolidation there in and around those levels. Now we'll wait for another downside push, see if we can get upside, then fade that out. That line's not straight for some reason. Oh, because I didn't use a straight line. Right into there, right there, 11.75. Now we can sort of delete this line and get it out of there. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm looking for right into here. If we get popped up, we'll go short, and then, you know, we could punch out at 12 or something if we're wrong. We could be wrong on this one, I don't know. But losing $19,000 per car doesn't sound great to me. And, you know, projecting a $2 billion loss for next year is not great for me either. This stock, I think, is in trouble, but I don't, you know, try to claim that this 4% is actually under what the actual move was. So we may get a muted spot. I just think that you smash this. You give it a try. If it goes into $11, then you can cover, right? So I think it's worth a quarter. If you hit 11.25, you cover somewhere down here between 11 and 11.05, and then you're going to have your 200 period moving average there to support you. So, I like this stock. I'm sitting here at 11.75. See if we get this short. We could be wrong, but I think it's worth a shot here with Rivian, and not much love for the space in general. So EV names, Southside. We just got, it's 11.25, so we just got the imbalances. We only have one more name to talk about. That's Open Door. So we'll do that in a couple seconds. But Snapchat didn't even make our list. And this name is absolutely the worst name, Neil. You mentioned SMCI. I actually forgot about Snapchat, or I would have mentioned that as well. But that is also down with a 700,000 share imbalance. Snapchat, not good, man. I don't know when this name gets bought out, but I've always thought in my mind. I bought at one point this stock at $8, and it went huge up to the upside, and we were able to get out of it. But I don't think I want to buy it again here. Snapchat continues to go a little lower. We'll talk about that as the market opens up. Let's just go find out some more information now about Open Door.
Quick, Unity, not Snapchat, Unity flying here as well, guys. The conference call is on. They did report this morning, so just be aware. I haven't seen any comments that kick this off, but huge buying came in to you at session highs as well. Let's cover Open here real quick, a couple minutes to go before we get to the bell. Back to session lows, meanwhile, for Open.
Yeah, well, we were popping up there, Brendo, in late June. Shares traded around 51 pennies, and a lot was made about a reverse split, possibly to stay in compliance, but they canceled that after they made a deal with the NASDAQ. Here's what they printed on revenue, $1.57 billion. That's up 4% year over year. Their net loss narrowed. They're losing about $29 million, but that was better than the $92 million they lost last year on the quarter. And they're guiding $800 to $875 million for the next revenue report. But here's the deal. So they're planning to expand, Brendo, into referral-based services, kind of moving away from that capital-heavy home flipping that they're currently involved in. And the CEO called the companies, this is their most important strategic shift to date. So we'll have to see how they do.
Yeah, back below $2 here, guys, to kick things off this morning for Open Door.
Yeah, I'm playing over/under at the $2 level on
Rivian.
Open. Like if it's so much as cracks that like 2 3s above, I don't mind to taking a clean breakout trade. But if it's just going to fall apart, it's not good. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. And again, you guys just went through the numbers. 25% down. I was saying you take a shot at this if it even approaches that dollar and the 200 period on the daily. I didn't think it was going to get there today, but if it does, it's about $1.40. Very unlikely. I think that would be an obvious buy zone to try to catch a momentum play to the other side. But it's a $2 level right off the open that I'm going to be keyed off of. Less than 1 minute to go, and surprise, we have a special guest that's going to ring the bell. You might have figured out who it was with a little bit of a sneak peek earlier.
Yeah, we're excited for all of that. There he is. He's doing some stretching right now. He's kicking the logo right now.
Okay, that looks too cool.
Down ready to go as Raheem grabs the pictures. Okay, Armand, man, grab your mallet soon, my guy. As we're getting ready, we are into Rivian right now as we go. So Rivian just shorted me at that 1170 mark. I said I was sitting there. We had written down 1175, so we're now short into Rivian with only 15 seconds left. We'll watch out for Apple. I didn't get to talk about it, but I'm bidding 205. Just real small here on Apple to see if that comes in on their recent investment. All right, Armand, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah! All right. We are now open. There it is. Yeah, hit it. Hit it more, man. More.
Hit it again.
Again. Why not? Go again. All right, the market's open. Who cares? All right, here we go. Rivian is starting to go to the upside. We just got to pop into $12 right there. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening now with RIVN. Thank you for all there's a lot of words like cute right now in the chat. So we want to thank everybody for that. So there it goes. Rivian is starting to go back up to the upside. Let's check out what our advanced micro devices is saying right now. It looks like they want to go lower, actually, trying to break through the bottom. We didn't take that break through the bottom trade because I wasn't sure about it. It's SMCI right now that I think we like. Small little break at 47 is worth taking, in my opinion. So we're going to do a little bit of that and then see where we go. But SMCI right now trying to test itself out. Looks like we're going to get stopped out. We're breaking through $12. Look, if Rivian comes out, it comes out. There it is. So we take out of 2/3 of that one. As Rivian almost green now, right there back up to the upside. So Randy may not get that $10 bid action right there. But Rivian's starting to go. So we just got punched out. So we're there you go. 0 for 1 to start the day, but not too many shares when we get filled in the pre-market. So.
I took my shot at that 98 level on open. I saw it immediately trying to hold. I'm like, okay, well, we're going to go short off the $2 level for sure, off the open, just in case open flushed. Pun not intended. I might get another shot at this coming right back in, but I'm obviously looking at SMCI, and we didn't get a chance to go over Palantir. So very quickly on Palantir, day 2 earnings
Rivian.
play.
Okay.
Still PLTR, not PLTR. Thank you very much. My notes said 169. Palantir doesn't care. Let's just leave it at that.
No,
so we're not going to get 169 the way Palantir is flying here, but I do want to try to join this above the volume weighted average price. Just believe there weren't a lot of really strong earnings names here today. So pick on a day 2 name that was super strong relative to the market. Palantir continuing to fly. I've got to double check what Lucid is doing. Is it doing what Lucid is not doing what Rivian is doing right now? That might be the better opportunity for the fade.
All right, we're short here, SMCI, so we've got a little bit of a banger on right there now. So we're trying to make something back. I mean, I don't know, it just went down into the 70s. We didn't cover any of it. It was only 30 cents at most, so I shouldn't say there it goes 70s again. All right, I'll put something at 75. I'll put out 5% at 75 if we can get it. And then we'll just wait to see if SMCI does have its sort of fade opportunities there. We got a little bit more of Rivian up there through $12. So now we'll wait to see if it does eventually. We wanted to get out of what we had and then put on another trade there. So Rivian is starting to go. Palantir's gone, by the way. I know Neil just talked about
ridiculous.
that. Apple as well on their new investment. Wow. We were at, again, we're at 205. We wrote it down on the mark. We were at 205.25 again. No, sorry, 205.15 for Apple. We missed that, and there that goes, trying to break through 210. It looks like
Figma.
Apple going for sure. Yeah, Figma's a name that we didn't look at, I don't think. But wow, Apple with a huge FU finger right now, candle, to the shorts, breaking through 208. Wow, Apple's going.
Yeah, I guess maybe we do care about that story. Even though we knew the investment was coming, everybody, another name that we didn't talk about, Figma, absolutely dumped all over itself yesterday. So obviously this one is going to be in play, but I want to try to play this one off of the 80 level. It's not really doing a heck of a lot. Open is, I don't know, it just keeps going these 2-cent moves. I'm trying to be nimble with it at the $2 level. God, I hit enter twice every single time. it just, you know what? It looks like the buyer just stepped in here above the $2 level. I said I would reverse if that happens, so I got to listen to myself. I tried it at 98. I tried it at 99. I'll probably go long here at 2s or 2.5s and see, well, I'll nibble in at 03s and see if we can't reverse this one. If it's just going to trend up for a little bit into 225 or 240, let's see if we can't get a piece of that pie. But Palantir, that's the missed opportunity. Not that it came to the dip buy price. I would never have gotten my fill, but at the end of the day, this one's a rocket ship. I got to try to get involved here on the first available dip. Maybe the pre-market high, 173. Adara, news?
Yep, something.
I just want to let you guys know here, OPEN might have a bit of a catalyst as well, in addition to its earnings. We did have Marcus Lemonis, who is apparently the CEO and chairman of Beyond, posting on X about a minute before the open that he is open to the idea of Beyond partnering with Open Door. Now, this post has been circulated and pumped by Eric Jackson. Eric Jackson, in case you might recognize this name, is the individual who was really, really heavily pumping Open starting a couple weeks ago. So long story short, Open and Beyond potentially partnering, that could be something to watch here for OPEN as well. Back to you.
I mean, that's the kind of story.
175.
Is it 175? I was going to say, like, I got to go long.
Well,
on that,
almost.
But instead, we went long on Apple. So bang, 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 bang right now as Apple's starting to go back up to the upside. Good little call. Trying to buy the dips there, and we did. I thought
it went to 71. I wanted much lower than that.
Yeah, we got 207.70, 207.97s, or 207, whatever, 208 and change. It might not go. The market is blasting to the high side right now. I do like Palantir for sure. I mean, Neil just mentioned that. I was thinking about a 175 break. We haven't sold any of this name. There's some mic. There's something in my ear, Andre, and it's a little bit bothersome.
Yeah,
there it is. Thank you. There. It is now off. So thank you, Andre. But yeah, Palantir right now just bouncing off. And the thing about that 75 level is we've seen it before. Yesterday we bounced around. We got as high as 176. So to me, it's if anything, it's a fade spot until we wind up breaking this. I don't want to go short on Palantir though. So I think you just want to wait to see what winds up happening up here at 176. Maybe we break it, maybe we don't. But Palantir right now to the upside. It's Apple for me. That's going. This is now 70 cents in the money. We want to take out a little bit more here. Might as well at 9 or 85s. We just take that out. Now we just wait to see where it wants to go from here. We want to make sure that we do have a winner on board first. Again, Rivian bounces off 90s. I think that's worth putting some love into now. So we'll put some bid. Okay, it's coming right back in. Let's put a little bit at 91. SMCI, we're not dead to rights on this name or anything like that. We took a very, very small fill once we broke through 47. So we actually get 46.96, and then we got out at 70s. You guys saw me sitting here talking about like, oh my God, it's bouncing off 70 a couple times. So we wind up getting 75s, and now you're right back up to 48. Probably, not probably, but is worth a little bit of a short up here, I would think, just to get some in. Just, I don't know, like I don't want to be too over this stock. The market is obviously on a little bit of a high note here, so let's be careful with our SMCI. We'll go short a little bit, and if it breaks above this 40, let's give it to 48.50 on the break higher in order to stop out. I do want to punch more short if we break through 46 though. Apple is the one that's just coming back for me there. It was a good out up top. Glad we got some out there, but we never get out enough, of course, when it goes back against you, Neil. So we're going to wait for that one. Uber 92 break I'm looking at as well.
Uber is super strong after that, after the 20 billion buyback was announced. And it was like Disney. Like Uber was, for whatever reason, was gapped down or moving down on earnings, despite the fact they were good. It doesn't really matter. Then the buyback got announced and it looked pretty good. So it's kind of just observing what was weird to me about one name going to the upside, which was Rivian, and then Lucid to the downside. So I said, look, I'm going to pivot and go over to Lucid if it's just going to hold a lower high. It bounced, held exactly VWAP. It's a $2 stock. So stops might get a little bit tight here, down 9%. It did tag SSR, so it breaks out above VWAP. I would jump away from it. The other thing we mentioned, Palantir, day two, it doesn't seem to want to stop, but it did stop at 195, at least temporarily. I just missed it by 20 cents.
Oh no.
Yeah. Palantir does this all the time. It's hilarious. I'm trying to get long in front of this local high here at 173, and I put the order at 173.22 because I always do. I have this affinity for that number if I'm bidding around the quarters, but it doesn't matter. It's holding these 50s. And Palantir had a rough time with 175, but at 73 to 74, you can try to get, well, I'm just getting into this, going into the 175 level. And don't forget, I said I will take 3 shots at the Tesla 312 long, which will include when it attempts to break it today. Again, This has been a fail break, which I do not mind jumping out of right away, but I said I would take this every single day that it happened, and it's happening again today on Tesla. Well, I got a bad wick, so it's going to be tough to see till I clean that up for you guys.
All right, we're cruising right now. I mean, damage sort of made back there a little bit as you know we do grab that Apple. Let's check out what happened with AMD again. Of course, AMD with their earnings report yesterday misses by 1 cent. You know, the guide is in trouble a little bit because we don't know too much about their Chinese situation right now. So we're going to wait to see what AMD wants to do. And it looks like it doesn't know itself right now. It's only down 6%. It had that move up into the 200 period moving average. Now it looks like we might want to break a little bit lower through that bottom. Let's check out what its friend NVIDIA is doing, of course, just to see how that's playing off of these numbers as well. NVIDIA flat on the day, but having a nice move there. I guess we got pretty low there, 176 up to 178. That's a nice move there for NVDA, but at the end of the day, not much action right now. I mean, even SMCI isn't doing too much. We just looked at that. I mean, we're hovering around here. We add a small piece to our short. We do want to get shorter up there near 48, and then if we break higher, we'll punch out of that one. Apple's not doing a whole heck of a lot to go as well. I do like that Microsoft 540 level. That's nowhere near. Snapchat, we've hit that before on earnings, but we didn't look at it today, and kind of glad we didn't. I mean, even if you take that pre-market break there at 56, actually that would have been okay. Goes down to 30, but still hovering around right now. And then Uber on the note, I like the buyback, the 20 billion share buyback. That's really nice there. EPS and earnings beat top and bottom line revenue and EPS. So yeah, Uber's pretty good, but I want to see this 92 level. It doesn't look like that's coming in just yet either. So yeah, for right now, it's just my biggest position is Rivian. We're starting to scalp out a little bit of that. We are red on this so far there today, but here comes SMCI. We are looking to get some more short up here at 47.80s. Let's just take a little piece now in case it doesn't get to that level right there. There goes Apple right now trying to go through again, 209. Let's take another piece out here in the 80s. And again, an initial investment made by Apple. I think it was 100 billion coming into the United States. So that's as promised. So there we go. We'll see. Maybe there's something good for Apple coming later on today as well. But right now, that's what we're doing.
Well, I can tell you Tesla was better than yesterday, but that's not my much. It tried to break. You know, it did break 312. We got all the way up to 312.60s or so. I got a couple of legs out there, more than I did yesterday, just because of what happened yesterday. We took more out there on the way back through the $0.50 just to make sure we got out of half. But at the end of the day, Tesla just does not want to break away from that level. Open door, the door is open. I said the pivot, it's not moving that much, but I'm going to use some puns for that thing today. $2, tried it short, reversed into the long. If it gets to 225, I kind of still think this is a short, so I'll play this to 225. I'm not shorting 225 automatically, but I'm going to be looking for a short at 225 on open door. Again, not exactly the best thing, but it's a squeeze play, and with that, I don't know how much does that beyond story means anything, but yeah, for a squeeze play, you just kind of ride the momentum while you can. Palantir bounced off the volume weighted average price, then immediately lost it, then bounced off the pre-market lows at exactly 173 and is losing it again. I don't know, Palantir is not showing the strength that I would like to see so far. So open, believe it or not, that's the stock that wants to go up out of this group.
Let's go SMCI.
Where's SMCI?
It's starting to finally go back down a little bit just because you're talking about open door there a little bit. We do have a first dollar winner right there as well. There's Apple right now at $1.20 in the money right there off again our posted note right there. We said 205 long on Apple, but there goes the break on that investment. There we go, man. We're back to Greensville finally today. So there it goes. Nice move for Apple. Rivian still doing absolutely nothing though. And then SMCI trying to go down. So we've been shorting SMCI. We like that play right there. We could see maybe even more short at through 47, but we've got a decent position on right now. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here about NVAX. This one tends to get a lot of retail attention. Great move here off the open at high of day. It did report Q2 earnings. Unexpected profit. The street was expecting a loss per share. It looks like they also beat on sales, and they raised their guidance. So great look here for NVAX. I want to remind you guys as well, we don't have any numbers coming out at 9:45 or 10 a.m., so nothing to worry about there. But at 2 p.m., we're going to get some Fed speak. Then at 1 p.m., an hour before that, we get the 10-year note auction. Back to you.
All right, Apple's really working.
Yeah, so Palantir's trying to regain that 74 after bouncing off 73. Remember 75 big resistance on day one. We'll see what it does with day two. Tesla just went again. It looks like this is very different from yesterday, which is going to be hard to show you guys with that wick. When it broke, it was straight back to the downside the last couple of days at 312. Today, it is instantly back through. So it's taking a second, second stab at this and continuing to rally. I think there's a lot of potential upside for Tesla past this level, filling in this gap. If we can get to 320 today, that'd be absolutely fantastic. As I said, open, I'm looking for a $2 to 220-ish move on open. So I'm almost half out of that thing as it just pushes through 215. So when we get to 220, take another quarter out, that kind of a deal. But Palantir flying, Tesla just got to 313. And the market is not really doing much, which is weird. Very weird.
Yeah, right here. So it's too bad because we're 70 cents in the money right now. As there goes SMCI breaking lower right there. So that's a face slapper for sure. As SMCI taking down 47. Next stop, hopefully 46.50. As there goes SMCI. And we talked about it when it was up here that we wanted to reshort that thing. So boom, nice little downside play. Now let's wait for 46.50, see if it comes through. We've got to make something happen here. And then there we go, man. 210 now for Apple. So we're feeling much better about that play. But we got back into Rivian against 1230, and we were able to take some out down there at VWAP, and we should have taken more as we realized that it was holding. I was hoping for a break, so a little bit selfish there. We should have potentially got out, but right now we are at some of these levels, so that's 32s right there. Just seeing, we can extend that maybe to 35. What do I have as a breaking level there? Yeah, 30s, so let's go to 35 right now. 1236, we'll get out of all of it and just sort of be like, oh man, we'll figure that out as it goes. But here we go, man. Nice move down now. Let's take a little piece out here for SMCI. There it is, man. $2. So we're at $2 in the money on Apple. Now $1 again. SMCI joins the dollar club right there. So far so good as that name continues to go a little bit lower. So we're happy with that as it goes up and away, the P&L. But the SMCI is going downside. Up and away goes Apple and Rivian right there. Snapchat trying to bounce off 750 as well off their earnings report. So yeah, that's down only 20% right now for Snapchat. Like Thanos, man, Snap and that stock is cut 20%. So we'll figure out where that goes. But yeah, nice play to the downside right now. And of course, your boy, we just talked about this. We're green on the day now, despite our bad play there on Rivian early. And that was the pre-market level. It's tough to put on a lot of shares, but I did like 1175 there, and it didn't work out. So downside play, SMCI trying to go as well. So far, so good. Relatively flat, though, on the day. No huge trades.
Well, we just got 314 breaking on Tesla into the 315 level. It looks like it's going to... there we go. We just had a seller at the 314.5. 3 or 4 times it just did the over-under. Someone slammed it back through that even dollar, step by step. Look, realistically, this pullback was into 310. Despite the fact that it was a 312 long, it was a 310 pullback, which means every $5 is going to look for the out. If we jump back into 312, prior resistance turns into support as far as I'm concerned. So eventually Tesla does go. But the first time it didn't, right? So it was a secondary play. Open door, just to go back over to this. Open door's quarter, not good. Won't pretend it was good. It was bad. It's down 14%, but it was down over 20%. That $2 level was all I cared about, just that even dollar. Short underneath, squeeze above. It broke. Got some out in front of 10, between 15 and 20s, because I said 225, I want to look short. That's the next area of outs. I'm now down to holding, essentially holding like less than 5% of it because I wanted to be out in that range. I'm just going to slap a stop underneath the volume weighted average price on open, which is randomly at my entry price, which is just weird, at 203. So if we break VWAP, I'll just jump out of this trade. Pure momentum play. I don't think necessarily that the stock is going to be good or anything like that. I just felt like once it started squeezing, the potential. Palantir, that's now trying to break the 175 level.
Oh my.
Let's go to the 15-minute chart. When I said 75 is resistance, it did break several times yesterday. It just had a lot of trouble holding that level. But Palantir trying to break 75. I want to hold into the all-time high at 176 on this break. Was that a call for Adara?
Right now, Tesla's just blasting up to 318. I know you just talked about it. So is Apple. The market's really getting going right now. Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3 times daily levered ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term, remember guys, market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure, of course, and prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Thank you to Global X for their continued sponsorship right now. Yeah, look.
And the longs in the triple leverage are probably doing pretty well because we're now green. Remember this morning, we're like, all of these earnings were bad, with the exception of Shopify.
Shopify, yeah. And
Snapchat.
A-Lab.
And A-Lab.
A few others.
No, but it didn't matter. Remember, the Mag 7 was all relatively green. Apple got good news, and the futures were still flat to slightly up. So it's a third of the Russell reports this week. There's a lot of small cappers and movers and shakers, but really they're not going to affect the market all that much. So like your trading sentiment versus the market sentiment might be a little bit different when we have earnings. Unfortunately, well, I mean, I'm going to do, like when I see a level like this post earnings, I wanted to let it fly. I threw a trailing stop the second time we took 175. Like if we fail that top again, I do not want this doing the reversion while holding on. It held this level and got to that level, which is 173 to 175 on Palantir. So I will take it and be happy with it. But ultimately, some of the disappointment, I think, is going to be the Tesla one an extra buck there. So Tesla, I tried getting rid of this wick. The wick came back the very next minute on Tesla. So the scaling's gonna suck. Like this, I got out, it came right back up to 316, then 317. Tesla's on an absolute mission today, was a good long. The L for me is gonna be taking that shot. Wasn't even on the plan, but I just saw Rivian going up and I'm like, Lucid at VWAP, Rivian trying to go higher, and this one looked weak. So I'm like, let's take a shot at this for a couple of cents worth of risk. It goes right to the pre-market high and reverses. So maybe if I just given it 6 cents or 7 cents instead of 3 cents, it would have been a winning trade. But this was not part of the plan. All the other names were.
All right. SMCI still sort of following the spot rate here that it needs to follow. And of course, that is downside. But so is Palantir now starting to retrace off that 175. Let's just check out what Open Door is doing here real quickly. We did get that news there from Beyond. We'll see if they have some sort of an investment opportunity coming through with them. So well off the bottoms there, bouncing off $2. I mean, if you like $1, maybe you like $2. And now you have a definitive out down here at 190, just in case that winds up going back down to the downside. So Snapchat and Open Door, both interesting names to the downside. We have Rivian, we have Lucid, we have that Tesla trade going nuts. Check in on what Amazon's been doing. Again, I like the dip buy opportunity. Wow, now Apple's really starting to go. I do like the dip buy opportunity in Amazon. Just thinking that down into here, 213.50. So we have 50 more cents to go before maybe we get a little interested. Apple just took off again, so I do have to take another piece out right now of Apple as we went long there. And we went long a decent amount of shares. So we'll get some more. Okay, now it's fading back out again. All right, let me just offer. Okay, there we go. We got some out there at 80s, so we'll have to watch out for Apple making that move downside. Finally, Rivian is trying to come back in a little bit, so I should put something on the bid. I mean, I'm down here bidding 1150s and things like that. So that's where I think Rivian was going. But now it comes back in. We'll put some bids at 98, see if we get those fills. As this trade now turning positive for us finally. We saw that 1230 level. We didn't average into it there like we maybe should have. So next time it comes up, we can try that to get a little bit more up there. We didn't do it, which is sort of my bad on that one. We should have been a little bit more aggressive, I feel like, on that take. But maybe Rivian does fall back in. I don't like the name. I don't like the stock. It has not performed that well. Right now, Google, IBIT. Just looking at what IBIT's been up to right now. It seems like it could be okay at some of these levels here for IBIT. Just bounced off VWAP, bounced off the 200 period, or the 50 period moving average. So definitely something to be said there for IBIT. We'll wait to see if that wants to get going as well in and around these areas. So right now, IBIT trying its best to get through some of those levels, as crypto really shouldn't be having too much major effects with some of these earnings today, or any earnings really.
HIMS is getting
HIMS, that was day 2, right?
Quadunked.
Oh, quadunked.
Quadunked, which you can find on UrbanDictionary.com. I have no idea who put it there.
No, not you, for sure.
It wasn't me. It was me.
It was definitely somebody, but definitely not you.
5.5% to the downside definitely wasn't me.
No.
It broke. This is a fail. This is a huge fail. We were talking about do not sleep on day two plays. I almost said day two fails. And of course, Him's flat bottom breaks the level from yesterday. It's there. Thank you for hitting the key. It is what it is. But if this gets down to $50 on Him
Figma
is a huge level. What's going on in Figma?
Figma is getting to the downside rate. It's upside, up 6% right now, trying to break long. There's a reason why Figma wasn't on my radar here today. Let's go. Is that a call for Adara?
Was
or?
it?
Then let's go.
It was.
Eric Jackson strikes again. That is the open door investor who's been very, very active in pumping the stock on X. He said apparently a shareholder of Open passed along Sam Altman's cell phone, so he sent Sam Altman an unsolicited text advocating for a partnership with OpenAI and Open Door. And yes, this is a real post on X. OPEN continuing to bounce after that earnings report, guys. Back to you.
All right, yeah. So Sam Altman, all right there.
So we just got a super
Open's not
chat.
moving that
We got a super chat, and I'm gonna ask Adara to do some more work. Apologies for asking you for this right away after we just came from you. Firefly Aerospace IPO today. Fly, what is current price? I thought it was tomorrow. I thought Firefly was tomorrow. So my understanding is Firefly's tomorrow. Is that true, Adara?
Sorry, Neil, I'll cut in here. Yeah, it is tomorrow, August 7th. Price right now ranging between $41 and $43, offering 16.2 million shares. Offer amount just over $800 million as far as I can tell. Back to you.
Okay, there you go. So Rawson Rayong, 632, Firefly tomorrow. Like it's not necessarily in the category that we'd put like the open trade on Circle and Figma and all those bad boys. But shouldn't be on our radars, that Firefly. I mean, the space is getting interesting, pun intended. Like ASTS was a lot stronger. I was about to say ASTS having a really good day. I know it was up in the pre-market, actually coming back to earth a little bit here, but certainly
Coming back to rare earth or no?
Well, not rare earth, just to earth. Back to earth is ASTS. But yeah, that's why Firefly should be in play. Not Firefly. Yeah, Firefly Aerospace. Problem is Firefly, and there's another Firefly, but Firefly Aerospace tomorrow. I don't know if it's an automatic take the open print for me. I don't know if I feel like I'm putting it in that category, that we just take a market or limit on open. I don't use market on open orders and just go for the Hail Mary. It's not quite big enough in my opinion.
Yeah, Arista Networks and Astera Labs are the ones. So ANET today with a nice upside move there. Solid AI growth name here. Arista Networks continues to fly higher into the open. And the other big one that we didn't really cover too much today, of course, is Astera. Astera with a huge move as well, even continuing this move. Hey, Neil, this one's only up 32% right now, going upside right now. Again, another big print for A-Lab, and that just continues to go higher. I mean,
they got that A-Lab money.
Yeah, they do got that A-Lab money. Well, they don't actually. They got their own money. Yeah, it looks like right there. There's 150, and we talked about this yesterday live when Sharif and I were doing the after-hours show there. This 150 level, as soon as we broke that, there it goes. Huge move now for A-Lab through 150. Yes, thank you, Sharif. I see you're in a good mood today. That's great. 150 breaking higher. Hey, look, man, all good moods around here these days. I mean, despite Again, despite earnings, haven't been the greatest, but if you trade the right names and you get the right pieces, definitely worth it to look at A-Lab, look at some different names here that are starting to punch through some of the highs.
We didn't even mention Uber.
Yeah, well, I looked at it. It was going down, wasn't it?
Well, this is crazy. Well,
SMCI are buying some more back.
I shouldn't say this is crazy. That's not the right way to think
You
about
said crazy.
it. Because anything can happen. Pretty solid report, and then a $20 billion buyback coming out of Uber. And I get it. Right now, it just seems like the momentum is out of the stock and has been for a little bit. It's like once Tesla's stabilized a little bit, maybe we're waiting for the next bad headline out of Tesla, but we just keep hearing partnerships. Everybody wants to partner with Uber for their ambitions when it comes to autonomy. They want to go into a city and they want to partner with Uber so they can get a percentage of their riders right off of the bat. I think that bodes well for them. Just unfortunately, we might have to be in a wait and see mode. This seemed like it was going to be a patented, we're down on a good report, we sprinkle a buyback on it, and we squeeze everybody out by breaking out the top. Literal opposite has happened. It's coming right back into the bottom. I might consider going long 85 for a reversion type play, but I'm disappointed big time in this trade action off of Uber. Palantir, it did a dip. To say that it dipped into VWAP it's like when it was at 73, you just have to be sitting on the bid. Like you're not, like these wicks, it's getting down there and just getting bought right back up. Like we say Thanos slips snapping a finger. But it's about 174 in the volume weighted average price for Palantir on a day 2. It still hasn't broken yesterday's high, so no new all-time high for Palantir. I mean, what's going on? It's been 24 hours and it hasn't made an all-time high.
What's going on? Must be something wrong with the stock.
Yeah, clearly.
175 and change.
Actually, exactly 24 hours since it made its all-time high.
Really
Literally, because it was. I think it was at this time, like 9:50.
All right, let's just check out what's happening with AMD. I just was reading through my notes there out loud and just saying Apple, Rivian, AMD, Uber, Palantir. So Palantir, I wrote down one. I don't think Palantir got to one. No,
No.
It opened at 171, but shot up to 174.50 right now. Neil's just covered that. All right, so AMD, we'd say that we'd try to play off the 200 period. It's now 10 o'clock, so we are coming into, enough data here to sort of understand that if you do break that top right there, 166, then you're in a little bit of trouble. If you do have that short going through there, you might want to watch out for that. I am debating, I said I'd only go short on AMD today, but it's not giving you the short feels, or it's not giving me the short feels right now. We're $1 in the money short on SMCI, and Rivian's trying to get lower here. So far so good today, but it's this 166.20 area or so that's got me a little interested now on AMD. But yeah, right here, my big trade, or not my big trade, but the trade that I have the most shares on right here is going to be Rivian. I'm bidding 11. I'm bidding 95s. Maybe we should be bidding 96s. Let's just keep it there and see if we get it. It's Apple right now that continues to march higher as well. That's at 210. And then SMCI, once again, back down to 47. So let's take out another small piece here at 47.03. I'm taking out like 2 to 3% every time. And again, trading here on a prop floor, by adding liquidity, we don't pay per trade. So that's why I have a lot of different outs here, because again, if you have a bunch of shares and you're noticing that it's holding levels, the best thing to do is get out of some of these levels. And I don't want to get out of them all, because if it breaks lower, I want to make sure to still have something for that dream, right? And so that's what we're waiting for here on SMCI. Hopefully a break lower in this name gets us that 46.50. We've already came close to getting that price once. We got 46.60s, so that was a decent level there. Good play for us on Rivian as it pulls back in right now. Let's see if we can. We're close to making it all back. We just got to get through here a little bit, break lower. We'd like to see this back into the 70s for sure. Just got filled on something else again. Oh, wow. There goes SMCI. Let's go, man. The bear rides again right now with SMCI. Good job, man. We're back to it. We haven't hit our day's goal or anything like that. We haven't had any crazy trades yet today, but this SMCI is definitely working to the downside. It's 10 o'clock. Rivian's going, and Adara's got an update.
Here's the S&P 500, pretty choppy here. First two candles, both more or less kind of closing around the same place, because these wicks higher and wicks lower. But right now we're actually trying to push decisively higher for the S&P 500. NASDAQ, though, actually making solid gains so far. Let's see if we can break past that 563 level, which has shown as a bit of resistance so far today. AMD, one of many earnings tickers on watch. SMCI, also on watch in this space. A lot of these names are going to be more negative, though we did actually have some strength in tickers like Astera Labs, Shopify, and Arista Networks. Then we have Disney, another earnings name on watch. This one also, though, had this NFL deal, NFL agreeing to sell some of its media businesses to Disney in exchange for a 10% ESPN stake. The company did beat on EPS, but missed on sales. Then we have Opendoor, OPEN. This company also reporting earnings, and Eric Jackson, a notable shareholder, has continued to pump the stock on X so far this morning. Right now, actually pushing a little bit here off the open, but still not really able to saliently break above that 225 level. Back to you.
Terminology there, pumping.
Saliently.
I think that's what these guys got to do at this point, is pump these stocks up.
We were sort of joking just now. It's like, if you're not in AI, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
Disney's quarter looked pretty darn good to me.
I thought it was great.
Uber's quarter looked pretty solid to me. You got the buyback, and the market's going through the highs, and neither one of those two stocks is participating. With regards to that 225, I know I said I wasn't going to automatically short that level, but what I am going to at least do is kind of move the litmus. Like I said, I'm going to get out if this loses VWAP the last little bit. VWAP's a moving target, and I have yet to automate something which will move my stop for me. So I got to manually move the stop on Opendoor. Yeah. And if it does, look, if it breaks VWAP, I might look to a short. But speaking of the volume weighted average price, a company that we know had bad earnings is trying to break out the top.
SMCI?
Well, Lucid.
Oh, Lucid.
Well, I mean, there's a few names that had poor earnings. Tried it once at the volume weighted average price. It just, because it hasn't broken out and Rivian had, I flipped over and to look at this. 226 doesn't have like a big size level on it, but clearly there's some kind of a wall happening on Lucid. So I'm just gonna sit on the offer at 25 and 24.5 and try to get picked up. If I get picked up, great. It should be pretty obvious where my stop is. There are situations where you don't have like an obvious, like 1 cent above the level stop.
Yes,
this
sir.
is not one of those.
Thank you, Randy.
Thanks, Randy. That breaks that shelf. I'm out instantly.
Cheers. Cheers, Randy.
Yes, it did.
What was the question?
Whoa, language, Randy. Clay Davis.
That was fun.
The Clay Davis. Downtown Clay Davis.
Something about
Rivian's faring a little bit better.
Yeah, Rivian's my only losing stock today.
It almost went green today. That doesn't make any sense. But why would
Give it time.
you were just
we
saying
were buying
Rivian's
the dips, man.
Hold on a second. First of all, $10 maybe. I don't know.
10, 12.
$10.
Oh man, that Amazon basically, we're going to there in a second. That Amazon came right into that level that we were talking about, and we didn't do anything about it. Darn it, man! Right into 214. Come on, come on. Missed opportunity. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on some of these oil plays like CVX and XOM. The White House basically announcing here this executive order. Trump, I guess, issuing a mandate that imposes penalties on India for purchasing oil from Russia. Oil pushing lower here again. New mandate here from the Trump administration that imposing penalties on India for purchasing Russian oil. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. But the only bull that everyone should be concerned about right now is bull. Wow, up 4%. Nice little candle right there to the upside on your 5-minute chart.
That'll
I mean,
play.
a blast right there from 15 breaking. Looks like it's just breaking that level right there. So, you know, again, buying the dips, man. We talked about Webull. That offering that they had was a great opportunity to maybe get a little longer. We saw the great numbers from Q, the great quarter from SoFi and from Robinhood. Regardless, I know Robinhood did fall a little bit off that quarter, but Robinhood's right back up to some of those levels. Well, it's 105. I guess it's not right back up to 112 yet, but Robinhood's still doing the best it can here at these levels. So I still think there's good opportunities here for Robinhood investors to get some more money into this name down at these levels. But right now, nice move upside on Robinhood, nice move upside on Webull. And then we can check out what exactly is happening with SoFi here again. And there's a lot of investors in this one. Again, dump some of these shares in and around that, well, exactly at $24 as we put that order out pre-earnings. It comes right into 24, right into here, rips up, hasn't made its way back since then. I feel like this is a good actual pattern right now for SoFi. It's basing out right now off of a strong earnings report. So this looks like a great hold in and around $20. I mean, I think that this could also be a nice buy opportunity for many of us looking to get into SoFi in and around $20 right now. So I do like it. And there it goes, man. Yes. Okay, we're finally there, man. The money's now finally starting to come in. So, yeah, it's going to be SMCI. So there goes SMCI. We get our 50 print right there. So, wow, good trading there on SMCI. We added that one into the sticky note. So we did throw out our note today. We have Apple long, we have Palantir long on there, and then we added SMCI somewhere right here, talking about this break level. So yeah, it's nice to see that it's working out. Thinking about getting some more shares if we break below $45. I don't think there's anything wrong with doing that if that does come through. Rivian is the one that's really just like we just got out below VWAP there. We actually got some 80s. Actually, no, we didn't. Our best out is 91s. Still waiting for 87s. 87 came on the bid right there, and we did not get filled. That was the 50-period moving average exactly right there. Apple at day's high right now, so that one is going to be a banger. We'll hit the sirens up for Apple and get some more out now because we don't have too many shares left of this name, but we should be getting something there. There it is. We get a 23. We offer that. We get punched out of it. There goes Apple up 4% there, starting to deploy some capital. Come on, Apple. Do something with Perplexity. Do something with Anthropic. This thing would rocket if we get any AI news from them. I'm super excited to get that. But, well, that's why I think it will rocket. Because so many
no
people,
one's expecting.
Right, exactly. It's like, we're not expecting anything from Apple for AI. Boom, AI buys Perplexity. Bye-bye. The stock will be up 15%. So we'll see if that wants to go. And then, you know, Neil and I just sort of turned to each other and was like, nothing's happening on AMD. And yeah, nothing's happening on AMD.
AMD has a held bid at 164. Like, what I mean by that is it's not like a million shares sitting on the bid or anything like that. You're not going to visibly see anything if you pull up your level 2. But what you will see is when it gets down there, it's broken by a couple of pennies a couple times, and the buyers jump right back in. So I'm just literally eyeballing this, and the second I see signs of it losing under 164, I'm going to short this breakdown. It's a mini trend break, but not a big one. But it's just this held bid at the 164. If it loses it, you might see me pop in short at like 80s or somewhere in the 163.80 range. But the buyers just keep on coming in. If they can break them on through. I was looking to short this, but I didn't think we were going to. There we go. We're getting down to the 80s now. I did not get 88s. I just did get 82s. Could not get 80. Really could not get 88s. This is AMD, not anything else. Oh, we're going over to Adair. So look, if we get back above VWAP, I want trend breaks to work right away, especially when it's a held bid. So I don't want this to get too far past the 164 quarter range. Adair?
Just keep an eye here on New York Times, NYT, another earnings name, this one near day's highs. They did report a double beat, and apparently their net subscriber ads were up on a quarter-over-quarter basis. So good look here for NYT. Back to you.
Money, Apple just keeps on, honestly, man, like, let's go on Apple right now. Just huge move. And let's go to SMCI. Right now, we're bidding 46.25s. Let me take out just a piece right now at 37s. There you go. We just punch out, actually, just in case we don't get that print to the downside. But there goes SMCI. So right now, guys, just if you're, I mean, I know Neil's had Palantir, some big wins as well, Tesla, so on and so forth. But we have 270 in the money right now on Apple. So we go to you for that one. And then we have $1.50 in the money, looking for a print right now on SM. Actually, you know what? I'm going to cancel this SMCI. I'm going to put a little bit less shares here on SMCI in and around this level. So we'll take some 26s if we were lucky enough to get them. We were not. I'll punch out right here. There you go. I'll take some 28s right now, cancel my 26s, and we're just going to wait for this one, man. Yes, job accomplished right there. So we'll say those were
mission accomplished.
Yeah, mission, job, yeah, whatever, man. I mean, I consider, like, our job here, obviously, as hosts, but I like to talk about, you know, trades, give these guys, give everybody, myself included, obviously, some of these opportunities. So I think this, yeah, job. Although every day we come in here, I feel very blessed to be here, and I don't really consider it too much of a job. But yeah, there it goes. Nice downside play there for SMCI. And again, as it was written, man, we talked about the bigger move expectation here today for SMCI, and there it goes down to the downside. So $3 in the money on Apple, which we talked about early. We really like that level. We like this break. This is my first position that I was in, besides Rivian, right there. So big time trade happening, and yeah, happy to be here with everybody here today, as we always are. Neil and myself, we put a lot of work into this show. We want to thank Fabian, Andre, and Ramin as well for all of their work behind the scenes, Mark and Rob, and thanks to Russell over there for doing all the work, man. I mean, we would be nowhere near getting this thing done if we didn't have.
How early?
I mean, every day these guys are in and doing the best job. So yeah, thank you to Russell and his team back there. But there goes SMCI right now. There it is, man, $1.70. We're now $3 in the money. Apple is absolutely going ham right now, and bang, there's another out there at 211. We've been on one for a minute, and we're not going to stop. Thank you for watching. And what's up with Miss Adara? Nothing. Okay, that's great.
Well, what's up with these super
Reverse
chats?
Get it.
Darth Trader PM, thank you so much for the super chat. Was going through a drawdown over the past week, spent a bunch of time watching the tape, and decided I need to give RB the rock again. Best day in a month. Thanks for your lessons. Shout out to you. Appreciate you, Darth Trader. Not just because you have the best. I don't know a way to. Anyways, it's like a really cool Darth Vader little logo there. Not because you're a Star Wars fan, but because the most important thing you can do. Like, if you go, anytime you have any kind of a slump, go back to the basics. Go back and figure out what works for you the best, and do more of that and less what doesn't. I know that's a simple thing to say, but it's the simple messages are the best ones, I think. And Chan, I'm just gonna say Chan in the chat. Novo. There was so many names today in earnings, it would have been almost impossible for us to get to them all. And when Pseudo Lucid, okay, big fan, what's your honest take on Fubo stock? Do you see it having a shot at a breakout? Is it more of a long-term play? Appreciate your insight. So we'll do a couple of things first. Go to Fubo second. Look, AMD, the $0.50, the full dollar, the low of the day is 162. Trend break, want to play to the low. Now that it's made the move down to first support, Stop goes into break even. So that is something that I have to do manually. So I'm just going to put that in there. And then we can go over to Novo. I can't, first of all, I'm not going to get over HIMS being such a clean break to the downside at 55. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But Novo seemingly, only because I don't want to jinx it, I like the setup in a general sense when you have that break of the low early, which happened in the pre-market, and then blast to the upside, hold it, because it's almost like you trapped a few shorts down here. But it's way too early to be celebrating, let's just say, because you've made a fresh bottom, right, since it got blasted, and you've held a higher low, but until you actually break out the top on this, we're still in a downtrend. So yeah, it's shown you a bit of a reversal candle, but there's still no breakout. You're still in a downtrend. But the next step would be breaking 47s, and I think you get some positive momentum. And my honest take on Fubo TV is I'll be the first to admit I'm not a huge fan at all. What I can tell you is technically it's telling you where to buy or two places to buy. And so I'd like pick one if you like it. The 50 or the 200. It's literally respecting both of these levels, and it looks to me like you've been able to scalp off both those levels for a while. So what's the most simple thing you could do? If you want to really short-term trade it, wait for the 50 period moving average. If you want to take a longer shot at it, take it off the 3 level. Fundamentally, again, like I said, not really that big of a fan of the company. I don't really know what the catalyst would be for it either.
Fubo, okay. We just want to make sure that everybody right now hits your like and your subscribe. We have 9,500 watching, only 911. Ominous number there, but get that going. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and I think we've been doing a lot of trading here today and covering a lot of names, so thank you for all of your continued support. But let's just go find out who's making all the money right now at Real Trading. So this is a posted up number that we get here. It's an internal number that gets posted to every single trader that trades here at Real Trading. It's just what was put up yesterday. This is obviously not today. These aren't real-time numbers, but we can definitely review them as such. All right, so yesterday, these are all in US dollars. We got $24,000 coming from somebody yesterday who traded both these markets. All this on the right side are all the markets that were, whoa, this trader got busy with it. All right, so this one right there, 18,000. Shout out to Canada.
I know.
Right there, 18,523. And then as we come into here, we've got the TSX, we've got Copenhagen, Helsinki. This is why we call this, man, Real Trading. I mean, you could trade any market you want right now, pretty much worldwide here at Real Trading. And that's a good example right there, Mr. Worldwide. Milan, LSE, the NASDAQ, and New York. So, yeah, man, all these markets closing. I think it's still 11:30. It's not daylight savings time. So all these closing. So you could definitely look out for, I mean, I can call up a symbol. Maybe we'll do that after this.
I just congratulate. We know him.
What it looks like. Okay, good.
We know him. He used to sit on this floor. We know him.
Okay, good. A good number for that person. 6,800 on New York and NASDAQ. Then you have Canada, TSX, CBOE. So again, shout out to Canadian traders one more time. Back there, Canada again, New York, NASDAQ, But the last trader there, number 10, coming in at about 5 Gs. These are real numbers right there, of course. And that's brought to you by Real Trading, the trading floor that I've been on now for 25 years. So, all right, let's just keep going on all of that, of course, as we look to make some more trades. All right, so Rivian not doing much. I wish it was. We just took another piece out there at $11 or $12. Today's big thing, again, we got soft data. We have, we can check out the DXY to see what the dollar's been doing right here today as well. Let me just see what Bitcoin, this is what a Bitcoin chart looks like right now coming through. This is just a, you know what? I'm on the wrong, like, OKX. I'm just going to go Bitcoin here on Coinbase.
It's either Coinbase.
Yeah, or Binance.
Okay.
Binance should be fine.
Binance is good.
Right there. So, yeah, here's what we're talking about right now. I got to get rid of these labels, but it's a nice move down right now as we get into 14,000 again. The 200 period moving average trying to absorb that. I'm going to look at a 15-minute chart just so it matches with everything else. And right there, so 14.4 looks like a high, and we're just trapped right now in about an $800 range right here from 14.4 down to 13.8. That's $600. So nice little $600 range right now for BTC. And then Ethereum as well. Let's go to Binance for that as well, just to see what's going on here. And same kind of a move, trying to figure itself out right now is Ethereum. So yeah, not too much happening in the crypto space. I will pull down some of the dollar strength right here just real quickly, just to see dollar currency index. That's about right. Yeah, so the DXY started to head down today, down 1/3 of a point. So as we get more strength in NASDAQ, which we had up there, now it's fading back out. The dollar is coming back down. So that relationship makes a little bit of sense to me there. So yeah, so far so good. Rivian not doing anything. SMCI doing everything for me, down to $46 near the low of the day. This is a $2 winner. It's a $3 winner in Apple. And we just wait for Rivian to hopefully fall to the downside. And that Webull, by the way, as we brought you that a couple minutes ago, Webull continues to make new highs on the day, up now 7%.
What a beast. And there was no story there.
I know, Adair. I was just going to yell, shout out to Adair right there, see if there was an individual story behind Webull, or is it just that break that happened right into there? So yeah, Adair is saying nothing on that one. So yeah, maybe Webull is just going
It's
right
just
now.
bullish.
It's last time stopped around 17. So I'd say be careful, but it's nowhere near there yet. But you know,
Yeah,
little move there for Webull.
I don't know if that's the one I'd want to short today. Like yesterday was relatively. So remember, we were dumping all day yesterday, and Webull was just chilling out, going trend higher. Yeah, I don't think that's the one. Like yesterday, on the first day, it's going counter to the market on news. I took a shot at it to the short side, didn't lose. But the second day, it does the same thing, and the market's up. Give that one a pass. I'm not trying the reversion there, but AMD reverted to the low, so we took the trend break. It wasn't just a trend break, as I said. There was a held bid at 164, which does mean something on the way back up. So the play is, if I was shorting up the top, I'd short it to VWAP, but from VWAP to the low of the day on AMD, I preferred shorting a pop in AMD, but it just didn't happen. If we get back above 164 and it starts holding VWAP, I wouldn't mind flipping this into a long trade if the buyer that was there before reestablishes. But for now, AMD is continuing to go southbound, 7% down. I mean, look, I think it's a bit much. Maybe the bias gets the best of you. I'm like, how far can it possibly go? Could we really see 10% down on AMD? It's possible. If we do, I'd probably look for an SSR bounce on this name. I mean, AMD had run so far going into this print. And comparables being comparables, like you try to compare their margins versus NVIDIA, it's almost not fair to do so, but they don't look so good next to them. And that's just the sad reality, but like, how much can you really blame them for that? You have a unicorn with NVIDIA that you're being compared to. It's almost not fair. But it doesn't matter what I think. I'm not prepared to buy it just yet, but I'm thinking about where this might be a good bid. Let's go up to Adara.
Here is the IWM for our small cap recap. Looking a little bit weak to start the day. We are above yesterday's low, to be clear, but right now, much like what we were seeing early on with the S&P 500 today, pretty choppy action to start. This is a little bit of a different small cap recap. I could not find a ton of huge movers in the small cap space, so these are going to be smaller cap earnings plays. PSNL actually down on the day by about 27%, but trying to bounce here a little bit off the open. Personalis, this one has about a 13% short float, beating on earnings per share, smaller than expected loss, but missing on sales. Then we have OSCR, Oscar Health. Great push here off the open. This one's still actually consolidating near high of day. They did report worse than expected earnings per share and sales, but they did affirm their fiscal 2025 sales guidance above estimates. Then we have OPEN. This one guiding not the best going forward. Their sales did beat and their earnings per share were in line. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. And if you're into these small cap names, check out our midday show at 11 a.m. Sharif will trade these pretty frequently. Back to you.
It's true. It's true. Webull literally made the high just now.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
We're getting some, I just got some more out here of Rivian. McDonald's apparently starting to go for a run as well, as they had earnings today. So there goes McDonald's up to 309 and change, and still
Adult Happy Meal
going
coming
further right now. Yeah, Adult Happy Meal, okay. 310,
Yeah,
what was the difference between Adult Happy Meal and like a $5 meal or something?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, exactly. What are they including?
But I'm down with it, I guess.
Come on, Rivian. Yeah, I mean, I'd be fine with that as well. But McDonald's, again, a nice little move to the high side. They've got some new items around. I don't know. I'm not really too in tune with that report. So we'll do some research on McDonald's and figure out to see if that comes and goes. But there goes SMCI. Yeah, buddy. Nice move to the downside as we punch more short right now just to see if it wants to go. So yeah, we're back into, not back, we are into more shares right now, adding to our position on the short side. So this is now over $2 in the money from our high spot there. And we just punch in a little bit more, giving that average price. We actually didn't get a great fill. We got 93s there on the downside. No, sorry, no, that's not right. We short sold, yeah, for some reason we did get 93s, so we do not get a great price on that break, but let's put a bid out there. Where did I put that bid? 75, so let's see if we can get a little bit lower right now on this beast, and of course we talk about SMCI. So far so good here. Just waiting to see if it gets a little bit lower for us, added to that position, and this is what happens when you have a little bit of confidence, of course, in your position. We add to it and see where it goes. I mean, there is a little bit of a chaser on this one. We're obviously SSR, so you're not going to be able, oh, that's why.
You can't, yeah.
I was going to say that's why I missed it. Okay, so when you punch out, basically my order, I crossed it down a bunch of pennies, but it only gets filled once there's an uptick.
Yeah,
so that makes a lot of sense. But here we go for SMCI, nice downside play here as we're getting real good with this one now. And as many of these names have come, I'm not ready quite yet, but here we go. Coming back in is Rivian. So there it is, 1180. Yes, sir. Let's go, man. The money is now pouring in, Neil, as we get some nice plays here in this market here finally. So Rivian finally starting to come down. So does SMCI, man. The traders got to trade. And that's what we're trying to do right now. Apple, Rivian, and SMCI all starting to work out. But yeah, there it goes, man. Apple, nice downside play. And we'll go over to Neil and see what he's all about.
Well, what we're talking about right now is something that you have seen before on the show, and that's Trade the Pool. You've seen it. But now you got something different, something new, something special from Trade the Pool. It's a free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on so you can learn and grow from what actually works. Download it by scanning the QR code on the screen or hitting the link in the description. Shout out to Trade the Pool, and thank them, of course, for being a sponsor. I appreciate them at Trade the Pool. Just a quick update. It's like the kiss of death. When I was like, yeah, I'm not going to short Webull up here. Maybe that's not the one you pick on. And what does it do? The most clean reversion to the volume weighted, super clean reversion, topping tail candle into the volume weighted average price. So yeah, obviously that would have worked. And AMD, I'm glad I didn't go long off of the lows trying to catch a bounce is about all I can say. That just continues to flush. Now 7.5% to the downside. On the other side of the spectrum, Palantir continues to go. We're not going to get VWAP again. So we got a couple bucks out of Palantir, and then it just went a couple bucks more. But it broke out the all-time high, so it took 24 hours and 20 minutes, 30 minutes or something like that to make a new all-time high. This one is now gone. If you're looking for resistance, throw up Fibonacci's or just look at every $5. So like 180 bucks maybe, something along those lines. We'll see if there's any kind of a reasonable pullback we can get. And then, like I said, I jumped into Lucid a little bit earlier. Earnings not good. Nothing really good about this. They lowered the guide on their production by 10% for next year, so they're still having production issues. Shorted it at VWAP early, but then waited for the held offer at 26 and shorted 25 in front of 26, just looking for it to break down into the bottom of the range. I'm short 25, and if it breaks 26, I'm getting out. So just to give you an idea. And Open Door is still exactly the same thing as it was before. There was an interesting, I hesitate to call it a story beyond me open to collaborations, if we're even calling that a real story here on, but it doesn't really matter. It's a squeeze play. And I'm like above $2, a chance to squeeze, and it did. It went to 225 already. I'm holding on to a small piece. I think if it loses 2, this is probably if it loses the $2 again, I'd probably start thinking short again on Open Door. I'm willing to trade this in both directions. And I'm pretty sure there were free locates on Open, I'm pretty sure. So you can short this at your will if you want to. I'm holding on till VWAP.
Oh, AMD, what? It's went up?
It's still tanking. Oh my, it's 160.
Oh my God, that's the play. Oh my God.
160.
But we have, yeah, good job over there, Joey O. There has that. We're same. I mean, we're huge here on SMCI. So, yeah, nice call there on AMD. And we had written that down as our #1 trade, going short on AMD, but we didn't break that low there. There goes Advanced Micro Devices. Good call on that one. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, man, and we are absolutely cruising on all of this. Rivian just going to the downside right now. Great pickup. Re-engaging in that short off $12, right? We got short early there in the pre-market. We never want to put up too many shares there, but it does tick us out, and there goes Rivian now back into the downside. Apple, I mean, good out up there at 211. We'll see where that winds up going right now, but we're pretty much flat on that. And then we've added to our SMCI position. We've got a couple outs down here in the 70 or 80s, I think it was. We got 81s or 82s right now for SMCI. But other than that, it's not really continuing its move to the downside. We nailed that AMD call, but we don't have it. Thanks for Joe for having that one and bringing that up to our attention. NVIDIA eventually finds a bid, I would think, so that might be somewhere where you want to look. And then, of course, Palantir right now 177, going higher and higher. This has a 190. Hopefully a 195 print coming. That's where I'm sitting to get out. And it's just been a big trade for Palantir. It's the #1 performing stock in the S&P 500. And there it is off earnings, like 3 straight huge candles now to the upside. And it looks like it wants to continue more. So yeah, we're having a banger day there. We've traded 3 names here. We will still be red on Rivian though, unfortunately, but waiting for a pullback. We still have about 40% of this trade. So hopefully that can come in. A quick look on what's been happening maybe on Tesla as well. 316 looks like a decent short there. Shout out to T Money in the chat. What's up, T Money? Hope you're doing well. Short AMD 165 banger. Short Rivian 1215 banger. Short Tesla 1216 216 banger. Right there. Yeah, T Money wrote down 216, but yeah, good typo. So 316, yeah, like Austin right there. So we say shout out to you for those great plays over there, T Money, as it goes. So yeah, man, so far so good as we continue to see what's going on with this market.
And Rashida in the chat, or is it Rishi? Oh, Rishi Desai. I don't know why Robinhood's down. Not a story that I'm aware of, but remember, again, like this is, in this type of a market, post earnings, you run into a resistance, like post earnings, it gets respected. I promised I would show what happened with Alphabet post their earnings. Look, you get to about 107 to 108 and the stock just gets sold. And so it simply means that the sellers are in control at this level. It couldn't break it and looks like it's just a continuation, maybe a flat bottom. It looks pretty technical to me, so it doesn't need a story. I thought the earnings were good too. It doesn't really matter what I think. There's a seller anytime it gets to and approaches the 107 level. Alphabet was super strong yesterday, and it ran into the brick wall that was 197. Again, and this is looking like it's doing a continuation play to the downside. So it doesn't really matter necessarily whether you have a catalyst. Sometimes you've just got to listen to the price action. Don't get too wrapped up on stock needs to go up because it beat on the top and the bottom and their growth was double digit, blah, 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 all that kind of good stuff. Because if that's all you really think about, you can get yourself in a world of hurt, right? Like Open Doors earnings were atrocious. The first thing it did was go up. I remember there was one day 2 years ago, maybe it was 2 years ago, it could have been only a year, it doesn't really matter. I think it was Snapchat, or it was something like a Snapchat, and it was atrocious after earnings. And within 30 seconds, it had halted up. It was insane. It was just like the buy pressure that came in was just shorts covering and a little bit of squeeze action. So we try to focus on the price action, because if you go too fundamental in the first 30 minutes or the first hour of trading post earnings, you'll get yourself, like I said, in a world of trouble sometimes. HIMS continues to fall. This is a story of simple continuation. It wasn't good. Outside of again, actually, this is a perfect example of what I was just saying. It squoze yesterday, despite the fact that there were all kinds of signs of weakness in HIMS. There's a laundry list of issues going on with HIMS right now, and ultimately ended up finally breaking that 55. It was a good short yesterday. Today, it's just as good, if not better, because it was clean through 55. I think this one is headed down to $46, $47. Seems pretty obvious to me that at some point it's going to get there. Let's go back over to Adara at the desk.
I'm just looking here. We do have crude oil inventories negative 3.029 million versus 0 million expected. Gasoline inventories negative 1.323 million versus negative 1 million expected. Now, it's worth noting, I looked into Robinhood. I could not find any catalyst either with regards to the move on HOOD. Back to you.
Especially with Webull being so strong. It was like this yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Like, is there any news there on Webull or anything like that to see where that's coming from? But yeah, apparently not. Okay, so right here, just to cover a little bit of what we're doing here, I am getting out of some SMCI. I mean, we did get a good play down to 75 finally, but it just did break above 46, and I did get out of a little piece of that left. So we only have a third left right now of what we punched lower. So look, still trying to hold out this, and yeah, we're going to figure all of this out right now for SMCI as it continues to start to go lower on this one. But yeah, nice move there for SMCI, breaking back down below $46, so a good trade there. Intel, I mean, again, AMD continues to fall down as that story continues, man. The S&P and the Dow, the Dow, S&P, and the NASDAQ all positive here today after Shopify up 15%. ASTR, big move there. No, AST, what is Astera? ASTR.
ALAB, ALAB. You're thinking Astus.
Yeah, ASTS. That's what I'm thinking about right there. This is a nice move upside, wasn't it? No.
There we go.
ALAB, sorry. That number, Astera. That's what it is. So that's a nice move there now going to the upside as well. Oh, and then the other one here, ANET, of course, Arista. All these A's bugging me right now, but up 17% goes Arista as well. McDonald's following strong global same-store sales. McDonald's going to the upside as well. U.S. traffic improving. We saw some good notes also from Starbucks on that side of things as well. So McDonald's also starting to go back there to the upside. And then Uber is a funny one because they reported a decent quarter. Not fantastic, didn't blow anything out of the water or anything, but I thought that $20 billion buyback was something, and apparently it is, but nothing too great or too exciting, so not making the move now. Down 1.7%. The big ones, SMCI, Snapchat, a downside here today. Again, Snapchat, weaker than expected average revenue per user for Snapchat. I mean, I don't know why they have the users.
No, but they
can't monetize.
Declining users. They lost quarter-over-quarter users.
Yeah, but their revenue per user went up. But
true,
at the end of the day, right? So that's actually I didn't actually read that.
I don't get it with Snapchat, man. It's just
I feel like they should be able to monetize that.
What's the path forward? Because it's been. At what point are they going to start making money? Like if everyone else is figuring out how to monetize, and this is not a direct comparison or anything, but I mean, pull up a chart of Reddit today. Snapchat is about to touch a 52-week low when the market is at the highs, and I just don't see the silver lining in this outside of someone bigger saying, hey, you guys can't figure it out. We can take your platform and figure it out for you. I don't see the path. I don't see the path outside of that for Snapchat. But now that I didn't even bother looking at this. I didn't think I'd trade it today. But $7. That looks like it could be a nice little trade bounce spot potentially on Snapchat, and because we like to look at things that are nice. That's a nice looking chart. That's Reddit's chart. One of these things is not like the other. I don't know if you can tell the difference between the Reddit chart and the chart of Snapchat. If you can't, then well, maybe you're in the wrong business because Reddit is gorgeous, and of course. What it's doing today, I mean, look, it's not really doing a lot of volume here today, but 3.5%, relatively strong compared to the market. Congratulations to anyone that happens to be in it. I'm almost out of Open Door. So we have our stop, right? Remember I said my stop ended up being essentially where my entry price was. That was more coincidental than anything. But it's now got this channel, which at least means if it holds above VWAP, I have a secondary trade I can put on while still holding 5% of the first one, which would be it breaks this little channel, holds VWAP, and then I go into the long again, throw a stop underneath the volume weighted average price, and see if we can't get to 225 a second time here on open. And like I said, these guys were, you can forget about it. The earnings were nasty for them. Their guidance, it was expected 1.2 billion revenues, and they guided less than 900 million. It was like 30, the midpoint was over 30% lower, which is putrid, but it's a squeeze potential play, and that's sort of the litmus. Like if it wasn't going to fail under 2, then it was a breakout over 2, and that's all we're looking at. Yeah, unfortunately for Open, not the squeeze you were looking for. Because I think if they'd had a good print, this had a lot of potential. We're talking about the increased shorts that were piling in underneath $1, which are still out of the money, but they're not really scared when the market's when the stock's down 20% today. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, SMCI continuously going lower right now as well, as we looked at Snapchat right there. But AMD also at that 160 and going lower right now, breaking through 160. Now AMD, again, man, advanced money destroyer. It's easy to say that when this is happening, but today it is, and there it goes to the downside. Sorry if you took a long on that one, but again, you're still only back to where you were about a week and a half ago or so, into 160. I mean, I think you want to wait for a 150 break right now. But to me, the big trades, I don't know what else to say, but we have SMCI short again, as that's going to the downside. And then the long of the day, I mean, look what's happening with Apple right now as well. This has just been, again, just another, I know I sound like a broken record and people probably aren't, I don't know. I mean, we had Nimrod here yesterday, seeing that everything that we're doing, you know, is completely above water. Like, I always get people saying just like, oh, this guy did it again, or this is happening again. But yeah, there it goes. I mean, this is just 211.75. There goes Apple. We wrote it down on the note. We took the trade live with all of you. It does go against us a little bit. It does come back in to give you the reload long if you wanted it. Same thing with SMCI. We talked about this short here. There's the play there. And then you only have one other trade, and that's Rivian. And I'm telling you here, I'm red on this name. But yeah. And then there goes Palantir, like 179 right now for Palantir. Like, are you even kidding me right now? As this market just continues to go gadget right now. And this is part of the reason why this market continues to go higher. 91% expected rate cut now, going higher for the month of September. So either we get a surprise rate cut or we don't. But right now, this is really starting to go. Palantir, SMCI tanking, Apple ripping. What a day to be a trader once again here today. So, all right, OpenAI, there's news about this right now. Oh, the whole federal workforce, $1 per year per agency, they're giving it to the feds. OpenAI giving free ChatGPT to federal workers. I just heard in my ear. So
more data, more training, get the model even bigger.
Exactly.
Give it away for free,
and
it improves the model significantly, and you get a bunch of good PR.
Yep, so we like that. It's only $20 a month anyways, but yeah, nice move there. As you get to go, it'll all be free anyways at some point. So you just have to watch ads.
Because yeah, they'll monetize it in a different way eventually, but I don't think we're there. I don't think we're that close to that, but we are close to going to Hedera right now.
Here's the sector board, and it's very, very mixed, as you often see during earnings season. Electronic technology does have some strength. Apple to the upside ahead of this likely announcement with CEO Tim Cook and President Donald Trump after the bell regarding more investment in the U.S. from the company. Broadcom slightly green here. Arista Networks up 17% after their earnings, but AMD down 8.5% after their report. So very mixed here. Technology services pretty flat to mixed, with the exception of a great day 2 move up for Palantir. Finance slightly green, retail trade pretty green, consumer durables, energy minerals both strong, consumer non-durables very strong, utilities a bit mixed. Consumer services here, the two biggest names in this, McDonald's and Disney, moving to the upside and downside respectively on day 1 earnings. Health technology, meanwhile, just more or less all to the downside. AMGN notably here down 4% after their earnings report. So as I mentioned, during earnings season, we're really going to see these earnings dominated boards. And by that, I really mean we're going to see a little bit more mixed performance. Back to you.
And I think we're going to get we got more earnings after the bell tonight, right? IonQ is going to be one that moves, but certainly Lyft. We had Uber today. I think Uber was pretty disappointing, unfortunately. DraftKings, Elf will be reporting after the bell. But I want to get to a couple of super chats here. By the way, Palantir almost got to 180. I think I said out loud 180 because it was a round number, and just the symmetry of 70, 75, 80, right? That's just, it's just a guesswork based on some obvious levels there. But Kelvin TS said down to down 2K on AMD, but I rushed to short to offset that loss. Do you have any estimation how much AMD can move down today? We can always look at the charts together. There's no question. We can always look at the charts together. The only place I'm thinking about is 10% or 155. Like either or. 10%, you're looking at 157. That's an SSR bounce. But the 155 is where you see something on the daily. And it's a significant level because the last time we were down here was a dump zone and then it held the close. And then you essentially rallied multiple days off of 155. So there's that, and then there's just 10% down. That's all I'm looking at. But I'm a station to station. Like you saw me jump out when we hit the low of the day. You saw me jump out, hit the high of the day. Just take the win and try to find the next trade. Sometimes it just continues down. So 57, 55, those are the two levels I'd be looking at there in AMD. I think Jedi had another super chat as well. I do not know much about Sezzle, but shout out to you. We appreciate the super chat. We'll shout out all of them. We appreciate you. Outperformed earnings last 3 quarters. Any opinion for holders? Again, do not know much about the stock. What I can tell you, it's incredibly illiquid. So even on an earnings, even in play, the stock has done less than 1 million shares. So I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole as a trade. And then when you pull up the daily chart, this is a scary looking daily chart. If this thing loses the 50 period here, my goodness. It's like I said, I don't know anything about this company except for the fact that looks very scary underneath about 120, call it like 128, maybe even the 125 to give it like an even dollar look. Not a safe looking chart if it doesn't hold this consolidation that you're in right now, especially post earnings. But I didn't read the numbers, I don't know the report, so all we can do is look at the chart for you.
So right now, you know, the number one stock here that most people have been asking for, of course, as we continue to look out for it, is Apple. Is AMD. Right, just said Apple right there, but AMD right now, Webull, Palantir, Figma, looking at that, Figma up 7% now today, AMD down 8.5%, Webull up 7%, Tesla up 3%, NVIDIA flat on the day. Oscar, oh yeah, I bought Oscar last night. Let's go. There it goes. OSCR. We haven't even talked about. Here, you know what? I'm going to reset this. Let us know what you guys want to talk about right now. I'm going to give this a fresh start, and we'll review this. It'll give the guys a heads up to go forward. So Marvell. Oh, I like Marvell. That's another name that we had recently bought down there in $65. We can have a look at Marvell. But OSCR. You guys know we bought this live on the show yesterday in the afternoon. So there goes Oscar. Yes, sir. That's a good one right there. That was a good idea. So anybody that was riding with me on that, so far so good. But you know, we bought it yesterday, so somewhere it's not even up that much. It's just finally it's doing something. We bought it yesterday in and around here. I think I'm going to say 1370, or I don't know. I'll go double check the price for you guys in the afternoon, but we did it live on the air, so whatever that was right there. So we buy some Oscar at 1370, and there it goes upside right now, 1440s. We just topped out at, that would have been a good spot there. Let's see what happens with OSCR. Have to review that, but those of you that were here live yesterday, we talked about this name. I like it. We'll see their total addressable market if that did in fact go higher. Again, like the stock, it's OSCR. Seems to want to work out right now nicely. And then there goes SMCI again. It's only going to look like 50 cents in the money, but we've been short this name from the top, and there it goes. Nice play into the bottom right now for SMCI. Your P&L number one stock today will be Apple, followed by, for me anyways, SMCI. But Apple right now just $4.25 in the money, and SMCI $3 right now. So about $7 to $8 on those two trades alone. And then Rivian, look at Rivian, man. This stock coming right back in as well. We could be happier about our performance on Rivian, of course, but you know, getting short in the pre-market is not a good sign, and that's what wound up happening. Got blown to the top. We just waited, was patient enough at 12 and change. We're able to get that. We should have another tick, to be honest with you, right there, but downside for Rivian right now. So everything is working over here and over with Adara. We're going to find out. I don't know if it's a segment or a news throw, but let's go see what Adara's up to.
Just keep an eye here on AAPL. This is moving to the upside. I'm just seeing this circulate now, but we did have Ming Chi Kuo, looks like about 15 minutes ago. That is a noted supply chain analyst who talks a lot about Apple. He posted on X that about this new investment here, the $100 billion U.S. investment for AAPL. He thinks that it's less likely to have to do with iPhone assembly and more likely to be some sub-assembly for a smaller volume product or assembly for niche products within their servers. So that could actually be a good look for AAPL. We know a lot of people are concerned with high iPhone prices if they produce in the U.S. or for the iPhones, but if they're not doing iPhone production, that could actually be a nice look here for AAPL. Back to you.
Yeah, $1 billion for sure. Look, the market is actually, the market's starting to turn off the highs of the day. AMD just went to 159. NVIDIA, which we haven't even looked at for the first time. I don't think we've gone this long in the show without looking at NVIDIA, to be honest with you. But on an AMD earnings day, I suppose that's just going to be the case. NVIDIA doesn't even want to get looked at. It's trying to show you that it's breaking the trend underneath the volume weighted average price and heading lower. It's looking nasty in AMD. But Tesla, someone just said short Tesla 320. I don't know if it's going to be 320, but I'm not sure how long it's going to hold up this trend. Resistance to me is just a bit above the 20 level. If it can hold the trend up until we get to that 20 to 21 area, I would look for a reversion, a short trade reversion of the upward trend at that point. But it's been a good long for everyone out there. And as the market is starting to roll over, you might start to think about some names that are those pullback trades that have been high flying. Palantir, I don't know if I'd want to touch that one with a 10-foot pole. That one's going way too strong. And shout out to everyone mentioning Amazon, which is finally breaking away. This looks good. I mean, I said I was going to, but I forgot to mention that I did. I said I was going to buy some Amazon on the third day. Picked some up yesterday, and it came down to, do you like the stock, and is it at the 200 period moving average? And oftentimes, you have a line on a chart, and you're like, it didn't actually hit the 200 period moving average, but it bounced on the third day. So I'm like, whatever. I wanted to put some cash to work. And Amazon, again, guilty on all charges of having a very unimpressive cloud number when you compare it to Microsoft and when you compare it to Alphabet. 17% growth only looks bad when you compare it to those two behemoths. Everything else about it to me looks still strong. Ultimately, it doesn't break out that high, but that's fine. I think Amazon's going to be just fine in the long term. So when you get these bounce opportunities, you try to take them. So Amazon off the 200 period. I added it my personal. I already own the stock, but just wanted to have a little bit more of that bad boy. Going right back on over to just show you guys AMD. It's this stock, that 157 that I was mentioning. I think that's incoming. There's not much stopping it. That'll be SSR down 10%. I will almost certainly be looking for some kind of a bottom and tail wick for a reversion and a bounce off the 157, as AMD just getting slaughtered here today, despite not that bad a report. Margins weren't great, but 47% isn't too shabby, really. Let's go over to Adara. It's time for a little money talks.
Here's the US dollar. I've been saying for a bit, it looks like we're almost maybe trying to do an uptrend from these lows for the DXY, and the DXY is now pushing a little bit lower, giving up the support that we did establish these last 2 days. I mean, to be clear, we still have not made a lower low below this 97.15 area. We're currently trading around 98.4, but still would definitely be a better look for the DXY to continuously make these higher lows and higher highs off of that base here of 96.12. Here is the Fed funds rate. We're still seeing a 93% chance of a 25 basis point cut in September. But one thing with regards to the Fed and this decision that's still going to be on watch is who will the new Fed chair be? And now, after the resignation of Adriana Kugler, who will the new Fed governor be? We know that Donald Trump has indicated that both the two Kevins are up potentially for the Fed chair position. By that, he means Kevin Warsh and Kevin Hassett. But the other two potential contenders are not yet known, though one of them is very likely Christopher Waller. Now, in terms of the Fed governor position that's now opened up for them, Trump has kind of indicated that he's willing to put someone in now that he would consider for the Fed position. So whoever Trump does announce, and he did say last night in a press conference he's probably going to announce that this week, that whoever he announces could be one of the contenders for the Fed chair. So that could be a huge catalyst and certainly something to watch out for going forward. Back to you.
And thanks, Adara. What's up with that? Thanks for those reporting there as we talk about money talks, what's going on with the U.S. dollar, a little bit talk there about Fed chair. The thing is that we already talked about it's 92% right now chance for that rate cut, and I think that's why you're seeing a bid underneath the market. I mean, rate cuts are generally good for the market. Did it go up again?
93.
93 now, so there it is. I mean, we just called that was 91. Now you're up to 93 again, so it looks like that this is not happening for the rate. I thought I heard in my ear, we talked about Neil Kashkari. He mentioned something about how it's not impossible for a rate hike, but
Neil Kashkari.
Yeah, he's trying to Kashkari the market right there to the downside.
He spells his name wrong.
Yeah, he does. So there's a move down again for SMCI and for Rivian. I'm going to go find it right now, but we normally do it around this time. I just don't want to forget. Let's go figure out what is for lunch. I mean, shout out to Nimrod here. He likes the What's for Lunch segment. I know Joseph does as well. Today, of course, is Wednesday, August the 6th, and it looks like we could have a good possibility here for a decent meal, as today it says peppered beef with seasonal vegetable, butternut squash, thyme butternut squash. That should be okay, I guess.
Yes.
I love that stuff. With a chef's choice salad. So peppered beef, probably some Asian-inspired dish there. So that is what's for lunch, and it should be okay. Of course, we just get the salad, so it should be okay there. And there's also some sort of vegetarian option, which is generally tofu from what I can see. And yesterday the tilapia was there. And I actually tweeted it out.
I give the fish like a low 7, high 6 out of 10.
Yeah, it wasn't the greatest. I thought... Here it is right here.
Yeah, I don't know, high 6, low 7.
And this is what it was yesterday. There was a tilapia. It was a little side mac, I guess, there, a mac salad. And then that's what chef salad generally looks like, just assorted greens with some veggie on top there. So this is Sean and Sharif, as all of our lunches are posted. But yeah, there it is. That's what's for lunch, and that's what our lunches look like every day. So we want to say shout out to Chef Scribe there as well. And just a quick little look at what we're doing, then we'll go over to Adara. Right now, you guys want us to talk about the following names, man. Palantir again, 8 of
180.
You selected that one. IREN, we could have a look. AMD, huge again. Yeah, 180 for Palantir. Wow, like what a difference the stock has made. Tesla, Sound, Amazon, Marvell, they're all here. So yeah, Marvell down today 3%. No surprise there as AMD's been getting hit. It's Nvidia, no one wants to talk about, of course, and then Amazon with a big play today as well. That's a good one. Apple, huge move. Tesla's funny because Tesla was back and forth. It's still, it just dances around there. But where is Tesla? There it is. 317 up 3%. What's up, Adara?
Just keep an eye here on OMC Omnicom. This one actually popping up here after Ad Age reported that OpenAI has hired someone from the company as their global media agency of record. So keep an eye here on OMC. I guess apparently potentially being hired here is OpenAI's global media agency of record. Market cap of $14.02 billion. They're actually in the S&P 500, and they do have a short float of 15%. Back to you.
Yeah, IREN, 8.5% that IREN. Shout out to them. So IREN, they hit record revenues for July and expanded their AI cloud with thousands of, guess what GPUs? NVIDIA GPUs. Yay, IREN. Because obviously 8.5% of the upside, that's a good looking chart. I mean, it's a good looking chart, but I think it's most charter market technicians, of which I am not one, would probably say, hey, look at the head and shoulders on that. Right around $19. So I guess you got resistance at 19 on IREN, but that's all I would know from staring at the chart for like a couple of minutes there. But it's still a good win for you. Yeah, we just broke the bottom of the channel. We reversed off two. I said over under at $2, which kind of just means I'm willing to short the stock under 2. I'm willing to go long the stock over 2. I still am looking at this channel down where I held on the last 5% for a breakout to the upside as this stock has gotten punked a little bit. There's one thing I wanted to mention. We were talking about the dollar and the Fed rate tool. If you look at the 10-year, which by the way, there's a 10-year note auction at 1 o'clock today. That is the one auction that I think you pay attention to maybe the most. For yields, the market's trending in one direction. Sometimes the reversals trend. Should be interesting to see if we hold this 4-2 area. Like if we fall underneath that, market be flying. If we bounce off that, maybe you get a little bit of a market correction or reversal. So watch out for that 10-year coming in just a couple of hours. Not all bond auctions matter, but I think especially given where we're at, with the big reversal in sentiment that we've seen recently in terms of where the Fed is going to go. Yeah, I think it's an important one, this 10-year in a couple hours.
All right, 3 minutes left. I want to thank everybody for watching. Thank you for hitting the like and the subscribe button as well. We got 1.1K of you hitting that with over 8,200 watching. So we want to thank all of you for all of that. I only have 3 trades on today. We'll go we'll go 3 for 3 if you add this Rivian move, but this will still be a red stock for me. I mean, just because it went back up, we were green when it came back into this area, but right now it's making a move back up. We still have about a quarter left of that trade. The Apple trade has been really the banger for me today, obviously, going off that 208 all the way up there to 212 right now, $4. That was a good move there. And SMCI has continued to bleed down. So, yeah, nice little move to the downside again for all of these plays. I don't want to forget some of the major movers, though, of course. Meta today, 770. We'll see if that wants to do anything. A nice move right now to the upside. Amazon going ham there. A few of us, I don't know if anybody made the play like I did with Oscar, but that hopefully can get back breaking through 1440. I think that's going to be a good play if that can happen. We had open door earnings today as well, and they just, these guys keep trying to pump it, and at the end of the day, the earnings were not there. So, when you get negative reports and you don't show up, this is what happens. So there goes open door to the downside. Again, it's not really too much of a meme stock, I don't think. It's moving around on earnings. I mean, we had Snapchat bad today as well, and that's down to 750, at least it was. Now 760, the low of the day, actually 7.25 right there for Snapchat. So that play comes in there for SNAP. And again, the big one, A-Lab. We've had a couple good ones. Astera Networks as well. Sorry, Arista Networks. That's really been the one that just keeps on. So just like SMCI keeps going lower, Arista keeps going higher and is now at the high of the day, breaking through some key levels there. 120, 130, good hold. Now you're up to 138 and change for this name. Oil plays like XOM and whatnot. I thought they were heading to the downside there today, but yeah, there it is. So a nice move for XOM coming back in, trying to base out there as well. But what's been a pretty busy day, Bitcoin looks like it's starting to go finally back there to the upside. I was just, wow, nice move up there for Bitcoin right now. I was just debating getting some more of this yesterday, didn't do it, and we probably should have. Shout out to here. What's up, Durango Julian? Right now, nice move there. Hanging out with us again. You're welcome, man. Thank you for hanging out with us. We should be super chatting you. So
I think there was another super chat too.
There it goes. Was there another one? Let me see if we've missed anything.
I thought I saw something
before we go. Fan funding, right there. Change of wave traded. Yeah, upside. So Webull right there. Exposure to Bull W. So that must be
the warrants.
A warrant or a more aggressive play. So we say shout out to that.
Oh no, it's a warrant. It's a warrant.
Yeah, and then Mike over here. I got stuck AMD 174. Trailing stop for some reason did not come into. What is the bottom in recovery? I liked 150 there for AMD, but again, I don't know if you're already out. I mean, we just did get to that a little bit late. For me, always, it's the pre-market break. So like that 162 area right there, not only was that a missed short, but that was probably a good spot to get out if you were in any worries. But, AMD still falling back down. It's 11 o'clock, 155 maybe could be a holding spot. So if you want to get a little more aggressive other than 150, maybe get out at 155. But yeah, just a pullback, man, just any other day. I mean, you're right back to where you were, Neil, on July 23rd. So 2 weeks back.
It's just, what are you going to do? Like, AMD that's how it works. Like AMD had run more impressively than NVIDIA. Earnings come out and it doesn't look that good in comparison to NVIDIA, which we haven't even gotten yet. So we get spanked a little bit. Bull W, apparently it's a warrant that expires in April 2030.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I mean, look, I like Webull as well. I'm not involved in the warrants. I just have the shares. But yeah, good luck. Webull having a. Here, let's look at the actual chart that we can trade before we go to the Midday boys. Webull having what I think is a pretty good day. This time with the market. Yesterday was against the market to the upside. But it's almost like just pure momentum on more volume than it did yesterday, just trending higher. It gave you midday or right around this time a pullback into VWAP to continue trend and a couple of good looks on some dips into the volume weighted average price. I think that I'd be inclined to try that one here in the next couple of minutes, is trying to bounce off VWAP. But we'll be back at 2 o'clock. We'll get some. Well, we're gonna have salad. Maybe we'll steal some of the beef. That sounded pretty good.
That sounded good.
And let's go, Joey options.
Ciao.
The professor. Go get him.
Oh.
Boom. Boom.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That right there is your boy Joe App. She's like, kind of startled you there. Eh? No? Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
No.
All right. Where are the people at? Let's go, YouTube.
Where the money
We got
at?
stuff to do. We're in position. Shout out to Yannick, Hamaraza. We got Romesh Wandu. And then we got Halmies and Billy Bezos. Shout out to Billy. We got Bovin. We got Jeremy. All right, now the people are flooding in. Juan Padilla, shout out to TIP86, Bora Hut and Bobo Knob. Yes, Uplift Markets and Iggy Sosa. We got Remy J82 and Rishi Desai 2787. Shout out to Gen AI Apps and Mr. Ian Acho 25 and Parabolic FOMO something or another. That's a whole lot of words stuck together there, my man. Doughboy, shout out to Bayard Nunn, whatever, LHIY. We got Trumpets. I'm really tired today. I am Yorkie. All right, shout out to Notorious Dingleberg as well, Sports and Stonks. We got Darren Riskvin and Hojo San. Tiger, the Cosmic Cat. I like that one. I'm not really a cat guy, Joseph, not gonna lie, but you know, I can support all animals there. Shout out to the Cosmic Cat.
Yeah, same, man.
Good morning, my guy.
Good morning, good morning. Yeah, I can support a lot of pets there. Obviously, there's some ones that are on the fence there. Remember the IKEA monkey? That was a good one there way back in the day. The IKEA monkey. Yeah, no, I hope everyone's having a good, solid session. The Qs in the SPY slightly choppy this morning. And then now it's starting to pick somewhat of a direction. Also, Go Ethereum Go. We like that one there. But yeah, guys, let's pull up the old screen ski and see what we got going on.
Get it.
So, yo, Sharif Joe, the show in the house. What's up, Chris Simonelli? So there it is. So we go short AMD, pop. And we didn't get the breakdown of the lows, so we stop out. I'm like, all right, that's no problem. We take a little bit of a loss on that one. But then we go, oh, we're back in it. Oh, we're back in it a little bit more. Oh, we're in it even more. We take a little bit off, and then we're in it even more, and then we take it down all the way to the downside. No, I did not catch that IBIT long, Rhino. I just been chilling, posting Parkdale. I'm not going to finish that, but that's what we got going on. Parkdale, obviously, a place in the city. But that's my only 2 trades of the day, right? And that's all you need to really do sometimes. It's just a couple good solid ones, and then sure enough, you're done. And then if you want, you can put a little bit more risk on the table, which we'll be doing throughout the session. But knowing me, guys, sniper mode, you have to pick those A+ setups, high quality setups, and not just swing at everything. So we're going to be looking for some definitive signals in order for us to get involved in this market again. But we'll put some risk on. I do like what IBIT's doing. I thank you for pointing that one out there. And I'm keeping ETHA on my radar as well, obviously, because, you know, your boy's involved in that. So that's what I got going on. AMD was the short of the day. We almost hit that 10% to the downside, not quite, just a little bit over 9, but yeah, we're just hanging out. Nice little short there. Again, multiple ads. You take some off, you add a little bit more just because the tape was extremely weak, and then you piece it out. It's unfortunate that I missed this leg, but again, you got to take what the market's going to give you. And I just ran out of shares at the end of the day, Sharif.
Yeah, I've been there, bro. Yeah. You've seen that many times. So, yeah, here's the deal. We're in 3 positions, like a psycho. All right, here we go. SGN, this is on the MX network, and it's breaking out pretty aggressively. I don't really know. I was watching this at $1.48. I'm like, okay, it's going to pull back. There we go. We get a beak wetter. Here's the second beak wetter. Let's see if we can squeeze. We're showing 66s now here on the ask. There's a seller at 66 preventing us from ascending. We'll continue to wait here. The spread is decent, 2 pennies. What's my move here? I'm going to scalp, but we're extended away from the 10 EMA and VWAP. That's into $1.50. So I'm going to actually dollar cost average if we lose the bid into that $1.50. I like that 10 EMA. I like VWAP, but I also am of the opinion that there's more bamboozlement on these small cap gappers that trade on the MX network than there may be on the NYSE or the New York. So I don't want to get too aggressive. So now it's coming down a little bit against me here. Let me look to front run it around 52s. So I'm going to put an order around 52s. In fact, I'll put it at 53 so we can front run it some more. We got 63s on, showing me 61s right now. So we're a little out of the money. We're going to pack our patience, see what we can get on this one. Also, in another position over here, we got GNS on. This one's putting in a hold at VWAP. Got a couple of beak wetters there. Dips down into 9 where I was waiting. It doesn't fill me at 9 because it doesn't cross. So we're still with our original price there at 13. So 1 penny out of the money on that one. I'll get to my side charts for a moment. What other things I'm looking at, but I'm just going to cover the positions I've got currently. And then SMRT, this one's on the NY. Kind of putting a really good clean hold off the 10 EMA on the 5. So I'm punching in here looking for a break into the high of the day. The high of the day is currently a $1.18. So we're going to pack our patience on that one as well. Anything below that $1.10 on SMRT gets me out because that's going to be a new area low. And I don't want to be holding this if it's going to make a new area low. So the area trough, we get out there, Joey. So let's go back now into SGN, continuing to watch this one as it's forming a candle of indecision with a 166 high, trying to hold above that 160. I'm looking for this area to hold. I don't mind dollar cost averaging in the 150s, but I'm going to be looking specifically for a hold in that area, Joseph. Otherwise, it's the end of the trade.
Yeah, good stuff there. FF, we're going to talk about that here momentarily. Why was I short AMD? Well, there it is. You can see that we're holding around that 166 level, couldn't break and take that. And then sure enough, I'm just using this call wall, and I talked to you guys about this for a while now, is that the fact that we're just trying to utilize the options chain in order to make trades based off of that, and just call walls, put walls, whatever it may be. Okay. So FF, I bought after earnings where some calls lost almost 90% of value and never went up. Yeah, I mean, that's what we've been talking about the past couple of days as well, too. Personally, again, you got to understand the metrics on why contracts are priced the way that they are, and I'm not saying that you don't, but don't buy after earnings. It's a recipe for disaster. Now you know that the case is, because you got to think about it. You were paying for an increased implied volatility, and then day after day, even though the stock may be moving and holding its ATR, it's slowly going to start to decay. And sure enough, you're then just going to lose the value of the contracts to IB. All right, so just keep that in mind. Vega, that is the case. So when you have a moment, can you give us a little TA on Hood? Absolutely. Let's pull up Robinhood. I'm going through a lot what you guys are talking about today, so make sure you talk. You tag me in the chat. Oh. Also, make sure you where is Fabian? Fabian. He's not here. Make sure you like and subscribe. I need 1,000 likes in order for this guy to get something done for me. So 1,000 likes. Is that what he said? Yeah, man. And I'm like, hey, man, Sharif gets lofty. The He-Man. He gets the. It's pretty. It's so pretty, and I have to work hard. Sorry, Joey. Yeah, it's crazy. I have to work hard, you poor soul. That's crazy. No, I'm only playing around, guys. But no, in all seriousness, please just hit that like and subscribe. 1,000 likes would be absolutely fantastic, especially if you're enjoying the trades here. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about Robinhood. We can do some TA. It's the same thing, right? So the earnings were great, in my opinion. I think this company's going to continue to grow, but the market's priced everything into perfection. So you have to be patient. You're still consolidating within this range, so that's such a positive sign. If you're looking to go long this name for the long term, then what I would suggest is just obviously whatever piece of the pie you're looking to allocate, divide that up, and then slowly start grabbing into the shares. So are grabbing shares, and then eventually you'll have a nice average. If it continues to sell, you buy a little bit more. If it continues to move in your favor, guess what? You buy a little bit more, and then eventually you'll allocate that full amount that you're looking to do so, and then you'll be positioned relatively well in Robinhood. But for me, foreseeable future, I really, really love this play. Wait for this pullback just in case the market is toppy and consolidative, then you'll be able to position at the lows, and then sure enough, I think this name's going to be probably $150 one day at some point, to be honest with you.
Robinhood? Oh, God, yeah. Oh, God, yeah. Yeah. I agree with that wholeheartedly. All right, we're doing it freaking live right now, man. I mean, I don't know what else to say. SGN, we gave you this trade. It's breaking out. It's going bigly over here. So we've taken it out all the way up into 78. Best beak wetter, 75. We're posted up at 79. 77 seller over here. SGN on the Amex exchange. I'm seeing my other positions flying as well, and there it goes. There's GNS, another Amex network one. So it's the Amex show today. It feels like we're posting at 19 and posting at 20. Just 1 second, Assassino. We want to go back and see over here whether we get the fill at 79s. That's where I'm waiting. I'm talking about SGN. Keep an eye out on this one, quite parabolic with the volume really picking up. But that 77 seller is a staunchy, you know what. So we can't shake him right now, Adara. Maybe when we get back from you, he'll have moved.
I just want to let you guys know both India and Brazil apparently coming out against these tariffs. We have India commenting that the additional U.S. tariffs are unfair and justified and unreasonable, and that they're going to be taking actions to protect their national interests. Meanwhile, Brazil, which you know also is facing pretty steep tariffs from the U.S., reportedly requesting talks with the World Trade Organization over the new U.S. tariffs. So again, the Brazil aspect not confirmed. India, these statements are coming out right now. Back to you.
We got a
big time Glaze money. What's up? One of my biggest.
Glaze.
I only trade options daily. Day W at Joe. I use a lot of your knowledge. I think the whole team, though, I do use y'all price action along with the tech. But Joe, the game you give about options, man, thanks. No, thank you, brother. Much appreciated. I'm glad that you guys are learning some things, right? Because that's just what we want to do is just pass it on. I don't know anything new, right? Everything I've been learning has been through textbooks, YouTube University, etc. So if I can learn it, you guys can most definitely learn. I'm glad that you're starting to put it into practice and starting to rake in those dollars. The dollar is what I need. So yeah, good stuff there. And way to be, Glaze. Rolling on a Wednesday. Don't spend it all in one place, though. You want to continue to allocate, hold that into your account, take a little bit out, have fun with that, but just continuously doing what you're doing. Because unfortunately, in the reality of trading, you're going to take some losses, and you kind of want to preserve that capital, all right? Joe and his fancy book learning. No, I wouldn't necessarily call it fancy book learning. It's just reading, right? If you want to learn about something, you got to read a lot.
Get it together,
and I think a lot of people... Fabian?
No, Dorothy.
Oh, Dorothy. Oh, no, we like Dorothy, man. Dorothy,
I'm playing with her, man. I mean, she's an OG there. She's always an OG.
Yeah, so shout out to her.
Hard times. Yeah.
Make sure you hit that like and subscribe because I need Fabian to do this for me. I keep looking over at his desk. He's not working on it, so that's okay. I'll keep an eye out on it. I'm monitoring what's going on over there. But yeah, Robinhood looks pretty good. The market's starting to kind of, I feel it feels slightly toppy as well here. So you can see that we did breach the high of the day. Now we're just hanging around this 87.30 level. If we continue to extend to the top side, then I'm going to look for any forms of indecision at those highs, and then we're going to take it to the lows. I talked about AMD's call wall today, and we'll go over some other names later on because we got even more earnings after the bell.
We do. All right, guys, let's talk about SGN because this is the bamboozlement on the MX network. So we take it out all the way into 79, post at 88. It doesn't hold VWAP. It actually dipped below it. Now, it's kind of one of those stocks where it's a bit of anomalous over here where VWAP is a little bit higher than the 10 EMA. So probably should have been basing my trade on the 10 EMA rather than VWAP. But, you know, we'll give back very, very little there. I had one out left, so we'll get stopped out for a 3-penny loser on the last remaining amount there on SGN. But it's a good trade so far. We're going to keep an eye out on this one, see if we can make some more money, especially if it holds up at this 165, 170 area. It did actually make a new candle to make a new low, breaching the prior candle. So that's the situation on that. Let's go and have a look over here on GNS, another MX exchange name. So be careful with these ones, guys. There we go. We finally got the fill at 9s. So now we have 10s on here on GNS. So let's go ahead and wet the beak over here with some sharage yeah, we'll post up at 12s. We'll take that and so we'll see what we get. So we'll take a nice little fill there. Got filled at the volume weighted average price. There it goes again. We'll take another beak wetter there. Good look. GNS, keep going, baby. Let's go. We're waiting at 19. Show me 14s. Let's post here at 14s for smaller size. And then I'll post at 16s for smaller size as well. We got size on this one because we got a nice little dip trade here on GNS. I'm all out of my trade on SGN. It'll have to set up in a better way for me to stay focused on that. But GNS, generally holding the volume weighted average price and strictly holding it on a closing basis, generally holding it on a wick basis, meaning that there's a wick or two that do breach a level. So if you're placing your stop right below VWAP, chances are you may get stopped out. So give it a bit of room, obviously within your own risk management parameters there, so everything stays kosher, baby. Shout out to our friend Nimrod from, and I think I said that right there, you know, Johnny, because he gave us a little practice there yesterday. So shout out to him. I'm also in SMRT. Now this one, you know, I was singing this one's praise earlier on because I did like the chart pattern that had been forming. But what I'm starting to see now, Joey, is that what I perceive to be a hold off the 10 EMA and a test of highs is actually forming into a lower high. So here's what I mean. That buck 18 double top, we drop down, we hold the 10 EMA at 110. We start trending back up. Nice higher lows, higher highs. But then that 115 puts a damper on everybody's party, and here we are right back at that 10 EMA. So unless this is going to be a micro pullback and we make a new high above 115, anything below 110 on SMRT gets me out of this trade. Don't care. We're going to stick to the rules here on SMRT, so we'll keep an eye out on that one. But yeah, it does feel like maybe, you know, there's some bamboozlement into this one. Let's weasel back on over to my other friend there, GNS, waiting at 14, showing me 14s on the level to ask side, but it's got to cross on the bid to get the print. So we'll pack our patience on that one. Joey, we're waiting at 16s next.
Yes, sir. Yes, Stevenson, keep on swinging, brother. Just keep on keeping on at the end of the day, right? So it's all right. You'll get it, man. This stuff takes a while to kind of get the grasp, and I don't know if you ever truly do. You just kind of get a little bit better and just kind of adapt to the environment around you.
That's a good point.
So
Very good point.
yeah, I think that's how it goes, right? So all right, guys, let's take a look at the top performing sectors of the day. In first place, we got consumer discretionary up about 1.4%. Consumer staples sitting in that win place. Why do I have to say that in my head to figure it out? Consumer staples 1.25%, technology up 0.5%, and then utilities down about 1/3, and then materials down about 3/4, and then the healthcare sector down 1% as well too. So just keep that in mind. And I also want to point this out here momentarily before we send it to Adara and we come back to your guy. Look at this signal. Is Gorev in the chat today? Let me see if I can tag this guy here. Is he in? No, he's not in it. He's not posted up today. Anyways, nice volume price analysis signal right here. You don't get the volume, but that's a really nice hammer candle at the lows. Oh, is he there? Oh, there he is.
Yeah, there he is.
There's my guy. Bang. So yeah, that was a really nice signal at the lows there. So too bad I chickened out and didn't take the swing on that. But there it is. Picture perfect. Adara, what do you got for us?
Get it, Adara.
Here is MTCH Match Group. They did report earnings yesterday with better than expected guidance as well. But we do have, it's worth noting, TechCrunch reporting that the company is planning, or Tinder specifically, which of course is owned and operated by Match Group. Tinder reportedly planning a major revamp. They're testing a new redesign and different modes of dating and college-specific features. So interesting look here. Keep an eye as well on RNA. Novartis weighing a deal for biotech Avidity to boost the drug pipeline. This is Avidity. RNA is the ticker. This one looks like it's halted. So RNA may be a small cap or smaller cap on watch today, Sharif. Back to you.
Campus RAM, like, so there'll be like, I don't know, like a York University kind of network, maybe a U of T one. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here, woman. What do you want from me? It's already location-based as RAM, which is a good point, but it's not community-based. Maybe they're going to have some community aspect to it. We'll have to wait and see, but yeah, Joey, options. It's been interesting here watching some of these dating apps kind of slide down. We've seen Bumble kind of take a bit of a nosedive there. Who owns Hinge? Anybody knows who owns Hinge? Is it private?
It?
Yeah,
yeah,
like is it a publicly traded company? What's your friend Copilot have to say? Show yourself. Match Group? Oh yeah, that probably makes sense.
Oh, what was that there?
Yeah, it hasn't fallen in a while, so shut up. Is it Match Group?
Yeah, Match Group.
It is Match Group. Okay, yeah. Match Group owns everything, says Wild Bane. All right, didn't know that, guys.
You know that new BlackRock of dating app.
Eh? The new BlackRock of dating app. Yeah, then that's maybe why they call themselves a group, right?
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're doing a freaking live right now on GNS. It's continuing to go now. I posted up at 19s. I probably should, I didn't actually mean to post up at 19s. I meant 18s there. But anyway, this one's really going. It's stair-stepping up nicely. We got a nice little ad there at 9s. I'm going to wet the beak here a little bit more as, you know, zigs and zags a little bit. So GNS is going, looking good. What's his name? Bovin, my other pair of eyes, letting me know that there's another one making its way onto the scene by the ticker DYN. Let's have a look at that one. Oh, baby. A nice halt up there on your friend DYN, and above it, it's got some decent volume here, about almost 4 million shares, and this is a new trade. So the price spikes and the volume started coming in 11:14. So we're 6 minutes deep into the volume spike. So this is a new trade right now, guys. We're 6 minutes deep into this volume spike. Where does this trade? It's on the NASDAQ, excuse me. It's not a small cap gapper though, Bovin. It's almost $2 billion, $1.85 billion market cap. So we're gonna have to watch to see how it trades. Here is, why is this thing halted? I'm looking. Oppenheimer had some comments on it today. Volatility trading pause is what I'm seeing there. I'm looking some more. They did have a headline from 2 days ago, from the 4th, that they announced FDA BTT something or another. It looks like some drug. They accelerated approval. Here it is. Dyne Therapeutics potential BLA submission for the U.S. accelerated approval anticipated in early 26. That was from the 4th. And then you had Oppenheimer cutting the price target today from 34 down to 13, so that's not exactly the look. This thing's up 24.5%. I don't know what the hell is going on with this Bovin, but it doesn't really matter, does it? It's earned its way onto the side chart, and it's going to replace SGN, who's now well below VWAP, so we'll take that bad boy off, and we'll put DYN. Thanks for that, Bovin. Also, the Jameson letting me know that there's another one, TAWNF. I feel like this probably means something. Yeah, because it's not coming up there. Jameson, are you pulling my leg there, or what's going on? Because it's not coming. Tag me again, Jameson, because I can't pull up the ticker unless it was something different. All right, let me know. I want to also bring to your attention another one that's breaking out to the high side right now, LHAI. Oh, baby. So these small cap gappers, man, they're all going. This one's a bit more expensive, but up a respectable amount, 44%. Flat top break through 6 3/4. It feels like the selling was coming in at the 3/4, and now we're rejecting 7.5. That's a 75 penny move, and quicker than you can say Joseph Wilson. So keep your eye out on this one. LHAI, great breakout there, and a move to the high side. So we're going to pack our patience and see if we can work into something on that one. Pug Life, Sharif, fitness question. Do you take longer recovery breaks between sessions now that you are in your mid-40s? I'm in my early 40s. I love it. I'm just playing.
That's great.
I found it to be very beneficial for me since I am not on HRT. Look, I don't take fitness breaks almost never. I rarely take a day off the gym. Most of my days are doubles, okay? They're 5 a.m. sessions and they're 3 o'clock sessions every day. I rarely take a day off. So, I mean, that just works for me. But then I got Neil over here to complain to every morning that everything is hurting. So that's kind of my methodology there, Neil. He does.
That's all right, man. I like that methodology, man.
Yeah.
Hey, how does this? I don't even know what the saying is, and nor do I know a saying on no rest days. But anyways, we'll keep an eye out on that, man. Apple. Not taking too much for the flame to be lit up under this thing here, guys. So a really good look on Apple. You can see that we're heading towards some key resistance zone, guys. So watch out if it does decide to sit on top of this range. Maybe you're going to get some continuation to the top side. I mean, you can see we were talking about it yesterday, and just the consolidation that has been in for some time since April hasn't really participated in the up move with the overall market. But if Apple decides that it wants to get going, this market is going to take another leg up, all right? So just keep that in mind, and I guess that's my opinion on the matter as well. Let's take a look at Microsoft as well to see what we got going on. See, who was it? Oh, Glaze. Or no, Glaze said he had a good day. Oh, FF, I think. FF was saying to me, like, yeah, Joe, I bought Microsoft calls. This is not when. Like, so look at the price action here, right? And then look what happens after the earnings report. The average true range is just vastly expanded, right? It's gotten much bigger. So you're going to be paying that premium, and you don't necessarily want to do that. And if it wants to break this trend and move to the downside, it's I don't know. It's just a tough situation. And that's why it's always better to write after earnings, because you're going to slowly start to see that decay, all right? So just keep that in mind. You don't want to write going into earnings, because the volatility will just blow you through the roof. And you won't have a good time on that, especially if it exceeds the expected move and heads into your strike price, and you can't close or do anything with your position. You're going to be in trouble. No, Kendall, I'm not. I hope to learn more. Started trading a few days back. Yeah, I mean, if you just started trading a couple days ago,
wow.
sit tight. Put that seatbelt on. You got a road ahead of you. It's not going to be easy. You're going to have your trials, tribulations, and you're going to go through the mental turmoil of trading. But just know if you just keep pushing, eventually you'll hopefully get to where you want to be. Just never give up, all right? No matter how many times you get knocked down. Yeah, that's what you got to do. Is as hard as it is sometimes, it's just like, man, I'm done. Just remember, a bad day is only 24 hours, and then it gets to restart the next day. So just keep that in mind. Bull flag here on Bitcoin, I don't know. Maybe, possibly, Sharif. I don't know. What do you think about this one here, my brother Mang? Are we going to continue to climb higher? Is this bull flag? Do we get into the lower end of the range? I think so. I'm going to get involved in this. Okay. I love talking myself into trades. Maybe I don't. It sold off a little bit there. I'm capping now to speak in the kids' terms these days. Cap. Yeah. I'm looking at the Qs, though, because I do want to potentially short it. Guys, I'm really tired. That's why I'm a little bit all over the place. You know when you're overtired and you get a little bit of that extra energy? So, yeah, we had a hockey game last night. Ended the goalless streak. Bang. That was a good one. I felt good with it. We lit them up 8-2, I think, the final score was. So, yeah, that was a good one.
Hold on. How many did you net?
Only one, man.
That's still good, though.
Dude, I should have had
a bit of a drought,
4 game.
So,
4 game.
Yeah,
I should have had 3. I couldn't be. I had so many good opportunities. Couldn't put it in the back of the net. And then this one shift, I was just pissed off. I'm like, I was just mad. And then I ended up scoring that shift.
Not bad. All right.
I was just mad. I'm like, man, it sucks.
Get you mad more often.
Yeah. It sucks.
But I don't like you when you're mad. You're a different person when you're upset. Yeah. You quiet down, and there's like very little coming out.
I can't get to that next level because then it's just bad.
Yeah, your energy's not fake. That's for damn sure. I'll tell you that.
So yeah, that's what we got going on, guys. Microsoft continuing to sell, the market moving higher, which is slightly odd. So again, I'm just looking for any forms of indecision at highs, and then some stopping volume as well too. All right, and I think we'll be able to find a potential short, but we also want to keep an eye on the Mag 7, just in case that they want to decide to continue this rally. Well, Apple, that is. Apple's moving higher in Microsoft. And I haven't even gone through the likes of NVIDIA. I haven't looked at NVIDIA, Tesla, Google, Meta, or anything, or Amazon. I haven't looked at any of them. My hyper-focus was on Shopify and AMD this morning. And I'm glad that we took those AMD shorts. Market continuing to climb. The more extended we get, the more I like it for a potential trade. Adara, what do you got for us?
Yeah, keep an eye here on AAPL. This one's still at high of day. CNBC reporting that Apple's will be remaining largely unaffected by India tariffs. According to, again, CNBC citing White House officials, so this is not yet confirmed, but it sounds like Apple might not be too heavily affected by the new tariffs that are being set for India. Back to you.
See, Joseph, I've thought about this long and hard.
Yeah.
Being an investor in Apple and having to weather the storm off that 260 drop and fade.
Yeah.
And I started thinking like, okay, well, Donald made special, I don't want to call them permissions, but he gave Apple special treatment, so to speak, in Trump 1.0. But he kind of made it very clear this time around, he doesn't want to pick winners and losers, in the sense that you don't want to give any one company an advantage over another just because they're Apple and they're a $3 trillion market cap. And, they're a sign of like American ingenuity, American design, American this, that, and the other, okay? But I'm starting to think that, allowing Apple to go down obviously it wouldn't be in America's interest, but it also wouldn't be in Donald's interest, because then he would be playing into the Chinese strengths, right?
Absolutely.
You're gonna get that void filled by somebody, right? Whether it's Honor, whether it's Xiaomi, whether it's Huawei, it's gonna be somebody, bro. And they're already making crazy ass phones over there, triple folding, double folding, thin AF, you know what I mean? So I just started thinking, I'm like, maybe we do get some specially tailored provision to allow them, to kind of continue to do their thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
And today we're starting to get like little hints here and there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you obviously want your best to remain your best. You don't want to hinder them too much. Did he come down a little bit hard on them? Maybe, possibly, considering the tariffs. But I think that Apple has the ability to recover. I've mentioned this before. I think it's kind of short-term noise as well too, Sharif. And why? I'm just going to keep referencing the amount of cash that these guys have on the balance sheet is just absolutely phenomenal. I think it's so hard to fail. But don't forget, as you just mentioned, Sharif, everyone is replaceable, and you don't necessarily want that in the case of Apple.
Not at all.
Adara, what do you got for us?
Bitcoin continuing to consolidate here. We actually did break above that 15,000 level. We're currently right at 15,000 and continuing to, I guess, try to make a little bit of a higher low after that base around 12,000. So the fact that 12,000, again, the previous all-time high, is still holding a support is certainly a good look for BTC. Let's hope that it stays that way. Here's Ethereum USD. This one also making a bit of a lower high and certainly not near its all-time highs the way that Bitcoin is, but continuing in this bit of an uptrend. Now I want to do something a little bit fun with you guys. Let's look at meme coins. Here, this is a coin market cap. Here are the top trending meme coins. House coin, number 1 here. Then there's Floki, Koma Inu, Pause, Useless coin, MIA, Zerebro coin, AI Cell, Troll, lots of stuff here. This is on Coin Market Cap, but interesting look at some of these meme coins in addition to the larger crypto names we usually look at and trade here, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, okay, there's something going on with Walmart here. You got it there, Joey? Just show that 1 minute there, just so they can see the program buy on that bad boy. Yeah, that's the chart on Walmart today, guys.
Wow.
Joey, don't look at the market cap.
Okay.
What's it at?
989 million.
No, it's because I know you heard me say $1 billion.
Our billion is what I
822. So we're not too far. Maybe I think maybe in a few years, maybe less. Right?
Figured I'd try
go.
to get them. Yeah, I mean, just get that as close as possible. But I mean, Walmart. We love Walmart anyways, right? So it doesn't even matter. This is America's darling. At the end of the day,
Don't forget, bro. Over 50% of what they sell made in America, according to them. I don't know if that's accurate. But according to them.
No, but remember what they said? It's assembled in America.
Is that what they said?
Yeah,
they said assembled.
Assembled. Yeah.
Okay.
So, you know, we don't know about that, but hey, word it how you may. But yeah, that's really good look there, Shreve. 29% from those April lows, so not too bad of a look. And I think at this pace, it is probably going to break through that previous all-time high. We like Walmart. I was buying Selena some in like this neck of the woods or something like that there. So there you go.
Yeah,
boom, boom.
you punch in for her, right?
Yeah. You gotta get that money to work there. You think there's no free ride around here, Shreve?
Oh, okay. I'm not getting involved in this conversation.
But no, in all seriousness, it's a really good look there on Walmart today, brother.
That's a great point there, Dave. J 2723. Great point. That didn't come to mind. It's also because of groceries. If you eliminate groceries, it's probably 10%. I'm not vouching for your data there, but I think your point is very well taken. We can probably check exactly if we were to exclude groceries, what percentage of their products are actually made in America. Great point there. I'm going to cover a couple of stocks for you, AIMD and ONDS, as soon as we get back from Madeira.
You guys know I'm not seeing any news on Walmart. There's weirdly a lot of social media attention on this name right now. But yeah, WMT, as mentioned earlier, looks like a bit potentially of a buy program. It's been strong all day, continuing to rocket higher. This, for a name like WMT, pretty significant move. It's almost $4 right now off the open, guys. Back to you.
That Adair. All right, Joey, let me just cover a couple of these bad boys over here because I promised some of the viewers that I would. All right, here it is, Assassino, AIMD. This is the first one. So the reason that I haven't said anything about this is not because it's not up on the day. It's up bigly, 51%. It's a big mover, but what it's doing now is trading below VWAP. So displeases me greatly, despite the fact that the high of the day, which is that 450, was made after the bell, so clears the pre-market high, so check there. But it's trading below VWAP. And even if it gets above VWAP in the strict sense, like the price action is above the white line, look what it's doing. It's putting in lower highs at that volume weighted average price. So unless we can get above, I would say 380 to get above this area crest over here, the two candles that we printed at 1035 and 1040, I'm not interested. That doesn't mean that, I'm not cognizant of the higher lows that it's been putting in below VWAP. I do see them. But I would like to insist that this one get above 380 just so that, we've cleared the sellers over here and we only have to contend with these sellers. So AIMD, I've got it up on the, I don't have it on the side chart, but I've got it up on the watch list over here. So we'll keep that right there. And then the other one, Joey, is ONDS. This is a former convict, one that we've been trading before. As you can see there on the 5-minute chart, it's been making higher highs and higher lows every day. And today you're getting a big boy breakout. So we're not up bigly on the day quite yet, just 4.25%, but we're getting into that 330. And I just want to show you guys the wider time frame. Yeah, man, we're doing decent here. That's a 15-minute chart. Let's go to the hourly. Let's see when this one started really running. This has been running for months now. For months. This is coming from sub $1 territory back in early mid-May, and now we're clearing $3. So this small cap is not really giving it up. And I would submit to you as well that, you know, as we get closer to those interest rate cuts and as the market starts pricing in more rate cuts, these small caps are going to run. That's just the way that this bad boy works. So we'll keep tabs on that as well. Yeah, ONDS, I'm a buyer here at 315. If it wants to come back and test breakout level, we'll give that one the old college try. Otherwise, I'll steer clear, Joey, because it's only up 4 1/4.
Nice look there, my brother. But yeah, there it is. Bitcoin working out really nice for us here, guys. You can see that we were in at 35s. We're now trading towards that high of the day. I think at this pace, how the volume is really starting to kick up, we're going to break this and hold this high of the day. So let's see if we can get those orders come in aggressively above the ask. And there it is. We'll trim a little bit more off there. Let's go. Oh, I love it when my orders get rejected. It's a great feeling.
I love that. Those are the best times, bro.
Gotta love it. So now, there we go. Now we're posted up. We'll take another fill on that Bitcoin break. Here we go, up 1.5% there, guys, on the day. Just playing this bull flag, market ripping, Bitcoin, Ethereum consolidating, forming that bull flag pattern. Obviously, it would have been better. Your risk to reward is vastly increased if you do get in at the lower end of the range, right? So you can see that I was risking about 10 cents here, and then we take about 20 on that one. So yeah, 2 to 1 so far. Not too bad. Not too bad. We'll take it. We're going to continue to rock and roll on this to see if we can continue. Or say continue one more time. Continue on the path that we are. I'll say it one more time. There it is. But yeah, that's what we got going on here, guys. 2 trades. We took 1 loss on AMD in the morning. The second trade was good considering that we continuously added into the position. Now I'm just using a little bit of my realized gains to put on some more risk. If I lose X amount, then that's it. We're done for the day. But no, this is starting to cook up for us. See if we consolidate and then move a little bit more to the northeast, because I believe that Bitcoin can move. Now, if there's anything specific that you guys want to go over, just put it in the chat and I'll do so. But in the meantime, let's take a look at IBIT's options chain. I haven't done that in some time. After I sold those calls, I'm like, yeah, never mind, AC Slater. I'm not worried about it right now. I think there's going to be plenty of opportunities to just continuously ride the Bitcoin wave, and that's why I have a lot of fun doing so. But guys, keep in mind, at 60, wow, okay, I'll show you guys. I'm not even going to tell you. This could be a potential resistance zone. All right, 26,600 contracts at that $66 strike price. We're now trading at 65.54. So I'm going to be keeping a major eye out just in case we do run into that specific level and then it potentially rejects, all right? So you can see the market's coming in aggressively and we're still holding up relatively well here on Bitcoin. So I'm going to hold this trade until otherwise, if I get stopped out break even, I still have about 75 to 80% of the position. We're just peasing small though because I would love to see the move northeast there, Sharif.
All right, guys. We're continuing to take some nice prints here on my very good friend GNS. We're back up into 19s. I've taken a whole bunch out. So initially we did get in at 13s, scalped, came back into VWAP, added, scalping. And here we are, we're waiting at 19 again. Let's see what we get over here. But I want to bring to your attention another one. So I'll bring to your attention first 2 that failed. LHAI. Look at this. I mean, this is part and parcel of trading these small cap gappers. You have to deal with this kind of BS because this is pure and simple BS right here. You get a big monster breakout above that 675 technical resistance level, and you move up 75 pennies into basically 750, 746 high. You halt down $1 lower at 644, and then you gap down another 50 some odd cents. And now it's trading below VWAP and well away from my line in the sand, which is VWAP, which is currently at around 648, 650. So LHAI, I mean, ugly stock. But here's a better looking one, and maybe one that won't be full of bamboozlement, VSAT. And I say maybe because you just don't know with these, right? You have to kind of make peace with that. This is not a small cap gapper either. It is a $3.5 billion market cap. Viasat, I know Viasat, global communications company. Did these guys report earnings or something? Yeah, they did. So this is an earnings play. We're up 24%. It looks like a buy program, guys. And it's obviously using the 10 EMA on the 5 because you don't have any closing prints south of the 10 EMA. You get a wick or two that do breach it, but up and up we go. Nice bull flag continuation. That's what I felt over here. I was looking for kind of a bigger breakout, but this one doesn't seem like it has that parabolic effect like it did at the open. That you get that initial spike up at the open because of all the market on open orders that all fill at the same time. So you have a decided advantage for the demand side as opposed to the supply side. So up into 26.44 we go. That's the high of the day. I'll pick this up off a key technical resistance area, whether that ends up being the whole dollar level at 26 or a little bit below that in the mid 80s. At the volume weighted average or at the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. So that's what I'll wait for there. That's another one, VSAT. Good look. But there goes GNS again, and we get the 19 print. It goes up to 20. It doesn't cross 20, so we don't get the print. But that is the high of the day, $1.20 right now. Ebb Flow Portfolio. I love the name. Can you post a little higher so I can reach my profit target on GNS? Yeah, right, brother. Look, I'm not a market mover. Let me just be very honest with myself and everybody. I am a market observer. I watch as others move the market and I tag along with them. I'm not so delusional as to think that I move the market. So it's nice of you to think that, but that's definitely not the truth. I like to watch, Fabian, in case, you want to take that however you want. Joseph?
Yeah.
He has no idea what the hell was happening.
No, man, honestly, but see, the thing is, though, I get in trouble for this because I'm probably the most selective hearing individual. If I'm locked in.
That's okay, you're locked in,
If I'm locked in, everything
But we're
else
dropping
is
sexual innuendos. You got no idea what's going on.
I had no idea what's going on, man. Oblivious to the whole situation. When I'm locked in, man, my selective hearing is just like, it's literally all noise. You could read me a book and I'd be looking at something and I'd be like, huh? Like, I have no idea what you just said to me, so please repeat it. Yeah, but I get in trouble for that.
Good, bro.
Stuff,
You're
so
not gonna find an upset audience with me, man.
No.
We're good to go.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't catch it. Okay, Havana Woody made an interesting point to me here today. Now it's got me really curious, and that's what I was locked in about on here. So Monday, June 25th. I got to keep an eye on this IBIT position as well, too. So I got to pull it up over here, and then we're going to do something here momentarily.
Get it, Joe.
Okay, so we'll do this, Havana. So I got to stop leaning forward, but my poor eyes. 15.5% right there from the June 25th lows to where we're currently trading at. So we got 15.5% off those June 25th lows from where we're currently trading at. Let's see here. What is this? The June 23rd. Where's the 25th? Okay, I guess because this isn't 24 hours. So we'll go here. 17%. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I thought the tracking error was slightly different there, Havana. So very valid point on that one. Still a couple of percentage points. Is it leverage? No, I don't think it is. It's just subjected to the not 24 hours of trading, I think, in my opinion. So, but valid point, and it is my largest holding without any questioning whatsoever. So just keep that in mind. And I didn't like hearing that, so I got to do a little bit more research on it. But I think we'll be sitting okay. It's not overly leveraged. Like Havana, I know what you're saying on that one. We did an example with Nimrod yesterday on HIMS, right? So we'll pull up this HIMS example on why you don't hold leverage products for the long term. Why? So this is why you don't essentially hold leverage products for the long term. So let's do this. HIMS Z, right? And then HIMS. So why you gotta do that to me, man?
You want me to talk to it?
Yeah, please. I call someone over there. Like, why?
Double click it, and then go over there. And it should have a drop down list for you. Which thing did you click?
This one right here, man.
Okay.
Why is it this complicated?
HIMS, Shift Enter. Shift Enter.
Shift Enter.
Yeah.
Brother. Okay,
Why does it hate you like this?
It's done. I can't even give the example right now.
Sorry.
I'm too flustered, and I'm getting nervous now for some reason.
No. That's all BS.
Yeah, it is complete BS. Yeah. But at the end of the day, I was going to give an example if I can pull it up. Oh, here it is. It's on a different chart. Okay, thank you. So Sharif, give me one moment here, my friend. Uno momento, mi
I got
amigo.
it up for you here.
You got it?
If you want to show.
Can we do a picture-in-picture here, Fabian? Because I want HIMS Z, and I want you to pull up HIMS there. All right. Can we go to a daily, Sharif?
Yes, sir. Oh, you want to show the way you were showing Nimrod?
Yeah, exactly. So this is why you don't own leverage products. So we're going to go to this 5703. That's going to be the May 14th high. And this is HIMZ, right? So you can see it's down 64%. So if you do the exact same thing on HIMZ itself, it's only going to be down 32%.
Where are you taking it from? That's March 14th, 25, correct?
Yeah. So
May 14th, 25?
Yeah, May 14th, 20.
All right, so we're doing it live, Joey. We're going to do it right from there, and you want from today's low?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're down 23%.
23%? Okay, so a little bit less. But essentially what I'm getting at here is, but the example is, if HIMZ drops, say, we'll make the math simple. If HIMZ drops 50%, it needs a 100% return to get right back to where it was. That's not the case with the leverage products. It now needs the underlying asset to move 200% to get back to where it was, right? So a 2-to-1 ratio on that one, if my math is correct. So that's exactly why you don't want to own leverage products for the long term.
All right. Well, I by the way, Joseph was giving this exact lesson to Nimrod yesterday when he was here. And let me tell you, bro, that caught my attention. That caught my attention because we always talk about ETF decay, but you never actually see a visual representation of the difference. And that was the perfect one right there, Joey. So I got to shout you out for that, man.
Yeah, much appreciated.
Yeah, good look there. All right, guys, let's get back to work over here. We're still looking at GNS. Here we go into a new high of day at $1.21. We're up 42 1/3%. We're zigging, we're zagging. I don't have too many outs left, so I'm going to be quite selective. We're going to wait now at 25s. Well, because I love the number 25, and so I really have no other technical reason for posting there. We'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. But I got to tell you guys, I don't really like anything right now except VSAT, and I don't want to trade this because it's not a small cap gapper in the strict sense. I'm really trying to be quite strict about trading these. You guys were telling me about Oscar. It's not a small cap gapper either, but I do like the look for VSAT. So if you guys are not averse to trading small cap gapper names, this $3.5 billion market cap, this has been beautiful off the 10. You've got a 2-candle pullback like we're doing right now over here at 1020 into 1025. It was a strict hold into VWAP. Into the 10 EMA, and we're doing it right now again. So we're up 22% and change. We'll see what we get with this one. Also, I neglected to mention SIFY, and the reason I did is for the exact reason you're seeing there on the screen. The volume's crazy light, and it's also declining. Not only was it light to begin with, but it's also dropping off. So I never like to recommend these ones because with illiquidity can come wider spreads and bamboozlement, but it does have a good looking chart pattern here, full disclosure. Now, the one that I've said very little about, because I've been 1 or 2 pennies out of the money basically all day, is SMRT. It's got a seller at 15. That's where I'm long. It's dropping back into 13s now with higher lows. So we'll see. If this one wants to flat top break, fantastic. But if it loses 10, I've made that point very clear. This area trough gets me out of the trade. I'm talking about smart SMRT, kind of a slow mover. ONDS does have a good look here, but it's not up big enough on the day for me to say, you know, we're going to get a breakout. I mean, we're talking about 5% and change on a $3 name here. So it's a 321 high. It's putting in a nice hold here, Katina Man, at that $3.25 area. Katina Man's back, by the way. How's swimming, brother? You went for a walk? All right, good. It's nice today, though. It's breezy outside, eh? It's still foggy, though, because all the smoke coming from where Adara's from. Adara, weasel in for a second. Adara, what's going on in Manitoba over there, man? Because we're hearing crazy stuff about all the wildfires. I mean, everybody's okay, right?
Yeah, everyone I know is okay, thankfully. I honestly, it's weird. I didn't really hear anyone talk about it when I was back either. So for people who are wondering why I was gone for a couple days at the end of July, I was there to visit Winnipeg. No one really mentioned it. The neighborhood that I'm in, because my family just recently moved, the neighborhood that I'm in now, I think is a lot more removed from it. I think I would have probably felt it and noticed it more in my previous neighborhood, which is a lot more, like literally behind train tracks and a whole bunch of grass. So,
but they're saying like the air quality in Winnipeg is like one of the worst in the world. It's like worse than Delhi.
I honestly felt like it was it's worse here.
Really?
Than it wasn't. I'm going to be 100% honest with you guys. But again, it might be locationally where you are in the city. It's not that big of a city, but it's big enough that that's a difference. I also spent some time at my cottage as well, where I noticed maybe it was a bit worse there. But
was it worse there?
Slightly worse, I think, but not to the degree that it is here. I will admit, in my opinion, the Toronto air quality.
Well, that probably all the smog doesn't help
Yes,
either, Dara.
but I
right?
am also wishing everyone the best. If we have any Manitoban viewers with the wildfires, I am here with you, and I have community there as well.
Thank you for that, Adair. If you guys don't know, Adair is from Winnipeg, and Winnipeg is a city in a province, which is like a state, called Manitoba. So that's where a lot of these wildfires are happening, and it's blowing everywhere, including into Toronto and into Ontario, into America. America's getting upset with Canada right now. They're like, they want to sue us.
It's funny. It's funny.
All the wildfire smoke.
It's funny. My friend, because a couple of us are going to Chicago in a week or so. To go visit one of our friends that moved there, and he's following the Reddit page, and he's like, yeah, everybody's just bashing the Canadians because of all the smoke.
That's what I was just telling you. Like, certain, I think, Congress persons or men or women or whatever, they actually want, I don't know, they want to pass legislation to sue Canada or something for
smoke.
Yeah, because it's causing beef down there.
Yeah,
They're annoyed.
Calling beef, man.
You tell them, Ram Ram. Come over here and tell everybody what you just said. Everybody wants to hear what you have to say, Ram Ram. She's in a mood today, bro. Let me tell you, bro. She walked in with her sunglasses on.
That was epic.
She was angry. She gave Joseph and I a little bit of a look. We both got a little scared, not gonna lie. We backed off a little bit there.
Yeah. Comes in, shades on. Show it to them.
Get him.
Show him.
What is he gonna show?
I don't know.
He's gonna show Ram Ram?
Oh, Ram Ram.
All right. Well, here we go. Something's happening there. I don't know what's going on. I'm a little in suspense. Oh, real ones, go comment on our shorts. Yes, because Ram Ram does put in a lot of effort.
Do this.
And you look at Joseph on the bottom there. He's like, me.
See, the thing is here, guys, when
all right,
you have
guys,
an
there
event this large,
I don't know.
You need to build it
you
up.
need to build it up right when
Q2 earnings.
superstars are about to get weenie. What are we talking about here?
Make
What
it
is
as
this
big
one?
as
I totally
possible.
forgot
Let's
this
just give
one.
the people what they
Just
want.
give people what they want. Oh, is it the push-up competition? I think it's the push-up competition.
My money's still on
boy.
Sharif.
My money's on Sharif.
I feel as if at the beginning of the downtrend of AMD,
what is happening over here?
This push-up challenge.
Pug life. I don't know why Ram Ram's always in a sullen disposition, but
Joe,
did you do your push-ups this morning? What's that, Assassino?
See, the thing is
What's
here,
the
guys,
problem?
when you have an event this large,
You can hear
need
that?
to
Oh, I
build
could hear
up.
it. Okay.
It's been 5 months in Q2 earnings.
We need to work out. We need to try to make it as big as possible.
Neil's
Let's just give the
blaming
people what
us
they want.
for AMD sliding after earnings. That's not doing the push-ups.
My money's still on Sharif.
I don't know, man. I don't know if I believe
Flashback.
that or not, Ram Ram.
I can buy into that.
Ram Ram, what happened this morning? Come tell everybody. Bring in the mic. Come tell everybody, Ram Ram.
She doesn't know.
Aw,
I know what it is. She was at 7-Eleven at 2 a.m. again. And then getting
she sleeps
Get
like
it,
never. Oh, Ram Ram, I love
Says
this.
Dara. Yeah, get it, Sev. But yeah, no, this market just is absolutely going insane here, guys. And we're still sitting in this Bitcoin trade. No reason to get out just now. Was that an ad opportunity? I think so, maybe possibly. But did we know? But that's okay. We'll figure something out. There we go. Break through that high of the day.
Break it.
We need the volume to really start to pick up here, though, Sharif. But a nice definitive base liquidity grab through those key levels. And then now we're just starting to climb back towards this high. Could that have been a double top? Yeah, absolutely. Do we want a triple top up here? Absolutely not. So just keep that in mind. And to the individual who was spamming the chat not too long ago, Amazon, you spam. Sometimes you get to see what we're looking at because I'm curious to what's going on. But another big time buy program here on Amazon from 213 all the way up to 218. So a nice look there, my friend.
All right, the OG Bovin bringing to my attention another small cap gapper that's weaseled onto the scene. It goes by the ticker IMAB. It's not up bigly or anything like that, but it's up D's. 16.33%. Let me just throw the ticker on there so you guys follow along. Here it is. It looks like generally, Bovin, I don't know what you're looking at here, but they're certainly selling in and around 4. The wicks do go into 406, but most of the closing prints, Bovin, a penny or two above that $4 area, and down we go again into 392. We're generally at the 10 EMA. If we close below the 10 EMA, Bovin, it'll be the first time we've actually closed below the 10 EMA since the market opened, right at that 930 pop above the 10 EMA. And this will be the deepest retracement I think that we've got. And obviously, this one was a bigger percentage retracement, but this one will lose the 10 EMA. So I'm going to be watching. So we'll see if it holds up at 375. There's a bunch of levels that I wouldn't mind picking this up off if it holds trend. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Good call out, Bovin, as usual, EMA. But there goes Smart. You piece of, good. Because we've been holding this one for a hot minute. Show yourself, Smart. There it is. And now we take out a couple of prints there. We're still waiting at 18s and 19s. This one had a seller of note at 15s, and you could see how many times we rejected that level. So we'll keep an eye here on SMRT, taking out some levels, 18 high. It's at 17s right now, Joey.
Yeah. Do you remember Smart Food? Did you ever eat Smart Food?
Remind me again.
It was like the cheddar popcorn.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
of course.
yeah,
There's a whole bunch of. They had different lines though. It was a lot. It was Smart popcorn. They had a bunch of different stuff.
Yeah. Shout out to whoever ate that stuff back in the day.
Bao mi hua. That's popcorn in Mandarin. Bao mi hua.
Bao mi hua.
Yeah.
Bao mi hua.
How'd I do, my guys? In the chat.
All right.
Audit me. Let's go.
Audit. The Canadian skipped Smart Food, says Paul Thomas.
Okay, calm down, Paul Thomas. Not everybody up here is of that elk, okay? It's about 50-50 split. Calm the hell down, all right?
Same thing with you guys, man. I mean, at the end of the day. But hey, who cares? Bitcoin is all that matters right now at the end of the day. Can we break through this high? It's not looking like it just yet, but we're going to be patient on this one. Buy program is still full effect in the overall market. Again, send me in those tickers. Let's go over some options chain stuff. We're going to take a look at what we got reporting this evening as well, too, Sharif, because that is going to be a hot topic of the day. Apple Oven, Duolingo, a fan favorite of Sharif and I. IonQ, Let's Go, Elf Beauty, and DraftKings. Oh, DoorDash as well, too. Airbnb and Lyft. So another, are we going to call this a A-list? We'll call this the B-listers here, maybe, I think. But it's a pretty good look. But as for Bitcoin, guys, we're going to trim a little bit more up at this top here, guys, because it's looking really, really good, and we'll hold on to it. So another move off of those highs, breaching through that high of the day. What do you got going on? What are you laughing at?
I got to find out who this person is, Smiley.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
All right, yeah, we'll keep doing your thing.
Yeah.
There it is. Keep going. Why, this guy? See, I don't know, man. I don't know about this guy. Neil, my guy. Also, Katina, man, he's really locked in as well, too. Man. I was chess and baseball last night, Katina, man. It was good stuff. Yeah, it was fine stuff there. All right, so a lot of he's really locked in, so good stuff there as always. But yeah, another little piece off in Bitcoin, and this is what we want to do. Look at the volume really start to kick in.
Tell him, Joe.
Keep that in mind. That is something that we want to see as we're breaking through some key resistance levels. So there it is, 1 minute time frame. Boom, 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 boom. We're moving higher. That Freddie Mercury.
It's what's his name? Smiley from Training Day. Do I look like this guy? I don't think I look like. It's just the stash. Say that again, Neil. The stash.
The stash.
Yeah. His is quite a bit longer too, bro. And the thing about the hairs on my stash, bro, they're wild, bro. I gotta tame those bitches.
Get the clippers on them. Yeah. Okay, Bitcoin. Here we go. Another big pop.
Get it, Joe.
I gotta start posting, man. Why don't I post up? But it doesn't matter. There we go. We're just slowly piecing some out. Nice bull flag that we're experiencing in Bitcoin. Let's actually just break this down here real quick, guys. This is really important. VPA, we don't do our lessons anymore, but go back and watch some of these lessons that Sharif and I have done on small caps, on just basic indicators as well too, and then volume price analysis. We got things on options, as I mentioned before, but VPA, let's get right into this. Look at the buying volume step in. Look at the selling volume. It's drastically smaller. And then what happens when we take those legs higher? Boom, the volume steps right back in. It's really important to follow what it's telling you because it can give you worlds. If you're looking for a breakout and you're not looking at the profile and you're like, why isn't it breaking? Why isn't it breaking? Well, the volume probably isn't stepping in, all right? So keep that in mind. Really important to gauge what volume's up to. Sure.
All right, man. That's a good look right there, Joey. Brother. All right, here's the deal. We're going to load up IMAB now because it looks like a bit of a deeper retracement, boys and girls, into the 20 exponential moving average on the 5. Let's have a look over here. This is too spready for me. 87s on the bid, 80 and 96 on the ask. That displeases me greatly. I'm going to have to say no to this one, Bovin. I know I like the pattern, man, especially a hold up off the 20. It does lose 4, though, so there is that kind of line in the sand. Yeah, I'm debating about this one. Does the spread tighten up? No. It's still staying at 9 pennies. It's maintaining that. And look how slow it is, at least to move. Like, the tape's barely moving on this, right? So right now it's got, what do we got? About 3.37 million in terms of volume. We're up 15.5%. I'll keep watching this. I'm going to leave it on the side chart. If the volume picks up and the spread tightens up, we can have a discussion. But as long as it's wide like that, it ain't for me. Shout out to Bovin. Bovin's like 385. That's my next buy level. I think it came into there, Bovin, just a couple of shekels above that. It held to 20. So the prior candle low, Bovin, came into 386. So I think it was like a penny off that. All right. It is time to go to a dare for happening now. Then Neil has his lesson of the day.
Yeah, what's happening now in this market, we'll let you guys know and take a look. I think it's worth noting. Joey Shreve just mentioned this, but earnings tonight are going to be huge as well, so make sure you stay tuned with us. And the market really pushing higher ahead of those reports. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight green candles for the S&P 500, but it looks like we might break that straight. We are dipping a little bit lower with this 7th 15-minute candle for the straight. NASDAQ looking the exact same, pushing into today's highs, but notably for the NASDAQ as well, still below these yesterday's pre-market highs here. So we still have a little bit further to go to the upside. Apple on watch. This is very much to the upside. This is actually almost at high of day still. We do know that, Tim Cook and Donald Trump, president of the U.S., Tim Cook is, of course, the CEO of Apple. They're going to be making an announcement tonight, according to White House officials, on an additional $100 billion that Apple will be investing in the U.S. There is some speculation from sources including Ming-Chi Kuo, noted supply chain analyst, that this investment is actually not going to be about iPhone manufacturing specifically in the U.S., but manufacturing of other components. Then you have SHOP. So many earnings names today, guys. UBER, SHOP. On the smaller cap side, you had Oscar Health, Clover, and Open Door. A lot of these earnings names making some notable moves. AMD, though, maybe one of the biggest ones on watch, dropping right off the open, though, right now, trying to come back a bit. And make sure if you like infographic content, check us out on X at TTV Research. I just updated this infographic to reflect Palantir. Now, as of yesterday's close, the 21st largest company by market cap. It was briefly the 20th at some point yesterday. Today it might be again, but as of yesterday's close, Palantir, the 21st largest company by market cap. UNH, notably the 35th. That used to be all the way up here. But yesterday, I guess as of Friday's close, we were quite a bit lower. UNH maybe trying to make a comeback. Palantir already here. Make sure to like and subscribe as we send you over to Neil. And his lesson of the day. Without further ado, take it away, Neil.
As always.
Thank you very much, Dara.
Got to get that in there. And I got to throw my 2 cents in because, first of all, Sharif does look like Smiley from Training Day. I'm with the crowd on that. That being said, my favorite of the trio, if you've seen Training Day, and it's a great scene, one of the best scenes in the movie, actually. I like the dude that plays Tuco from Breaking Bad because he's in there as well. He's absolutely hilarious in that film. But the lesson I wanted to talk about today was sometimes learned it with Coin. It happened in Coinbase yesterday. And then this is something that happened today with Figma. But we actually had an opportunity in AMD with the same similar pattern. That's the idea that you like a certain price level or area to take a trade in a certain direction, but the first time it approaches that price, it's useless. Meaning, like, Coinbase is an example from this yesterday, right? Like I was thinking simple stair-step continuation short, like down, consolidate, down, like it just stair-step down since earnings. It's been under a lot of pressure. But by the time you get to the open, and it's at 304, well, or close to the open, it's at 304, the level that I like around the 310 level to play the short is going to require a push to the upside. Now it barely checks up here and starts to work for a little bit of a scalp trade before breaking out the high. So any short in there is almost certainly getting stopped out early on. But when you look at the entry after the fact, the level you like, confirmation of sellers as opposed to hoping sellers are there. There's a difference between at a level getting in when the sellers establish themselves or just getting in because that's the level. And the more the stock moves or the bigger the spread the stock, the more likelihood it is that it can run stops before it gets there. So this was a miss for me yesterday in Coinbase. So when you come on over, and I looked at this and said, oh, that's kind of nonsense. I can't miss out an opportunity if we see something like that happen again. I can't believe AMD is all the way back, V-shaped recovery. But AMD at the post-market low is kind of a similar story. It was up and down and not very clean off of that level early, but let it bounce at the open, and then it came in, showed significance at that low, And then once the sellers got in control at that low, you can get yourself into the trade. Now, obviously, do better than me and hold on to it past the low of the day. I probably wasn't bearish enough on AMD, to be honest with you. I actually thought that there'd be a good bounce play on it, and you'd be shorting more like tops instead of down here. But that's just personal bias. The point is, if you like that level, it doesn't have to set up right away and be gold. It can be a half decent trade the first time, like on Coinbase, but make sure once the sellers get in control at that level and show you signs, that's the better opportunity. And then the last one, because we always talk about it's all fun and games to talk about one that you got, but how about almost the exact same thing as Coinbase on Figma? So what's the price on Figma? IPOs do not have a lot of price history. 85 it opened at. 85 it flushed in the afternoon yesterday. Does it trend into 85? Absolutely. Does that area reject? Of course it does. But if you're not willing to wait until the sellers get into real control there, you can get chopped up. Yeah, a little scalp trade if you had it. When it breaks through, you can play it to VWAP. But it's the bounce off VWAP right back to that level that you're watching. You can call it head and shoulders. It doesn't really matter to me. It's the fact it's making a lower high and confirming the sell under the 85. So you can call it waiting for the back end of the trade. You can call it waiting for confirmation, whatever it might be. When something has parabolic movement in it, sometimes it's better to try to catch that other side at the same price level, but in a different manner. And what that requires is, okay, it's stopped out and it's breaking above your 85 level. Now you're just waiting for the opportunity for the sell to look good there again. And maybe you got to wait for a half an hour. You didn't have to wait very long in AMD. You did have to wait a little bit here in Figma, but it can end up being worth it. And I would argue you could say the same thing coming back through 80 multiple times. Like, wait for it, show the strength at that 80 level. Once it gets there, you can jump on in. A really good trend is worth taking a couple shots at, and a really good level is worth waiting for confirmation at, because it doesn't always just go first time and you're going to absolutely get it. And one last thing, because I was actually saying this to Sean. I'm going to show this. And the training day's been out long enough. Don't anybody at me for spoiling scenes. This scene is absolutely one of the most epic scenes in training day. But there's one small problem with it. And anybody who has, if you have family or if you're like a father or whatever, you're going to understand this. If you are already, now remember, in this scene, dude is already ready to kill Jake as a cop. He's sitting in the, he's ready to do it, and he's locked and loaded. And then he produces the dude's nephew's wallet. I'm like, are you kidding me? He's not waiting for an explanation after that. If you were already ready to do the guy, and then you find out he's got your niece's wallet in the pocket, you're not asking any questions. It's just over in a heartbeat. Now, that said, for cinematic purposes, in situations like that, people don't react all that naturally. But I'm just simply saying, your fingers on the trigger in that situation, and then you see that, no, I'd be like, I'm not waiting to hear why. It's just game over at that point. Like, it would just be over in that situation. But anyways, it doesn't really matter. Before we get back to the boys, I cannot believe what AMD is doing in that recovery. I thought 57. This is a complete V shape. Watch out for that pre-market high. I might take another shot if it reverts at that 165. But that's your lesson of the day. You can have the price area correct, the price level correct, but you might have to wait for that confirmation. Tesla took 2 turns to 312. AMD took a couple turns through 85. Yesterday, Coinbase took a couple of turns through that 310 level. You just got to be ready for that second or third opportunity and sniper it when you get the chance. Back to the midday. Smiley and Joey options.
Okay, Neil. All right. It's been a hot minute since I've seen that movie. I'm going to need a refresher because what Neil was just talking about there, it's not even jogging my memory. So, yeah, it's been a hot minute. Probably a decade, Neil, since I've watched that. I gotta watch that bad boy again. Man, I don't really watch movies anymore, man. Who the hell has the time?
There's no good movies out anyways, man. I don't remember the last time a legit good movie was made.
Yeah, well, it's been
Jurassic Park 2, or the new Jurassic Park, hot garbage. It's an embarrassment.
Damn.
And then the new Superman as well, not that good. Fantastic Four, not that good. So there's just a lot of not that good out there. So.
Oh, all right, baby. I rode the AMD bottom and made back my 2K lost. Muhahaha. Thank you, Neil. You were spot on. Shout out to Kelving's GTS. Hope you printed up multiple storms on AMD and continue to print multiple storms on AMD. Yeah, we'll obviously get to AMD on the news, Joey, but if you don't
absolutely.
show what the market wants in terms of AI, and in their case is that their data center revenue, you're going to pay.
As you mentioned, it's fantastic that your gaming, we'll talk about it more, but it's fantastic that your gaming sector is up, or segment, division is up 68%. But no one really cares about that.
No, they don't care.
No one really cares about that.
It's because it's like a fraction. It's a drop in the bucket relative to everything else. I did like a lot of what they said, Joey. The MI350, which is their GB or their B200 equivalent, on schedule. Now we're talking about the MI400, which is the next gen. That's for next year, obviously. The GB300 equivalent or the B300 equivalent. So but as we talked to about with Adara yesterday about Taiwan Semi and their production and allotting some of that production capacity to AMD, because up until now, basically dominated by NVIDIA, taking all their production capacity. So even if they wanted to make it, they couldn't, because there's just nobody to make them. So we'll have to see how much they can allot to AMD. That's really been the issue between AMD and NVIDIA. AMD just can't make them, right? And NVIDIA's got first dibs on Taiwan Semi's production capacity, and that's just basically how it's been. So yeah. Keep an eye out on that. Follow that if you're invested in these companies, so you can know what's going on. All right, guys. There's really not much going on in my world. A couple of these names are still they're okay. SMRT did pop back into that 119 area, made a new high, holding the higher low at 15. So we're break even on that one for the last remaining amount. And GNS, my best winner so far, pulling back in to the 20 exponential, bouncing again, but it's off the highs at $1.21. So we'll see if this one can make higher highs. It's got higher lows. I'm comparing this area low here into 112 based on where I got in originally, which was 109. So that's another higher low for me. But the pickings are slim today in small cap gapper world. Make sure you kind of realize that, because, Adara, look what just popped up. I'm going to show you right now. Assassino. She's going to know this one very well. Many people will know this very well. C-Poop is back. Oh, baby.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
You had a feeling, right? Because that one got a lot of love. Shout out to C-Poop. And this one is making moves to the high side, $1.85 high, dropping back down, trying to clear that $1.75. CPOP, this is a former convict. That's why Adara and I were getting excited, because we traded this on the midday before. It's C-Pop, obviously, but we lovingly call it C-Poop. But we're going to keep an eye out on this one. Joey, it's breaking out a few shekels off the high over here. Shout out to Nimrud. He gave us shekels, by the way, which I do have in my bag, which I will bring out. And every time I say the word shekel, Joey Option, show him what you got, baby.
You got 1 shekel.
There it is. Show the big camera there.
Oh, yeah.
It's blurry AF there, though.
Blurry, yeah.
There you go.
There you go. A little lackluster, but that's okay.
That's okay. So we're gonna keep an eye here on C-Pop, guys, and if it breaks out, we'll see how it does, and then maybe we'll weasel into this one. Let's give it actually its own trading screen. This LHAI is hot garbage. Let's go like that. There we go. It's a 1 penny spread, already pleasing me. And it's got about 6.6 million shares trade on the day. Not bad. It's not the greatest, obviously, for a dollar stock, $1.50 stock. So I'm going to be really intently watching to see if we can take out the 185. The only problem with C-Poop right here is it doesn't seem to be respecting any of these technical areas, whether they're moving averages, previous areas of support or resistance. So it's all over the map. I don't know what the hell to think about this one. So I would like it to clear $1.85. At least that way I can say, okay, maybe we'll use that $1.85 area as support. So that's what I'll keep my eye on now. Joey, what do you got?
Yeah, absolutely. So David, they're called a loony and a toonie. So $1 and $2.
Fantastic.
So if you're ever curious about that, that's what we call them. Okay, Ethereum. Topping signal here. Bitcoin starting to sell off here, so I got to listen to what the PA is telling me. We did get a little bit more out there, and I have about 40% of the position remaining, so that's not too bad. I do have the feeling that we're going to get this stopped out break even, but nice indecision print right there on ETH, right at an extreme high, and then sure enough, boom, you play the break of that low, and it's continuing to the south side. So yeah, we're going to sit in this. If it comes back to the break even, then so be it, but also in the TQs in the SPY, slightly toppy PA as well. well right now. Nice indecision print at those highs. But I think just considering that Amazon and Apple are really strong, I'm going to avoid just trying to short it, right? I don't want to frustrate myself being like, why aren't you selling? Why aren't you selling? When you have a couple of the biggest names on the planet continuing to climb higher, and that's going to be in the likes of Amazon and AAPL. My guy Stevenson said he crushed some AMD, so we'll take a look at that. Nice AMD shorts. We were short from here, and then we got out roughly around here, and then it made an additional move. But again, another signal, boom, and then you get to move all the way to the top side, north of the volume-weighted average price, slowly starting to curl over. You just want to do some basic TA on this one to prove that you're forming these lower highs, and sure enough, you reject that specific level. And that's what I did on the 1 minute as well, too, so just keep that in mind. That's what helped me stay within this trade, is that from a shorter duration, is that I was just looking at this. If it cracked through that trend line and sat on the back side of it, then I was going to hop right out of that trade. So that's where we get the add. Fails to establish a new high there, you add a little bit more. Fails to put in a new high right there again, and then once you crack that level and open up south of the volume-weighted average price is when you get a little bit, add a little bit more there. You take some off, and then boom, boom, boom. Tape is really weak. You just continuously add into those positions. So that's what we got cooking up. Still sitting in this IBIT trade. Hopefully it doesn't sell off too aggressively, and we can break through this. The ebbs and flows of this name can be a little turbulent, that's for sure. They're pretty deep pullbacks, but then it recovers relatively quickly. So you can see, boom, you get that deep pullback, and then sure enough consolidates a little bit longer and then moves higher. You get another pullback, consolidates, and then you get that additional leg higher. Is it going to happen for a third time? I have no idea. But this is what I'm talking about here on shorting the TQs at these highs when some of the bigger names want to continue to climb higher. I feel that Amazon doesn't want to stop, and you don't want to be short the overall market when you have a mega cap name like this that is just on the warpath. So just keep that in mind here, guys. It's just, just continuing to climb higher and higher. The Spartans are on the warpath. So yeah, well, shout out to one of my favorite movies there as well too.
300?
Yeah,
about 300?
Easily, I can watch that movie over and over again. I used to have it on. Man, I used to have a wicked sound system, and I used to play the movie Disturbia with Shia LaBeouf and 300, and just like listen to it so loud. It's just the music in 300 just gets me so amped up. Yeah,
I like the way that they made it kind of look like like a not a comic, but you know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
Like,
that kind of that animation effect to it.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah, it was done really,
effect.
really well. Yeah, one of my favorite.
It's an OG movie, bro.
Very OG. But there it is, guys. A beautiful move there, as Obi would like to say, on Amazon. And then we'll take a look at some of these mega names as well, because we haven't seen what they were really up to. So there it is. Meta wanting to climb a little bit higher as well, guys. So keep that in mind. If this consolidation breaks and wants to punch through this high of the day, it's going to drag the Qs up along with it. So just keep that in mind, right? So that's why it's really tough to go short the Qs when you have all these big boys that have a different agenda. Break through the volume weighted average price. A nice move here. Katina Man, I heard it's $700 in the money.
He's $7 on the money. What are we talking about here? Burke B?
Burke
A, I mean.
Well, I was reading something, and I don't know why your channel cat said that, so we're gonna hide that one. So yeah. Anyways, that's what we got going on. Some nice moves in the big.
There it is. All right, C-Poop is on the warpath to the high side, guys. All right, I have to look at SGBX, but I really wanted to tell you guys, CPOP, there it is. There is the breakout. It's taking out 85s. It's a 93 high now. It's up 57%, and it's on the way to $2, it feels like. There's a seller, a prohibitively large seller, at 91, not posting on any of the gateways. It is a hidden order. He just got decimated, and there it goes into the high of the day. It's a 97 high. I saw 97s there, but my program's telling me 96. No, this one is right. This says 97 up here. So be on the lookout right now. CPOP, we were talking about the pickings are slim today for the small cap gappers, but C-Poop works its way onto the scene. We'll look at that in a second, but I want to keep my word for the individual in the chat that wanted me to look at SGBX. So first and foremost, if I can avoid the sub $1 stocks, I will avoid them. I traded one yesterday, and it annoyed me to no end. Why do I say that? Because there's just so many different price levels at which you can put sell orders. And I feel it is a thicker trade. It is so hard to clear the 1 penny area because there's all these tenths of a penny that you have to clear because people post at that level. So if I can avoid the sub $1 stocks, I will for that reason. In addition to that,
You tapped in there, brother?
I am not. Sorry, Assassino.
It's all right.
I was
Trouble
disconnected.
you said.
In addition, I just want to finish
Yeah,
this
yeah,
real
go
quick.
right ahead, brother.
In addition to that, Luis Barbado, a small cap gapper trader from Barcelona and obviously with Real Trading, he gave us a really good piece of information that a lot of these algorithms, bigger algos that trade these small cap gappers won't turn on until it clears that dollar level. So you have less participation by bigger money traders in these sub $1 names. That is not a hard and fast rule, but it has been my observation. Joseph, sorry to keep you waiting.
Perfect stuff. What's up, Greg? Savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X daily leverage ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. There you go, brother. There you go. You have anything else there?
I'm just punching. I'm working into C-Poop over here.
Yeah, I see that. I see that you got going on. Greg, would you trade today? I don't have access to my Discord there anymore. Here, I got to reload on or re-sign in on that. But obviously, I don't know any of the passwords. It's not in the old password log here, so we got to keep that in mind. But yeah, we're long. We're probably gonna
Get it, Joe.
Pardon me?
I don't know. Ram was saying something.
What is it? Yeah, we'll see. All right, watch out, man.
She's so sinister,
Try
bro.
to get into the
Sinister
concept,
is her middle name.
But yeah, no, we're still long this IBIT here to see what we got going on. I do have a feeling or suspicion that we may get stopped out, but if we can hold these bases pretty well, then I think we'll be okay. But just keep an eye out on the lower time frame pattern, shoulder 1 head, potential shoulder 2 if you don't crack this and continue to climb higher, all right? So we'll put in this support level right here. As soon as that's breached, the chances of us, getting stopped out are gonna be increased. So just keep that in mind, all right? So Greg, check out this one here earlier. So this is where we were short AMD. Why does it do that? We were short AMD here earlier in the day. Attempt 1 didn't work out. Attempt 2, boom, 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 add, takes them off, add a little bit more, and then we move it to the downside for a nice 4-pointer right there. But we're focusing on IBIT as we're probably going to get stopped out any moment. It's cracking through support, so just keep that in mind. Google put in a big time volume signature right here as well too, Gorab, so take a look at this one. Nice topping tail candle right here. Buyers push it all the way up to 196 and then have the ability to push it right back down. But then you also have the volume supporting it right there as well. So keep that in mind. A bunch of good opportunities are going to be on there, are displaying themselves here momentarily. Sharif.
All right, man. I've been trying to get more on C-Poop over here. This thing is going nuts. So we got in at 14s, scalped up into 33s. We're all done the trade, but I actually tried to add in the mid-teens. I was so close to getting the ad, but didn't allow me. It's not the spread, it's the speed here of the price action. This is fantastic breakout right now on C-Poop. Go, C-Poop, go. 247 high, dropping back down into 230s. I feel like this is one of those times where the 5-second chart certainly would help find the micro pullbacks. I'm just trying to load that up here with old man hands can't hang, and then the old man has to wait for the old chart to load up. All right, so here we go. So we are at a bit of a downtrend now with some lower highs. I want to see the buying above 35. There does seem to be a 35 seller, but we are putting in lower highs now. Sorry, lower lows, excuse me, coming into that 2 1/5. We lose 2 1/4 super quick. Let's see if the buying can start moving back up again. I'm looking for print and hold above 235. There does seem to be an area seller in and around that area. What I'm looking at is my top chart, which is a 5-second chart. The 5-second chart obviously shouldn't really be used outside. I don't know, maybe it should. But I personally only use it for these small cap gappers in order to find where the buyers and sellers are setting up. It's kind of like, just looking at the level 2, but having, what Adara has, an eidetic memory, knowing exactly where that buyer and seller was stepping in. or you can use a program called Bookmap. We're not sponsored by them, nor have we ever been, but it also kind of shows you where the large buy and sell orders are. So I kind of tried to use the 5-second chart to help me in that regard. Anyway, it looks like we're getting some buying here off 220. There's a buyer of note around 219, 220. The sellers can't seem to shake them right now. And that's a prior area low as well. I want to say around 1223.15. We're losing it a little bit here, so I'm going to continue to watch this level. I want to see if I can get in now. On the 5-minute is an ugly, ugly topping tail candle. It is losing the bid. Here comes $2. That's why I'm really happy I didn't punch in there at around 220 at that buyer. I just didn't see the higher highs. Let's see now if that $2 area wants to hold as a psychological area of support, because I'm looking at the 5-second chart and there was no resistance at that $2 area. It went through $2 no problem on the way up. So I don't anticipate it to really use $2 as a price action support and resistance area, maybe a psychological area, but certainly not price action, and certainly not reflected here on the 5-second chart. So I'm going to continue to watch. We're still putting in lower highs, so the sellers are still in control. Let's see if they're able to flip the switch here and we're able to kind of make another aggressive move up. Here we go. We're going to give this one the old college try. Where are we in at? We're in at 10s. We'll take some there at 12s, and we'll also post at the mid-teens. Anything below $2 gets me out of this trade. Simple as that. So we're going to go 198, and then we'll go all the way down here for this amount. Okay, so we'll just pop that in there. So we're in at 9s. It's selling here at 9, so it did pop up, I believe, into 14s. We didn't get the fill because we're waiting at 15s. So it's a micro pullback to the high side, but an unsustained pullback. So if we lose here $2, that's going to be the end of my trade, because that'll be another area low. So I'm trying to see where the micro pullbacks are coming in. The seller at 10 is a staunchy seller. Can't shake him. So we can't get through that 10, Katina, man, because he keeps selling up a storm at that level. So it's going to be who has more juice, the buyers or sellers at this level. So we wick up momentarily into 11, but no sustained movement. That's enough for me there. I'm out of this one. I don't like it. I think it's going to break down again. If it ends up clearing 15s, I can always punch back into this one, but it feels like we are putting in lower highs and on the way to a lower low. Maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, fantastic. I'll get right back into 15s. So right now I'm out, Joey. We're going to keep an eye out on this one, no question about it. Yep. GNS, though, breaking out again, and there it goes into the high. That's a new area high here on GNS, so we'll wet the beak there. We're still waiting at 25s on that one. Packing my patience on GNS. Back to CPOOP. CPOP is a ticker. Still watching that fight between buyers and sellers unfold at around 209, 210. It's flatlining on the 5-second chart. It's literally flatlining because there's an equilibrium right now, it feels like, between buyers and sellers. Let's see who wins out this battle. Above 215, I go long, Joey.
All right, you've seen Trade the Pool here with us for a while now, and now Trade the Pool has created something special just for you. A free ebook featuring 4 proven swing trading strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the market, how they manage risk, and what setups they rely on, so you can learn and grow from what actually works. Download it now by scanning the QR code or on screen by hitting the link in the description there, guys. So check that one out. Trade the Pool Friday morning. Okay, let's read what my guy Stevenson, $5. Joe, I bought Google at 191, holding August 15th, 197 calls. I'm looking for 202 for a gap play. What do I think about this? Well, my friend, this is where I have Google up for you. 191, so you're in at the lower end of that range. Congratulations, that's a pretty good look there, my friend. 202 by next week. That's tough. So 191, that's pretty good. You're sitting on some pretty pennies. But Stevenson, I don't know, my friend. Why are we buying these shorter dated contracts? If you wanted to hit 202, why are you worried about your expiration cycle? You want it to go there. That's the thing. It won't be promised by next Friday, right? You got to keep that in mind. Just buy the further dated. I'm glad that you're heavily in the money on those, but give yourself more time in order for the trade thesis to work out. And sure enough, you won't have to stress about just losing theta to your in your contract, right? So, but once again, congratulations on that. Let's kind of just chart where we got going on, and I'll say that to everybody, right? Like, why are we still buying these shorter dated contracts when we have a longer duration type play? So here it is, 197.53. you break that, Stevenson, then you're gonna be sitting on some pretty pennies, all right? So that's kind of the objective that you want to see here, that 197.95 level. You can see that we have multiple touches at that specific area. As soon as that is broken and held, I think you're gonna be sitting on some pretty pennies. But again, you don't have much time, right? So it could take a week, it could take 2 weeks, it could take a month. That's why you just always want to buy a little extra time there, Sharif.
Yeah, sorry, it was just, no, I'm good to go, I'm good to go. All right, so we had a decent trade. Look, it's nothing to write home about here on CPOP. Look, it's just thickly traded at this level. We're not getting the breakout. We're getting that kind of sideways consolidation. But last time we got that sideways consolidation, it broke out. So I'm going to get back in over here, and I'm going to give myself a nice little tight stop. Did we get in? We got in at 24s. All right, let's go ahead and post up into the 90s. Anything I want to say below 15 gets me out of this trade. Okay, so we're gonna risk a little bit over here and we'll see what we get. We won't get upset. So let's go ahead and put at 14s. Oh, it looks like it's gonna lose it already, Joey, dang. All right, so we'll throw that on there. So where are we in? We're in at 24s. It's still showing me 24. So that seller there got removed. 25s now. Another prohibitively large seller at 25. So they're posting now at every penny, guys. Watch out for the short sellers here on CPOP. They're really looking to take this one down. There's selling at almost every penny. It's just about whether or not the longs can outduel them and outmuscle them to the high side here. That's what it feels like. So I'm going to pack my patience. Again, anything below 14 gets me out of this trade, but we're going to see if we can take something into the 30s over here. Again, now putting in a little bit lower highs. So we were showing 24s. Now we're showing 22s as the short seller becomes more and more aggressive. It feels like on every successive pop. Are the longs, are the buyers, the demand side of the equation, are they going to step in anytime here? So have a look at the time in sales. Nope, we lost that bid, and there we go, flatten out there for, okay. Flatten out, please. Thank you. We'll take more of a loss there than we had planned for as a result of the slippage. So it looks like we got stop punted. It goes all the way down into 2, then rocketing right back up into that 215 area. So we'll give back a little bit there. That's part and parcel of trading these small cap gappers. Let's watch the hold at 2. Do we get a hold at 2? So that was a prior area low. I want to say around 1223 is essentially. I'm looking at the 5-second chart so I can be super specific over here. So we'll see if that $2 level, kind of gives the buyers a second win, and we can clear that 2.25, because that 2.25 was a staunchy level. All right, so we'll pack our patience there and we'll see what we get out of that. Let's move back to Smart, see how we did on that one. No new prints on this one. Just the best I did there was 18s. Packing my patience on that, a bit of a slower mover. I also want to bring your attention to IMAB. So CPOP is all the rave at the moment, but IMAB also happens to be a good one. It's a bit more expensive. Not really. It's a $4 name. How come we don't have it on the side chart over here? Let's load up IMAB. There we go. Now it'll update. It's clearing that $4 level, Bovin. So this one looked like, because Bovin called it out to me earlier. This one was holding that 10 EMA quite well. It then drops down for a bit of a deeper retracement into the 20. And here we go again. We're trying to clear that $4 area, but we had trouble with 4 originally, right? And that's kind of why we didn't get involved in this trade, because it was just too close to that area of psychological support. So we'll keep tabs on that, Joey, and we'll also keep tabs on CPOP.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree on you. Then Belfin. Man, I probably butchered that one. But again, this is for what we're doing and what our objective is, right? If you have a higher
Jeez, sorry about that.
That's all right. If we have kind of a higher price target and a bigger expectation, you gotta buy the time. And I'm not going to disagree on what you said. It's most definitely an art, like a lot of trading is. So yeah. Thank you for that comment. Get my boy some coffee. DJ, what's up, DJ 2 a.m.? Hope everything is going good on your end there, brother. But yeah, that's what we got going on here. So you can see we enter, take a little bit off, and then we get stopped out, break even. I'm curious to see if we're gonna move in the same trajectory. But I do feel that we're forming this head and shoulders pattern. So even on the 5-minute shoulder 1, head, shoulder 2 possibly, and then you break that neckline, who knows, you might run into the volume weighted average price. Then you look for any forms of indecision around that realm, and then sure enough, enough, boom, you can get that continuation to the top side. So that's the game plan on that. I mentioned that I was thinking short the Qs, but then just with everything being so strong, and what I'm referring to is a lot of these the tech-heavy names, Google looks like it wants to continue to climb higher. Apple's not really giving up where it's been trading at, still hovering around those highs of the days, and there's no excessive selling in that. It just keeps continuously getting bought up, and Amazon is really strong as well too. What is Tesla up today? Did anybody really look at Tesla today? I personally haven't. Not too bad of a look here. First 15 minutes, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, for all my 5-minute orb traders, this is exactly what you want to look for. A nice, strong close. Very little selling pressure. You get in at the break of the candle or the wick, whatever your preference may be, and then you just continue that move from 311 all the way up to 317. So that was a really good look. Bull flag, take that additional leg higher, then just grind to the top, and now just slowly turtle shell curl over on that one. So yeah, not too bad of a look on Tesla. Did I trade? I traded a couple days, on Monday I think, and after that I'm like, you know what, I just gotta avoid this name for now until we get some positive news, and there's gonna be more conviction within the price action and a specific direction. So just keep that in mind. That's what we've got going on. We went over some of the mag names, but now let's hop into some of these, because we're getting kind of close to that time where we're going to run into the news, but let's get into some expected moves and see what we got going on there, because we have that B-list, the B-lister lineup that I was referring to earlier. Expected move. No, that's not it.
What happened?
There it is. Expected move. There we go. We're live now, Sharif. So let's take a look at what we got going on here. We'll pull up our earnings watch list as well, and then not with all of them. Some of them we will correlate the options chain with a couple of the names. I think IONQ, DKNG, and then maybe DoorDash, because we like Uber's numbers this morning as well too. So AAPP. Let's start with AppLovin here. Shout out to Mick Lovin. I'm still waiting on that thing from Fabian, but there we go. 14.3%, 226% at the money IV with a high of around 438 and a low of around 328.58. All right, so that's expensive, and that's a pretty wide expected move, an implied move here that we're seeing on AppLovin. Duolingo, a fan favorite of Sharif and I.
I actually hate that program, bro.
You don't? Oh, you really?
No, of course. They flipped the switch on me on Mandarin. What the hell was that?
Never mind Duolingo. We don't like them anymore. No, I'm only 14.4% with 119.7% at the money IB with a high of around, wow, it's really expensive, 386.97 and a low of around 289.47. All right. Now, I like this, right? IonQ, especially the quantum space. I think it's going to be continuously be emerging and continuously grow. So there it is, 11.1%, 184.4% at the money IV with around a $45 high and a $36 low. All right, so that's IonQ, DKNG. I don't want to go over Elf Beauty because. KNG, same thing here, guys. 7.9% expected move, 138.8% at the money IV. Let's pull up the options chain on this one to see if we see anything specific from a call or put wall. I don't think it is because it's not overly heavily traded, right? So overly heavily makes a lot of sense. But yeah, so that's what we got going on. So the open interest is in the hundreds. So there's nothing substantial right there other than at that $44 strike price, 44.5, I should say. You have, actually, sorry, 45, I stand corrected. 3,304 contracts at that, 34 contracts right there. So nothing substantial to be like, hey, this is going to be a specific call or a put wall or anything along those lines, all right? So just keep that in mind. We'll go over a couple more names here before we send it over to my guy. Dash, that's the last one we'll go over here. Dash. DoorDash, expected move, earnings report this evening, 8.6%, 150% at the money IV with a high of around $279 and a low of around $235, Sharif.
All right, we are going to Adira. I believe she has news at the big desk.
I don't have news, but I just want to talk about one of the names I'm most excited for to report after the bell. That's AppLovin. Now, you can find this infographic on X at TTV Research. It had quite the weird early start of the year. We actually made new all-time highs at 520 on day one. Our earnings, this is going back to Q4 2021, so February 2025. Q4 2024. This move happened earlier this year. And then within a couple weeks, we got 3 short reports. This stock actually halted intraday on the date February 26, 2025. Intraday hold for a $300 plus ticker. So APP earnings could be interesting. This is a name that can move, and much like Robinhood, it's been eligible for addition into the S&P 500 for quite a while, but no positive news as names like Coinbase and Datadog get added ahead of it. So interesting look here. Keep an eye on APP and get ready for more earnings infographics to come as we head into those reports, guys. Back to you.
For that, Adara.
Thank you, Adara.
All right, so C-Pop over here has been quite interesting. I think it's bull flagging. It's either going to really break out aggressively over that 2 1/4, 2 1/3, or it's really going to lose $2. So some mixed success here. Scalp, stop out, scalp, stop out. So very choppy sideways action. That's the flag component of the bull flag you feel. So whether or not 2 ends up holding and we get something a little bit higher, as I mentioned, 2 1/4, 2 1/3 is where I'm kind of gauging the top end of that bull flag is. Not on a wick basis, obviously. The wicks go to 247, but the closing prints are all around 2 1/4, 2 1/3. So I'm going to leave this one for the moment. It does seem to have some bamboozlement, and here's what I mean by that. Like you're working with the higher lows, then you get a big spike down to probably push a lot of people out, then it rockets right back up. So the algos are in control when it's this sideways move, and I don't want to be part of that sideways move. Wait till it kind of like breaks out, and then we'll have a conversation there. But I want to work somehow into IMAB, because the chart pattern that this one's got is quite good, even though it's slowed down a little bit in its ascent around. It's showing me 403 momentarily here. And this is what I mean by I feel like it's got definite selling in and around that $4 area. I mean, it's a 406 high, but anything really above 4 has been really tough for this one. So, oh, wow. Come on, C-Poop. It pops right back into the high there. There we go. Now it looks like it's breaking out. CPOP into that 2 1/4, 2 1/3 area, but it's still zigging and zagging right now. Look at that. Every time it makes another area high, it is being dropped right back down. Let's see if does this one have the juice to let loose above that 2 1/3. So I don't know, man. I just haven't been trading this one accurately, at least on a continuous basis. Maybe a couple of wins here and there, but it's bamboozling me here. I should have been basing most of my outs on 2. If I had based my outs on 2, I wouldn't have been chopped up as much. But that is that's an after the fact analysis. So let me know how you guys are looking at C-Pop right here. Are you looking for the long above 2 1/3, or what's your situation? Tag me. Let me know. Urban Trader C-Pop will hit 260. Watch, brother, I would love if they did that. I mean, I have no problem with C-Poop hitting 260. I mean, but it's just, it's the way that it's getting there. It seems like it's quite thickly traded at these levels. Down into the mid-teens it goes. Does it have support in the mid-teens over here? Let's have a look. Nope, losing it aggressively into the low teens. But then, like every single time, it loses aggressively, then the buyers step in as aggressively, but we're still putting in lower highs. So even though you're getting little bounces there off the low teens, you're not getting continuity. Yeah, this one's super choppy right now. Let it break out, and we'll get back involved. So that's my look on C-Pop. Let's see what else is moving. IMAB. We're talking about this one. There we go. Now it's into the new high day. So IMAB taking out the sellers, but the volume is still not supporting the price action here, at least not as well as it could be. 3.87 million shares. We're at the day high. There's another day high now. It's 408s coming in. So that's a new day high. So on IMAB, can we use 4 now as support? I wouldn't think so. I don't think we're far enough away from it. I think I'm going to punch in here at the highs, and we'll just try to nurse our way in. It won't even let me in. So we're waiting at 7. It's not letting me in. So we'll pack our patience on that one. Joey, what do you got?
Same thing here, guys. We're looking to short this market here now. So this is exactly what I'm pulling up to see what we got going on. Right, want to keep an eye on a lot of these names. Nice indecision print on the TQs right there. But Amazon, Google, Apple, Meta, Tesla, Microsoft to see what they're all doing. Meta looking like it wants to sell off a little bit here. Amazon topping, Google topping, Apple still hovering around those highs, and then we got Microsoft below the volume weighted average price. So yeah, we'll start really small on this trade. Just in case it does want to do another liquidity grab to the top side, but there is a lot of selling pressure, and that's something positive that we like seeing. So just keep that in mind, and let me get this out of my way so we can get involved in that. Why is it doing that? Okay, there we go. We're getting our life together now. Everything is working out just fine, Sharif. And boom, we're going to get involved. I like that topping signal. I got to give this about 40 cents or so. So yeah, we'll start that really, really small. Anything higher than, I think that's going to be a bonus, increase the risk to reward in case the market does want to sell off. But Apple is just super strong. All right, so this might be a horrible play, but I think if we have the ability to break 88, then maybe we can get that move back towards the volume weighted average price. And oh wow, okay, I love it when things just work out in your favor. Sorry, Shree.
What happened?
Yeah, so we got a big volatility spike right there in the market across a lot of names. Meta moving to the south side. The TQs, literally, dude, look at this. As soon as I punch in, it just flushed.
I love that. Those are the best.
Yeah.
Those are the absolute
I'm like,
best.
wow, that was crazy. So yeah, when you're driving, you're driving. At the end of the day. So let's see if we can continue this trajectory. If it's something negative, then I think we're going to be sitting in a pretty good spot. Microsoft is starting to cool off, but that worked out really well. Timing was pretty good there on that one. But again, we're really, really small size here, Shree.
All right, man. We're working back into C-pop over here. Now I'm trying to change my strategy to account for these dips and pops. So I've punched in at 29s, and I've have an order to add into the mid-teens. So if it does lose the bid, which it's already shown its propensity to do, at least we'll be on the receiving end of that. For the higher lows type situation, because that's what we're getting, at least on a 3 candle basis. We do have higher lows on every successive candle. That doesn't have to hold forever, but that's what my attempt is going to be at this one right now. So we're going to try to weasel in the high teens. Over here, I've got an order waiting at 17s. Steven, I will look at DNN, but the thing is, I'm just really trying to focus on C-pop at the moment because it really does require my attention because it moves crazy. So yeah, I will look at that for you. Let me throw it on the side chart so that I don't forget. So what was the ticker there, my man? As we dip down, okay, I have to focus on this. I can't do that at the moment. There we go. So we did get the dip trade now. So let's go ahead and post here at 26. Now, what's going to be my out, right? So that's going to be the question over here that I have to ask myself. My out on this one should be prior bar low. Right? Because, well, that's where it's been holding out. So 209. So let's go ahead and wait down there. I'm going to actually wait for an order in and around that area. So I want to front run that, right? Okay, so that's not a bad idea. So we'll place an order there. We'll see what we get here. We got 22s on at the moment, but it's definitely not as strong, and it does look like it's going to lose the prior bar low. Let's see if it finds some support at that $2 area. That's where the 10 EMA is, and then VWAP's at 195. So that's going to be the line in the sand, clearly. Can't pick up that call right now. There we go. Let's post again over here if we can at 21s to see what we can get something up there. What was that one you want me to look at? DNN. There it is. Let's have a look at DNN. What is this? Okay. Interesting look for this one. What is DNN, by the way? Let me just move that over. Denison Mines. It's a small capper? No, it's a $2 billion market cap. It's up 1.5% on the day. Look, it's a light trade. It's definitely not doing volume today, but it's not a bad looking name. And we know mines are very much in focus right now. And I'm not speaking to the actual fundamentals of the company, of which I know nothing, but I just know that mines are very much in focus with rare earths very much at the forefront right now between the trade negotiations between China and the United States. So I definitely like that. And I also like that deal that Apple made with MP Materials. So we're seeing a lot of that. The reshoring of the inputs into the supply chain definitely can't hurt much. So I like the space. I don't know much about the company. It looks like a good chart off that bottom, though, Joey. Anything you got? Because I just got to focus on the trade over here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're still short this. I don't even know what this guy's saying. Mike, the make it make sense. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to say that with your name, and what you're saying to me is like I'm trying. Everything you put in the chat, I'm trying to make sense of it, and I just can't wrap my head around it for some reason. I don't know. It's not nothing bad, but whatever you're suggesting for me, thank you, but no thank you, my friend. So there it is, TQs, 2.8%. Still short this name. If it blows out this top, then we'll just hop out of this trade. You can see that on that momentum swing to the downside. We didn't break through that 88 level, and that's why we're not continuing. And there it is, Amazon, Meta's moving higher, Google's moving higher, Amazon's moving higher, and Google's just Apple's just hovering around its highs there. So yeah, we're going to need them to break down in order to get it this trade to work. But that's okay. 88, south of 88, we'll take a little bit of profit off, and then if we get stopped out, break even. If we even get that, which I don't even know in this case if we're going to. I know a lot of people have been telling me the 10-year is coming up, so that's going to be really, really important. Adara, what do you got for us?
Just want to remind you guys here, we do have that 10-year as just mentioned there. High yield previous 4.362%. What's going to matter more, as Sharif often talks about, is the high yield right before the auction. We don't have that yet, obviously, because it's not right before the auction. But keep an eye on that. The previous print, 4.362%. These auctions don't always move the market, but they can very much be market-moving events, so it's worth being aware of them. Also, worth noting, apparently the president of Switzerland is ready to leave D.C. without reaching a tariff deal with the U.S. So not huge, but something maybe worth noting here. Market a little bit off its day's high right now, but bouncing off 560, 550. Back to you.
Yeah, let's find out how much they do in terms of trade there. How much trade does the USA do with Switzerland? Let's find out. Okay, too bad. I mean, in 24 anyway, Joey, goods and services between the two countries was approximately 188 billion, which was a big increase from the previous year. So it looks like it's actually increasing here, the amount of trade they do with one another, as opposed to decreasing. U.S. trade goods, exports plus imports with Switzerland were about 88.4 billion in 24. I thought you just said, okay, okay. With U.S. exports totaling 25 billion and imports from Switzerland 63 billion. Okay. This produced a U.S. goods trade deficit with Switzerland of about 40 billion, 38.3 billion, which increased by over 50% from the previous year. No wonder he's so gung-ho about this. Okay. U.S. trade in services with Switzerland reached about 99.7 billion in 24, with U.S. service exports to Switzerland at 64.7 billion and imports at 35 billion, giving the U.S. a service trade surplus of 29.7. Not a goods trade surplus, but a service trade surplus. That's interesting there, Joseph. It kind of makes sense, given that, you know, the U.S. economy is, I think, 2/3 service, give or take. I forget the exact number, but generally for Western democracies, it's usually around 2/3. Not a hard and fast rule, but
Service revenue.
yeah, a lot more service
Yeah.
than anything else. All right, so I'm still in CPOP over here, still kind of bull flagging. We're 4 pennies out of the money right now because it's 19s, all right, popping into 16s. It's not really blasting though, so I'm a little concerned, but we've posted some of these, we've layered the orders, the resting profit takers. So if it blasts up, we should be able to get some profits over here. Showing 17s, there's a lot of selling though at every level, Joey, so we're gonna have to pack our patience.
All right, guys. VinFast delivered over 35,800 EVs in the Q2 of 2025, marking a 172% jump from last year. That brings their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs and up over 220% year over year. With stronger sales usually in the second half, they're on the pace to easily double the 2024 97,000 units. They're also crushing it on two-wheelers with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up 432% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by 2026, the growth potential looks huge. You can find them on the NASDAQ under ticker VFS. There, guys. So there it is. VFS. Sharif, you're good there. You're focusing on your trades there, brother.
Yeah.
Okay. The TQs, Amazon. I'm only playing. TQs, Amazon continuing to climb. Just put it in an additional high of the day. I like the question that you've asked me in the chat there. I forget who it was, but it was a really good question. So why short the market instead of just individual names? I think that's a fantastic question, and I truly need to sit down and ask myself that, because as I've been mentioning a lot throughout the session, Amazon is on the warpath, and it's really tough to go against some of these mega names that are just deciding to put in a buy program, and you can see that I'm short. So it may not be the best idea, and the thing is, though, if you take those stabs, you have to come to the conclusion or the realization that, hey, your thesis may be wrong, and don't try to milk a stone, as I often say. Adara, what do you got for us?
Some news that might be helping Amazon here as well. I'm seeing apparently the National Highway Traffic Safety Association, or the NHTSA, is granting a driverless car exemption for Amazon's Zoox unit. So good look here for AMZN. Positive news for Zoox. Let's take a look here at UBER. It didn't move that much on this. Okay, now it's moving a bit lower. Initially, it hadn't moved much, but Uber, day one earnings, and now dealing with the fact that Amazon's Zoox is getting a driverless car exemption from the NHTSA. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Yep, just continuing to watch CPOP over here. The seller at 18, still preventing us from ascending. Let's see if we can work up into the low 20s. Look at all that selling at 18s with barely anything being taken off the gateways. Look at that, nothing coming off the gateways, but there's a whole lot of chop and churn on the left side of your screen, the time and sales. So what that tells me is another hidden seller, an iceberg order at every single level. So unless we can get some parabolic moves to the high side, this hidden seller is putting a damper on everyone's long party over here. So we'll watch as CPOP continues to dance above $2, about 80% give or take in the clear right now. Yeah, it does feel like a trap, Martin. I got to tell you, you know, sometimes you just get these bad feelings, but you don't really have the actual evidence to support it. But yeah, there you go. It's a trap. So we'll see exactly what we get over here. You know, the nice thing is if you have levels like VWAP, 10 EMA that you say, you know, I'm right above this level, I'm wrong below this level, it kind of helps you just, you know, resolve the issue in your mind. That way you're not chasing it and trading crazy. So that is what I'm doing right now. That's what I'm keeping my eye on. CPOP, very consolidative sideways right now, but we'll see what we get on this one. Joseph, so yes, popping on to that. Let's go back now to GNS, because this one's having a whole lot of trouble breaching that $0.25. I posted at $0.25. It's got some higher lows, but not exactly rocketing up either. So we'll keep tabs on that one as well. All right, now let's see. We're showing 20s here on CPOP. I think we momentarily showed 21s. There again is the hidden selling at the 20 penny level. So every single level has got a whole bunch of short selling on it right now. So the short sellers want to take control of CPOP. It feels like here at the 2/5 of a dollar, or the 1/5 of a dollar, we'll see who ends up winning out this battle. But going back to GNS, what I was trying to say about this one is you still have higher lows, and you seem to have a lot of support at the 20 exponential. So you have higher lows off that 20, but not exactly giving you that parabolic move into the high side. Smart as well has been very kind of sideways. It does feel like it's also putting in higher lows with area trough, and another area trough over here. We'll see if this one wants to pop into 18s. We've been waiting for a while for that one, Joey, but it hasn't been giving us said fill. Back to CPOP as that 20 seller, boom, he gets taken out. Sorry, Joe. Into 24s. Now, can we shake that seller at 24s? Into 25s we go. Huge selling at 25s over here. Let's see if we can take out that 25 seller. Go, CPOP. Let's go. Come on, CPOP. You can do it, baby. Let's go. Take out those sellers, CPOP. CPOP, you disappointed me again. All right, so selling again at the $0.25 over here. We got big boy selling into that 30 penny area, and we have basically all day. If we do get a price spike up, we should be able to get some nice fills there as I have layered the orders into the level. Let's go ahead and post as well at 29s and see if we can get something up there. Joseph Wilson, let's see what this one does.
Yes, sir. Make it make sense. Thank you very much. Funny stuff, man. You guys crack me up. TQs, we're still sitting in this. What else do we want to look out through the rest of the day? We'll run our scan right now in the middle of the session, just for giggles, right? Issuing giggles. And retrieving data. Okay, so top volume names on this session. AMD with 94.6 million shares. TSLA with 83.5. NVDA with 79.6. SMCI with 73 million. SOXL with 70 million. The SQs with 70 million. And Apple sitting in that 7th place there with 58.4 million shares traded. And these are stocks that are all valued over $20, just for your information, right? So it's not the highest volume stocks. I'm sure there's some in the realm of Sharif's style of trading that have put in a significant amount more of shares just because of the value of them,
yeah.
right? So,
well said.
yeah. So that's what we got going on. I can't believe what Amazon is doing here.
What is it
going to
doing?
run into $220. Let's actually take a look at this from a daily standpoint. Because I think it's really important to know. I don't.
They reported today, by the way. We're going to get to that on the news in a hot second. But
when was the last time you had it? I asked you.
Mickey Dix?
Yeah. Long time ago.
Don't even remember.
Yeah, don't even remember.
I used to smash every now and again a McFlurry, but that's those days are done as well.
Blizzard or McFlurry?
No, McFlurry with Oreo.
Yeah, but I'm saying which one do you like more, Blizzard or McFlurry?
Oh, I don't even remember the last time I had a Blizzard. You're talking about Dairy Queen?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I don't even remember,
You
Joey.
don't remember that one?
To be
Okay,
honest
guys,
with
put
you,
it in the chat. Blizzard or McFlurry?
I think Blizzard wins probably.
Yeah, I'm Blizzard all day.
Are you?
Man, because you can put the score and the Reese's in there, right? So you can dual
Say
it
more.
up. Yeah, dual wheel that one there. But there it is, guys. So what we were looking for. What's up, Randy?
Saw Rivian? Tough look, as always.
Lucid's worse.
Lucid's worse, he said, if you can't hear him, which is definitely true. Neil, quickly, what was the headline, just so I can repeat it, on Lucid? Are they stopping the production of cars? What the hell is going on over there? Lowered projections
Supply
for
chain
next
issues.
year. Go ahead, Randy.
Lucid's got supply chain problems. They can't acquire some of the materials they need to build the cars they want to make. So if they're not, where am I? There I am. If they're not sitting on enough inventory and they can't make them because they don't have.
Get it, Katina, man.
Can't get the right camera.
Oh, look at that.
There it is.
Hey, there we go.
If you can't get the materials to build and your suppliers can't get them to you, then what?
On my animation.
You can't half build a car. You know, you're missing a radio or you're missing a motor or something. So that's, you know, you need secondary suppliers or alternate sources. They cost money. Yeah, I got gloves on. So yeah, Lucid, they need to get that figured out.
Yeah.
What's going on in the back of it? We got the pipes.
We got electrical going on. We got painting going on. We got lunch going on right now. We're cutting pipes and ooh.
We have a candle of indecision here. I don't know what to do with this.
Where's the beef?
It's just too much selling at every.
And then we got some platforms out here, and we got there's stuff going on. This is what it is.
We love Randy, baby. We should probably get one of these mics over here, Randy, so can you come in maybe in the new setup so that we have our own mic and Randy can drop his midday rants as well, because I love them. Obviously, he's like the car guy. Anytime I have any decision-making, car-related things, I go to Randy immediately. He's the guy I talk to, and he's always got, you know, very sound advice.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, not just about, you know, finances when it comes to cars, but like mechanical.
Quality of the
as well,
mechanics
right?
and the quality of the vehicles, what's going on,
Exactly.
the fundamentals, and obviously some of the supply chain. So let's talk about this. We know that your car's gone.
It's gone.
You were thinking about the Cybe. The Cybe is now off the table.
No, but you and I have already talked,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna put it out there. I am going to remain carless. I am going to buy a house. I want to buy a house in the city, and if you know anything about Toronto, you know how insane the house prices are in Toronto. So I will be saving up all my money for the next couple of years, and then I'd like to weasel into a house not that far from here. I'm not going to say exactly the location I want to buy the house in, but that's what I'm going to be looking to do. And so, Joseph, I was, just going to put it out there. I was spending about maybe a little bit below $3,000 a month on the car. Okay, so we'll be putting all of that money now into the market, into savings, and hopefully, you know, by the end of 26, maybe early 27, we'll have something with a garage.
Nice.
Because I'd be very excited to do that. Because I'm done with my condo.
So you're okay with being carless for the foreseeable future?
I'm not okay with it, but there's
Sacrifice,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
You got to sacrifice.
Yeah, I'd love to have a car, bro. I want to pull up a Cybe right now, immediately.
Yeah.
But that's not what's going to
Even
happen.
cheaper alternative, like a little cheap car, a little 0.8.
I'm just going to go all in. I'm going all in.
I like it.
I'm
I
going
like
all
it.
in.
If you're going to do it, you may as well do it right. So there it is.
Give us a good Zadara.
Keep an eye here in VUZI. Vuzix receiving apparently a six-figure smart glasses follow-on order from Logist View to support Fortune 100 retail customer deployment. So good look here for VUZI. Apparently receiving a six-figure follow-on order for its smart glasses. I did get the 10-year auction as well, literally just coming through as I'm speaking. If I can get my chart set up, that's my bad. There we go, QQQ. So here's the NASDAQ, guys. The 10-year note auction high yield coming at 4.255%. I never saw what it was. I never saw this pop up for what it was right before the auction. Usually it does, but 4.255% year, 10-year note auction, high yield. Back to you.
I just wait till the lows broke.
Yeah, and that's what I've been trying to do. Like, and to me, this is bull flagging, but it's just so much bamboozlement and a lot of selling.
Is that C-pop? Let me pull it up here.
Yeah. So I kind of, I'm at a crossroads about how I want to trade C-pop. It's coming down into that area again. We've got 15s on, having scalped up some into the $0.25, but it's holding the 10, it's holding 2. It's not giving me a technical reason to get out of the trade. I don't know if it's just, impatience on my part or having seen this one revert before. Not really sure, but this is a bull flag from what I'm seeing right now. But I don't feel great about it. I feel some kind of way. So we're going to continue to pack our patience. We're a penny out of the money at the moment, having scalped up a little bit. But yeah, this is a bamboozling one. I want to start the news too. Yeah, that's the thing. Another good point. Another really good point. Joseph showing me higher lows on that chart. But with C-poop, it can flip the script on you in a quick second there. So here's what I'm going to do, Joey. I'm going to leave this order active that I have as a dip trade to defend to, okay? Which I know is for, let me see how many shares that is so that I can work that in. So that's waiting at 203 on C-pop for how many? Allow me a second here, guys. There we go. Good. So now I know I'll get out of this one. If it loses, I'm going to say if it loses to $2 is VWAP, so I'll have to give it a little bit of room. Let's go into the low 190s, and we'll give it all the way down into there. Oh, it's already dropping quite aggressively. No, it's at VWAP right now. So let's go ahead and post for that many shares. There we go. And come what may now. So we have 12. So if it loses that 90 area, it loses it. That's all good. And we'll post here at 15. And we'll also post, wow, there you go. So just dropped quick as you like. So yeah, the feeling was right. We ended up going negatory on the day because of this. We had actually built in quite a decent position, but there is drops aggressively. So the short sellers end up winning, and it is going to halt down, Joseph, at $1.71. Big drop down on C-poop. You suck, C-poop. Crapper.
Hell,
Limit down. There it is. So let's start the news now that trade is done. Let's weasel into this. Just give me a moment over here to load this up and get ready. We're going to start with AMD, everybody's favorite stock on the day. For the short sellers, that is down 6.82%. Oh, baby. Talk about why they're down, even though there was decent report. So their EPS did miss. So that bottom line number, their earnings per share, was a slight miss. They printed 48, the street wanted 49, okay? The revenue beat nicely, though, $7.69 billion versus the 7.42 expected. In addition to beating that top line number expected by the street, they also increased revenue 32% year over year. And their guidance was above street's estimate. So their Q3 revenue guidance, they're guiding $8.7 billion plus or minus $300 million. Again, that's above the $8.3 billion that the street was expecting. So whatever the range is, it's still ahead. It can be 8.4 or 9 billion, right? Plus or minus 300. Let's talk about their AI segment, their data center revenue, because this is I want to submit to you guys, probably the only reason they're down. So their AI revenue declined year over year. And what they're saying the reason for that is not because demand was drying up, but because of the U.S. export restrictions, specifically on their China-made chip. Not China-made, China-specific chip, I should say. MI308, that's the one that they were talking about. They had about an $800 million impact in Q2. AMD also expects no China-based revenue in Q3, and the reason for that is the export license for the MI308 is still pending, despite the fact that the H20 is allowed to go out. So obviously they're not the same chip, so they have to be audited individually, but that's the problem. Adjusted gross margins were 43%. They would have been 54% if there were no export controls. Adara has breaking news.
That involves Sarepta Therapeutics. So this company popping a little bit here. Stat News, which is like a health and science-based news source, reporting that Sarepta actually hired a Trump-connected firm to lobby on their Duchenne treatment. In case you guys missed it, there is a lot of controversy involving their Duchenne treatment due to, I guess, some reports that it has led to loss of life, or at least people who've taken it have lost their lives. Keep an eye here on SRPT. Back to you.
On, so the AI chip that they're actually launching next is something called the MI400. So if you're looking at NVIDIA's chips and making comps, this would be like the successor to the G200, which is the G300. That's coming out in 26. So that's the MI400 equivalent G300. The GB200, which is the Blackwell chip, their equivalent for that is the MI350. And that's good for both training and inference, which is the same thing with the Blackwell chip. Remember, NVIDIA's Hopper chip was known very good for training, but not really that good for inference, which is really the big deal now, right? So it's nice to see that they're really focusing their next-gen chips on both training and inference, AMD and NVIDIA, that is. Let's talk about their data center strength. That saw 14% year-over-year bump to about $3.2 billion in revenue. That was driven by GPU and CPU demand. And cloud CapEx is fueling both GPU and CPU infrastructure growth, and their competitive gain versus Intel. We've obviously seen how they've outdone Intel as of late, a much larger market cap now than Intel. Their gaming revenue, which no one really seems to care about these days, jumped nicely, 73% year over year, up to $1.1 billion. The street was only looking for $784 million on that, so they absolutely decimated expectations. Their desktop and their laptop segment also did well. $2.5 billion on that, a 57% bump year over year. They're saying that was largely driven by demand for the Ryzen Z5 chips, and total client and gaming revenue combined, Joey, comes in at $3.6 billion, up 69% year over year there. Not bad look.
We talked about it before, right? The street isn't looking for an increase in gaming revenue and PCs. That's not necessarily the case. But I mean, think about it. So gross margins dropped to 43% from 53% last year, but that's mainly due to the write-down. But without it, AMD would have delivered a robust 54% margin. So I don't know if you touched on that, but that's really something. Yeah, so that's
actually a good point.
Right. So that's a good look. It's kind of what happened with NVDA and the H20. Now that that's back on the table, market prices it back in. But just from a technical standpoint, this is what happens when you have something priced to perfection, and then essentially you don't deliver and beat, right? Surprise, the street loves surprise. There's nothing really surprising about AMD. Yeah, absolutely. That's a beautiful candle right there, right? Potentially close as a hammer. You fill a gap in a couple of days.
Into that bad boy
exactly,
too.
Right? And you fill the gap into a couple of days. This is what we're referring to here. Sharif's pointing at this level being held, and then, hey, you close as a hammer and you continue to climb higher. But again, with everything going on with China and the chip restrictions, if that happens to go back on the table for AMD, maybe you get a nice continued bounce in this name here.
All right, Adara, what are you thinking about these AMD earnings here? Silver linings here, maybe with the China reason for the decline in revenue, and that might be a headwind that's gone.
Yeah, I think really quickly as well with regards to AI, I do have a bit of news as well that just came out. OpenAI saying they're going to have a live stream tomorrow at 10 a.m. Pacific time, so it'll be about 1 p.m. Eastern. Around this time, that could be interesting because Sam Altman's been really teasing an update all week. Yeah, I think with regards to AMD, it's kind of hard. I think they're viewed a lot of times as NVIDIA's little brother or little sister or little cousin. Shout out to Lisa and Jensen. So I think the fact that we had that miss here on earnings per share is not great. But I do think the fact that we could eventually, hopefully, get some kind of update on the China sales, that'd be a great look for AMD. Now, as I mentioned yesterday, the issue now is not that the administration is not approving these sales. The issue is that apparently, I was seeing some reports that the Commerce Department literally has not been processing these applications. So even though companies like NVIDIA and AMD are trying to get that approval to sell to the U.S., to sell to China, and the administration's okay with it, they just can't get the go-ahead from the Department of Commerce. So I think once that happens, that hopefully could help turn things around for AMD regardless of product. And I say that because they did take that $800 million hit, which impacted their margin as well. It impacted their gross margin by about 9%, which is really significant. So, I mean, with regards to margins, we were talking about this off camera. NVIDIA is always going to be a little bit of a unicorn in that regard. Their margins are just so strong. But I think anything that can help AMD with regards to margins is a good look. I think that getting updates on China pronto is really what this company needs.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. All right, we're going to go on to SMCI next. Sorry, it's really hard to hear Adara, so we're not able to engage with her. Sorry, Adara, I basically heard nothing of what you said. It's not your fault. I can't hear you, and the Streamlabs is not working, and the boys are talking, so I can't hear you. So we're going to talk about SMCI next here. EPS, fantastic. I can hear you. Yeah, that's a lot better. Thank you for that. So that's awesome. So next time you're talking to Dara, we'll be able to hear you. Let's go SMCI. EPS, guys, missing expectations. 41 pennies, the street wanted 45, and it's also down markedly year over year from the 63 pennies per share they printed last year on the quarter. On revenue of $5.8 billion, again, well below. That's a $200 million miss there for the street's expectations that they were looking for $6 billion there. Margins also dropped below expectations. 9.6% was gross margins. The street wanted 10, and the stock fell markedly here, 21% and change right now at around 115. Let's talk about their guidance. So their fiscal Q1 2026 guidance also missed expectations. The full year 2026 revenue, guys, that was kind of the silver lining. They raised that from the prior expectations of around 20 billion up to 33 billion there. And the growth really here implies a heavier ramp in the second half of full year 2026. So even though they're guiding higher for 26, don't expect that in the first half of the year. They're saying they're really going to be able to ramp up from month 6 onwards. And let's talk about their issues that they've had with supply chain and the execution constraints. CEO said working capital constraints limited their production ramp up. We know that they raised $2.3 billion back in June, Joey, via convertible note offer, after raising $700 million, in February. So to date, they've raised $3 billion, $2.3 billion in June, $700 million in February. So they've got $3 billion extra on the balance sheet there. It should be ramping up. I need more. Tell me what the hell is going on. Let's talk about their pricing pressure as well. They're riding the AI boom. Obviously, everybody is. But now they're facing price competition from rivals like Dell and HPQ. In fact, they're saying that their AI server component prices have actually dropped 110% year over year. How's that even possible? So we're going to have to keep watch on the margin compression, the pricing pressure experienced in the AI server business. We're not quite seeing it yet, Joseph, in the AI chip space. In fact, AMD increased the price of their MI300 from $10,000 to 25,000. So we're certainly not seeing it there. We're seeing it in the server business. Very interesting to note. Last but not least here, Joseph, this I definitely don't like. 2 of their customers account for 64% of their accounts receivable. That's as of March, which is obviously a very high concentration risk. And Joseph, there's issues with self-dealing here. Your boy Charles Liang, the CEO, his brother's firm is doing business with SMCI. Not saying that it ain't kosher, but I'm just saying something to be, watching out for.
No conflict of interest there whatsoever.
Not saying it. I'm just saying something to watch out for.
Absolutely. Just from a technical standpoint, guys, we know with SMCI it had trouble reporting. It was delayed on multiple occasions, and then sure enough, here you go. Not this report. This is in the past, but sure enough, here you go. You get a massive gap down, and look at the price action from late 2024. You've kind of just been stuck within this range. The space, I'm not going to say it's crowded, but you have some heavy hitters already in it. For SMCI to catch up and gain any form of market share, I don't know if they have the ability or the capacity to do so. So for me personally, SMCI in the semi space is a no-go for me, Sharif.
Dara, how'd you feel about the report? I mean, aside from raising full year 2026 revenue guidance by a substantial amount, it looks like they raised it by about $13 billion. There wasn't really a whole lot good in this report. Tell us.
Yeah, I was going to check here because I was actually seeing a parent. I thought I want to just check what I was seeing here for the revenue guide. But yeah, I mean, the report in general, Charles Liang is an interesting individual. He has sometimes, said or guided things. He's also one of those CEOs that does have a tendency to try to, big up the stock on social media, which is something I'm never necessarily going to be a huge fan of. So I don't know about that. I need to look more into that revenue sharing thing. Yeah, so I just checked. They actually lowered their fiscal 2026 sales guide. for the year.
They didn't. So it's $20 billion was the prior expectation, and they've raised it to $33 billion.
Okay,
and then
I was seeing they
said
lowered it, but
that
yeah.
they're actually going to receive most of that revenue in the second half of 2026 as opposed to the first half.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good look for the company. Then Benzinga has misreported that, so that's interesting. But that's why I was confused. But yeah, I mean, I think like the guidance for this quarter, regardless, pretty mixed. EPS especially is not going to be good. Like if you're not making money, if you're not actually having like take-home profit, that's a bit sketchy. I think the other thing too with SMCI is like, again, now that you have these issues with Charles Liang's brother, which you kind of want to look more into, this company can just not get over these concerns with governance. Like they finally got over their auditing issues. They're reporting earnings. That's awesome. But if they keep having more issues pop up out of nowhere, I don't think it's a good look for the company long term. So they should probably deal with that and maybe be like, hey, stop doing these weird dealings with Charles Liang's brother. I don't like it. If I was an investor, I would really not like it.
Okay, so I'm just going to highlight this point while we got you. So CEO Charles Liang highlighted a growing demand. Looking ahead, Supermicro guided Q1 full year 2026. This is for Q1 only, 6 to 7 billion and non-GAAP of 40 to 52 pennies, with full year 2026 revenue expected to reach at least 33 billion, implying a 50% annual growth. So I don't know what they were guiding before, but that's what Seeking Alpha. Let me know what you see there, Derek, just so that we have everything kosher and we can report on the right things. I do appreciate you bringing that up. If I'm wrong, just make sure we'll correct that. All right, let's go on to Shopify next over here. Q2 revenue on Shopify rose very nicely, 31% year over year, baby, up to 2.68 billion, beating last year's 2.04 billion, with gross profit jumping up to 1.302 billion, up from the 1.045 that they had printed last year, really showing healthy margin expansion, with operating income climbing up $291 million now, up from the 241 again. So all the comps there, not a bad look, and neither is the free cash flow margins, which improved, Joseph, to 422 million, up from the 333. Another box to check there. And operating expenses are going to stay very, very flat, between 38 to 39% of their Q3 revenue. Now let's talk about the guide. What are they guiding for the next quarter? That's Q3 for this year, forecasting mid to high 20% revenue growth in Q3, with gross profit expected to grow in the low 20% rate. And stock-based compensation, though, that's going to take a bit of money out of that top line number, or the bottom line number, excuse me. $130 million, Joseph, they've earmarked for stock-based compensation. That's stock that they pay to their employees. And then they did quite well, it seems like, in Europe. They did okay in North America, not too bad in Asia Pacific, but they say Europe was a standout growth driver. Joseph, Shopify, not a bad look.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just reading something here. So subscription solutions revenue, 656 million, up from 563 last year. Merchant solutions revenue, 2 billion, up from 1.48 billion year over year. So that's some solid numbers. You just mentioned the geographic standpoint. Reported accelerated, what is that, GMV? It is gross merchant volume. That increased quarter over quarter in North America, Europe, and Asia Pacific, as you just mentioned as well, too. And you can see it reflected in the stock price right here, Sharif. So a massive gap up, some solid growth across the platform, and subscriptions are up as well, too. So there's a lot going on for Shopify. It looks really good. Do you want to get it all the way up here? Not necessarily. Wait for a pullback. But other than that, when you see a company growing like this, I like Shopify.
Is that all-time highs?
I believe so.
Flip to the weekly on that bad boy? Because remember, we were super lofty.
Oh, not quite.
We're close. We're real
We're
close, man.
But the thing is, though, Sharif, I like that you pointed that out, is because if you're on this trajectory, I think that it's only a matter of time until they believe that the value is the all-time high, and then it'll surpass that.
Absolutely. I remember that one during COVID. That was pre-split. It was a 4-digit number. Adara.
Oh, one more thing here. So Shopify, did you mention the new AI product developer tools?
No.
To enable product searches and checkout inside AI chatbots, including integration with Microsoft Copilot.
Right. I was like, why did he emphasize that one so hard? All right, Adara, give us the goods here on Shop. What's your look?
I mean, my look is did not do much intraday. I mean, you popped right off the open, but if you didn't buy right off the open, it's kind of doing nothing. Honestly, like this could be a day two play from an intraday trading perspective. if you get that 156, but this is spready and not even like in a fun way or a readable way. So we're gonna have to wait and see what happens there. Yeah, I think what's interesting too is the tariff guidance. It's interesting that they thought tariffs would impact them just because of the kind of goods they do anyway,
Well
like
said.
because everyone has their own sales or their own stores. I was kind of confused by the fact they even provided tariff-related guidance in the first place. But what's interesting too is they said the demand has remained exactly the same. Like no one's buying it ahead of tariffs and no one's, trying to delay because of tariffs. So that being said, tariffs did not really come into effect proper until August 1st. So I wonder what's going to happen for them next quarter now.
And here's the deal. I don't know, I have the exact number, but Brenda was telling me something this morning around like the de minimis rule, that $800, sub $800 rule that kind of hurt Temu and Shein. Apparently didn't hurt them that much, and they were saying that only about 10% or a little bit less than all their the products sold off their network actually came in under that rule. Did you have that under the tariffs or no?
That's kind of, I don't know, that's kind of shocking that's, like, how much are people selling on Shopify that was not happening? Like, what are these products on Shopify? I'm shook. I know, like, you see sometimes the ads on YouTube and a lot of times, like, designer purses or whatever. Maybe they're selling a lot of designer purses. That's bizarre that they're not taking a de minimis hit. And it makes me kind of want to look more into the business because I'm like, I don't really know how that's possible.
That's exactly what I thought. I figured they would definitely have more of a hit from that, but we'll have to wait and see. Time will.
Have you ever used Shopify?
I think I have, not personally, but I how they basically host other people's websites, right?
Yeah.
So I bought and stuff off these third-party websites that probably were using Shopify.
The drop shipping.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair enough.
Let's go on to talk about Disney's Q3 earnings. This was a good report. Where's Diz at right now? Let's find out. Are we up or down? Are we sideways? Show yourself, Disney, you piece of, 1 second here. Load. We're down 2.87%. Thank you. All right, so let's talk about this. So EPS easily beat 161. The street wanted 147. Profitability check on revenue of 23.65 billion. That missed slightly. The street wanted a bit more at 23.73 billion. Net income, though, that more than doubled year over year, up to a bit more than $5.25 billion in take-home money. Compare that to last year when they took about 2.62 home. Fantastic look there with that top line number, revenue growing 2%, marking Disney's first revenue miss, sadly, since May of 2024. That's not too bad, Joey. We'll talk about why maybe in a second. Full year revenue 2025 guidance, they did raise that to $5.85 in earnings EPS, up from the $5.75 they previously guided. That implies an 18% growth number. And it's really kind of showing confidence in the cost controls that they've been employing, especially on a segment performance basis. And you got to like that. Shout out to Big Bobby Iger. Hey, Bob. All right, so now let's talk about their different streaming segments. So their direct-to-consumer revenue, DTC, that grew 6% year over year, up to $6.1 billion. Disney Plus added 1.8 million subs. Now it got about 128 million subscribers worldwide, Joey, with Hulu adding 1% subs up to 55.5 million now. They do expect, though, a combined subscriptions increase in Q3, in Q4, relative to Q3 of around 10 million. So they're looking to grow. There's also a lot more news that's not earnings related when we're talking about ESPN here, because they're going to launch a full service streaming app that launches August 21st. It's going to include WWE live events. So we're talking about the WrestleManias, the SummerSlams, etc. So there's that look. Now let's talk about their theme park experience. That experience segment grow 8% year over year, up to 9.09 billion, and domestic theme parks grew 10% year over year, up to 6.4 billion. But that's not all good news. The linear TV here continues to be a drag on earnings. That dropped 15% year over year in terms of that top line number, now down to 2.27 billion. We're talking about cable, basically, okay? And their ad revenue on cable also remains weak due to lower viewership and rates. So the price per minute, or whatever the standard is there, keeps dropping and dropping as demand for TV commercials drops off more. ESPN domestic revenue, Joseph, grew 1%, up to a little bit less than 4 billion. And the NFL is taking a 10% stake in ESPN, and they're also going to have ESPN games, obviously, or NFL games on ESPN. So what I was telling Neil off camera this morning, I don't want to say it's a security blanket, but it's nice to know that the league is taking an ownership interest in ESPN. Well, to be fair, too, ESPN is buying out NFL Network. They're taking it on into their domain of channels.
I think it's going to stay number 77? Channel 77?
I don't think they even care about us over here, Joey. We're like a small demographic. Yeah, good point.
No, but in all seriousness, Sharif, so we mentioned here before that the domestic ESPN operating income declined 7% due to higher programming and production costs. This is what I'm getting at. These NBA and these sports contracts cost a whole lot of money, and you're seeing that reflected. Remember the proxy war between, it's Bob Iger, right, and Nelson Peltz? That was not good. He ended up bowing out, got everything out of Disney, and that was somewhere around this realm where I believe we gapped down here, or something around here. It was a while ago, that proxy war between those two. He got out of that. Now, there's 4 big ones right here. There's 4 big ones. There's 4 big ones here. We have Apple TV, we have Amazon Prime, we have Netflix, and we have Disney starting to gain some market share in the space as well, too, with Hulu gaining a lot of subscriptions, or projected to gain a lot of subscriptions leading into Q3. So that's a positive outlook on that.
Oh, man, there's so many haters. All right, Adara, what's the goods there? I know Neil's up there and he's disrupting you, but everything's fine. You can weasel in. Tell us what the look is.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I think with regards to DIS, I'm going to talk about one aspect of this that maybe people aren't thinking about as much, and that's the Trump-related headwinds. Now, you might be like, Disney, Trump-related headwinds, what do you mean? Well, there's an individual in charge of the FCC right now, appointed by Trump, named Brendan Carr, and he has made it very clear that his entire goal with the FCC is to basically just do what Trump would like him and the FCC to do, especially with regards to DEI, which we know is a huge thing they have issues with. And not to be political, but this actually does impact Disney, because as of late March, Brendan Carr and the FCC announced they're going after Disney. They are investigating Disney with regards to its DEI policies, though even by that point, they had already kind of announced Disney that they were rolling back a lot of these policies, or you could find evidence through their content or their websites that they had rolled things back. I looked for any kind of update since late March, March 28th or 29th, I couldn't find anything. So to my knowledge, this is still active. We know that there have been some ways the FCC and this kind of regime, for lack of better terms, have impacted TV and TV content. We know Stephen Colbert getting fired. So I think with regards to ABC, which is the Disney side of things, this could actually get really spicy. I'm not trying to be political at all, but
why not? I mean, there's an overlap here, so you're good.
100%. I think it's really fair to mention, and I think that I always like to take a slightly different take on these things. But I think with that in mind, Disney could be in some trouble, because we know that these networks, especially with regards to, and to get more into this, the Paramount and Skydance merger, they basically had to give Trump and the administration what they wanted with regards to 60 Minutes. And because they did that, they could get their merger approved. So with that in mind, what is little carrot they're going to dangle in front of Mickey Mouse? I want to know. But I think either way, this could get really interesting going forward.
No, I love that take. That's a fantastic take. Thank you for that. That's actually a really good point there, because we saw exactly what happened with that whole deal with Sherry Redstone and company. Great take there, Dara. Let's go on to Rivian. Okay, so Rivian, oh boy. Q2 net loss, Joey, of 88 cents per share, but that was better than the negative 65 that the street was looking for there. They also narrowed their loss per share last year on the quarter. They printed a $1.21 loss per share, and they beat expectations here easily by 88%. So they were able to shore up cost. It's a 23.08% earnings surprise, and Rivian, that is, has had consistent beats now on EPS for 4 straight quarters. That doesn't mean that their revenue is growing. That just means they're shoring up costs a little bit better. How is that revenue number, you're asking, Joey? $1.3 billion in revenue, topping the $1.16 expected by the street, growing 19.3% year over year, really driven by continued vehicle production growth. And now Rivian has beat revenue estimates for 3 straight quarters, so not a bad look, but not as good as their EPS beat there. Let's talk about their guidance and what they're saying with respect to financials going into the future. They're mixed here. So consensus EPS for the next quarter is going to be about negative 71 pennies on revenue of $1.39 billion, and a full year EPS of negative 245 on revenue of $5.23 billion, Joey. So it doesn't matter. You're still bleeding money.
Yep.
And they still don't have that needle-moving R2, R1, R2S, R2T, right? So that more people can afford them. Because let's just call a spade a spade.
They're expensive.
What percentage of the Canadian population do you think can comfortably afford an R1S brand new?
Less than 1%.
There you go. So, yeah, it's going to be something like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Any takes?
Yeah, absolutely. So we remember the Volkswagen investment. So Rivian received a $1 billion equity investment from Volkswagen Group in the quarter, the first part of a larger $5.8 billion joint venture which will support the future technology and platform development. So as for expansion, announced new offices in the UK and East Coast, HQ in Atlanta, as well as ongoing expansion of manufacturing capacity. So Rivian, from a technical standpoint, I do like the Volkswagen investment. I think that's a positive, you're headed in the right direction from that standpoint. But just from a technical perspective, we know what's going on. Like, Elon Musk has the most popular vehicle on the planet. The Model Y is in North America, I guess I should say, right? So in the EV space, will Rivian fall into the realm of the GMs and the Fords and just moving sideways and not really gain any value whatsoever than what it's currently trading at? I think it's been a repeat offender. Look what the range it's been trading in for an extended period of time. For me, I just think the car space is too tough of an investment and too tough of a space to be involved in and to invest in the long term. So that's why I say Tesla's always the most forward-looking stock, because we know the car business is an extremely tough business. Absolutely. If you're going to be the best at what you do and you still struggle and you still lose share across the globe in the likes of the UK with Tesla losing it to BYD, what do you think is going to happen to a lower-end company like Rivian who has highly expensive cars?
Exactly. And as well, they can't make them in enough volume, right? Like, they're trying to grow.
Is there even enough demand for them to make
Not for these currently priced cars. But again, there's the R2, there's the R3.
Yeah.
Adara, what's your look here on Rivian? What's the take?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think, yikes. And I even said to Neil this morning, I put Rivian and Lucid on the same place in the watch list, A, to save up real estate, but B, because as I put it to Neil, they kind of belong together. They deserve each other. Like, they both are just really struggling. And, you know, as Joe said, there can only, I guess, be one winner in the EV space. I'm not sure I agree with that. I think there can be multiple, but I think definitely if something is not working time and time again, maybe switch up your playbook a little bit, right? Like, that's true with trading. I think that should be true with companies as well, especially one that is struggling as much as Rivian is as of late. I know Elon Musk even suggested, hey, RJ, maybe just sleep in the factory like I did with Tesla. I don't know if that's the solution. There's like a middle ground somewhere. But either way, I think, I like RJ Scaringe. I like the guy, but something is clearly going wrong here. And you need to sort it out a bit. That being said, I do like the Rivian vehicles. And I just have these cute little guys. They look like the cars from Cars, like the movies. And I actually saw a couple in Winnipeg as well. So Rivian, Winnipeggers are apparently buying Rivians. Because I saw at least two while I was there. And I've seen maybe one in the entirety of my time in Toronto. So get it, Rivian, I guess.
Get it, Rivian. Look, I love the cars. I mean, the cars are fantastic cars. There was really never a question about the cars. I think that they're elite level cars. And Adara, they don't cut costs. They make like a lot of stuff in-house and they make it to a very high standard, which is why they cost so damn much. So it's okay. I guess we'll have to wait and see whether they're able to weasel a better price. Thank you for that, Adara. Let's go on to Uber. All right, so Uber, not bad. Not a bad report at all. Earnings per share came in line. They printed 63 pennies, which were in line with estimates. Revenue came in at $12.65 billion, ahead of the $12.46 expected, and an 18% year-over-year increase on that top line number, with net income, that take-home money, coming in higher than $1.33 billion, $1.36 billion, up from the $1.02 billion that they printed last year. And people forget that this company only became profitable last year in 24, okay? So now they're printing $1 billion change in profit on the quarter. That's a great look. I mean, but the price is, the stock price, has reflected that. So to be expected. Adjusted EBITDA came in at $12.12 billion. Joey, tell them exactly what's going on before we get to their different segments there.
Absolutely. New traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite, analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data. Global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now.
All right, guys. So their mobility gross bookings grew nicely. Not as strong as their delivery, and that I've been noticing that I think for a couple of quarters now. Delivery's been growing faster than mobility. So mobility gross bookings up to 23.76. So that top line number still larger than their delivery, but it only grew 18% year over year. Delivery came in at 21.73, but grew 20% year over year. For whatever reason, they're not reporting their freight data anymore. So you used to get 3 different data points: mobility, delivery, and freight. I'm not seeing freight in the reports anymore. They have the same thing that they do. It's like an auction system for freight. Anyway, total gross bookings, $46.8 billion, up 17% year over year. The company really highlighting here that continued strength in both the ride hailing and food delivery. Let's talk about their user growth as well as engagement. Their monthly active platform consumers, 180 million, that's up 15% year over year, with the total trips, Joseph, 3.3 billion total trips, up 18% year over year. And they're also putting money back in your pocket vis-a-vis a $20 billion share buyback program, which is obviously, going to be a supporting catalyst here for the shares in the near term. You got 20 billion cash on hand. You're buying up your stock because you're not allowed to buy up anybody else's stock. Have a look at that. Little homework there for you guys. These companies can't buy each other's stocks. They can only buy their own. They can't even buy the index. They can't even buy the Qs or the SPY, whatever reason. Great accounting rules there, Joseph. Anyway, they are rolling out a new feature there for women and seniors. There's going to be a seniors account now with larger text, larger icons for easier access. And as Ram was super excited about the other day, they're testing a women-preferred driver matching in the U.S. to start for improved rider safety and comfort. And they're also emphasizing, Joey, family-oriented features to expand their user demographics. So not a bad look.
Yeah, absolutely. I was going to touch on the senior accounts, enhanced features for accessibility. I think that's great. Obviously, the women's platform, the women's safety, adding into that app is a good thing as well, too. Uber, from a technical standpoint, I think it's still a pretty good buy here, Sharif, to be honest with you.
What's the TA right now on that bad boy?
Yeah, we're going to take a look.
We're higher lows.
But that's the thing, right? So you have all this noise in here, but just look at it as that. You're starting to turn a profit. You mentioned that as well too, Sharif. So last year they started to become profitable, and then now you're just continuously on this gradual incline. But the one thing that's really important is that the user base and the users across the platform are continuously increasing, and that's something that I'd be keeping an eye out on for Uber for sure.
All right, we'll give Adair some time to get back to the desk. We'll go on to Tesla. Interesting. I don't have much to say on this one, but yeah, there's a new FSD program coming out, and I don't have too much information other than what's written there. So Elon Musk says Tesla is training a new FSD model with, according to him, approximately 10 times more parameters. It promises to be big video compression improvements and larger model capacity, and they're targeting a public release by the end of next month, pending obviously successful testing. We know that they've rolled out robo-taxis in both Austin and San Fran, but according to California regulators, they still haven't gotten approval for California, so we're still waiting to hear more on that. I'm not going to really get into Tesla's earnings because it goes beyond the scope of this review, Joseph, but any comments here on the new FSD coming in here?
I mean, it's good, right? This is what we want to see. We want to see this continuously, more regulatory starting to apply, and then him starting to build his base across some of the cities that we already know that the likes of Waymo is in. So I think it's just it's a race to see who can grab as much market share, and then obviously you need the Department of Transportation to start backing Elon as well. We know that they also favor the LiDAR over Elon's camera system, which is fine. But at the end of the day, as for a production standpoint, Tesla has the edge there. It doesn't cost them $280K per vehicle in order to get something on the road, but I like that as a good look for Tesla.
Adara, any comment here on possibly a new FSD by next month? I think we should probably take that deadline, you know, with, I don't want to say with a grain of salt, but I would never hold Elon to the deadline.
I was going to say with a grain of salt because I'm sorry, and I don't think that, I mean, it might be polarizing, but it really shouldn't be because it's factual. Elon has a very hard time with deadlines that he gives himself.
Yep.
Like, I think, honestly, he'd be a lot better off, as I think with Tesla, if he just said, we're going to do this at some point. Like, we were already supposed to have pretty heavy production of the cheaper vehicle, like, by now. And that never happened. We have not heard about that for over a year. And I think what happens is Elon will talk, the stock will pop, especially if he says it during earnings. And then, you know, the market will kind of forget about it because Elon has probably forgotten about it. And I don't want to say that. I would like things to be nice for Tesla, but there is a noted discrepancy between the reality of the timelines in Tesla and what Elon says is the reality of timelines. I don't know if it's like he wants this to be the timeline or if he legitimately believes it can be done. I actually think it might be a bit of both. But regardless, I think that's something you have to be aware of with TSLA. If there is a deadline, just trust that maybe it's not a thing. Like I even remember too, he talked about the timeline there for these cheaper vehicles. Reuters reported they've actually scrapped it. And then he said, oh, they're lying. And then deleted the post, replaced it with Reuters is dying. And I'm like, but Elon, were they either way? Because
and Adara, he said that he's built a bunch of these, and apparently he started building them in June, and they're going to scale in the coming months. And we know people fly drones over the Tesla factory, so we would have seen pictures and pictures of those things. None have leaked. Where's the Model 2, Elon?
where's the FSD? We'll have to find out. But I know you posted your video of your FSD experience. You said that there were times where it was not perfect.
Yeah.
I've heard the same. I think the timing of this new FSD announcement as well, with the fact that we had this court case about the FSD, I think that could either.
Good point.
It's of interest. I'll just say it's of interest. I'm going to stop ranting now, but I think that, I don't know.
Thank you for that, Adara. Also, I want to point out as well that keep in mind that there is a hardware version that goes with the software for FSD. So every car that's released every year has a version of the hardware. So I think we're on version 4. We're on hardware 4 right now. And there's a lot of questions as to whether the future FSD is going to be compatible with previous versions of their hardware 3.0, 2.0. Elon made pronouncements in the past that future versions of FSD would be compatible with older hardware versions. We're going to have to wait and see whether that's accurate. But I just wanted to mention that because, you know, if you're thinking about buying maybe the previous version of the Model Y to get, you know, the future version of FSD, make sure you're checking which hardware version that is because it may not be compatible. So I just want to point that out. Another silver lining there for FSD. Let's talk about OpenAI. I know this is not tradable, but it really is the heart of AI right now, so we need to talk about it. Obviously, NVIDIA is the heart of AI, but this is the software heart of AI. Apparently, they're going to raise more money at a valuation now, Joseph, of $500 billion. This company is even trade public. Anyway, they're in the early stages for a secondary sale of shares to the tune of valuation of $500 billion. The deal would involve current and former employee shares, not new equity, according to the company, and Thrive Capital may lead the round per sources familiar with the matter. In case you were wondering, did he just raise money? Yeah. He raised money back in March. He raised $40 billion at a valuation of $300 billion. And last week, they got another $8.3 billion tranche of that $40 billion. So it was coming in tranches there, and they just got $8.3 billion. We're going to pause for a second. Adara has news.
Keep an eye here in BMNR, Bitmine Immersion Technologies. I'm not seeing any news on this, but it just spiked. There's a lot of social media attention. We know this is the Ethereum treasury play that Tom Lee is involved with. So good luck here for BMNR. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. That one could be a day maker for you guys, so be careful with it. It could also blow you out of the water, so be very careful. Where does this trade? On the MX? Yeah, it's an MX stock, guys. .am for anybody trading on real trading right now. Let's go on and talk about their models. Apparently, there's what's it called? An open source model that's coming out now. So this week, OpenAI released 2 open weight language models, a euphemism for open source, the first that they've released since ChatGPT-2 back in 2019. Yeah, there was a GPT-2, and yes, this company did exist in 2019, although a lot of people didn't know about it. It's aimed at providing cost-effective, customizable tools for both developers and research. And Joseph, they now have 700 million weekly active users, showing explosive growth, with annual recurring revenue ARR expected to be $20 billion by year end, and that's up from $10 billion in June. What the hell is happening here, Joseph? I need answers. In terms of comps, if you're looking at other rivals who've raised money, Anthropic is in talks to raise $3 to $5 billion round at a $170 billion valuation, so not even worth half as much as OpenAI and ChatGPT. And the valuation jump from $61.5 billion in March was led by Iconic Capital, in case anybody was wondering.
I mean, it's the fastest growing platform ever. It's just that simple. And there's nothing that's ever came, I forget what came close to it, but it just blew everything out of the water. And I'm looking forward, hopefully it does go public one day. I don't know if it's going to have the ability to do so. But BMNR, guys, continuing to climb to the top side. I'm all out of my TQs short as well, too. Regarding that, Tom Lee, I was listening to him talk about BMNR. When he came onto the board, it was around $4. Now we're trading around $38 right now. So BMNR is looking really, really good. Bitmine immersion technology. He now has over, I think it's a couple $2 billion worth of Ether on the balance sheet. So that's looking really good. And then also just a substantial amount of Bitcoin as well, too. So BMNR is definitely the play. Ooh, maybe not. Wow, I didn't even know. Is there a split involved here?
No.
What the hell is that?
Yeah.
What the hell
Welcome
is
to
even,
small cap
what
capital
the hell
world,
is even
bro.
that? That is crazy. I did not expect to see that. I thought we were just going to be consolidating, but this is where I think Tom Lee hopped on the board around here. Boom, 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 and it just continues to climb, just goes absolute nuts, and then sure enough, it sells off the majority of the gains that it gained. So 78%. You don't want to be buying into these candles. You want to be patient on that front. Love seeing what the Qs did just now as well, too. Guys, considering I just hopped out of it. No worries. Took a small loss on that one, but we still had the other trades on Bitcoin and on AMD shorts. But here it is. Well, I'm in on the middle of the range here, and I gave it just a little bit above the top end of that. Am I positioned well? No. You obviously want to get in at the higher end, but middle I won't complain about. Liquidity grab, sure enough, top wick, and then now we're continuing to climb lower. So yeah, it's unfortunate that happened out, but we just take a paper cut on that one, so we won't complain about it whatsoever. Apple's starting to come back in as well, too, to the lower end of the support range. So if that breaks through that, maybe who knows what can happen. But the volume-weighted average price is sustained and is tracking the price relatively tight. So keep an eye on that. That pullback may not be as deep as you're anticipating. All right, considering how strong this stock is, you may get the liquidity grab through some zones, and then who knows what can happen considering there's still about 2 hours and 10 minutes left in the session. It can put in an additional leg higher. Things do seem slightly toppy. Bitcoin continuing to climb higher. ETHA, it's on the move. We like this one. Bitmine moving higher. Ether moving higher. Bitcoin moving higher. I like that space right now.
All right, Adira, any comment here on OpenAI and that $500 billion eye-watering valuation?
They keep, I don't know, OpenAI is a little wild here with the valuation. I think one thing I will say is they do have that, I guess, stream tomorrow, 1 p.m. Pacific or 10 a.m.
Okay.
10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. So it will be covered here during the midday if I can join. I think that could be pretty interesting. We know Sam Altman's really been teasing throughout the week some new announcements. Sam Altman, of course, the CEO of OpenAI. So I think that plus this ongoing Microsoft OpenAI renegotiations with regards to what Microsoft is able to do should Sam Altman discover AGI. We know we've talked about that being a pretty big catch-22. So that, I think, is going to be super, super interesting, just as, I think, either a headwind or a tailwind for OpenAI going forward, depending on how that all sorts out. Because honestly, here's the thing, Sharif. If Mark Zuckerberg's crazy AI acquisitions work out, he actually might beat Sam Altman to AGI. That's a big might. That is a huge might.
Yeah.
But it is something that I think is worth considering.
But you know what, Adair, even if he beats him, and that's the thing. I remember what you and I were discussing. I don't think Altman is incentivized whatsoever to declare AGI for the reasons we discussed last time. So yeah, I think Zuckerberg's definitely got something there, and I wouldn't count Zuckerberg out. He's definitely, you know, I don't call him the dark horse or anything, but he's definitely playing from behind because we've seen Anthropic, you know, a little bit better, Perplexity, a little bit better. I don't know if we've had a chance to use Llama, Adara. It's not very good. Yeah, well, it's okay.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Adair. All right, let's go on to the open door. Sales slide, despite the recent rally. So the shares rose almost 5 times since early July, Joey, fueled by retail and hedge fund interest. Despite the momentum, I think we're down over 20% here. The CEO, Kerry Wheeler, thanked investors for their enthusiasm and confirmed the team is listening to feedback. What the hell does that mean? I need answers. In case you're wondering what the hell is going on with Open Door, in late June, it was trading at around 51 pennies, prompting, obviously, a proposed reverse split so they can regain compliance with the NASDAQ and trade above $1. But they did regain compliance, and they canceled the reverse split plan last week. And then we saw what happened to the stock. Now, they did report earnings after the bell. In case you're wondering what this company does, they do real estate, which we'll get to in a second. Q2 revenue came in at $1.57 billion, which was up 4% year over year. The net loss, they're still losing money, but they did narrow that down. They lost about $92 million last year. This time, they only lost about 29. So they are able to shore up costs. Still far from profitability, though, with revenue actually down 66% from the 2022 highs. Well, why is that? Well, everybody, you know, was at home-ish. I know 2022 was probably the tail end of COVID for most people. You know, it ended in mid-21, but yeah, so, you know, a lot more real estate transactions were happening at that time. Also, with respect to guidance, they are guiding kind of weak here with Q2 revenue guiding here 800 million to 875. So that would already be a marked departure from the 1.5 printed in Q2. That's a 36% drop year over year just for Q3. Home acquisitions are also expected to fall to about 1,200 units from the 1,757 they had last year on the quarter and 3,500 a year ago. Excuse me, not last year on the quarter, Q2. So this year, Q2, they had 1,757 home acquisitions because they flip homes, right? And then last year on the quarter, they had 3,500. So it feels like they're weaning that out. In fact, that's what the CFO said. They said that the housing demand is deteriorating and due to high mortgage rates and record new listings. So they're trying to shift away from that, and they plan to expand into referral-based services, moving away from what they call the capital-heavy home flipping business. The CEO called the company's most important strategic shift to date, Joseph. They're really basically changing up their business model. Is that a joke?
I don't know.
Is that a joke?
I have no idea,
crazy.
man. That is insane. I don't even know if that's actually the...
So IB shows you the demand on the short interest, Neil, and there's 100% demand according to this thing.
So,
yeah, which I don't know if that's accurate.
I don't know how accurate that is, but if that's the case, that is insane. I mean, there it is, right? So this is when we start to become in play. You go up to a $5 move, and then now you're down approximately 60-70% from that level. So Open Door, are we going to put it in the realm of meme stocks? I don't know. I don't think so personally. I don't know. Treef, did you trade it at all? I never personally.
We took a couple of trades.
Did you take a couple of trades on that? Yeah. You took a couple of trades on that. Me personally, I never did, and I don't know how I feel about that.
What's up, Fabian?
Did you guys get 1,000 likes?
No, man.
I don't know, man.
I'm mad, man.
You're mad?
Yeah.
Okay, well, look, Joseph, Fabian will give Joseph his animation, but what Fabian has asked for, and I don't think it's too much of an ask, Fabian, we need 1,000 likes. You get 1,000 likes, your boy Joey Options over here, you put a smile on his face, he gets his animation, he hits that stream deck, and the Chilean Nightmare makes another banger. What's it called? Animation there. So get into the chat, guys. Really appreciate if you can hit that like button. Even if you don't like me, and I'm okay with that, like your boy Joey Options over here, and put a smile on his face. Adara, give us the goods here on Open Door. Are you putting it in the long-term account or what?
Yeah, I'm going to pull your... door on Open Door. I want to let you guys know about a big thing I think is worth noting for Open Door.
Go.
A lot of this movement, including the start of this most recent rally, has been motivated by a man named Eric Jackson on X. Now, you might be like, who is Eric Jackson? Eric Jackson is this individual. He has his own firm, I guess, and he apparently has been long open doors since around the COVID era. If I remember correctly, I think like 2021, 2022. And so starting a couple of weeks ago, when we started getting that pop back and open, he started pumping this thing really hard. This morning, he pumped it a couple times as well. The new CEO of Beyond, whose name is Marcus Lemonis, he posted on X that he'd be down for a collaboration between Beyond and Open Door. And then Eric Jackson basically pumped that post out. He also apparently sent an unsolicited text to Sam Altman asking for an OpenAI and Open Door collaboration. Keep in mind, Eric Jackson is not affiliated with the company. He's just a shareholder. So this is like the type of bullishness I haven't really encountered.
It's like Elliott Management, like, you know.
It's nuts. So I think that is something worth noting. This man, for better or worse, is, I don't know if he's like motivating all the stock movement, but I think his role in terms of the bull culture around this, I don't think anyone should be sleeping on, because that could be significant. To be fair, I don't think Sam Altman's going to like call him back or anything, but I think it's interesting that he's willing to go this far for OPEN. And I think that, you know, even with that massive drop on earnings, it held that $1 level.
It did.
That could be significant as well. There is enough buying pressure that could potentially motor this thing. It lost $2 again just now, though.
All right, we'll have to keep an eye out to see whether they can maintain compliance. Joey, we're running short on time, a few minutes left, but should we do Novo Nordisk, Unity, or McDick's?
Oh, no, let's go McDonald's.
McDick's? Okay, let's go. McDonald's, earnings per share came in at $3.19 ahead of the $3.15 expected. Good look there. Revenue also beat $6.84 billion. Their street won at $6.7. So they beat there, and they pumped up the top line number 5% year over year. And that net income home, Joey, $2.25 billion in take-home money, up from the $2.02 they took home last year. The shares were up at least 3% in the pre-market. Don't know where they're at right now. Global same-store sales up 3.8%, the biggest jump they've had in nearly a 2-year period. However, U.S. stores also grew 2.5%, which reversed 2 consecutive quarters of decline. So it looks like, you know, maybe that Ozempic phase with everyone kind of fading these not healthy names, maybe that's done. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. The bounce back, according to the company, that is kind of attributed to promotions like the Minecraft meal, as well as the McCrispy chicken strip. So bringing back some old favorites there helped move the needle. But international sales continue to outperform. Especially international developmental license markets, like we're talking about the Chinas, the Japans, which actually saw a 5.6% same-store sales increase, with the international operating markets like UK, Canada, Australia, that's up 4% as well. Strong demand globally here for the core menu items like Big Mac and fries was quite good. And the prior headwinds that were really kind of putting this company down are apparently easing. The last quarter saw a drop in low and mid-income visits, pressuring U.S. sales. And the current quarter shows signs of recovery for U.S. traffic, likely driven by what they're calling value-focused marketing. And the CEO credited the success, Joey, to menu innovation and brand strength.
Bring back the pizza.
You remember that, huh?
Of course I remember the pizza.
Did you collect the Monopoly stickers back in the day?
Yeah,
of course,
I made the full Inspector Gadget as well too. I don't know if you remember that.
No, I remember that.
Toy. So you would get one piece of the Inspector Gadget. I got that one.
That's interesting.
But in all seriousness, guys, we remember that they came out with the $10 meal deal just to boost revenue. Brick and mortar wasn't doing that good, to be honest with you. But for me, McDonald's technically doesn't look too horrible. You can see that we're gapping up and running into those previous all-time highs. Right? So 326.46 is going to be that previous all-time high. And on this momentum, so you can see this consolidation, you break through those lows, and then sure enough, you're forming this channel. You've now broken the top end of that channel, and I think at some point you're going to run into this support level, which we're currently doing right now. Crazy. And then the next stage is going to be at the higher end of that level. So keep that in mind. McDonald's for a potential breakout in the test of that previous all-time high there, guys.
Adara, are you going long McDonald's or what? Is it spready enough? Like, that's the question that we want.
It is spready enough. I traded it before earnings. It wasn't doing much for me this morning, so I just didn't look at it too much. But yeah, this is kind of interesting. Longer term, I have this chart. This is like 2010 to 2024 annual revenue for McDonald's versus Starbucks. It's weird that Starbucks has actually surpassed McDonald's revenue as of like 2017. So I think that's kind of interesting. MCD, maybe comparatively, if you look at it just these kind of food chains. It's interesting that the company that's items are more expensive is doing better than MCD. That being said, the fact that it beat on all these metrics with regards to same-store sales and regions, I find very impressive. It's a stock I'll be looking at for day 2 earnings because, I'm loving it. With the spread. I will say that for MCD. I think also I want to know what these adult Happy Meals are. They're going to do Happy Meals for adults. I have lots of questions. It has nothing to do with the stock or really the company, but I just want to know.
What kind of toys are they going to give her those Happy Meals, bro?
Sharif.
I don't even want anyone to suggest anything in the chat. Don't put anything in the chat of what you guys think they're going to give as adult toys.
Considering it's modest growth there, how much of an effect
nobody's
do
getting
we
the
think?
joke here? Like,
yeah, I get that. We get that one there, Sharif.
Thanks for acknowledging it, Joseph. I appreciate it.
But as for the growth there, Sharif, I'm curious to how much of an impact the GLPs had on.
That's
the
what I
stock on the
said.
previous,
Yeah,
on
it was a
previous
headwind,
quarters.
right?
Yeah, exactly. Previous headwinds. So hey, it is what it is. I think it still will obviously put it in a high tide. You still have the ability to grow quarter over quarter and year over year.
All right, we got the call from Assassino. It is time to end this show. The midday's over, baby, but we're going to send you Adara quickly. She's got news. Then the big boys. Then I'll see everybody at the green screen.
Go
Peace.
Ethereum.
Go.
Yeah, take a look at Apple here, guys. We know this one's on watch, set to announce another $100 billion U.S. investment into America. Ahead of that, we actually have comments coming from the chief negotiator for Japan, whose name is Akazawa. He met today with Howard Lutnick, who is the U.S. Commerce Secretary, and he's saying apparently he met with Apple CEO Tim Cook during this meeting with Howard Lutnick. So interesting to see how this will impact Apple. Apparently, CEO of Apple meeting with Japan's top trade negotiator. Over to the guys in the afternoon show.
I was waiting for the pun.
What pun? What pun?
Tim.
Oh, yeah. I still hear Sharif's mic. Oh, it's Neil. All right,
Let
Neil's muted.
Tim cook.
There we go.
Let Tim cook. That's what it should have been. There's no chance I should ever give the obvious pun. The obvious puns should be Adara every single time, or Obi.
I mean, we're letting Apple cook. I mean, we're still long 208 right now, and it's cooking upside huge right now. I mean, we did not expect this kind of a move. We emptied most of our clip out for sure up here at 211. It got as high as 212 right there. There's 215. We're starting to get a little more pieces out. Our stopping zone right here is 214 break. So if you do watch out for that play. Oh, which still doesn't show us. Doesn't show our positions. Maybe I have to get in and out. So I just here, I'll take, I'll just add a couple shares here to my SM. There we go. Now it should show it. My SMCI position. Okay, there it goes. So I just added a little bit here at 15. So we're just going to go short on SMCI here against that level right there. We'll see if we can get some more. We just went short again. We actually had the short from 48s, and then we punched 47, 46 break short. And we just now starting to add to it against VWAP. If it breaks higher, we're out, right? So out through VWAP 24, 25. But here was the Apple trade, again, starting off the day. And we don't have anything else. We have Rivian as well. We haven't done anything throughout the midday, honestly. I went for a walk after the show. And yeah, I thought maybe Nimrod was coming back. For lunch, was not. Maybe tomorrow, maybe Friday, we'll see him again. But at the end of the day, was not there for that reshort. I think that would have been great. But anyways, nice downside play there for Rivian. We'll see if it can still hold off. But yeah, for right now, my newest position and only one of real concern is SMCI, just shorting it right here off of those levels. But yeah, welcome back, everybody. I hope that midday show was exciting. Heard them talking about a bunch of different names.
McDonald's, what they were talking about, it's like, first of all, who wouldn't like this chart on McDonald's? This is a monthly chart on McDonald's. That's pretty steady. Mm-hmm. Like this is the perfect example of, buy the dip. Buy the dip and everything's gonna be all right. The COVID dip was the only time in the last decade that it lost the 50-period moving average on a monthly chart. And it doesn't even bounce off it recently. So I almost said Microsoft. McDonald's, I don't know why Sharif was calling it the other thing, but McDonald's is steady Eddie, and it's not always the sexiest name out there. And right now, it's not moving. Like, you're gonna look at the daily chart and say, oh, that's dead money, which, look, I'm not gonna argue with the fact that it hasn't moved. Like, you're going sideways over the last year. But when you put it into a long enough time frame, you begin to realize that sometimes that's because these dips are ones that you hold on to. And yeah, I wish I had looked at this. I put some money in Amazon yesterday. We'll see how that one goes. But McDonald's, I'm loving it. And for everyone talking about that Happy Meal, what's the toy going to be? Isn't it more important? Like, first of all, like what would be in it? Like, I'm always hungry. Like, what would you, like, how is it a Happy Meal for adults? Like, what's the shtick there?
Yeah, like what's the benefit? That's what I was asking. Like they already have like those value meals.
They already
where you
have
get,
value
like the McChicken or whatever.
I'm just curious what the shtick.
Single burger.
Because we get McDonald's way more when they have a monopoly going on. Like my daughter, like when they have that going on, my daughter's like, "Oh, can we get McDonald's?" Because it's a fun little game and it's cool with the family. I love the all-day breakfast, which is fantastic. Everyone knows they're also, it's the GLP effect is not necessarily the best for them. But at the end of the day, like, who would you bet on in that space anyways?
We're now stopped out of SMCI. It breaks through 25, and there it goes right now through 46.25. So stop a fail on that last little reload there. But we're happy that the market's going higher right now for sure. I mean, look at this. The Nasdaq up 1.16% right now. I mean, climb, Nasdaq, climb. We have jobless claims tomorrow, so that should be exciting. I mean, I don't know if that adds fire to the fuel or not, but remember, the interest rate cut is for real. And now it's even more real than it was before. 93 now. We looked at it earlier. It was 91 or 92, 93. Neil looked at it now, 93.2. So looks like we are going to be getting, I'll just refresh just to see if that does anything. No. So real time there, the Fed has this going. But yeah, 93.2%. And then even in December as well, 50% chance now that we get all three by December. So that should be pretty cool if that does come through. And again, helping some of these interest rate sensitive sectors. We'll talk about all of those as we continue to go longer on basically major tech names. You nailed it with Amazon. That's had a huge move higher today as well. So there's SMCI. We just get stopped. I'm fine getting stopped out. I don't even care if that was the top. SMCI is having a great move back upside right now. One point was down 22 or 23%. Now down only 19%, but still trying to find some ways here is SMCI. Yeah, good day so far. I hope you guys are enjoying it. Decent close after our show with the reports coming. And we'll talk about some of those names as well. So
AAPL is worth
people are
tuning into. But this market is absolutely pumping to the upside. Nvidia wants to go. Amazon up 3.5%, as we mentioned. Like pretty much everything is flying. Almost everything is flying that I'm looking around at. I'm some stuff in the morning. Intel was I think I had this right. I think I got into it right at the end of the morning show, off the lower highs, and then Lucid is just a sympathy play to Rivian. We're in this one in the morning, and it's just sort of sitting here. Tried it through the break of the low, that didn't work, then shorted it off the high. It had one little dump into a fresh low, but it's not really moving. I have a trailing stop. If it breaks this brick wall that's sitting there at 21 for like 1 million shares on the offer, then I'll just jump out of it. But yeah, lots to watch here this afternoon, and of course the closing bell is going to be interesting. And Rachel Kleiman in the chat, what Yiddish dialect are you talking about? I am not aware of ever speaking in a Yiddish dialect, but if there's something I said that's Yiddish, then yay me, because I don't know languages.
Nice one, Neil.
I got a little patois in there, but I usually, I can understand patois much better than I'll speak it, because I was born here.
Let's go over to Sharif and see what's on the rundown.
Yiddish?
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, they're locked, they're loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. The only way to get those tickers up there is to join us in the chat and get in and vote for your favorite tickers every day. But you got to throw that $ in before any ticker of your choice. Make sure you're liking, subscribing, and sharing as well, guys. Here's a look at all 4 major averages, and there's only one major average that's actually negative on the day. This is my world over here. The IWM down 0.14, small caps taking a hit, with the NQ really leading the way up 1.17, followed by the ES up a little more than 0.75%, and up 1/3% is the Dow. So good luck for most of these major averages on the day. Here's the first ticker, of course, as decided by you, AMD. No surprise there. Reported after the bell yesterday, and it was a revenue beat, but an EPS miss. Lisa Su saying the AMD, their chip, the MI355, is actually taking on NVIDIA's B200 and GB200, guys, an AI test head on with being used by clients right now, OpenAI included.
That's the good news. The good news is OpenAI is staying committed to, AMD. I mean, despite the fact that everyone else, I shouldn't say everyone else, I mean, the market share NVIDIA has is tremendous, and the comparison's not fair. over 75% margins versus under 50, just under 50% for AMD. There's not much you can do about it. They got a cheaper model. But one thing that was in the print, that was in the report, was that their guidance doesn't include the potential sales to China. You get a China deal, and it's a much different forward guide for them. And to the extent that, look, the stock isn't having a very good day, but when you put it towards a daily chart, it's really a pretty reasonable pullback. I think if you get a China deal that allows those chips to go back in full bore, and we're confident that that's going to happen, AMD can be all systems go again. Otherwise, the 3-day rule, it didn't. I don't think we ticked. We didn't get to 10% to the downside. I think it got like reasonably close without actually doing it, but it's an impressive V-shape recovery. I had one trade on it. It was a scalp from VWAP to the low at the time. What was the low? And I trailed out, and then it kept very close to that 10%. And sometimes you get too harped up on the whole, hey, let's look for a bounce when it goes down 10%, because otherwise it's a pretty. What do you want me to tell you? That's a pretty textbook reversion trade. It's actually very textbook for a trend reverse. I think this afternoon, my eyes are going to be on sort of looking to see if it can hold on to the trend from that bottom, right? So work that trend. If it breaks it, look for the short trade. But a China deal is going to be really important to these guys. And of course, and then on top of that, remember, NVIDIA hasn't even reported yet. So
NVIDIA's not. I think 24th or 28th of this.
Yeah, we still have to wait for them. And if the pie is growing for everybody, that can give AMD a little bump as well.
Yeah, great stock today to trade for sure, because you got that pre-market break right there at 163, and then once you had that one, it was a downside play, basically nothing in its way. You might have thought about getting something out around 160 where it stops right there, but then look at this V shape here on the 5-minute chart. It's just like basically, I don't know, 40 minutes or more of straight downside action. Then once we, ran that 158 for some reason, then it just blasts all the way back up, and right now trying to get there. So it looks like it wants to get back to 165, 166. I wouldn't doubt that from happening. It should have just retraced itself right from here, but it didn't. It actually broke higher. So I'm thinking that this little level right there, what I just identified, 163.50 or so, that might be a great little long area right now. So if we do pull back into that space, I do like AMD for the long back down there. Yeah, I think it just got rinsed out. I think everybody that was a little nervous about their positions, thinking that, maybe the best of AMD is behind it, that's not going to be true. I mean, there's a huge upside in all of this. NVIDIA sure is the king, but AMD is probably fine being a little bit behind that. And for right now, I mean, the note that I had written down for AMD was, they had revenue growth, but it's the export restrictions, what Neil just mentioned there. And then they had that, not as much of a inventory charge that NVIDIA hit, put on their books. I think it was $2.5 billion or something like that, but $800 million inventory charge, obviously hitting the numbers at the end of the day. So that shouldn't exist moving forward. Exactly. But yeah, I think AMD's fine. Now we're through that. Names like Marvell and things like that sort of got hit as well with all of those plays. We can also look at QCOM or something. But yeah, I like AMD moving forward. I think we can dip by anywhere around 163 for sure.
All right, guys, look at Palantir up 2 1/3 on the day. Not a bad look. Alex Karp telling the haters to read him and weep after he celebrated a once-in-a-generation quarter, according to him. Goldman Sachs, for their part, maintaining a neutral rating on Palantir, but boosting that price target markedly, guys, from 90 up to 141.
Palantir, yeah. We were talking about this question here from Eerie Pages.
Eerie Pages. I'll let you get to the question from here. We'll talk about Palantir. What is there to say? I was joking around saying you could slap some Fibonacci's on this and just try to figure out how far it's going to go, but it doesn't really matter. Palantir, you can say valuation all you want. As far as I'm concerned, when you're looking at a continuation, earnings continuation should be simple. Does it have an established trend before earnings? Yes. Did it go up on earnings? Yes. Is it the kind of stock that you want to trade to the long side? If all of those things are true, then you want to look for continuation setups. Now, the problem was, at least for myself, is there's 2 points to that trade. One of them is this is your gap up, this is your day one play, it holds the prior low, so fine. Like the local breakout, I like the dip into 170. Like we actually was more underneath 170 to 69. Never happened. So the only thing left was to break it out when it started going. But there was the second trade, which is just the breakout of the high, like break of the channel. So as far as I'm concerned, you're just looking for those types of long setups until something proves it otherwise. Like it's not like Palantir's not immune to going down. Like it's had little down pushes before. But ultimately, until it shows something on a reversal, you're going to want to favor the long here. And as I said, valuation to the side, because ultimately it's just not going to trade at a reasonable P. I didn't even bother checking it. Like it's in the hundreds, and I don't think it's all that relevant. Realistically, the time that you're going to care, here's the thing. The time that you're going to care about Palantir is if there's a drastic down move and you're trying to figure out where to get it on if it does a drastic down move. That's when you wake yourself up and ask yourself what the PE is going to be or the forward PE. But here you're just playing momentum, and the momentum is very clear to the upside. So there was a missed second trade, which was a breakout of the high. And even look at this, it's holding the prior day high. I think long off 176 this afternoon. Forget about VWAP. If it comes back in, maybe try it off that 76 level until it breaks.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's frustrating because, Palantir has that huge move up. It's still up 2.23%, but then it falls back in. And I don't have any trades today, but it does break that VWAP. Normally, I like to see them hold VWAP around 177. The fact that it broke and it went down about $1, I mean, $1 at the lows, let's call it 80 cents. Not great, but has retaken it. I'm actually thinking a day two, maybe there is a little bit of hangover from this, and actually looking for a 176 breakdown right now, and then supported by these levels up here. So that's, I don't want to go short it, but honestly, with the NASDAQ at all-time, well, it's not at all-time highs, is it? No, we haven't made that all back yet. But near and going up, basically days high is what I meant to say. This is going to be tough for me to short Palantir, and I don't know if it has the juice to go long right now. There's many other names, like we talked about it, ALab, Arista, and all that kind of stuff that are leading the way today in the AI space. So Palantir just takes a little bit of a backseat in the AI race today, but still up 2%. I think you got to like it. The one question that we saw here in the chat that I want to talk about, Erie Pages, Sean A., what's up? Question on gateway selection. Is it always better to use a gateway that has the highest number sitting on it on the level 2? That's the gateway you've been choosing. So yeah, it's always best. I honestly do think that Erie and everybody else that's out there trading, and I know you're with Real Trading as well, but it's just like, when you're trading a name like Palantir, it doesn't matter which gateway you're on. So that's the first thing I have to tell you. It's not, whether or not you're bidding, whatever you're bidding here at 117, you just got it. Whatever you're bidding here at 96, you almost got it. But as it rips through your levels, it's not really going to matter. What I would do is look at the fee sheet and make sure that if you are adding liquidity like you're posting here, these is what we refer to as gateways. Maybe we'll go over to something a little bit slower. I'll just go to AT&T, it's a little slower. So right into here, like you could choose the New York gateway, EdgeX here, NASDAQ, ARCA, IEX, MEMX, which is... we call MyX? I don't know. Yeah, it was BATS, Amex. There's the other one. EAB. We always hear Neil sometimes will say good for Edge A. So all of these have different fee structures. And if you sit on NYB, the problem is right now there's 13,000 shares ahead of you. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you'll get printed last under all of these guys. You have to look at the level at the time in sales. And you have to know what's coded. So when you see like a P go through, that's ARCA. And when you see a Z, that's BATS. And when you see a K, that's EdgeX. And when you see an N, that's New York Book. So the best thing to do is try to figure out what what is printing. The problem is right now, all these are Ds. So I laugh because most of the prints that we'll see here are going to be dark pool. And that's what those Ds are. So it's not really a big thing on where you sit. It's just a matter of figuring out, if you're trying to get fills like a Lucid or something like that, then that's where sitting on look at the levels here, right? You don't join NASDAQ. Like
you would never join NASDAQ.
Right, like Erie, you asked what would you join? I would always join the one with the biggest. No. So there's 600,000 shares there that needs to get printed before you. So that's
in that case.
Yeah.
Because
go ahead.
With a book that thick, you're only going to get filled to get paid if you use essentially if it takes the whole level.
Right.
So I just take the best fee. I would sit there and be like, okay, Edge A is going to pay me a lot, so I might just sit on that because it's going to have to blow through the level anyways.
Well, no, well, yeah. So Edge A will be the opposite. But Edge A is going to get hit way before anything else because you pay for that fee.
Not anymore. Edge
A.
Edge A is different. You think B1. But Edge A is different
Edge
now.
A, it is? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, you get paid on Edge A now.
Oh, you get paid on Edge A, so why
don't know
people
why
using it?
Sometimes it just doesn't
Print anymore?
The fills aren't as good on it sometimes. But if it's gonna take the whole level, then I don't care where it is on the priority list.
Right, to your point, right. It doesn't overly matter which gateway you use.
I think what matters to us sometimes, and you might hear us say this, is like your routing key when you're trying to remove liquidity. And there are certain times where I want to make sure, like if we're trading, Figma thankfully didn't stop us out. But if I'm using a stop under Figma at the open on the IPO, I want to make sure I'm using a key that's going to hit anything and everything possible. And so just so I get whatever liquidity is there. And that can be almost more important. But it's also important that we acknowledge VinFast has delivered over 35,800 EVs in Q2 of 2025, marking a 172% jump from just last year. That's going to bring their first half total to more than 72,000 EVs, up over 220% year over year. With stronger sales usually in the second half, they're on pace to easily double 2024's 97,000 units. They're also crushing it on two-wheelers, with nearly 70,000 e-scooters and bikes sold in Q2, up 432% from a year ago. And with gas-powered two-wheelers being phased out in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City by 2026, the growth potential looks huge. You can find them on the NASDAQ under VFS and scan the QR code you see for more information. Speaking of EVs, not Vs, Tesla on the prowl today.
And touting a new version of FSD, guys, that he says is going to have 10 times or more parameters than the current version. He's slating this to be released next month, the end of next month, but we'll have to wait and see about that, guys. Tesla looking good on the day here.
Oh, right. So, yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Look, we know Tesla, you can talk about what happened to both Lucid and Rivian at some point, not good. It's not as if Tesla's numbers were fantastic, but what we like about, when people talk about the 3-day rule, it's let's settle down what happens after earnings. Tesla based out at $300. And then it filled in the gap to 330. Then it retested 300. And it was almost a better turn the second time than it was the first, meaning it liquidity grabbed underneath 300 and then held and then higher lows. And today it finally broke out that failed at 312. And it didn't really go all the way to fill in the gap. I guess it really only went halfway. But Tesla, it's now stabilized above $300, right? So we had confirmation that there's support at the $300 level, so a test of 330 makes a lot of logical sense. So I'm favoring long until we get to 330, at which point, I don't know, like it was a pretty good sell there after it failed, maybe not on the day of. This afternoon, maybe look at, I got this crazy wicket, maybe look at a VWAP
I like the
in there
320 break, actually.
Well, that's the thing, it's got room to run. Like when you go back over here, you've got, this is 322, this is 325. So it's got room to rally on a consolidation break, but I'm only looking long into this thing until it gets to close to 330 on Tesla.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for it. Just looking at this now, you got support here. It looks like, anyways. I mean, who knows if support's going to turn into resistance or something. But 318 is the 200 period. It's really sort of supported that, throughout, and we came in and bounced there a little bit. The 50 period was actually pretty good on the way up as well. It was actually pretty good on the way down. Now you've broken above it. Now you're hovering there. VWAP's up here at 316. So yeah, the longs look like they're going to be in charge of this stock the rest of the day. So yeah, I think it's pretty good decision here to look for longs now in Tesla. It wasn't on my note this morning. There wasn't like anything that really grabbed my attention on Tesla there early, but obviously the market was like, well, I don't care about your attention, my guy, because we are straight to the upside right there. So yeah, I mean, I'm going to take it on the break and just see what winds up happening. Just pulling down a little bit of a longer chart here, a 20-minute chart on E-signal, just because it's right here and I had it. This is why I was looking at the 320. This is why it's not super exciting. We've sort of had moves like this before. That's 321, that's 323. Like, it does have its ability to sort of get going and then stop and start to drop just a little bit there. But this looks like it seems silly to maybe punch the long after we've seen this, but 320 is such a key level that let's just wait to see what winds up happening with this position. So I'm happy taking it. It should be a good one. I'm excited to try it. 320 long. If our first out, I think we should try to make our first out in and around 320.75, something like that. So we'll give it about $1 worth of room, right? So a break, if this breaks, we'll give it $1, and we're only going to put on like maybe half a unit. The breakout trades in the afternoon are great, but they just need time. And, we've sort of coined a break and fake type of thing. That could be what happens early on this. So I don't want to punch into like a full units or even one full unit, knowing that I may have to average this back in if it does make that fake. So I like the 320 break and a good story there. There's no bull in that story, but there is in the next one.
I'm storyless on this one, Sean. Nothing on Webull today, but it's up over 6%. Good look and good like micro pattern there off the lows. And it does report August 28th, guys. So we still have a few weeks until Webull gives us our first report.
I'll tell you this much. I'm not saying this because we own it, but at the same time, if you go up when nothing is happening,
I know
there's no obvious sympathy play that we're dealing with here. You could make the argument that, ETH is going and some of the treasury names. It's the ETH treasury names are running today. What does that have to do with Webull? I have no idea. It's just, I'm happy it's happening. And the funny thing is, it's doing it on legit volume as well. Like, the relative volume this morning on the move was as good as it's had since it pulled back. Underneath $15. So look, this is good. This is great. I just didn't have a reason to be looking at this. That's what's frustrating, because this is the kind of stock where had it been on the watch list or had it been more on the radar, like who wouldn't have been interested in a consolidation top end break? That looks really good, but you have to have a reason to be looking at the stock in the first place. Sometimes it's just like it's on your list of regular things to look at. Like you're not going to go through your process without looking at Tesla at some point in the morning, whether it has a catalyst or not. But Webull, easy to get skipped. I think this is a hold, at least until it retests the 18 level where it fell before. Because as Shreve said, we haven't even got their earnings yet. So I'm not really sure what is supposed to be the next catalyst, except for the fact that it bounced the 50 period and it gets its resuming trend back up. It's a pure trend play from 10. I can't see a reason why they won't have quality numbers in the 28th, because, Robinhood did. They're not as good as Robinhood, but at the end of the day, I think they've got a lot of room to run. Happy it moved. If someone has a reason or, some kind of a theory as to why it was so strong and did so much volume, I'm more than open to being educated on it. Why not? Now we're just celebrating the fact that it happened.
Yeah, I was just trying to look here. Yeah, with earnings coming through. I think I really do think it's just everybody thinking about it being, I don't want to say the next Robinhood or anything like that, but we've seen stuff, transfer sort of crypto trading has been really hot. We talked about that. We had Kevin O'Leary on in the past before as well. Robinhood took out WonderFi. And I just wonder, like, Webull with its, what is the current market cap of Webull? And the reason why I'm looking at this is that potentially, WonderFi is small potatoes. That was a couple $100 million. I don't think that deal was anything that big. But this market cap is only $7 billion right now for Webull. So I'm just thinking about JP Morgan. I'm thinking about and I know that they don't go ahead and acquire places like this, but TD Bank with E-Trade and some of the other things. Some of the different trading companies have been acquired over the years. Maybe Webull, if they can get their users and their user growth still, increasing, potentially that's something there, right? So I would say that's a nice move higher. We bought the stock. I just thought that it was time to go. We bought it at 11 or I think it was 11 or 12, something like that. And it did fade back out. We did have that stop at 18. We were actually, and again, it's all on the book, like we talked about it when we were here. We got some out when it was up to that $18 mark again, and I think it's going next time. And this time I actually think that once it breaks through 18, then we get going back up there to the high side SoFi style. So, it's forming this little break spot, and I think 18 looks pretty healthy for that. So yeah, I'm here for it. I like Webull. I like it long term, and I do think that there is some kind of a Brazil and White House. So Brazil, so EWZ is the Brazil. So you got to know those things right there, and here it is right now, not really moving around, but the Brazil president stating that he has not contacted President Trump yet about any of the tariffs. So yeah, maybe Brazil not getting too far. I don't know what the current status of Brazil tariffs are, but apparently they're not getting worked on. I honestly think
there was a fake out on Brazil news last week or something.
Was there? There was India. We looked at the India ETF. Oh yeah, that's right. I was in this name last week for some reason. Yeah. Thing is, what I think, I mean, I don't know what Trump can do whatever he wants, but all these extensions that keep on happening, it's almost like there needs to be almost like a serious drop dead date. I feel like at some point. Because everything keeps getting pushed down. Didn't Mexico get 90 days? Yeah. India, they're talking with that as well.
See, the thing about that graphic is if you watch South Park, that makes him Canadian.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like that's what
Terrence and Phillip.
Terrence and Phillip, like the only characters that have.
When is the new South Park? Did you see season 1 yet?
No,
episode 1 of season 27.
I haven't seen it, but I'm just like,
it's pretty good.
I looked at it liking South Park.
I think it's one of the best. I mean,
okay.
It's way higher than.
Fabian's saying that they're basically playing on like the movie Saddam did that, and that's what they're getting at. I don't know. Same voice, but I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, that's Canadians had that. If you watch South Park, any true South Park fan knows that's a Canadian thing. That's how you can tell you're Canadian on the show.
Yeah. All right.
Anyways,
exactly.
Let Tim cook.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Apple. Oh, we love Apple. Yeah.
I like it. I just like the pun. I'm going to say it a few times.
All right. Apple next on the board here. Good day for Apple at near the day's highs. So here's the deal. Donald Trump's going to announce a fresh billion dollar investment by Apple in addition to the $500 billion that was announced earlier this year. He's going to be with Tim Cook, I believe, at the White House, and they're going to join each other for that. So it's around 4:15, Adara? Okay, she's got her headphone. 4:30, guys. Expect that. So after the market close.
I mean, I guess we're not
Unless
that
this
much.
is already it.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is it. So I think this is what the announcement's gonna be. Obviously, Scott Bessent there, or whoever earlier today announced that Apple's ready to make some sort of an investment. That's gonna obviously please the current administration. So we just went long, man. We wrote down 205 early. We missed it by just a handle. Down there to the downside. But anyways, once it breaks through 208, we actually just looked at Apple and said, like, if there was going to be any sort of a level right into here, there it is right there. So that's 207, 208. That's where we're long. So that little break there of 208, we did a live on the show. We took it, and we took it pretty good. So again, back-to-back days where we really hammer Apple. So it's a nice move. We like that stock. It's up 6%. Look, I mean, I recently bought it at 212. You know, I was looking like pie in my face when we did that because there it was right there, came back in. I bought it on the day that Google reported, so or a couple days after when we finally got filled. I just thought that Google had a great report, and I put a bid at Google for 180, and that didn't fill. And I said, well, you know what? If Google's going to have that kind of a report, and I know Google and Apple are completely different, but I just looked at Mag 7, and I knew I wanted some more exposure there. But anyways, it does drop into 200, which wasn't great, 202, but there's a nice move up, and it's just right at a spot that it has to hold.
Yeah, that 15.
Yeah, like right into here. We've been here so many times. We were here before. We were here just last week, and we didn't hold it, and we fell back down. So this is not a victory lap for Apple or anything like that, just a decision, right? I mean, instead of investing $100 billion in who knows what, spend $30 billion and buy Perplexity, and then this stock goes up here, and you're right back to 250 again. So that's what I'm thinking. That's my bull case for Apple, finally an announcement in AI. And until we get that, we just go ebbs and flows of the market, right? I mean, first of all, Berkshire Hathaway could finally step in and buy some more Apple. They did sell a big position. Still their number one holding as far as I know.
So much cash.
So I don't know, man. But the story is gone now with Apple because it used to be every time you sold something, you went into Warren Buffett's pocket because they're sitting on the bid all the time.
Yeah,
they still have a big share buyback listed. So yeah, I like the stock, and I'm very, very comfortable with it being a large position in my long-term holding.
Yeah, I'll admit, like when considering the dip buys, like I bought Amazon yesterday because I thought like maybe that got punished too much on their earnings, and you could make the same argument for Apple. We showed a monthly chart of McDonald's earlier to drive like a point home, but if you look at the pullback for everything that's been said about Apple and its hardware and software rules and the margins are going to be better there, and there's nothing new going on, and blah blah. They're not executing on AI, and all of the criticism that you've heard, really. If you look at on the monthly chart, any single time that you have had any remote test of the 50 period on the monthly, it has been a buy zone. And I'm not just talking about Like you can go back to that's 2018 when it did it. It couldn't get there in this 2023 low. It couldn't even get there during COVID. It bounced off in 2016, back in 2013, it bounced off of it. Now that's on a monthly time frame, so these are good levels, and we didn't even remotely test that on Apple. So, I almost hoped that you would get down there to get a buying opportunity in Apple, but it's not going to happen. As far as today, this afternoon, like Sean said, this 215, that's a wall. Like that's the post-Liberation Day brick wall. It spent a little bit of time above. Okay, sometimes when I see wicks like that, I don't trust that, so I'm going to go to a daily chart on eSignal just to make sure. I just want to see what we're looking at. On a second source, yeah, because that's what I thought. We haven't broken away from this. Like this is a true wall, and the highs are just about 216. So like in front of that level, you almost think first time through faded. If it breaks 15, like that's an example of, well, you break away from 215. Well, it's broken 215 several times in the last few months. It's getting above like 16, 17. That'll be more juice. I think if it breaks 15 today, I'd be looking for some kind of a fade based on that daily chart. But all systems go. Like I said, if hindsight being 2020, Apple would have been better to have bought Apple instead of Amazon. But my thesis on buying Amazon was just simply I thought it was beaten up a little bit too much on that earnings, and it's doing well. It's doing okay as well, but it held that 200 period. And we'll say if you like a stock and the stock is a stock that you want to dip by, then on the daily chart, what's the reason you don't want the 200 period moving average? If I'm going to buy the dip on a stock and it gets to the 200 period and I'm buying it for my long term, then I can usually not think of a good reason. Like maybe I wouldn't do it the day before earnings. That would be a reason that I don't do it. Maybe, I don't know, there could be some kind of like other big story like in front of like a big tariff deadline. I don't know, I'm sort of making something up. Because most of the time you just sit on the bid and you get it when you're trying to DCA or whatever it might be. And I want to acknowledge, a lot of people said you guys are sleeping on BMNR, Bitmine. Like we know the ETH is moving, ETH Treasury type names are all, like SBET's having a big day, BMNR. I would venture to say this seems like it's on the other side of the V right now. Like it's a midday special. Like most of the opportunity to get this into the long side would have been when you were with Joe and Sharif, because like since 2 o'clock, all it's done is make a couple of topping tails, and there's no chance that I paid for locates on this thing, which I know it's not free. And then you can also look at SBET with not as good of a chart, but sort of a similar upward move. So some of the treasury plays going well because, hey, ETH having a pretty good day. Bitcoin not bad either. Let's go to Adair.
Just be aware here, this is JAZZ or JAZZ, Jazz Pharmaceuticals. This one moving around pretty violently here. And decent volume as well, over 1 million shares traded, I believe about 1.5 million, 1.6 million. Basically, the FDA apparently granting this company accelerated approval to one of its treatments for diffuse midline glioma. So good look here for JAZZ. Back to you.
Yeah, well, they have that. Who's the Volpe? Volpe is disappointing.
Geez.
Is that his name? That's his name, right?
Anthony Volpe.
Yeah.
I was basically Jazz Chisholm is a player on the Yankees. He's actually pretty good, but sometimes he's got some brain farts. He made the break. I've watched a lot of baseball in my life.
Really?
A lot of baseball in my life. I have never seen a professional baseball player who's on first base.
Right.
And there is a pop-up to second base.
Right, infield fly, no.
There's no infield fly.
Okay.
And he just stands there a couple of feet off the bag, watching the second baseman catch the ball.
And he throws him out.
Watching the second baseman throw. He's like, by the time he realizes, oh, wait a minute, I should be on my bag, he's already out.
Right. I mean, Vladdy had a brain fart like that last year in the playoffs, or a couple years ago, where he got picked off. And everyone was.
No, someone made a meme
off.
about the Yankees.
Yeah, you were saying the Charlie Brown.
The Charlie Brown meme. I'm a Jays fan, so if you're from New York and you're a Yankee
Still
fan,
disappointed the Jays didn't do more in the trade deadline, but
of course
we'll see what winds up happening. That always
we
is
crushed
kind
the
of
Rockies,
case.
though. We should crush the Rockies.
The Rockies. Oh yeah. Well, we won 10-4 last night.
Yeah,
10-4.
we won 15-1 the day before. The Jays are going to do something in the playoffs.
Jazz Chisholm.
Jazz Chisholm is one of the most overrated players. I tend to disagree with that. I actually think he's a very talented player. At some point, if someone can get the light bulb to switch with him, he could be an absolute super. Like he's as gifted as Mookie Betts. If he had just.
But not at,
maybe the right
not at
coach.
bowling. Not at
No,
bowling.
Mookie Betts is just, like, the guy can do everything, but he's that kind of an athlete if he can just get the right person behind him. I don't know. It is what it is. Like, I get it. Like, yeah, you say he's overrated because he doesn't really get the most out of his talent, but he's supremely talented. When I see athletes like that, it's just like, oh my goodness. Like, you wish. I won't name any names, but
these guys are getting paid hundreds of millions of dollars.
I
so feel like
trained in university. I wasn't the greatest track athlete in the world, but there was a dude on our track team, and it was just like, it's like, man, like this, because like, track's a sport where you have the genetics or you don't, and there was a dude, he had it. It's like you realize how good you could be. If you just if in the weight room, and I guess he didn't love it enough, but it's like, man, you could have been. You can go to the Olympics, man. Like, you're so good. There's natural talent. You just see it, but it's like you'd have to care.
I think it's awesome now that you can get paid also in college, because these kids take a lot of risks, and sometimes they get hurt in college, whether or not it's track or whatever, and then they don't make the majors. And now you're getting drafted in these professional leagues, and they actually wind up making less in the major leagues than you did
Still
here.
can't get over Disney not having a better run, because we're talking about sports.
What, today?
Today.
Yeah, I know. Remember, I was talking about the break on Disney.
A little baffled by Disney's fate today.
Let's get back into Disney. Maybe we'll have a look.
Yeah, no, seriously. But if you look at it, still the market's at the high. It's trying to go, but it's still a very disappointing day for them. Look, ESPN getting an NFL deal. You've got streaming profitable for the second quarter in a row. Their theme parks and experiences have always been good. Double-digit growth there. Like, I don't know. Like, what more did you want? I'm not even, and again, it doesn't necessarily matter what you think of the report. What I do like is it held 115. Hey, obvious level, 115, like, sometimes levels are really easy to spot. I don't know why I wasn't really looking at this, but it's now broken away from 115. That looks way better. It was rejecting it all morning, and now it's trying to break away from 115. I do like what's going on with Disney. Candidly, I sold all of my Disney shares a while back to put it into Netflix, but I've been looking for a spot to get back into this, and not just because I'm obsessed with Star Wars, because they,
Yeah, don't do it for Star Wars.
No, they still,
Well, I mean, Star Wars is great, but
no, I love and I haven't even finished Andor, which is criminal, but I don't have enough time.
That was the one we disconnected Disney, but maybe we'll get back to it. I don't know, the kids, no one's really missing it. We've already talked about this, man. Everybody's all over this.
YouTube.
Yeah.
Go Google.
Well, I was going to show the stock first.
Oh, my
There
bad.
you go. But yeah, I was going to say everyone's all over YouTube right now. YouTube continues to be hot fire. We actually, Brendan and the three of us had a meeting. We were talking about YouTube and just how popular it's been. Many more views even on YouTube Shorts than on TikTok, apparently. So yeah, we're pretty happy with the way. You're still here?
Not good.
What's going on? Why are you still here?
Coming back is not going to make it better. Every time Randy comes
Randy
over,
wants it lower. He's got to buy the stock lower.
you want to buy 10s.
What are we at?
We're at 1160.
Close enough, Randy.
You want 10s. Randy wants 10.
We just got filled, by the way.
You'll take 10 half?
Yeah, of course he will.
Probably.
1069. Get it done. Put the bid in. 69. Yes, that's the
Get
price.
in there and buy.
That's the price I bought Webull at, just because. Because it's 1060. Why not? Or 1042. That's acceptable as well. It's nothing wrong with that. Why not make it fun?
Randy, I mean, unless you're really buying a significant amount of shares, like you're gonna just
It doesn't
hate
matter the
yourself
price.
again. Because last time we missed it by 20 or 30 cents, and it went like $5.
Because if you think it's going to 17 from here,
No. Wow.
I mean, it's not financial advice, but
no, but if you think it's going here to here, then does it really matter if you have $11.21 or $10.88?
Right, exactly.
If you're going to scalp it for like 40 to 50% move and then hold for the dream, if you're just waiting for earnings to have come out and dropped it down,
Randy,
it did.
I have something important to tell you. My wife just says, she doesn't send me anything all day in capital letters, but as soon as she sees you, it goes, Randy, right in our chat.
Everybody loves Randy.
Hi, Marissa. Miss you too. I know. It's
Miss you too. Maybe it's a little more serious than I had thought. I have to talk to Randy after the show, get this sorted out. But hi, my wife. I love and miss you as well. By the way, I just finished talking with her about 10 minutes before the show.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Capital letters happening there as well. And I was just looking, as family, I was looking at to see what the weather's like. We have practice tonight. It looks like it's going to be good here. All good. Because outside it's still pretty, like not, the words, I guess it's foggy. I don't know what you call the weather.
I can't, the chat's like, does she like Coldplay?
Yeah, exactly. And the funny thing is that we were in Boston.
You were at the concert.
Like, we weren't at the concert, but we were.
Well, you were in Boston.
Yeah, we were, because we were looking for hotels that night, Wednesday and Thursday night, when Coldplay was there. And we're like, Marissa was even like, why are hotels so expensive only on Wednesday night in Boston? So we wound up finding one, and everything was fine. But it was Coldplay, and then we wake up the next day, and that astronomer CEO was all the rage. And I think that they.
It's a good thing the news cycle's fast, because that kind of.
Did that guy wind up
pretty quick?
Astronomer's not a public company, I don't think.
I don't think so.
I will say both he and the HR rep did leave the company. And then the new interim CEO released like a statement about, oh, we're in the public eye. Hopefully we'll be more in the public eye for not this going forward.
Right. Okay.
You think?
So there was some stuff there with Astronomer. And I think that the guy was even like thinking about like talking about the privacy and all that. Come on, man, you're at a concert. Like, get your stuff figured out there.
Yeah, like, give me a break.
For sure. Yeah, thank you so much, Erie Pages. I mean, this is honestly why we do the show. You've rewound it several times in a row now, that talk about the level 2 and all of that. And yeah, it's just a matter of, I would say just honestly, I think when you're starting out trading and you listen to like the trading floor development team, which we have great there. Everybody that opens up an office or trading here at Real Trading, gets dedicated support and all that kind of stuff. And it is sometimes overwhelming that there's all these different options. Like we can show you our keyboard setups. They're huge. Neil and I both have 20 or 30 keys set up for every single market. But I just want to say to everybody out there, just keep it as simple as possible until it actually matters.
You don't want your keyboard setup to look like this unless you've been trading a very long time.
So those are all, so see on the left, it's all Control, Shift, Alt, and then all at the top is all the F1 keys. So Neil has like all these different routing keys and this and that. So my keyboard.
I had too much.
Yeah, you have too much. My keyboard is very similar to that, except for I really only use like 5 or 6 keys.
That's the problem.
And that's the thing. So it's like I prefer Arca just because. So I make that the easy one. I make that F6 and F7 on my keyboard, sort of right in the middle, so I don't have to travel. Like I can just trade. That's why sometimes I'm talking and I'm trading by hitting hotkeys because they're easy to find.
Depending on market.
And then the market keys maybe at the very end, F1 and F12, things like that, just to try to keep it simple, stupid. So that's what I'm doing, as simple as possible for the keyboard. And the fees, although trading and managing your fees are one of the most important things, because especially when you make numerous trades, when you're talking about like pennies on the thousands, it's not that big of a deal. Just try to understand adding and removing liquidity and what the differences are there. And what I try to do is, for example, right here on Rivian, like all of these shares, I'm sitting there and getting hit. So if I'm trying to buy 64s, I'll just sit here in line, and when 64s print and I get printed, I'll make money on that trade, even though it's really small. But the difference between EdgeX and ARCA and BATS is gonna be minuscule. So like right there, boom. So there's all the prints, right? So there's Z, BATS. So so you wanna make sure that you maybe were on BATS next time, because I saw that more. But there it goes up and down, and now there's more 60. See, ARCAs, BATS, New York, like they're all printing. It's just pick one that you trust. And yeah, just play a little game with it. Like just try one day, see if you get better fills, then switch over to something the other day. But remember, like on earnings and stuff like that, when there's a lot of liquidity, it's not really going to matter. So thanks, Erie, for that question, and I'm glad that we're able to talk about it with everybody here, because sometimes trading is lonely and it's confusing and it's frustrating. But don't let the gateways or order types really get to you. Just try to understand them, and if you have any questions, ask ourselves or ask ChatGPT. Honestly, things like that will help.
Oh, that's a great one.
Figure it all out. So
there's no bad questions, and there are no bad opportunities if you want to take advantage of it. It's how you take advantage of them. And one of the things that savvy Canadian traders that are looking to boost their exposure can tap into are the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 Beta Pro 3X daily leveraged ETFs. They got built-in FX hedging. It's a great way to amplify short-term market moves and minimize the impact of your currency swing. Of course, short-term, because remember, decay, these are for trading and not necessarily for long-term investing. So if you're bullish or bearish, These ETFs are built for active traders that want to take on the markets. Make sure you read the full risk disclosure and prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Scan the QR code there for more information. Very quickly, Fabian was like, have you guys looked at Reddit today? I do believe we did.
Reddit, forget it.
I don't remember the context of pulling this one up. I was comparing it to, there was something that was really bad. Oh, it was Snapchat. Snapchat, we were talking about it in the morning. I was just trying to find some kind of a comparison of a company that was the opposite chart. And I sort of settled on Reddit. It's probably not even, I'm sure something is better than Reddit. Fabian just said the weekly is nice, so I'm going to pull up a weekly chart. Fabian, do you own Reddit? I hope you do. I hope you do. That is a very good, that is one heck of a...
It's all the way back?
You know what? I don't actually think
How
I've
is it
seen...
210?
I don't think I've seen this before. Because you know the IPO breakout trade, for anyone not familiar with the IPO breakout trade, is so the stock opens up, you make some kind of a high, and then it gets retested sometime distinctly after the IPO. So like it wastes a bunch of time. Then you take, when it breaks away from that IPO high, like that's the idea. So here would have been like $80 to $81, you're taking a breakout. But it's the retest of exactly that level that's insane to me, to go right back to the high. Mm-hmm. Like I was clearly asleep. Like what
was that candle?
That was like, this is.
I honestly, I'm just stupid because that 130, 120 break, we were on it. We were talking about it live on the show, and I was like, I really like Reddit. I like the fact that they're one of those new plays and a lot of exposure there to the ad business as well. That I don't think they monetized yet. A relatively new name in the space. We know that Zuckerberg's adding more and more to the advertising spot of this for AI. They're selling their data to these LLMs and things like that.
And they have a great way to get you to sign. Like it's weird. Like a lot of people sign up for the account just because you do a Google search now, and it's like, you click. It's like, do it on the app. I'm like, okay, whatever. So I get the app on my phone just so I can. I don't even use Reddit that much.
No, but it's like Google, Gemini, and all these guys. Every time they're querying into Reddit, I mean, I guess that's giving them more revenue, more clicks per whatever.
That weekly chart's insane. So why wouldn't it be at 230? It's crazy.
It is. It's going right back there. So Sharif was mentioning there, which I think was very, very small, was finally trying to step into the housing business.
That's crazy.
And so this is, I don't know, this is from Made in Canada. They're relatively, good. They're not doing this for anything other than just to show you. This is listed right now in Vancouver for $2 million in Vancouver, Canada, of course, on the west coast, the very most western part. And this is what $2 million gets you in Ohio. But remember, $2 million Canadian, right, is really only like 1.4 US. But then someone made a point here. Whoops, I don't want to show whatever that is. That looks like an ad. But $2 million hospital bills when you get sick in Ohio. But something very similar. I just wanted to show that because it came up on my feed there as I was looking through. And what I really wanted to talk about, was Skibbity, Ohio. No, was this tonight. I mean, go check it out, man. We put a tweet out for this as well. And that's what brought me to Twitter. Tonight we have big earnings again coming through, man. It's all of them. Airbnb, it's Duolingo. We talked a little bit about that as well. Dutch Bros, Joby, which has been moving around a lot recently. Apple Oven coming through right there. That should be a big one, right? Big one. Lyft, we've seen Uber have some problems, so we'll see what Lyft has to show. Although Lyft had an increased number of rides last time and an increased number of drivers, so we'll see if Lyft getting more popular maybe.
It was a great move last quarter.
Yeah, exactly. So Lyft was lifted. Get out of here, Elf. Get out of here, Fly. Elf Cosmetics right there. I used their sunscreen this weekend. It was fantastic, I guess. And then DoorDash, also pretty good. Fortinet, we'll see about internet cybersecurity coming through. FTNT should be a good one, as we'll wait to see. I mean, Palo Alto's been hit. I'll check it out what it's doing today. And then my guy over here, DraftKings. That should be exciting. That's coming at 4:50. And then we'll see if quantum plays can continue to run into the close. And we had Oscar Health. You guys, I mean, bang. Bang, right there. We bought some Oscar yesterday, and that's now up 3% today. So yeah, some things are happening for sure in the right space. That is, of course, right here. Go over. Adair does this every day. Not just this graphic is every day, but especially during earnings season, but many more graphics out there talking about, AMD and there's a whole bunch. It's stocks joining, adding, Palantir taking over spot 20. There's lots of stuff. If you're just looking for a good,
that one.
Yeah, if you're looking for a good little something to do on your phone, I mean, I guess there's lots to do these days, but
there's lots to do. But if you love the market,
Twitter's full of garbage, but Trader TV Research definitely a good page. So go Go check it out, eh?
This is the one. No, it's well, I'll get to DraftKings in a second. NFL starts.
Oh, right.
Look, I understand they already had the Hall of Fame game, but I never count that as the start of the preseason. Whatever, like tomorrow is going to be interesting. No, I just like this one. Top 10 in the S&P by market capitalizations. I love the visual aspect of it, especially when you see how small some companies that we concern ourselves with a lot. Like, how many times have we been asked questions to talk about United Health? Teeny, wincy part of it. Like, remember back in the day when Cisco was a huge deal? Teeny weeny little part. I don't know why I'm saying teeny weeny.
I think what's crazy about it too is that's only like 10% of the so there's a whole 450 names that are not there. That's just the largest 10% by market cap. And UNH is worth noting too. I updated that last night. UNH actually was, like a couple months ago, it was within the top 15 companies. Then it was like at the very end of the top 10%. Now it's back at number 35. So that thing is just oscillating like crazy.
Yeah, UNH volatility is here for a hot minute, no questions asked. But it was I was gonna just briefly mention DraftKings. Look, NFL is starting to come around. College football is always going to be big for them. I can make a joke about the Cleveland the Cleveland Guardians. Both of their having two players getting suspended. One of the guys, so they've cleaned out their lockers. Which basically means those guys are done for the season, the pitchers that were and allegedly, let's just say, they were allegedly fixing prop bets on the first pitch of an inning multiple times, which is wild to me because it's got to be such a rare prop that how easy would it be to see extra money coming in? Oh, this guy throwing the first pitch will be a ball and 10 times the money comes in? Yeah, I think they're going to catch you maybe. Professional player, and one of the guys is literally the best at his position, making millions. The other dude doesn't make a lot, so I'm like, I mean, I guess if he got approached with a bunch of money or he had some debts, but not that that excuses it, but if you're the top of your game, oh my goodness, what are you doing? But anyways, everyone's gonna bet, and MLB advertises all the time how much their gambling partnerships. They're just everywhere. You can't go anywhere. The Jays games is Bet365.
My boy Calvin Ridley got suspended a whole year from Atlanta.
Yeah, like look, betting's going to happen. Everyone's going to keep
having nightmares now that Randy's going to keep appearing all over the
place.
But
why isn't DraftKings breaking out? Look at this it's a long, slow consolidation breakout that is waiting for tonight. Yes. I think for it to go. So go sports, go gambling, and I understand you should gamble safely. And
go gambling was just said.
Did I say that?
Yeah. And what's wrong with that? I'm just saying.
Well,
I like it. It's funny.
Yeah, it's not the right thing. I should go gambling's not the right thing to say.
Yes, it is.
No, it's more along the lines of it's going to happen, and at the end of the day, you want a company like if you're going to do it, you want to go somewhere where you're going to have quality odds, where you're going to be able to get paid out, and you're not going to have to worry about anything shady, right? Like that's what you want, and that's. At the end of the day, that's what matters. I think it's a stock that should be breaking out. I don't know why it's been so slow to get off the schneid. Maybe that ends at 4:15 tonight. Sorry, and again, I'm not meaning to promote gambling. Like I do some daily fantasy, but mostly I'm just a fantasy leagues, baseball and football. Like I'm pretty into fantasy baseball, but I don't like individual sports betting. Like actually, I flat out will not bet on. I will never bet on the Jays or the Bills. I know for a fact I would be completely unable to be partial if I bet on my team.
That's what you have to be careful.
I know I couldn't be, so I don't do it because I would just sit there being like, every single year I'm going to pick the Bills to win and just ridiculous, stupid props and all that kind of stuff. I have fun with fantasy football. We're looking at our draft. I don't know what this volume spike was just now, but whatever we did, DraftKings pulled back decently into the volume-weighted average price. That's a little bit strange.
I am just taking a piece out here. Rivian's trying to fall, but it's not doing anything. So neither is Apple, though. I don't know what's going on right now in this market. As we enter power hour in 30 seconds, it's not too powerful right now, but this move right there, we'll take another piece out as it comes back into this level of 214.50 or so. We'll see if there's some downside plays now in the market. I'm still going to get out the rest. I have basically less, like 2%. I might as well just get out now. But anyways, just to hold this, if we break down through 214, I kind of like that as a level. We talked earlier about Palantir possibly being a short. It just hasn't broken yet either. The market's kind of just hovering around right now, I guess, daring us to make a trade or something. I don't know.
Look at Palantir.
That's what I'm looking at right now.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah, I'm saying it's not doing anything. And I had thought that Palantir would be the break right there. I think that that's a good trade, breaking through 176.50. If there is anything, let me take this opportunity to shout out Fabian one more time, because right now, you know what? I'm just going to reset this again, because here's AMD, Palantir, Tesla. These are all names we talked about. We looked at BMNR, of course, the Ethereum Trust play there. Webull, we sort of had an explanation on that one. NVIDIA finally turns green now as AMD had that complete turnaround, which is nice as well. SMCI still down 18%. I've covered that. I'm up on SMCI. I've only made 3 trades today. Apple, Rivian, SMCI. We'll still be red on Rivian, but that's not doing anything, so we'll have to get away from that one. Apple's been a huge trade. That's my #1 trade today. That's up 5%. Figma, wow, up 15%. Maybe we'll have a look at Figma when we get going. But all you got to do is type in $Google. Make sure you do get involved right now in our. So we only have 337 likes, like less than 10%. I mean, if you are watching this, make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe immediately. Get these numbers going a little bit here and tell YouTube to start promoting us a little bit more. So there it goes, man. Hit those likes, hit those subscribes. And you got to just get in the chat. So right now, I am going to hit fresh start. So boom goes the dynamite. And I mean, the work that Fabian's done on this, you can click on a name and it will even show you the.
It's wild.
Like it'll show you the chart for the day. 13% right there for BMNR. Thank you, Fabian.
It's got the volume on there as well.
It's got all of that.
Yeah, it's got the volume. It's great.
There it is. So we'll double check it. Thanks, Fabian. How was the beef? It's pretty good. Yeah, I thought today's lunch was actually really good there. We didn't talk about the noodles, but there was noodles. That were there.
Lunch was great.
Lunch was pretty good today as we go. And the reason I say that is I saw Fabian carrying he showed it on the Midday show.
Yes.
He showed it. Where's the beef? Came through.
We get ours on the salad. So
AMD, Apple. Okay.
App Lovin.
App Lovin. I mean, some of these trades. I mean, Neil just reviewed DraftKings. That's reporting there later on tonight as well. AMD. So is turning around. Whoa, right there. Wow, that's a good one. Maybe we short now against that level. That's possible. It's already down $1 though right now. That just came in, boy. Wow, that was a good trade. Right into there. Why were we not? This is what trading is, man. Neil said that story about hindsight, which was funny yesterday. But, it's like you wait for these, and it's like you don't need to do that, especially on a name that's been so violent today with its moves. So clean, but still pretty violent on the moves. I mean, that was a big move down from 165 down to 157, almost in a straight line. I mean, it could do that again right now. So this is definitely something to look at. Maybe we'll go short using this as our out, 164.30, but I'd like it to break something first. Like that's 163, that's too far down. And you're just now breaking. Yeah,
it's breaking trend right now.
Yeah, I know. That was a good trade right there, 164. Well, all right, let's offer AMD. If it comes back up to 164, maybe we'll short it. Are you short it now?
No, it just broke 163.5. Come to my chart for a quick second. 163.5 was the trend break on like that's not the all-day trend break, but the trend from the 1050 low, like right in here. So in this particular case, because of the weird nature of this entry, like it's a breakdown under here, but the trend breaks there. Like my rule is I then move it to, it's not the prior bar high, it's the prior consolidation resistance, or I guess in this case it would be support, which is at about 163.9. So stop 163.9 and target. I mean, I want it to get to VWAP. Anytime I look at something like this, I want it to get to the volume weighted average price, and that's going to be the target to the downside on AMD. Someone said Palantir was moving, so after I want to get a bit out.
It's not. We just looked at it.
I thought someone said Palantir. Oh, maybe they were. You might have just put it in when you were asking about the symbols, and someone put Palantir. I was like, if Palantir gets going off the bid, I think Palantir. Palantir was a good long early, but I think Palantir, it's not moving. I thought off VWAP, Palantir could be a bit of a long if the volume was starting to go. But taking a second look at this, that's not happening. Not really. Palantir's not moving. False alarm. I thought maybe when people were putting the symbol in, but I do now realize that was just, you wanted us to look at it and talk about it, but it's not moving. Bit of a volume candle there on AMD, but it's more about the trend break, which I want to get rid of this now and then save it. And that way I can have my trend line in there the whole way. Whoops, that's the wrong level. There we go. And then we want one in front of the 50s. And then if it gets to VWAP, it gets to the volume weighted average price. What is SoFi doing? Hopefully amazing things I saw in the chat. This is the other thing. I know it's not doing anything. And the problem with this is why I was curious about Webull. I looked over, I'm like, yeah, well, Webull's strong. Why isn't SoFi doing anything? SoFi is stuck in a bit of a rut since earnings. It's as simple as that. Like, it's good. Hold 21. I guess you can buy 21s with lower highs. That kind of stinks because then flat bottom break underneath 21 bucks is setting up here on SoFi. I want to be more bullish on this since earnings, but what are you going to do? Every time it's bounced, it's just sold off to a lower high. It looks like SoFi is gearing up for a little bit of a dip. I guess you wait for 18 bucks with that name. Webull, strong, SoFi, completely flat. Disappointing since earnings. Like, it did that big move up, but disappointing since then is what I mean. Because it had a great day first day. It's just after that it stunk.
I mean, it's kind of like, SoFi's so good.
I'll take it.
All right, so just a quick,
Well, the button's there. I'm going to hit it.
All right, so just real quickly here, I did want to look over Bitcoin right now, 15.5, so that's actually starting to go, but I use this coin Gecko to look at all of the coins all at once right here. So let's have a quick little look to see what is happening today in the last 24 hours. I saw someone put in there, Go XRP. XRP Ripple's trying to hold that $3 mark. It looks like it could do that. And again, we had O'Leary not too long ago, and he was talking about what was impressive to him is that he could transfer like millions of dollars in seconds and pay like a couple dollars in fees. While we do know that that's what XRP specialty is with Western Union and whatnot, transfer of money really quickly there, really secure, and many use cases of that, proven cases. So that is what's happening over there with that. So, and again, Binance, we know that that's the coin fueling the exchange. Solana there up 2.6%. That's been pretty nice. Tron, there was a Tron Ethereum, a Tron Trust going, one of the stocks. I don't even remember what the name of that one is, but that's now 33 cents. I don't know. Cardano still at 74, Dogecoin at 20 cents. And a lot of these plays going, oh, Ramin, thank you to Ramin for this. She sent me this image. I'll open this in a new tab. I'm not sure when this was. But right here, this is maybe 55 minutes ago, but there it is, man. Crypto trading is back at Webull right now. So we talked about why Webull potentially could be on its March higher right now. It says back, so maybe they just got their license renewed. I don't know if it is through or gained a license or a country specific, but pretty soon you'll be able to buy and sell top coins like Bitcoin. I actually thought this was already happening there, but Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Cardano. I think in Canada, I think you can, but I'm not sure anywhere else. So thanks, Ramin, for all of that update. But yeah, that could be a reason why we're on a bullish run on its namesake. So that could be something. Dutch Bros is interesting to me tonight. We'll see what Dutch Bros can do. They're hovering around their 200 period moving average or so on the daily chart. They've been pulled back in. They're reporting later on tonight. We'll get to see what's going on there. We do know that the consumer is pretty strong in the U.S. Obviously, I think all of their locations are U.S. based there, primarily in the Northwest, I believe. Oregon, I think that they started out in. But yeah, this could be a good one. Again, we saw Starbucks make the move back to the north side of that. And of course, a lot of that is Brian Nickel. But yeah, there's Bros, nice downside play there. You like to buy stock around the 200 period. You talked there about Amazon as well and how good of a play that was the other day on that. And Amazon today just really skyrocketed.
Well, it's up one day. Like
SBU. X, not SPIX. There it is. So Starbucks, it's actually faded out a little bit there. We did make that run up to $98 again and completely stopped. And that was just, I think that just became an issue with 100 falling back in. So yeah, I guess Starbucks isn't performing as well as I thought. It's had a really bad week. If you take that week away, man, you made that bottom around 80 and then started to climb. So they reported a good number. China wasn't the greatest for them. We'll wait to see if they can get settled. But I like Starbucks. I like Bros. And, Kava's done well. CMG has done well. McDonald's today with a good print. So, yeah, people are going out and spending money. I don't know.
You get them at
our family
30 times.
We don't eat out too often. My wife made this crazy great salad again last night it has salami in it, little bocconcini cheeses. It was one of my favorite. I forget what it's called. It's like the Soprano salad. It's from, I don't know if it's.
Is it literally the Soprano salad?
It might be Maddie Matheson. Yeah, I'll find it. But anyways, it had chickpeas in it and all that stuff. It was great.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know what's on. Then we had chicken wings the night before. Tonight we got to be quick with it though because we have the practice.
Yeah, we got our last practice tomorrow.
Oh yeah. Sorry, you guys are done soon. We're even clear. We're not even.
Yeah, like this is our last week. Well, then we have a tournament. It's like the last year-end thing on Saturday, but then we get one more practice. It's always fun, but I miss it. Like I don't know. To me, the idea of baseball ending in August is like it's a little early to be done with baseball. Like, give me a break. But now Erin just always wants to go to the. There's a basketball hoop at her school, so she takes advantage of the fact I'm not a gimp, and we can go like practice some hoops.
Yeah, shoot some.
Which is mostly me just grabbing some rebounds, but. Then she tries to shoot, which is awesome.
You get the ball all the way up, yeah.
Oh, well, see, here's the thing. Like, the last time we went, she wanted to use because at her age, you should be using the mini ball.
Right.
Because it's the only way you'll actually learn proper technique.
Right, and better for dribbling, her hands are smaller.
But now she wants to use, like, an actual basketball.
Yeah, because the kids in the...
And I told her, I go, look, you're not going to be able to shoot it properly. Like, she can get it up to the rim, because her school has a lowered rim. It's a grade school.
So it'd be good for Vikram, for example.
Well, he can't dunk.
One of our friends.
Our friend.
We make fun of him. He thought he could dunk, and he's about 5'4", and he is he 5'4"? Maybe he's
at least five. He's at least five and a half, 5'6",
5'7",
maybe 5'7".
I don't know. Anyways,
I'm putting my head down.
He was about 4 feet clear of dunking that ball.
It comes down to the fact he's not very athletic. That's all.
Well, he says he's a swimmer.
He's a great swimmer.
Yeah, okay.
He's a really good swimmer.
There you go.
Hey.
So
No, he was on the swim team in high school. I remember, like, he's a good
swim
swimmer.
team?
Yeah. Not that I was on it, but he was on the swim team. My brother's girlfriend was on the swim team. That's why I know this.
I didn't even know we had a swim team.
No, my brother's girlfriend was on the swim team. That's why I know we had it. He was also on the team, and he's a good swimmer.
I swim every day.
But dude came out he would come to track practice.
Not today.
He was on the
today.
hurdle team. And let's just say, when I remember seeing him practice, I'm like, this guy's talking about a dunking
Yeah,
net?
Erie Pages. This guy's not Allen Iverson, okay? He's like saying Allen Iverson was 5'7" as well. Was he? Was he that small, Allen Iverson? No, he was 5'10". 5'11", Allen Iverson.
He's not.
5'7" is like Muggsy Bogues style, isn't it?
No, Bogues.
You watch. We're gonna look it up, and Allen Iverson probably.
No,
is
Muggsy Bogues
5'7".
5'3". Spud Webb was 5'6" or 5'7".
All right, let's
and back to the market. This market's kind of
let's review some of the winners today.
Here.
So we had Shopify. Shopify was absolutely huge, man. Ever since switching over to the NASDAQ, man, they used to be an NY stock. They switched over to the NASDAQ. They are just absolutely on fire. All-time highs again, up 21%. As Shopify up more than 15%, up 20%. Now my notes say 15 again. Surprising profit there, plus rate. So they beat on top and bottom, and they had a generous revenue outlook. So there goes Shopify upside again, a Canadian company, known for the electronic transactions on websites, building of websites. They also have that like tap little machine. I've seen a few restaurants around here using that as well. And of course, A-Lab with a huge move upside today as Astera keeps climbing up there. 20% here or more, 30% right now. Demand for AI chips continue to accelerate. These are data center revenues, so Astera Labs just continues to get pumped up higher as data centers continue to be pretty hot. Arista Networks, a very, very similar vein there. Up again, huge, another 15% for these guys as they've broken through that level of 120 now. Looks like they're going to have a good move. Again, cloud infrastructure, data centers, and sales upbeat with a nice positive earnings call. So that's sending that one through the moon as well. And of course, McDonald's probably using AI, but their story is not going to be AI. This is same store sales expected or exceeding expectations. So, that's always good. They're not worried about new locations. Their same store sales, which means their menu. We sort of talked a little bit about this. Upside rate there. Nothing wrong with some McDonald's I guess this is not health conscious. Just some people do choose it there. They do have the good breakfast, coffees. I like the coffee there. We don't eat it too often. There's a big talk there about the nuggets over this past weekend. Still a fan favorite of many players on our baseball team. The girls like the nuggets over there. And you mentioned also that they were maybe doing a new Happy Meal format. We'll see how that kicks
Adult
out.
Happy Meal or whatever that works out to.
Uber actually, thankfully, not as disappointing here of a day as potentially there was earlier on. We got as high as $91. Looked like we were trying to break that 92. I think this will be tomorrow's trade today for Uber. Tomorrow will be my last day of the week. We'll see if Uber can break through $92. $20 billion
The question
buyback.
is, does it matter if Lyft has a bad print?
Yes.
That's the thing.
I mean, if Lyft is bad and talks a little bit more about Waymo and what was that, Zoox, Amazon there, got the okay for their autonomous driving as well. I don't know if that hurts Uber or not.
I talk
it
a
hurts
lot
the
of
drivers.
I trash Lyft, and every time Lyft earnings come, I say they don't matter, and Uber is the one. Candidly, I own Uber, I don't own Lyft, but we were all really impressed. Like what Lyft did last quarter was insanity, and you remember if you were watching trading this, it went nuts. It went absolutely gangbusters. So I do feel like Uber already is setting up pretty well. If Lyft is to the upside, I think Uber, you're gonna like it, and Lyft will be great. My concern is if Lyft is to the downside any fraction of what it did last time to the upside, I'd be concerned about just completely the sympathy play of wanting to be long Uber on a day like that. Because the move was so huge that if Lyft is bad, and it's bad to the tone of doing 20 or 30%, which it's fully capable of moving, then I don't see how Uber has a good day, despite the fact I'd like the quarter, I like the $20 million buyback, I like the fact that they're getting deals from everybody, wanting to go autonomous because they know they absolutely have to. Yeah, I just think it's a stock that works. I just wish it was working a little bit more cleanly today on earnings. And I'm concerned that what if Lyft is really bad tomorrow?
You know what? I want to check out Shake Shack. Shake Shack is super expensive, by the way, but they just missed on theirs report as well. So they gapped down to the low side there, despite what Josh Brown is saying. Can't get that stock to go higher. That's one of his picks too? Yeah. I mean, it'll go up once he starts talking about it, but yeah, right now Shake Shack to the downside. I just want to bring that up because that was another stop that we made there in Boston. And those are basically all the names on earnings that are to the upside here. Let's just talk about some names that are to the downside. I mean, SMCI again down now over 19%, but has been on a little bit of a rebound here throughout the day. We do find that bottom around $45. We'll see if that can stick. Both revenue and earnings missing. Not a great guide as well, and just, you know, when you do have that valuation behind it and you guide and miss, lower, not good. SMCI taken out today. And some, you know, other names that have been hit on the back end of this, I saw earlier anyways, was Dell. Yeah, so almost a complete recovery there, but still down 2% for Dell. I think this is a little bit of a safer name just because SMCI had those accounting issues, and I don't know if it's well trusted. I'm not sure how many investors are flying to pick up Snap for sure, but SMCI for long term. Snapchat's down again 18% right now after admitting to ad pricing glitches. So yeah, their revenue's not great there. Again, Snapchat down, and average revenues per user also down. Did I just hear that Jensen Huang is meeting with Trump?
I heard I think I heard.
Well, that would be a good sign. And NVIDIA, just before we go over to Adair, because I just want to see this. So we're triple topping right here at 179.50. Well, I put in a buy. Oh, that was a Tesla at 320. 179.50 looking good to me, man. I'll take that break on NVIDIA if there's going to be news. So yeah, let's go find out what that exactly was from Adair. And I'm going to get my order set up for 179.50. Not moving. Maybe we'll hold off. Let's see what that was.
It couldn't have been because it's not moving.
Looks like it's not that he's meeting with President Trump. Apparently, CEO Jensen Huang already met with President Trump today, as reported by CNBC. It's worth noting the last time we heard of a meeting between Trump and Jensen Huang, the date was kind of confusing. Some people were saying it had already happened. Some people were saying it was going to happen. Regardless, it sounds like here, according to CNBC, Trump and Jensen Huang have already met today. Keep an eye out here on NVDA. Unclear what they're discussing, but we do know there have been some issues with regards to the approval for these chips leaving the U.S. for China. We know the Commerce Department, according to some reports, has been slow in actually granting these license applications, even though the government has theoretically given NVIDIA the all clear. Back to you.
Now, we're almost in. The other name, so I've just put that order in. That's good enough to me. We just need something. I mean, the market's 320. We could see we can go. The market's trying to break the highs as well right now. That might actually be a better play, than you don't have to worry about individual stocks. But here it goes. The other name that we're trying to get long to is Tesla. It's about to break right now. So get ready, man. We're ready to fire them all up right now. We've got Tesla breaking 320. When that happens, we're good. See, so there you go. So there's some big size on the level 2. You can see right there, 100,000 shares. But it's done 60. Gone. So it's done 64 million. We are now long at 12s on Tesla. So let's take advantage of that. Yes, sir. There it is. We'll spin it for 40 cents early. Let's go to the upside. Goes Tesla. We're long right now at 320.12s. We got that price, so there it goes. Let's see if it wants to work out. Early trading on Tesla. Early on the break. I don't know if it's going to go up, but a quick little out. I'm always taking out like 10% on that first little punch there because, see, that's an example, Erie Pages, where I used a routing key. We have Fox River, so I use that key to get long. That's going to cost me $2 per 1,000 shares, not $2,000. It's going to cost me $2 per 1,000 shares to get that. And then when I offer it out, I make half of that back right there. And then we have another trade alert happening as well. There goes NVIDIA going long through the top. So we'll put an offer there in and around that same level of 60. And then we'll see if we can get an out now on NVIDIA. Just taking, again, we'll take 5 to 10% out on these early bumps. And there it goes right now. So there we go. We are now out of NVIDIA. And see, regardless of what gateway we use, we get punched into there. So there we go, man. Going 2 for 2 temporarily. I don't know where these stocks are going to go, but we'll take some outs there on Tesla and on NVIDIA. I mean, I hope you guys have them. We talked about them. There they go. Nice little upside play for both of them, giving me now 15 cents on NVIDIA and a little bit of love there on Tesla as well. So yeah, so far.
The second I heard that NVIDIA Jensen thing, I tightened the stop on AMD. AMD gave us a 50-penny move, but if NVIDIA is going to break the high of the day, that's not the moment to think home run on AMD. So like I tightened my stop to the prior bar high from break even just to make sure we grab the profit. Because as far as I'm concerned, like you don't want to be, like NVIDIA is doing that candle, whether this continues or not, it's a good enough reason, especially at 320, to just jump out of the trade. If it sets up again, don't mind it. It's like, again, AMD was the only thing I was looking at that moment. Also Palantir, but Palantir is literally doing nothing. It's that's just how it is, man. And I'm not saying that AMD has to move with NVIDIA. It's just you know how algos work. If NVIDIA is breaking the high, to some degree, there are going to be 2 things that happen. One, offers are going to lift to a certain extent on the offer on AMD, period. And there's going to be some algos that are starting to buy it up a little bit. So you're going to probably get a green candle. I just don't want it continuing back in. So I'm just going to jump out of that one. Chat Trader says, look at SMCI. Is it, off of VWAP? Yeah. Breaking the trend off of, why is my trade, there it is. I never take my drawing tool off because I'm always doing it. Yet I'll flip charts and sometimes it's not, it doesn't really matter. But bouncing off the volume weighted average price and breaking trend to the upside. I like that. You get the sympathy play in the chips, but it hasn't closed above the trend line. So it's held VWAP, but the trend from the top hasn't really been broken yet. I want confirmation that we're going to go. NVIDIA is still going, so that's good. I don't want NVIDIA to be pulling back. Otherwise, I don't want to get long.
I just want to tell people I took double the shares in NVIDIA. They're both up 20 cents, so it doesn't matter. Double the shares right now on NVIDIA than I did on Tesla. I just, it's a triple top. It's a break there. We've made, my career, I would say I probably made more money on NVIDIA, but that's not why. It's today, it's just about trusting that break there and going with something that I feel a little bit better about. We do have an easy out there at 179 as well. So 50 cents worth of risk there for NVIDIA when it's $1 worth of risk for Tesla. So just to give you a little bit of an example of the risk there. And I am going to put on the same amount of shares if it comes back right into here, into the 50-period moving average. We're going to buy some 319.50s if it does fall down there. So there we go, 2 outs. So first out at 35, next out at 40. We'll wait to see if we can climb higher. But here we go right now, man. We are trying to cook it up right now. We're trying to top off a little bit. Let's take a little bit more out here at 68. Okay, we get the fill there on NVIDIA. Hopefully we can continue to climb a little bit higher here. NVDA, let's see if we go. I mean, again, like the stock, like the movement here, like that story. We're putting it up, man. We've had nothing, honestly. Rivian hasn't, I told you about Rivian. We'll be red on Rivian, but at the end of the day, it's also not doing anything. Hard to make money back when nothing's happening. But we did, oops, I'm still on that. We did take advantage. What am I doing? I don't know why we're still, oh no, we're not on that anymore. We took good advantage of this move down into the 60s. Was hoping to get more though. So we'll wait to see if Rivian does come back in into the close. Maybe we do have a little bit of a dump, but there it goes, man. It's Tesla not doing much on that break, but it's NVIDIA giving me everything it needs to give right now. Up 25 cents right now on that break. So with a risk of 50 cents, a little bit more than that, we're out right now of 30%. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher here on NVIDIA. And again, to me, we're 20 minutes away from those imbalances. We put this call on, and unlike other traders, Neil and myself, hopefully everybody here on the show realizes that, like, we talked about this play when it was down here at 179. We zoomed out, we found this play, we took it live. It was a fill that anybody could have got. So, I mean, again, this is not like, let me pump a stock up and have everybody else punch me out for liquidity like potentially some YouTubers do. We're trading this together. I'm in this right now. I punched long, marketed in as you guys were watching. So there's the fill right there. We even told you about what gateway I used and everything. So here we go. Nice upside
Use
there.
Fox River.
Yeah, exactly. I use Fox River there. And same on Tesla. All my punch-ins are all the same. It's just a routing key. So there it goes. And the same thing is true for Tesla, right? I mean, these are trades that we've just put on together. So let's see if they work out. NVIDIA and Tesla. Right now, there goes NVIDIA. We're going to wait for 180, and then we'll get out at 179.90 or so. And we'll go from there. We just took it out at 85. What's up, Adara, I believe?
Yeah, guys, just so you know, we have tons of earnings coming after the bell in case you missed it, and you can catch the expected move and expected release time for all of these on X at TTV Research. As you can see, all of these are pretty large expected moves with the exception of Occidental. The next smallest expected move here is Airbnb, 7.7%. Largest by far, Duolingo, as per usual. We're expecting a 17% move. AAPL here, 14.8%. Dutch Bros, 15%. Most of these are double-digit expected moves. So check this out on X at TTV Research to kind of get a sense of what's reporting tonight and what type of move we are expecting based on the options market. Back to you.
I was just telling Sean this. When my wife and daughter were camping for a week with my in-laws. It's portage camping. I don't do that trip. Also because I got to be here and can't take off infinite time. No, every single day they weren't getting signals. I had to do to keep her streak alive. I had to do Duolingo.
Oh, right.
Like one of these lessons a day. And it's like thankfully she's doing math and French because I couldn't, like the French stuff. Like I know it's easy, but I suck at languages. But Duolingo,
I don't think it's that easy.
Has cracked the code. I'm telling you.
Reef was bitching about it for some reason.
Well, I will tell you this.
I don't know what it was.
Erin was not that into first year French immersion.
Yep.
It was kind of like whatever. But the second she got Duolingo, like she wants to do the lesson.
That's nice.
And her French is getting really good. Like I said, it's. I mean, to say it's better than mine is not saying anything because I'm terrible at it. I can read a little bit of French.
It's good for your brain. I mean, obviously, that's all becoming useless because of AI, but it's good to train. I mean, I would love to learn more languages, that's for sure.
When you go to Europe, when we're in Europe, go to anywhere, like they have everything in English if you need it, but we're at a couple of museums where they didn't have English, and it's just like pull your phone out, and I'm sitting there just reading.
Yeah, and you don't want to do so. I mean, sometimes it's nice to. No, I agree with you. Especially those Ray-Ban glasses right now. You can just sort of look at something and automatically
easy peasy
tells you where you're at and all that kind of stuff. All right, so we just got our reload there on Tesla. So now you're seeing our average price at $319.80 right now. This is, holding this position is putting me negative on this stock, but we'll wait to see. It's the only trade we have is that 320 break, and I told you it was not even a unit. It wasn't a huge position, so we'll wait to see if this does break down through 318, and if it does, I'm gone. Honestly, the 200 periods breaking through 319. I don't really want to hold this too much. We don't have too many shares. We could hold this, but I'm not going to. All right, now the market's coming down quite nicely as well. So yeah, we have to be a little careful on what we're thinking about with this stock. So I'm going to punch myself out if and when that breaks itself off right there. So yeah, be careful with this play if you're in it with me. That is Tesla. NVIDIA is trying to turn around as well, by the way, but that's still holding up. We actually got more out up there when we saw that turn around. I only have half of my NVIDIA position right now.
Yeah, but you know what? SMCI doesn't work, and this is the beauty of it. I know you were just talking about like the live fills. It's simple: trend break, prior bar. In this particular case, I'm just going to show you because what I always say is trend break, prior bar, low. In this case, the candle with a prior bar is actually the low of the current bar is lower when I got in, so I use that as the stop. It's a distinction without much of a difference, but when I want this breaking trend, I want it to go right away. It doesn't happen. It's similar to like AMD. Like when AMD broke that all-day trend, which admittedly, I didn't even get a good fill on the all-day trend break. Like I was late to the move, it started going down right away, and it continued going down right away. Even though that NVIDIA break got me out of the trade, it's just you want to see a trend break work right. It's the whole idea. The whole idea of a trend reversal is that people are using stops there. Like someone that's long has big stops, and they're all triggering to stop out or trail out when you get that trend break. So you want it to work right away. When it doesn't, you jump out and move on to something else. The other thing that's going to happen in a couple of seconds here is we hopefully will get some updates on some early imbalances. I'm hoping Paramount shows up. Candidly, they're supposed to be deleted today, PARA. But no gigantic early looks. Ford's there for 1.5 million to sell. HPE for $1 million to sell. TSLZ for anyone that's interested. That shows up every once in a while.
Yep.
600,000 to the sell side, but nothing too big on the early look imbalances as we get into 3:30. So about 20 minutes until the imbalances come out. The market is the market's pumping in a general sense, but we're not really getting a lot of volatility with it. Thank you, Joe Ventura.
Oh.
Let's throw 5 in the kitty for the great and timely reports and graphics from Adara.
Yeah.
Thank you for the kind words and for the support for the show.
Yep, great job. Thanks, Adara. Thank you for the super chat there, Mr. Ventura.
Yeah, Joe Ventura, right? And absolutely, because you don't want to trade blind.
No.
I hesitate to say you can't trade blind. I don't remember. Like I remember there was a time we used to have a news squawk, and I remember there was a period where we lost our news squawk.
Yeah.
I forget what it was.
And you feel like, oh my God.
And it was just weird to not have any access. And this is all when you couldn't go on to Twitter. There was no Twitter or anything. If you didn't have a news squawk sitting on a trading desk, that was it. You were literally trading blind. You could have a TV on, but that was no good because it was too delayed. There was nothing like this with Adara giving it to you for free. That's free. Like you guys can just watch this and get breaking news anytime you want instead of paying for a Bloomberg terminal or whatever news service you're going to pay for. Probably no one here is paying for a Bloomberg terminal, and if you are, congratulations. But hit the like just for that. And we're going to do the same thing with earnings. We're going to come right back and we're going to go through all of the earnings in real time, answer any question you guys want after 4 o'clock on any of the names that report. And Adara's like super hot fire. I don't even know how she does it so fast, to be honest. Everybody, she's absolutely the best at it. So she kicks butt, no questions asked. It was what was the one that we used? I was trying to remember the one we used 20 years ago. I know we used to use the live news, but that was the squawk, the future squawk.
Yeah.
The Ben Lichtenstein.
Yeah.
And everybody, traders all knew the name because he was sitting in the CME pit and he would read the futures quotes, but he wasn't a news service. He was just in the pit at the CME. Yeah. There was an actual news service that we used. I don't remember.
I don't remember the service, but yeah, we had it for a while and was paying for it. It was well received for sure. Yeah. Okay, so NVIDIA worked, Tesla didn't, basically. I mean, there's that 320 break, and I was telling you that I even said it here, I trusted NVIDIA more than Tesla, but still Tesla breaks and not good, right? I mean, we don't ever want to lose on something like that, but we talked about the amount of shares that we were using, so on and so forth, and it was not a whole bunch, so not the end of the world there. We'll actually pretty much we'll wind up losing more on on Tesla than we're made so far on NVIDIA, but NVIDIA is still trying to go back upside. We didn't get that reload down there. It just came back into our level again, so no reload available for NVIDIA right there. So we'll have to just sort of wait to see what happens. It's 330 now. Tesla is falling off, but the thing about it is you're right at that 200 period moving average. This is more likely not more likely, I mean, this is technically a better level to get long as we've sort of held the 200 period there. We did drip down to it and bounced off VWAP. You don't want to hold the VWAP today right now. That's 316, but the market is going higher here, so that's great for the NVIDIA trade. We might as well just get out of Rivian right now. I don't even need to worry too much about this name, so why don't we just bid out of it? We'll just put it all, I'll cancel everything, put it all at 74, see if we do get that fill on Rivian. Apple, we got out because it did take down 214 just now as well. So if you're looking and thinking like, what happened to that Apple trade? Well, it just fell out of the tree and now came back in right there, breaking back down. But we only have one trade on Apple, and that was going long on that 308 break. And that 308 break was right here. We had missed it early. We wrote down 305. That is the low of the day, is 305 there on Apple. 305, 205 right there, but we missed that, and we had to take another price. So we took 08s. We just zoomed out and found that level, so that's why we were long at 08. When you go from 08 up to 14s, you're doing pretty good on that trade, so happy with the way that performed overall, but yeah, other than that, just trying to find something else going on there. A $50 break on HIMS, sure, we can have a quick look at what's going on HIMS right now. Again, some Novo Nordisk back and forth there. People were saying that they weren't part of that Novo Nordisk sort of look from HIMS, but you could see yesterday bad on earnings, or 2 days ago, and then again today as well, as yeah, HIMS coming into $50. Zooming out on that one, 50 is not super key. We've been here before, but yeah, it was more of that break right there, $54. I think we should have looked at that for sure. That was a good break there. Boom, right back in. And now you're going to look for this kind of a break right there, 46, 47. That could be coming out tomorrow for sure, in and around there for HIMS. So not a great little look there as we go, but that's just another stock. NVIDIA still making that move. Eli Lilly, we just talked about Novo Nordisk. This is still bouncing around that 750 mark. So I'm in my most recent buy at 750. All right, well, it went up again. Like, silly me, man. We bought it right down here at 750, 760. It goes up there to 820 again. We don't get anything out, and then it falls back down.
Tomorrow morning.
Oh, yeah, they're with earnings, right? Oh,
Eli Lilly reports tomorrow morning.
That's probably not going to be good.
That's,
there's not going to be a huge move there, probably.
Well, it could get really, spicy on Eli Lilly, especially for Novo as well, because any weakness in Lilly is going to really punk Novo, and that's been a weak stock. Like, I love Eli Lilly, but there's just been something going on here at the 700 level. And whatever it is, there's a buyer at 700, right? Like, we've all seen it. You can see it on the daily chart. It's like the what if Eli Lilly loses that bid. If it loses that bid, it's they are that sector. They're the winner everybody wants. I feel like if it loses 700, you could have a pretty distinct move to the downside. I've already trimmed up here, so my long-term account, I'm not selling any more of Eli Lilly. I've already done that as far as I'm concerned. So it's a matter of, is it worth buying back at 700 after these earnings, or is it worth waiting for another level? They're not the only ones pre-market that matters. Well, I shouldn't say Eli Lilly matters a heck of a lot more than D-Wave. I'm not even remotely comparing the two. One company doesn't make any money. Their revenue's probably less than most people's salaries. I don't even know if they had much revenue. I think it was like tens of thousands of dollars was their revenue last time. Maybe 100 grand, maybe 150. I don't know. But in the quantum space, it's a mover, and nothing moved more on their earnings in this space than QBTS. So D-Wave, they're going to be a big one tomorrow morning. I think it'd be cool if they did in the aftermarket show, but hey, we got plenty aftermarket anyways.
Neil and I sit here and we talk about charting and looking at different levels, and you always see us zoom out to have better look at different names, weekly charts, monthly charts, 1 second charts. They're all available right here with eSignal. Make sure you do scan that QR code right in front of you right now, and if you do that, you get your month free. So I would scan that, go over there, have a look, and again, it's entitlement based, so you can tell them you want to trade the Zitra market there, or Milan, or Helsinki, anything. We showed those numbers up. They have access to all of those quotes, and charting full capabilities. So I would definitely, over 500 symbols, the hot list is really great. We'll talk about that with the trade rate and some of the scanners that they have. Fantastic. They connect over 50 plus brokers, different availabilities in the App Store. The ability to code too, if you want to code things in, like Neil was talking about, halt bands. Oh, by the way, I forgot to look those up. I'm sure there are halt bands on eSignal already, but it's those type of things that they have a huge knowledge base.
Going on the iPad.
I would definitely scan that. Trade smarter, not harder. Get going with eSignal. And again, we do use them on our after show, so you'll be seeing more charts. And I know Adara's flashing some of those charts as well with eSignal. So we really like it, and it's been very, very reliable for all of us here. I've been using them for over 20 years and really like the back testing features. Yeah, trust in eSignal, I do, and so should you. eSignal, get your month free from eSignal. Okay, so NVIDIA is still having a hard time. It doesn't want to break 180, but I think it still will. We have 12 minutes until those imbalances come through. I bid on a nice run today. I mean, Bitcoin back up to 15 and change. Looks like it wants to hold. I haven't been doing a great job of following it there today, but 65 and change, holding. very similar to, what was it, Tesla or something that was riding this 200-period moving average to the upside. It looks like it wants to continue to do that. So IBIT and Ethereum, there's still a place in everybody's portfolio for crypto. But we did that study before on our chat, and we were talking about whether or not traders were holding Bitcoin and Ethereum, and it was pretty light. On our chat, less than 50% were in Bitcoin. I think that number is surprising to me, that's for sure. Thought it would have been a little bit higher than that, but yeah, IBIT right now to the upside. The banks have been going through something lately with some downgrades and some negative talk. Who had his negative call on BAC the other day? I forget what that was.
I don't remember the analyst.
But yeah, there was something. No, there was an analyst too. Oh, it was Berkshire. There was something with BAC, but XLF there making a move down right on the 200-period moving average. I think you could buy the banks, especially in a rate cutting environment does spruce more business.
I'd still buy I try to like the banks over XLF.
You
like I like the banks. I don't love XLF as
Morgan
much
hovering
anymore.
around.
Like I feel like that Jimmy Carter pick thing. It's like if we cause we made those picks, it's like, oh, you got to pick it, and that's it for the year. But there's no chance that I wouldn't be like if we're redoing it, I'd be selling XLF and I'd just pick a bank to go in or something like that. I don't know. Like I still like the banks. I just don't want. I don't want to be in the credit card names. You know, I wish it was something which could replace the credit card names. I said this before. Replace the credit card names, put an equal amount of Robinhood and Coinbase in there, and
then you're good.
And then I'd be good to go. Instead, you just have to own them all, which I hope Robinhood will eventually give a dip, which it's not doing. So I'm not going to own any Robinhood.
You will.
I'm not buying it up here. I'm no chance I'm buying Robinhood.
What's going on with Pan W? We'll talk about Pan W in a minute, but we do got to get
Beast.
Let's go to it. Is?
Yeah, it's up big today. Let's go to
a couple
Adara.
percentage points, I think. Okay.
I didn't have any news on Palo Alto Networks. I just want to mention that off the jump. I did look earlier, could not find anything. Let's talk about banks, because in addition to NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang reportedly meeting with President Trump, we have some CEOs from banks at the White House. CNBC reporting that Jane Fraser, CEO of Citigroup, apparently was seen at the White House, though it is unclear if she met with Trump himself or just was at the White House separately. CEO of Bank of America, Brian Moynihan, reportedly seen in the vicinity of the White House. Unclear if he went into the White House, but apparently Jane Fraser, CEO of Citigroup, was actually physically in the building. Also, in terms of these Jimmy Carter picks, I feel like no one is really allowed to complain if they did not pick UNH, which I did. Back to you.
Thank you very much. We'll always thank you, Adara.
I picked the Dow.
I just understood. So someone asked a question like, I think that what they meant was do midpoints suppress winning trades? The thing about, I'm assuming you're talking about dark pool mid prints, or are you literally talking specifically about like big gateways that you can take the midpoint on? Because if you're talking about the latter, not really. At the end of the day, like there's stocks that if they trade with big chunks on the midpoint, like the literal inside midpoint of the 1 cent spread, then it's because it's a stock like this, like Lucid, which is like it's not really doing anything. But the midpoint, it's more about the access to liquidity. Like so long as you have access to all of the liquidity, the momentum is the same game. What ends up happening a lot of times, and this happens to us on Figma. Like I think since you have more dark pools, you're missing some breakout trades in terms of getting fills. Why? Because a lot of the executions are happening in the dark and sometimes at that midpoint of the spread. And if you're sweeping the book, you're not going to be as fast to get them as the algos, all that kind of stuff. So you're missing some breakout and breakdown trades, not in the Teslas of the world, those are still fine, more so in things like Figma or CoreWeave or thin stocks. I've seen it happen on ARM, and that can be the issue. It's executing in and out of trades. As far as it affecting the trade, it doesn't really. It just affects your ability to execute, especially if you don't have access to some of the dark pools. But if you mean those like little stocks like NIO, for a lot of traders, it just means, I've seen this happen where in this situation, great. That just means instead of getting 62, you can get 62.5 sometimes short. And if the stock goes 4 cents, you're getting an extra 10% out of that move, effectively. So the midpoints can be an advantage if you have access to them. But if you mean dark pools in general, yeah, it kind of sucks because we miss fills on Figma multiple times. And I can tell you before you had all this in the dark stuff, you didn't miss, like day traders didn't miss fills on the break, the 110 break the other day. No way you miss that breakdown. Like, you're getting it. It breaks at 110, we're getting that break short. You know, it's just that 85 break, like, you're getting that fill. Unfortunately, that's just something you have to adjust to, and you make sure you use the right key, cross a little bit further, which means if you're crossing 50 cents and you might have to pay down, then you just have to use a bigger stop and less shares because you don't want to give it as much, and you're not going to get that same fill. So you just adjust to it at the end of the day. By the way, wow, Figma, 13% to the upside.
Yeah, Figma.
I just noticed
great.
that. And go Amazon.
Yeah, what 21s? What is it at?
21s, yeah. 222 looks like the high of the day on Amazon-ish. Yeah, 221.95. Only 5 minutes till the imbalances. Yeah, I'll be mad because the only thing we tried two things this afternoon. One of them was AMD and one of them was SMCI. Even if I held on to AMD, the whole move was about 60 or 70 cents that you could have grabbed. So nothing that big at the close. And if I look back at SMCI and that trend break, this is the one. Like, when I say, I'm not mad about AMD, but SMCI, that did go. It's weird. SMCI, it didn't go right away. That's the tricky thing because I said on a trend break, I'm not really going to be too crazy about it on the time frame. I want it to be going right away. Instead, it broke the trend, bounced off VWAP, and the trade was off the volume weighted average price. So slap the L on SMCI. AMD was okay. Tesla also. What did Tesla?
I'm going to get out some more right now of.
What about Tesla? Someone just said
320.
No, in the chat, someone said Tesla also Neil. But I didn't trade Tesla this afternoon.
Tesla also. Whatever you were saying, probably maybe something similar to what Tesla. So I was in Tesla. We see we got out there. Yeah, so it's still at the same price. I just got out some more NVIDIA right there at 70s or 73, just because we do have those imbalances coming through. But I'm really excited for this name tonight. We'll check out some AppLovin. Look, AppLovin tonight expecting $1.99. I think they could beat that. They're up 124% year over year, so that's great. Right now, there's continued strength in the ad-supported business, right? I mean, we already know that from Meta. So I think that this stock could get going to the upside. That, I mean, for sure, like no doubt about it. There with AppLovin, I'm pretty positive about what to expect there. We also have DoorDash coming through tonight as well. Let me check up that symbol. What DoorDash is looking for, again, recent inclusion, I think, into the S&P 500, right? Or was it NASDAQ 100? It was one of those.
S&P.
But yeah, S&P. So DoorDash right there. Good expectation, 42 cents. Year-over-year rise. Obviously the stock has performed real well there since that bottom, 155 up to 255. If you go all the way back to January, you're a $155 stock. So, up almost 60% or so, or more than that year to date. So a nice little move there. They're expecting a massive increase, man, over 210% year over year on their EPS. So if they can get that, then giddy up on there. This, I think, has been a pretty warm summer. So we'll have to see what Airbnb has to project forward. Moving there. I don't know. I expect a good print from them, but they have pulled back. And again, regulatory issues always seems to haunt Airbnb. It hasn't been well received. I know some condos don't like to have Airbnbs being rented there.
We used Vrbo the last time we went to the
States. But Vrbo, I guess all the same. It's just a matter
We always use Airbnb. It's the first time we ever used Vrbo.
I've actually never used it, so I don't know.
You've never done Airbnb?
No.
Okay.
FTNT. I don't really travel, right? I mean, we just do. When we ever go on
these tournaments, though, you used to.
But that's
Well, when you do a tournament, teams stay in a hotel.
Plus, they want the pool.
Although I'm just saying,
my daughter would kill me if she was at a different hotel than everybody else.
But if you get like a really pimp, I'm sure. Well, it's probably hard to get an Airbnb to fill the entire team. You have to be,
I'm not no team manager. Someone else can do that. But Fortinet coming. We talked about how good PanW was today, but again, Palo Alto been hit on their recent cyber arc play, but that's Fortinet. Yeah, so Fortinet right here coming into play. PanW looks similar. I think PanW even broke. Did it break its 200? Yeah, it broke its 200 period, man. You're like thinking that wasn't PanW, but I maybe wish it was. There's Palo Alto right there. So see what I'm saying?
Ours is not split adjusted.
Oh, yeah. All right. But anyways, there goes Palo Alto right back into these support levels. I recently bought some of this name. So I like the space. I like CrowdStrike. I think Zscaler as well could be a play for sure. And then that's about, Airbnb, AppLovin. I think we just covered some of the big names there. So that's what we're sort of looking forward to here today. And I think it could be good. So.
If you're a small cap lover, though, SoundHound, and it's 33% short flow. Oh, it's tomorrow? Oh,
come on, Neil.
I was excited for that one. I was excited for SoundHound.
I could tell.
If it's over 30, if you're over a 25% short float, then it's one of those, it's an automatic regardless of direction, it goes onto your list to look for a trade the next day. Automatically. It just doesn't even, I don't care, up, down, left, right, as long as it doesn't do anything. That's disappointing. Elf is, I mean.
Oh, yeah, Elf.
Elf
I like Elf Cosmetics. What does that chart look like?
Well, you know what?
Your take on Elf over here.
What's crazy, so Elf was another, so like Lyft, Elf was a nonsensical move last earnings. Just absolutely nonsensical. And if you look at, the bottom is already into this stock, so you can pretty much, that ship has sailed, and it sailed a long time ago. I think the concern would be, hey, labor market worries, how much are you going to like anything in the retail space, if there's any kinks in the armor, for lack of a better term. But we just talked about the 200-period moving average. It's holding it, and it's holding support at 105. People always say, like, this is the one that you should own, this or Ulta Beauty. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I know which one is better, but I know they're both respected names.
Ulta Beauty is a retailer. Elf makes the cosmetics.
In the space, though. In the space.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to sit here and tell you which one is better to own. What I would tell you is I like this chart a lot on Elf. I've never day traded this stock, but I really, really like this chart if it can hold the 105. And it's the expected move is half what it was last. I think 13% expected move. It moved like double that last time. So this is one of those you want it on your radar as a trader. Ooh, and bounces, it just came out.
Bounces are out. Para, is there some index?
Para it's a buyout that's being deleted.
Right.
So it could move a little bit. SMCI, though, that matters. 2.7 million to sell on SMCI. 2.7 million to sell on SMCI.
Yeah, that's big.
Intel's a sell of 1.9 million. Cisco 1.4 million. Snapchat was expected to be a buy of 1.4. It's nothing. Apple's a sell of 1.4. That's kind of nothing. 1.4 in Apple's not that big, and Walmart sell 1 million. Where's Nvidia?
I don't know. It's
900,000 on Nvidia. That's the smallest number we've seen all week on Nvidia. So pretty small imbalances there. And again, like I said, like Para immediately paired off to 5.
Para paired?
I'm going to probably try to throw it into the auction on that bad boy. I'm just going to try to take some shares and throw it into the auction. But if it's already pairing off, I don't want to add to it. Like I said, Snapchat 2.5 million. That's it. I'm surprised. I thought we'd see, especially with the Jensen thing at the end of the day there, maybe Nvidia would have a couple mil, but yeah, it's disappointing. Snapchat barely moved on that 2.5 mil. Moved, what, 5 cents? Mm-hmm. That's it.
Yeah, well, Snapchat's not going to do too much there.
Not really.
We got stopped. We didn't.
It's earnings too. Day one for Snapchat, right?
Yeah, that'll be a good one tomorrow. Apple with a slight sell as well. That's brought it all the way back to 214 for some reason. Didn't really go down anything there. Let's check out to see what Tesla's doing. But yeah, again, thank you for everything for today, man. I mean, it's been another big day, I feel like. Good thank you to the community. Over 700 likes right now on the stream. If you can hit the like, don't go anywhere. If any of those names are of interest to you or you want to just stay with Trader TV Live, we do have the after show today. Dara and Neil are going to be going over all of those prints. So get that going as well. 726 right there on the likes. We appreciate that. And you guys did a good job of putting out these. So Neil and I, of course, we review this. We're always looking at them. And we like to talk about these different names and what the plays have been on. Right there, there's NVIDIA. Sorry, get this out of the way. NVIDIA leads the way today and what you guys wanted us to talk about. AMD Pan W, I just sort of looked at that a little bit there, as a lot of people are subbing in for that. BMNR, the Ethereum Trust, AppLovin. I just said I really like the opportunity for that kind of a print. But again, huge move on the year. Watch out to see maybe a little bit of a pullback coming forward for AppLovin. HIMS on a nice move. We just saw that break. We're talking about 46 level for HIMS maybe coming into play at some point there as well. And then Tesla, back to 319 today. It does have that 320 blip right there. And we'll see if that comes back down again. But thanks to Fabian for building that stock visualizer. It's been a big one. Really popular as well and created some action on the chat. Walmart, okay, I was going to say, are we sub 100 yet? No, we are not. So a nice move there for Walmart. Wow, up 4% today. What's up with that? They didn't report or anything.
No, what's
up with that? I mean, there's Walmart up
Check
huge.
Costco, maybe.
Yeah, I never found anything.
Costco
Don't even tell me. I didn't even buy any dips.
Costco 3%.
Yeah, shit.
Same chart.
Yeah, that's too bad because, whoa, yeah, darn it. I like Costco a lot. Should have bought that dip again. They're at the 200, close to the 200 period. You don't get many dips in Costco, and it looks like that was a good opportunity right there. SMR is earning tomorrow. Oh my. Are they before or after hours, SMR? Because that should be another good stock.
They're at 4:15 p.m. tomorrow.
Tomorrow. So there you go. So SMR, big time movement happening over there, I would say tomorrow. So watch out for that. Thanks, Adara. For bringing that to our attention, or thanks to the chat actually for bringing that to our attention, and Adara for confirming it tomorrow afternoon. SMR joined myself and Adara for tomorrow, Neil today. But yeah, it's 3:57 right now, so or 3:53, 7 minutes to go before these imbalances finish and the market closes. And not for long though. I think no matter how long the market's going to be open for, we talked about they're going to extend it. I still think they keep the 4 close and then reopen again at 6 or something like that. To reopen the market. So, all right, Neil, you got something to take care of.
Well, you know what? Even if you go 24/5 or whatever, swing trading is still going to be a thing. Yeah. And trading in general, of course. But you always have to have a strategy. And Trade the Pool's got something new for everybody and special. It's an ebook which is free, and it's featuring 4 proven swing traders and their strategies from Trade the Pool's top funded traders. Inside, you'll see exactly how they approach the markets, how they manage their risk, and what setups they rely on. So you can learn and grow from what actually works. Download now by scanning the QR code on screen or hitting the link in the description. Shout out to Trade the Pool. We appreciate them for sure. So yeah, I wish I knew what was going on with Costco, man. And well, it's not just Costco, it's Costco and Walmart. Just absolutely wild, both those names. So it doesn't really matter, but someone had a program buy on Walmart. This automatically goes on the radar to be watching, see if it makes the actual push to the 52-week high tomorrow. That's a great breakout above $100. You can't rewind, like you can't go back in time or anything, but that's a great look if it can get past 106 on Walmart. You never buy enough of these things on the dips. That's one thing I've always learned. I bought it a couple times. I bought them when I was at spring training. Probably should have bought a couple more times. I'm just going to punch out or get on the bid of this Lucid. It's not going anywhere. Let's go to Adara. We only have 3 minutes to go. Oh no, 4 minutes.
Another name that's reporting earnings before the bell tomorrow is Eli Lilly, a personal favorite of mine. So I want to take a look here at this company's revenue growth. They've been around since the 1860s. They went public in 1952, so I don't have all that data. But just starting in the year 2000, you could already see the incredible growth this company's had, especially once we start adding the GLPs into the mix in the early 2020s. Take a look at this infographic on X at TTV Research, and in the post, I also have our EPS and revenue estimate for tomorrow's report. Back to you.
All right,
how many years did we just, what?
1960s.
1860. I didn't know that.
I don't think many did, man. I would have never have guessed that. Yeah, it's true. They're founded by now an old man. Yeah, so Eli
I say that about a lot of
will be very, very. R.I.P. Colonel Eli Lilly.
Before
I didn't know.
No, that's completely news to me.
We were calling it Miss Lilly before. Now
well, Adara calls it Miss Lilly.
Yeah, the stock. Yeah, but now it's going to be Mr. Lilly, apparently.
We got a super chat here. Before I get up to the desk, I got to get up there in a quick second. Why aren't Dogecoin and Shiba making all-time highs, but Bitcoin is? Do you think it's true that all coins are about 6 months behind BTC's chart patterns? A, yes. B, I think that's the norm. I'm not the crypto expert, but usually most of the cycles do have Bitcoin moving first and then the alts going after the fact and sort of down the line. ETH is getting a lot of love because the stablecoin push and most of the stable are all built on the Ethereum platform. So that's specific to ETH. But I don't look at Dogecoin or Shiba, but that's not abnormal that they would trail moves in Bitcoin. So that makes sense to me. Thank you. You can do X. Why not?
Yeah.
You can do it. But in a couple of minutes, we're going to be going over all of the earnings tonight. We have a wealth of names to cover. A couple we'll look forward to tomorrow morning as well, which Eli Lilly is going to be a biggie. No questions asked. Please don't lose 700, Eli. Please don't lose 700. It might be an interesting trade, but if you hold it in your long term, that's a pretty big level. So hopefully we don't actually test that. I'm going to get up to the desk, guys. We'll see you in
get out of here.
2 minutes.
Good luck with that. I hope those reports come. You know, you don't have to wait again for 435, whatever, like Meta had done to you before. There goes Palantir right now. Nice move up to 180 again on day 2 of earnings. I mean, what is going to really stop this name? We talked about this yesterday. I don't know the answer to that question, so I pose it to all of you. And kind of rhetorically, I don't. It's upside there. At some point, valuation is going to matter, but as long as they don't miss, it's not going to matter. And right now, Palantir keeps on going higher as the talk of AI is still strong, and looks like the force is strong with this one. Of course, that's PLTR. Nice upside play to end the day. Looks like the ES will go out up 0.72. The NASDAQ 1.2. The diamonds, of course, which is DIA. This is going to be the Dow Jones. That's up today as well, but a little lacking there. We talked about some of the constituents over there, not the greatest. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with that big name coming through again. That is, of course, Dow Jones. UNH. What did UNH do? We saw Oscar today. I was actually pretty happy with that play. A new member of my portfolio, Oscar Health. But UNH, yeah, wow, another 2% downside again. So yeah, people can't be too pleased trying to dip by some UNH, but I think there is some potential in that name as we move forward. So just watch out for that play. UNH down to 250, probably a buy. If you look at a monthly chart for this name, it's absolutely insane. So UNH, good look there for anybody interested in picking up some healthcare. But OSCR was a name that I bought yesterday, and it had a problem with that 1440 mark. We'll see if it can break there. But hey, man, we'll take it. We'll take 4% in a day right there, so it's not too bad there at all as we get ready to go with only, oh yeah, that's right, we don't have that countdown button. So we are now 5 seconds late, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go, we are now closed. Thank you, Adara, for that one. I don't know, that was one of the best things that's ever been built, is the fact that Neil and I didn't have to always hit the closing bell button. But again, thank you for the 1,000 likes. Thank you so much for all the kind words today in the chat. Thought we did some great trading for you. Rivian was a good one. SMCI, Tesla, Nvidia, and Apple, all for me. We didn't have a quick look. I'm not going to just run right over there. We're going to let Darren Neal get set up. But Open Door, I just wanted to talk about this real quick because just flashed on my screen. The closing at the low of the day. So they tried to get it going with some reports there early on Open Door and OpenAI as well, but nice move to the downside there to close the day. Sorry about Open Door, as that is the door gets shut on that name. So we'll wait for Airbnb, a bunch of names coming through as well. Joby coming tonight. There's going to be some good earnings calls based on the reports that we feel are coming through. Tomorrow's Thursday. It should be a good one. Jobless claims coming tomorrow morning, so get ready for that to spike around again. All right, earnings are starting to come out now, so I'm going to throw it over to this desk, if that's okay, Fabian. It looks like we are getting the thumbs up. It's Neil Nadera. I'm Sean. Ciao till tomorrow.
To it is your market recap brought to you by Beta Pro, by Globex. And already we've got Duolingo moving to the upside. Get it, Duolingo. You're dripping in XP, everybody. And you use Duo, you know what I'm talking about. $12 to the upside, about a 3.5% move already. Looking pretty solid. I have not seen the actual numbers. It's Duolingo, Lyft, and Airbnb are the first 3 big names that we're looking for on earnings here. And right now, it looks like we're going 1 for 1 because we want things to go to the upside, right? At least if you're a short seller, then hate to be in Duolingo right now. $15, $20. Now check that, $23. Wow. And continuing to rally, $27. And we have 30, can we have 40? Not yet. But Duolingo, flying.
I do have Duolingo. I'll quickly get to Symbiotic as well. So they actually missed on EPS, loss of 5 cents per share versus 1 cent loss expected. Sales, 592.121 mil versus 533.549 mil expected. Sales guidance well below estimates for Q4. I just wanted to get through that because that was the only number I had initially. But now I do have Duolingo, so let's get to that. Q2 revenue, $252.3 million versus $240.7 million. That's a beat. Daily active users, 47.7 million. Monthly active users, 128.3 million. They're guiding Q3 revenue, Neil, between $257 million and $261 million. That is above estimates of $253. million. So good look. They also raised their fiscal 2025 guidance to 1.01 bill to 1.019 bill versus estimates of $997 million. So that's a nice beat as well. I'm seeing apparently they missed revenue estimates, but
I don't think they care right now.
I'm not sure. I want to. Yeah, it looks like I'm seeing they beat revenue, so I'll be careful with that. But yeah, good look here for DUOL. Let's see if I have anything else coming out, because right now
hit 15% to the upside on Duo there, so it's blowing it. It almost got to $400. $395 that just tagged. It looks like Lyft. Obviously, I haven't seen Airbnb yet, but Lyft with a bit of a shake and bake. Like Lyft popped $1, came right back, dropped 50 pennies, came right back, and is now dropping again, despite the fact, Lyft beat on the top. That's all I can see. I see they beat on earnings, but maybe they missed on revenue there. So Lyft, bit of a shake and bake action pumping through the top. All I saw is the EPS was a beat, and the revenue missed by a small amount.
Lyft missed sales.
Yikes.
I'm not seeing EPS. And then the other one we were waiting for at 4 was going to be Airbnb. And I do not have Airbnb. Oh, okay, I actually do have Airbnb. I have used a couple different sources, guys. So one of my sources, I do have Airbnb. Q2 earnings of $1.03 per share, above estimates of 93 cents. Revenue, 3.1 bill versus 3.04 bill expected. That is a double beat. Gross booking value, also above estimates, 23.5 bill versus 22.71 bill expected. Nights and seats booked, that is actually a slight miss, 134.4 million versus 134.6 million expected. They did announce, though, a $6 billion share repurchase program. Their revenue guide, the midpoint does beat, but the lower end is below estimate. So kind of a mixed report here for Airbnb. Generally, though, pretty positive.
It's definitely pretty positive, but like last time it moved 1 point, and I feel like it's doing it again. This is unfortunate. It's exactly flat. Oh, there you go, up a little bit, 0.2. It was flat a second ago. That's disappointing. You're expecting 8, then you know who wins in that particular case. Yeah, anybody that bet on a volatile move. Well, I guess it could move now, but anyone bet a volatile move, you're certainly getting punked on this one. And it did it last time as well. So Airbnb now to the downside. Lyft looking weak. Obviously, Duolingo, an absolute banger to the upside. 14% the last I checked. We're going to have DraftKings and ELF.
415 for
DraftKings. Someone asked about DraftKings. They're not till 415.
Yeah.
ELF Cosmetics and DoorDash and Bros and Joby, Fortinet are all expected at 405, but DraftKings is supposed to be, now again, sometimes these things come out early, but they're supposed to be last to the party. But as far as I'm concerned, it's Duolingo's party. And I'm telling you, this is one of those things where if you use it a bunch, maybe you should just be in the stock. Actually, I shouldn't say this. I don't use it. My wife uses it every single day. My daughter uses it a ton. It's ridiculous how effective this is. $420 now. Now 22% to the upside on Duolingo. The implied move was 17%, and it still exceeded it, and we got DoorDash out.
I have ELF too. I'll start with Dash. Q2 revenue, 3.288 billion, beating estimates of 3.16 billion. EPS 65 cents per share, well above estimates of 44 cents. Marketplace GOV 24.24 billion, above estimates of 23.58 billion. Their their outlook for that segment, there we go, English, is also above estimates for the next quarter. Let's talk about ELF. I'm getting a whole bunch coming out now. ELF Beauty. Q1 net sales, 353.7 mil versus 350.3 million. That is a beat, it looks like, for ELF. Adjusted earnings of 89 cents per share versus 84 cents per share expected. So that's a double beat, but Neil, they have some tariff concerns. They said they're not providing outlook for fiscal 26 due to uncertainty with tariffs, and they do expect their net sales for the first half of 2026 to exceed Q1's growth rate. So guidance is like kind of not bad, but also they're not providing guidance for the year. It's confusing. Fortinet, though,
might explain the dip because ELF was trying to go and then it kind of faded a little bit. Maybe it's because of that guide.
Yeah.
I don't like seeing that. But if ELF can hold 105, that's pretty big on the daily chart for anyone. We were talking about that in the afternoon, and it's still holding it temporarily. But you don't like to see that taking away the guide.
You don't. You have I have Fortinet though, and I also have Bumble, which wasn't even on my calendar. Let's get to Fortinet first because I think it is inarguably more closely watched. Adjusted earnings 64 cents per share versus estimates of 59 cents. Sales 1.63 billion versus 1.624 billion expected. A double beat for FTNT. Sarepta apparently reporting SRPT.
AppLovin's
out. Okay.
Well, it's dumping, so it's got to be. If the numbers aren't out, then someone's fat fingered on App because we're down $50 on App, down 13%, and so I don't see the numbers either.
Me neither.
Like I'm sitting here just looking at the chart. It's got to. Obviously, they have. Well, somebody online has posted something. Which I don't know if I can trust it, but that can't. Okay,
that source is pretty accurate.
Well, if it's this, then it says that they beat on EPS and they beat on revenue. 239 on EPS versus 198, 1.259 billion versus 1.22 billion. So beat on the top and bottom lines of 21% and 3% respectively. I don't see any guidance. Revenue's down quarter over quarter, 15% based on those numbers. Maybe that's a reason, but this is not exactly the chart of a stock that just came out with a double beat. With this bad boy. That's not looking good. It's actually not looking very healthy. 340, if you look at the daily chart on App, that goes right back where we were chilling at back, I guess, like late June. So holding on to some support, but under the 50 period, big dump there on App. 11% now that it's bouncing a little bit, but no guidance.
Yeah, people are saying IONQ is out, and here we go. I'll talk about this because I'm not seeing the AAPL numbers in front of me. IONQ, losses of 70 cents per share. That is well above estimates of the 27-cent loss, Neil. Then we have sales, 20.694 billion. Million for IONQ, million. I should have added the M. 20.694 million versus estimates of 17.226 million. So that is a sales beat, but it is a disgusting EPS miss.
Well, here's the thing, Adara, don't even apologize for saying billion instead of million, because at the end of the day, if a company, when we're talking about, most of the names that we're talking about, you're not going to be mentioning revenues in the tens of millions of dollars when you've got billion-dollar valuations.
I've talked about their guidance, too, because they did raise. And again, this is another situation where you don't see this type of guidance that often for the fiscal year, Neil. Raising their guidance to 82 million to 100 million versus estimates of 84.261 million. So midpoint is a beat. Again, they did beat on revenue this quarter as well, but they're not making any money. That is readily apparent.
I want to make something very clear. IonQ has a $10 billion market cap. So go back to those numbers again. Pull those up.
Oh, sorry, give me a second.
And a lot of people, and look, I'll tell you this right now, we're invested in QBTS. So whatever. Like I'm not crapping on these names. I'm just sort of telling the truth here. Their sales guidance is $75 to $95 million on a $10 billion market cap. This is an ultimate momentum play for well into the future. None of those, whether it's IonQ, whether it's Rigetti, whether you're talking about D-Wave, which, as I said, we own, it's like a pie in the sky, hope and pray type of trade. So you have anything that's weak, I'm surprised it's only down 2%. I would venture to say that coming in with that guidance miss, the fact that it's only down 2%, 2.5%, or now 3%, that's not that bad. Because these things, valuation-wise, are complete and utter nonsense when you really think about it. Like people talk about like Palantir, and Palantir makes $1 billion at least, right? Like they have revenues. These guys don't have revenues yet. They have a hope and they've got a dream, and they have some momentum behind them. So treat them with that respect. Obviously, we're still waiting on DraftKings.
I have Sarepta.
They're not going to be out just yet. Sarepta is out.
And it's making a notable move here, Neil. So in case you guys missed it earlier today as well, there was a report from a health technology, based news source called Stats News. They said that apparently Sarepta actually hired a Trump-backed firm to help deal with their Duchenne muscular dystrophy drug situation, which is really bad in case you guys don't know the details. But here is not that they hired the firm, their situation with their drug is bad. But here's the actual numbers. Q2 adjusted earnings, $2.02 per share, well above estimates of 67 cents. Sales, $611.091 million versus $528.39 million expected. That is the look here for SRPT.
I got to give a big shout out to our good friend Nimrod. Sent 50 Trader TV Live gift memberships. Check that. because he did it twice. So last I checked, that would be 100. And you can do math like that on Duolingo, I have found out. It's not just languages. But thank you so much, Nimrod. You're incredibly generous. We got a chance to meet you yesterday. I think you're coming by later on the week and we were able to do lunch. We have a fantastic community, everybody. And that's what it is all about here. Just a great dude. And look, everyone in our chat, we don't have very many negative experiences. Every now and then, someone might spam the chat because they want us to talk about it, but really, it's just a great community. Just to go back over, because I know like Duolingo caught a little bit of a seller at $430 here. Just wanted to show it caught a tiny sell and barely even pulled back. You're still 24% up, exceeding that expected move by 7 points on Duo. We mentioned ELF, just to recap what's going on over in ELF. That was a very, very nice reversal on ELF. ELF now taking off, up 10%. And remember, they did beat. I think it was, you'd mentioned the guidance. They withdrew the guidance. That headline, I guess, when the top and bottom come out, the withdrawal of the guidance, that pushed it down a bit. It's right back to the upside and now 12% higher on ELF. So the reversal, the bamboozlement reversal, actually, at least has happened on ELF. That looks pretty bullish.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the ELF is off the shelf. Let's talk about JOBY, because this thing, to use another pun, absolutely not flying. Putting the volatile and eVTOL, but let's talk, that didn't even really work as a pun.
No, you didn't.
Q2 losses here, 41 cents per share, better than the expected loss of 19 cents. Sales, $15,000. Yes, Neil, you heard me right.
I'm sorry, what?
15,000 versus estimates of $43,000. Joby is a double miss, and yeah, that's not fun. And I'm sorry, world. But let's take a look here at W.
When your sales are why does the fundamental? This isn't about the fundamentals. It's got to be about the story and the growth. I get it, miss, and you're going to go down when the stock has done this. But if you're investing in this stock, this is like the quantum things. If you're invested in this, it's not necessarily about anything that they're doing right now. You're flat out, they're just not making money. But in truth be told, this stock is a triple up in the last couple months. So triple up last couple months, and anything weak, you can get 7% down. I would venture to say that for a lot of people, if you're in this from a long way, you're not even scared about that move, even buying those bottoms. I can't touch this up here on Joby, but that's crazy. And that's the thing, you're buying something like this for the future. So the question you got to ask yourself is, do you like it at this price, right? Because fundamentally, and this is the thing about fundamentals, and it doesn't PE and all that kind of stuff. It matters to an extent, but if you're looking for like the next big thing, the growth, you've got to be a bit more forward thinking than that. You just want to be believing in the story, right? So I understand it's down. I'm not telling anybody to go run out and buy Joby, 8% down here. All I'm simply saying is forget about the revenue numbers, forget about that EPS nonsense. You're buying this thing because you think they have a fantastic future in 5 to 10 years, or 2 to 5 even.
Yeah, I mean, if we get DraftKings, I will absolutely, draw up and talk about that. Upwork, some people wanted, so double beat, earnings of 35 cents per share versus 28 expected, sales 194.939 mil versus 187.683 mil expected. Double beat, AppLovin. Let's talk about this. APP, revenue 1.26 billion, apparently versus estimates of 1.28 billion, though it is up. So it sounds like it's a slight miss here, but it is up 77% year over year. It's worth noting, I've seen a couple different estimates for AppLovin, but either way, up 77% year over year. Earnings of $2.39 per share, resoundingly beating estimates of $1.95. Their guidance was kind of in line here, 1.32 billion to 1.34 billion versus 1.31 billion expected. And they're basically seeing here, Neil, their adjusted EBITDA margin is going to be the same on a quarter over quarter basis. That's never great when you're not really reporting growth, I guess, in margin. That's really the only thing in this report other than the revenue maybe being a miss that I can see. I have DraftKings though. So let's talk about the Kings. Are they the Kings? Have they fallen? Are they peasants? They're DraftKings over here, Neil. They are to the upside. Q2 revenue, 1.51 billion versus estimates of 1.41 billion. Operating income, 150.6 million. Net income, 157.9 million. Adjusted EBITDA, $301 million. I'll talk about Dutch Bros in a minute, but yeah, I mean, DraftKings, great look.
Well, we're bullish on this one, no questions asked. But like, why is it not breaking out? It's from a seasonal standpoint, obviously, if you're a sports fan, from a seasonal standpoint, you know things are about to heat up. Why? Because football, and more football. Go Bills. Look, DraftKings, from a technical standpoint, gorgeous. Like, this is going to be, I promise you tomorrow, we'll be talking about DraftKings. It's got to hold on to above the 46 level on this daily chart, no questions asked. But we're sitting at 48, so that's seemingly like a slam dunk that we're going to be in breakout territory on DraftKings. So I like it. I'm a little disappointed, like I said, disappointed in app, but I'm glad that it bounced back a bit. But you're right about that lack of growth. It's like the smallest thing. Margins weren't that good. Margin growth was bad. SMCI got destroyed. They had poor margins, different space. But at the same time, if there's the smallest thing wrong with the market at highs, you're gonna get hit a little bit.
Yeah.
So the report might not look all that bad, but it almost doesn't matter. I've never been to Dutch Bros. I've heard good things about them.
As have
a lot
I.
of people in our chat, but I know what a good-looking chart is, and a good-looking reversal on Dutch Bros. Up 14% now on Bros. Now this is oddly enough, this does not beat the implied move, by the way. The implied move is 15% on Bros. So that's possibly turning into some resistance up top. Either way, it's a huge trend reversal on the daily chart for Bros.
Yeah.
Huge trend.
And I mean,
Crazy.
this is a really good report, Neil. Q2 adjusted earnings, 26 cents versus 18 cents expected. Sales, 415.8 million versus 403.08 million expected. And they raised their guidance. Sales guidance for fiscal 2025 now is coming in at 1.59 bill to 1.6 bill, above estimates of 585 bill. And also, really quickly, Neil, if you don't mind.
Starbucks.
Yeah, I mean, nice, literally beat that. Before I go back to you, Neil, if you don't mind, I want to talk about AAPL, because this is a stock that I even see people in the chat say like this stock is kind of scary. As someone who trades spreads, I will say myself, this thing has a tendency to be kind of memey. I've gotten to the point where I'm very comfortable with it, but this is the only over $300 stock that I have seen hold intraday, and I'm not joking.
Yeah, that was wild.
Like, that was insane. I'm trying to get filled, and all of a sudden the book goes great, and I'm like, I must be crazy. Why is this halted? I check, it is halted, and I'm like, it ended up being fine. I wasn't in it. It would have worked either way, but it's just so funny that like this is a stock I do really want to let people know like. It does require a certain amount of patience and trusting your instincts, because even like people talk about spready tickers being volatile, this is a different beast, I will say, with AAPL.
100%.
As someone who likes trading it.
The thing you got to understand, like for certain types of stocks or companies, even on earnings, you do not expect it, even at the open, that it could halt.
Yes.
It's not.
And it wasn't even earnings when it did that.
It wasn't.
That was
even,
what was crazy.
I'm saying even on earnings, you might expect it for that, but it's just not in the litmus, barring like a short seller report, something ridiculous happening. So when a stock falls in that category, as a day trader, this is one that you have to be cautious with. It does mean a lots of opportunities, no questions asked. There's a few people I haven't look. Ounce of Pain has said, can we go over Sunrun?
Let's do it. I have the numbers.
With Sunrun, I don't love the space. It's been a heck of a lot of trouble. I think we all know that, but it is making a run to the upside, up 7.5%. Is this the time? I don't know, man. You'd love to hope it. You're finally actually holding, knock on wood, the 50 and the 200 period moving averages for Sunrun, but they are up after earnings.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I missed that.
My bad.
Yeah, because I feel like it was the handoff was a bit.
That's my bad.
Unique. I just want to mention here, guys. Apparently, the stream for Trump and Tim Cook announcing this new investment is coming up right now. I will not be able to cover it for you guys because it starts at 4:30. So because of that, I'm going to drop the link for you guys in the chat. So apparently, like, it's not that big of a deal. They're now going to invest $600 billion in the U.S. instead of $500 billion. I saw previously reported, apparently Tim Cook is in the White House. But let's talk about Sunrun, because it's not fair that Apple overshadows Sunrun. I want its moment in the sun.
Well, the thing is also, you had this story in the morning.
Yeah.
And your opportunity.
The stock moved in the
When
morning.
Adara gave you the story in the morning on Apple, your opportunity was to buy it long.
I didn't even give it because it came out before the show even started.
Well,
That's what's
okay,
crazy.
fair enough. But
I actually told you guys on X, so I guess I did give it.
She put it out on X, and all day long you had a chance to talk about it. It's just weird to me, before we get to Sunrun, it's weird to me that just like, I have an announcement at 4:30 from the president, and then it gets broken in the morning, what the story is. They don't even wait. It's like, what was the point? We could have had Trump break it. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Sunrun to the upside. Like, at the end of the day, this is actually, it's a reasonable squeeze. It's a reasonable squeeze stock. That probably applies to the entire sector, and that's simply because they've been beaten up for so long. The good news here, I think, for them in the long, we're going to get rates coming down.
That's true.
Right? And that's a big thing for the solar names. If you can get rates going down, I think that could be something for them. Obviously, let's call a spade a spade. You would have liked the election to go the other way if you want to invest in these stocks. That's just how it is. But it didn't happen that way. So you're looking for some other reason for them to go. And I think maybe rates coming down could be the catalyst for Sunrun. It's not a very good looking chart, but at least for now, it's a good run in the aftermarket.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you guys want me to go over, so I'm going to try to go over them as quickly as possible. For one here, we actually have Dan in the chat asking, where can you find the infographics on the X account? Well, it's not the Twitter TV Live X account. It's TTV Research on X. We have all the infographics there, so definitely check that out. Sunrun, this is, I want to read this report because I'm very curious about this. $1.07 per share here versus expected losses of 18 cents. That's an unexpected profit for RUN. Sales, $569.336 mil versus $548.4 million. And I want to talk here. Let's look at all these names people mentioned to me. Odyssey Fights asking, was there news on QBTS? IonQ reported. That's probably what it is, sympathy, though QBTS reports tomorrow morning, but not now. Marlon B wants to look at MET. I'll look at MET for you guys. Wow, that is a nasty move. MET. That is okay, this is a double miss. So EPS, $2.02 per share versus $2.27 expected. Sales, $17.92 billion versus $18.57 billion expected. There was another one people were asking about that. Oh, Zillow. Zillow, I'm going to do a couple more quickly, Neil, if you don't mind. I'll take a look at Zillow here. Down, yeah, this is, or actually now it's up. It was, Benzinga was telling me it was down. It's up here. Q2 adjusted earnings, 40 cents per share versus 42 cents expected. Sales, 655 million versus 646.7 million expected. So EPS miss, sales beat as well.
I have to say one thing about Met.
Yes.
It's simply this. Johnny Blaze didn't get MetLife because it didn't pay today. And if you know, you know.
Yeah.
Johnny Blaze get MetLife because it pays.
I don't even know this.
Oh, come. You know what?
It sounds familiar.
And I'm not even going to say it because Adara's never been stumped.
It sounds
Adara's
so
never
I feel
been,
like I know this.
You've never been stumped on a rap lyric, so I'm not even going to say it. The chat can say it if you can say it if you want, but I'm 100% certain that Adara is going to eventually get that.
I'm embarrassed.
And yes, I am aging myself. I'm not trying to. I don't pretend. I'm sitting. I'm simply not going to pretend that I know all the new stuff. You can tell exactly right around when I was born by all the references that I drop, because I am who I am. I am who I am, and I likes what I likes. And I was about to say who that was, but I didn't want to give you a chance to be able to get it. I don't know what just dropped, but we have the renovations going on, everybody, and they're hard at work because they got to get the job done to make the studio even better.
Yeah, I'm happy I didn't have my hearing aid in for that one. I'm just going to say that for real. But I want to go over DraftKings one more time here. Q2 adjusted earnings, 38 cents, well above estimates of 12 cents here expected. That's a beat. Sales also a beat, $1.51 billion versus $1.39 billion expected. DraftKings also affirming here their fiscal 2025 sales guide, 6.2 bill to 6.4 bill versus 6.275 bill expected. So their midpoint is just above estimates. Yeah, apparently CNBC continuing to report here about those meetings that these bank CEOs had potentially with the White House. They're giving us more details. Apparently, we did actually have a meeting here between the CEO, Jane Fraser of Citigroup, and Bank of America's Brian Moynihan. I don't know if they met with him at the same time, but apparently both met with Trump to discuss Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. And shout out quickly to Bill Pulte, who's running these organizations, because his Twitter game is wild. He has been very focused lately on trying to get rid of our boy Powell, including to degrees that sometimes feel like maybe spreading false reports about Powell quitting. So, yeah, sorry about that, but got to be honest here. But either way, the FNMA may be on watch. It doesn't really say what these meetings were about, but CNBC reporting that these meetings between bank CEOs and President Trump did occur. Yes.
I think the late additions you had on the list, Occidental, I do believe we have, whoops, that's not XY, it's OXY is Oxy.
Yeah, we had those numbers.
Or Occidental, as I think I like to call it. Hey, guess what? It is possible for an energy name to go up. Not much, it's not exciting, it's 1%, but the former, look, this stock used to have the Buffett buy on it, and it was a heck of a lot more fun when it did. Because when this stock had the Buffett buy, all you had to do was wait for it to get to the mid-55s, buy it, and then rinse and repeat. And ever since it lost that, it's been kind of a dwindling name. But we do have earnings from Oxy.
Yeah, we do have earnings from Oxy. I'm going to see if I can get more details. This is all I have on this. I don't really have more. All I have in this, unfortunately, is just the numbers themselves. I'm still scrolling to see if I can get anything else. But I mean, we can talk about the numbers. There's nothing. Okay, I do have a little bit more. So where's this operational metric? Okay, so apparently they have $950 million in additional divestitures completed since the beginning of Q2. That might be a good look. They did have a double beat, though. Q2 adjusted earnings 39 cents per share versus 34 cents expected. Sales, $6.456 billion versus $6.354 billion expected. Double beat for OXY.
They double beat for them, but not the most exciting name, and energy has just not been that play. You do have to have some concern, man. If the labor market's going to be a bit weak and you have to worry about a downturn in the U.S. is not good for anywhere else in the world, and if that's not good, then demand becomes an issue, and the Saudis don't seem to care about how much they put out there. There's just a heck of a lot going on with the energy space, which is why, weirdly enough, outside of when Randy comes up to the desk, we almost don't talk about those names because they just have not been very good. But what has been good was the first name that we discussed today. Whoops. And then I typed Duo instead of Duo-L. I wanted to show the coolest chart out here. Duolingo holding up 415, 21% to the upside. We had a good reversal on App Lovin'. Not all the way, but at least getting a good chunk of the move back. I think the best reversal on these earnings plays was, if you're talking about a name that's just going all over the place, it's ELF. Like,
yeah.
ELF went down, ELF broke out, ELF came back, and it's right back to where it started, down 0.5%. Like, it's wild. It was, at one point, ELF was up 10%, and now it's right back to down 0.5%. I don't know, you pull the guide and no one knows how to trade this thing because we don't have any guidance on it. Apparently that's what it means here, because everything else on ELF was pretty solid, but there was just that pull of the guide, like you said, which is not the end of the world. Tariff uncertainties, you're seeing a little bit more of that. Or if they're not sure what they can project in terms of environment, then they just don't do a guide, and that's all.
Yeah, I was just going to quickly respond here to Gravel Cult in the chat. We did cover Airbnb already. The biggest issue here was their guidance was mixed, and they did miss on experiences and booking nights. So they reported a little bit, I believe it was 134.4 million they reported. They were expecting 134.6 million. I want to go over two reports, Neil, if you don't mind, before we let everybody go. Honest Co. HNST. These are just based on things I'm seeing people ask for in the chat. So earnings here, 3 cents per share versus 1 cent expected. Sales, 93.459 mil versus 92.207 mil expected. And they reaffirmed their guidance. That guidance is a little bit mixed, but the midpoint is looks like more or less aligned with estimates. Let's talk quickly about Energy Transfer, because man, if I was long, I might want to energy transfer to a different stock. I'm joking. It actually didn't move too much, but the numbers were really bad. So I'm sorry, I don't want to offend anyone in this name. They missed sales by like $2 billion, Neil. 19.24 billion versus basically 22 billion expected. So that's pretty big. Energy Transfer earnings also missed, 32 cents versus 38 cents expected. Much like Sunrun, this is a report I want to read because I have some questions about these numbers. Yeah.
How are they only down 0.7 on energy transfer?
That's why I assume they'd be
crazy.
done.
That's a big miss by them. But hey, Duolingo was amazing. As look, we have renovations going on, everybody. So shout out to that. The studio is going to look fantastic, but there's a lot going on. And Adara, rapid fire. During earnings season, the work that Adara puts in is absolutely on fire.
Thank you.
I want to give a big shout out to our entire crew. Thank you again, Nimrod, for the 100 memberships. You're absolutely, look, we love all of our community. You're doing a fantastic service to everybody, and you're so generous and so kind. But it's roll call time. Whoa, wait a minute. We got a super chat from David Tretiak there. Is that a studio or an escape room? Oh, I haven't done that in so long. We should do, escape rooms are a lot of fun. We should do it as a team. Trade TV Live should do an escape room thing.
Please.
It's like a year-end party, so that'd be a great idea.
I did one when I was in Winnipeg, and it was so fun, and we escaped the room.
It's a
and I was like,
it's like, I don't know, man. It's like you feel like a kid again. Anyways, that being said, everybody, if you haven't done so, make sure you hit the subscribe. Make sure you hit the like. Most importantly, that subscribe so you can get in the chat right now. We can get the rundown in. Dara's going to drop some hot fire like Johnny Blaze.
Thank you. I'm going to get into that. Yeah. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Sharif. Thank you, Brendan. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Fabian, Ramin, Andre. Thank you, everyone in the chat. Marlon B, really quickly, I just want to mention, asking about Lyft. They missed on sales. They beat on earnings per share. Gravel Cult, MOTP Media, Big 40 Nephew. We have David Treziak, Marlon B again here, Neil in the chat, Marie SL, we've got Canadian Nemesis, I like that one, Biwong Media, Jai Singh, Notorious Dingleberg, Grav, MOPT Media again here, Green Day Dean, SK, Damien Tarza, Rajesh Miglani, T Hyde, Volky, Ongoing News, Marek, we've got shout out The Office, Heartbroken Biker, and thank you Nimrod again for the donation, and shout out to everyone who's in this awesome community. We'll see you guys tomorrow with even more earnings, including my favorite, reporting before the bell.
Eli Lilly, if anybody doesn't know, that's Adair's favorite stock. We all hope it goes up, but we'll trade it either way, and we'll give you the news either way, because that's what we do here. We're Trading TV Live. It's been your market recap show brought to you by Beta Pro. We'll see you tomorrow morning, and maybe we won't have the jackhammer. Bye, guys. I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.